Chapter 1, 1292. History of Time. Nephis nodded, indicating that she had read the description of the Crown of Twilight. The two of them could have communicated through the Blessing of Dusk to discuss how they would approach the conversation with Ananke, but really, there was no need. The old woman showed no indication of being someone they needed to be wary of, so they could simply ask. There was one question that had to be answered above all else, though. Sunny shifted slightly, then called, "Grandmother." Ananke stirred as if waking up from a dream and looked at them with her cloudy eye. "Yes, my lord." Still uncomfortable with this form of address, Sunny thought for a moment and asked, "Have you ever heard about that which was defiled?" The old woman suddenly froze. Her hand, which was resting on the steering oar, trembled. For a while, nothing but the sound of water splashing against the hull of the ketch could be heard. It seemed that she wasn't happy to hear that question. However, Sunny and Nephis had no choice but to ask it. They needed to learn everything they could about the assumed goal of this nightmare. Eventually, Ananke sighed. "That which was defiled. I guess you are talking about the defilement, my lord." Sunny's eyes glinted. "The defilement?" Remembering the horrors of the Southern Campaign, he made a sudden connection. There were 3 nightmare creatures he had slain that bore a similar name: the defiled witness, the defiled herald, and the defiled seeker of truth. The first one was the fallen demon who led the pack of eyeless beasts. The second was the corrupted devil who led the group of desiccated corpses, their mouths sewn shut. Sunny had received the stifled scream after that battle. The third one was the fallen titan he had killed by chance during the joint battle against the enormous horde of abominations in East Antarctica, receiving the mirror of truth. Had all of them come from the tomb of Ariel? The old woman nodded. "Yes, the defilement. I am sorry, my lord and lady. I should have known that you would not be aware of these matters. You are outsiders, after all." Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, wondering what she meant. Ananke remained silent for a few moments, then spoke solemnly. "To understand what the defilement is, you will first need to learn a little about the history of the Great River. I will try to explain as well as I can." Nephis frowned slightly. "The history? I'm not sure I understand what history a river that flows through time can possess." The old woman smiled faintly. "Time within the tomb of Ariel is unpredictable and convoluted. Sometimes it flows slowly, while sometimes it flows swiftly. Sometimes time rises in great storms, or grows stale, or circles forever as a whirlpool. Currents merge and separate or disappear without a trace. But nevertheless, for most of us, unless we enter turbulent waters, time always moves. Just like in the outside world. It is just that our own time is different from the time there." Noticing a hint of confusion on their faces, Ananke looked thoughtful for a while. Then she sighed. "The best way I can explain it is like this. The great river does indeed flow from the future into the past, but that is only in relation to the outside world. Here, this kind of time is no different from space. However, the river still has a past, a present, and a future in relation to itself. Here, this kind of time is just like the time of the outside." Nephis tilted her head a little. "So one can say that Sunny and I entered the tomb of Ariel in a distant future, meaning much higher upstream, but one can also say that we entered a month ago. Both distance and days are a measure of time." The old woman nodded. "Indeed. You are wise, my lady." The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. That's the second time she calls Nephis wise. 0 times for me, though. Still, he understood the idea. There were actually 2 concepts named time inside the tomb of Ariel. One was the flow of the great river itself, which was prone to all kinds of shenanigans, while the second was no different from the concept of time they were familiar with. The old woman continued. "So the great river has a history as well. Or rather, it is us, the river people, who have it. That history, started a long time ago, when the Sibyls first entered the tomb of Ariel with their people. There were others too, all kinds of humans and creatures who came seeking truth, which is said to be hidden at the estuary. Her creaky voice grew wistful. That was when we, heralds of the nightmare spell, came to the great river as well. I was told that it was a golden age. The Sibyls established their cities, and powerful seekers built solitary manors among the waves. They had escaped the end, and lived in peace and prosperity within the tomb of Ariel. Sunny found something curious and asked, "You were told? You weren't there yourself?" Come to think of it, when Ananke had spoken about the persecution of the followers of Weaver, she had mentioned not experiencing it personally. That statement had sounded rather strange at the time, but there were many other questions that needed to be asked first. The old woman chuckled. "Goodness, of course, no. I might look old, but I am not that ancient. No, I was born much later, after Weave was already established. Unlike those who have come from outside, like you, I am river-born." Sunny made a mental note that there was a distinction between the outsiders and the river-born, and continued to listen. Ananke took a hoarse breath, then said somberly, "But that golden age, eventually, it came to an end. First, the voices of the gods grew silent, causing the Sibyls to turn their gazes to the estuary. And then, the defilement was born." Chapter 1, 1293. Defilement. Ananke's weathered, wrinkly face grew dark. The old woman lingered for a while before saying, "The other name for the defilement is corruption. A special kind of corruption that appeared on the great river and then spread from downstream like a plague, or rather, was spread." Nephis leaned forward a little. "Spread from downstream?" The old woman nodded heavily. "Yes, it is because the defilement. Its origin is the estuary." Her cloudy eyes grew distant. The seekers were always trying to reach the estuary, traveling further and further downstream, but none of them succeeded in finding it. Eventually, they built a city of their own in the far reaches of the past, a city called Verge. Its grandeur could compete with the bustling prosperity of the large cities ruled by the Sibyls, and from there, they continued their search. Until eventually, one of them really managed to enter the estuary. The old woman gripped the steering oar as she looked at the vast expanse of the great river, then continued dully. However, what he found there was not the truth, but corruption. Or perhaps it was the truth that he found that corrupted him. That seeker became the first of the defiled, and he brought the defilement back with him to the Verge. The city of seekers was consumed by the defilement, and those consumed by it became twisted and monstrous. They spread from there like a plague, bringing a great calamity to the river people. Ananke grew silent, breathing heavily. Sunny was scowling deeply. So that was what happened. The hideous truth that the demon of dread had hidden in the heart of the Black Pyramid. The first person who learned it was consumed by corruption as a result. Not only that, but he also infected the rest of the seekers with it, destroying, or rather transforming, an entire city into a nightmarish source of the spreading corruption, of the defilement. Just what kind of secret had Ariel buried at the dawn of time? More importantly, was that what Daron of the Twilight Sea had tried to achieve? Storm the corrupted city of Verge and slay the first witness to the harrowing truth, who was the root of the defilement. If so, their task would be a dreadful one. Nephis seemed to be thinking the same. After pondering for a while, she asked, "What happened next?" Ananke shifted on her bench, then sighed. Because of the defilement, the peaceful waters of the great river became plagued by the corrupted. The most powerful of them come from the furthest reaches of the past, downstream, as well as from the terrible emptiness of the future, where you have come from, my lord and lady. The river people found themselves trapped between the harrowing past and the doomed future, with nowhere to escape. Of course, they fought against the defilement and resisted for a while. She looked away and said bitterly, "But they also fought among themselves. That was how we were chased away and forced to escape upstream, braving terrible dangers. Eventually, we lost all contact with those who had exiled us. The last we heard was that many of the Sibyls had succumbed to the defilement, and that many of their cities had fallen. Even Twilight, the city of the Serpent King, had been lost. Now, it is the dusk of the river people. Soon, there won't be any of us left at all." Sunny felt that he understood what had happened with the people who escaped the end of the world by entering the tomb of Ariel. Most of them had either died or been corrupted, and the rest would soon follow. That was the fate of the Great River civilization. So, there were two ways to resolve the conflict of the nightmare. They had to either help the destruction of that civilization, or turn the tide by eliminating the source of the spreading defilement. The latter, of course, would receive much higher praise from the spell, since it would differ drastically from fate. He also noted the mention of Twilight, which, as it turned out, was the name of the city King Daron and his vassals had built. Another interesting point was that Fallen Grace, the city ruled by the last Sibyl, was situated in the region of the Great River that had already mostly succumbed to the defilement. Perhaps it was the last human stronghold remaining in the tomb of Ariel. And another thing, Ananke had said that there were two places inside the tomb of Ariel that were much more dreadful and dangerous than all the rest: the far reaches of the future upstream, and the far reaches of the past downstream. His luck was incredible as always. Not only had Sunny entered the Great River in one of these harrowing places, but he also seemed destined to journey into the other. Great. Simply great. What Sunny paid most attention to, however, was a simple question. Just how was the defilement spreading? He did not know a lot about corruption, but it didn't seem like something that could just happen. Even Skinwalker could not infect humans with corruption. Instead, it could only infect them with itself. Did the defilement have a similar nature? He did not think that it did. If all the nightmare creatures in the tomb of Ariel were vessels of the same entity, the first seeker, they wouldn't be fighting each other. That was an important distinction. Looking at Ananke, he asked in a dark tone, .com. "Grandmother, do you know how the defilement spreads?" The old woman shook her head. "I am sorry, my lord, I do not. In truth, I've only met a true defiled once. Weave is situated too far upstream, so while we had to battle corrupted creatures of the future often, no one from the verge has ever reached us." Nephis frowned. "Except for that one defiled?" Ananken nodded. "Yes, the water was sparkling under the sunlight, and the ketch was flying across the waves, traveling further and further into the past." Nephis hesitated for a moment and then asked, "What happened when the defiled appeared?" The old woman did not answer for a while. Eventually she raised her head and smiled bitterly. "The day he appeared was the day Weave was destroyed." Her words traveled somberly across the surface of the water, soon disappearing into the wind. Chapter 1, 1294. Corruption. In the morning, they enjoyed delicious food and fragrant wine from Ananke's wooden box. The old woman herself seemed a little bit more energetic today, but the long conversation had tired her out. She ate very little and returned to the steering oar, looking at the flowing water with a distant expression. She must have been thinking about her city, Weave, which had been destroyed by the defiled. Without having to discuss it, Sunny and Nephis decided to give their kind guide some privacy. They had to digest the many revelations of the past day anyway. Sunny was leaning his back on the side of the ketch, cradling a steaming cup of tea in his hands. Nephis was by his side, looking at the sky. After some time had passed in comfortable silence, he used the blessing of dusk to ask, "There is one thing I don't understand." She shifted slightly and turned to look at him. Sunny was suddenly painfully aware of how close they were. His pale face was reflecting in the calm depths of her striking gray eyes. He sighed. She said that Weave was destroyed. And yet, she is taking us there. Why? Nephis contemplated for a few moments. Ananke survived the destruction, so more people could have survived as well. If not, it would be to scavenge for supplies for the journey ahead. We will see when we get there. Sunny took a sip from his cup, enjoying the warmth of the freshly brewed tea. The ketch was swaying gently, and the view was heavenly. It was really hard to believe that they were inside a nightmare. What do you think about what we've learned so far? Neff's face darkened a little. She looked away and shrugged. The situation is better than I thought. It seems we have a clear enemy at least. More than that, not all of the Great River is as dangerous as our starting point. I was wary, a little bit, thinking that every nightmare creature here is like the azure serpent, the black turtle, and that horrid butterfly. But it doesn't seem that way. She paused, then added somberly, "However, I am concerned about the others. I am. We all came from the same moment in time, so they should have been sent to the same region of the Great River. Why is there no sign of them?" Sunny looked down with a grim expression. He shared that concern. Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, and even Mordred. Where were they? None of them were easy to kill. He firmly believed that his friends were still alive, somewhere out there, or at least he wanted to. But it is strange, isn't it? Nephis glanced at him with a silent question. He frowned. The way we entered the nightmare. As masters, we get to keep our own bodies, true. But we are still supposed to replace someone from that region and era. Whose place have you and I taken? From what Ananke told us, there were not supposed to be any humans further than Weave. It doesn't make sense. Nephis seemed taken aback a little. Of course, her reserved expression had not changed even a little bit. However, Sunny knew her well enough to see that she was stumped. You're right. It is strange. He remained silent for a few moments, thinking. Could it be that the spell had failed to find suitable hosts for the other members of the cohort that far upstream, and so sent them someplace else? Eventually, he shook his head and asked, regardless, that defilement, how exactly does it spread? There has not been a single instance of a human from the waking world succumbing to corruption, as far as I know. What really happened to that seeker in the estuary? Nephis did not answer, looking at the sky. After a while, she shook her head. You are wrong. Countless humans from our world have become corrupted. Every sleeper that fails the first nightmare turns into a nightmare creature. Isn't it the same thing? Sunny tilted his head, stunned by that simple comparison. Nephis was right. Numerous people had turned into nightmare creatures in the waking world already. It was just that none of them had been of a higher rank than dormant, because the trials of the spell killed them long before they could set foot on the path of ascension. While she was thinking, Nephis suddenly added in a contemplative tone, "As for the seeker who learned the truth of the estuary and brought corruption to the Great River, actually, it reminds me of something you told me once." Sunny raised an eyebrow. Me? She nodded. It was a long time ago, on the forgotten shore. When we were enthralled by the soul-devouring tree, you told me about the lineage memory you had found in its branches. In its description, wasn't it said that the loathsome thieving bird had gone mad after seeing a glimpse of unknown frozen in the depths of Weaver's eye? He shivered, suddenly consumed by an ominous premonition. What of it? Nephis shrugged. It just reminds me of that seeker. The thieving bird must have been a creature of dreadful power, considering that it managed to steal a demon's eye. Still, its mind was destroyed by one glimpse at what was hidden in Weaver's pupil. The seeker saw something that he shouldn't have, and became corrupted. Maybe he brought the forbidden knowledge back with him. Maybe that is how the defilement spreads, people learning the truth of the estuary. Sunny grew quiet, thinking about what she said. The description of the drop of ichor indeed stated that the vile thieving bird had gone mad after seeing the reflection of the unknown in Weaver's eye. Was it perhaps another way of saying that it had become corrupted? And if so, had something similar happened to the first seeker? Was the truth buried by Ariel in the heart of the Black Pyramid, the same truth Weaver had witnessed once, and which became forever frozen in the depths of his, or hers, eyes? You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. He remained silent for a while, then sighed. Well, that's great. Now, we don't only have to be wary of nightmare creatures. We even have to be careful about what we learn. Damnation. You do know that I am a very curious guy, don't you, Neff? She looked at him, lingered for a bit, and smiled. Oh, I do. You are indeed a very curious guy. Lost from light, who was born from the shadows, rightful heir of... Sonny opened his eyes wide and hurriedly dismissed the mental connection of the blessing of dusk. Hey, hey! Nephis leaned on the side of the ketch and laughed softly. What? He opened his mouth, then closed it again and gritted his teeth. Can you maybe forget that? Forever? Nephis looked away with white sparks dancing in her eyes. Can I? Well, I don't know. I have a very good memory. Sonny stared at her for a while, then scoffed. Admit it, though. You thought it was a bit cool, didn't you? I bet you did. Like you thought Mongrel was... Neff's face suddenly grew still. I absolutely did not. He grinned. Sure, sure. Ah, but I have a good memory, too. What was it that you said in that nightclub in NQSC, if I recall correctly? Nephis closed her eyes and yawned. Ah, I am so tired. I think I need to rest now. Sonny laughed. Really? All right then. Rest well. Chapter 1, 1002 I enter at 95. No one knows. While Nephis was pretending to sleep, Sonny moved to the stern of the ketch and looked at Ananke, who seemed to have paid no attention to their conversation. Sensing his attention, however, she turned slightly and asked, Yes, my lord. He hesitated for a few moments. I wanted to ask you about Weaver. The old woman smiled slightly, as if uplifted by his question. What would you like to know? Sonny remained silent for a moment. What didn't he want to know? Demons were surrounded by mystery, and while he slowly accumulated a lot of knowledge about them, much more knowledge than an average human in the ancient times of the dream realm had, most likely, there were still wide gaps in it. The problem was that Ananke was not really a person from the dream realm. She had been born in the tomb of Ariel and spent her life in isolation from the outside world. Still, she was a priestess of the nightmare spell. She had to know many things, even if some of that knowledge had undoubtedly been twisted as a result of becoming religious doctrine. So he was unsure how much he would be able to learn from the old woman. Sonny scratched the back of his head. Well, for starters, was Weaver a man or a woman? He was really tired of stumbling over his words every time he tried to say something about them. Ananke chuckled. No one knows. Weaver was a master of lies after all. So you should take anything that is known about the demon of fate with a grain of salt. Weaver was the firstborn of the unknown. His or hers domain was fate, and just like fate, Weaver was fickle, inevitable, and terrifying. Despite not possessing dreadful battle power, unlike some other demons, the demon of fate was feared the most. Sonny was not surprised. He couldn't imagine a more frightening enemy than someone whose weapon was fate itself. That said, he wasn't sure whether Weaver had been able to control fate or simply perceive it. The latter seemed more probable, even if everyone had been convinced otherwise. Was that one of Weaver's lies? He inhaled deeply. Who was the unknown then? The old woman smiled. I don't know. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Well, that is not surprising. There is a reason why that being is called the unknown after all. Actually, no. Unknown is just the substitute word the spell uses for the runes it refuses to translate. So the progenitor of the demons is called something else. The priesthood of the nightmare spell probably started calling that being unknown for the same reason I did, considering that they are the carriers of the spell as well. or rather, of an ancient, rudimentary version of the spell. He shook his head dejectedly. For someone who has chosen to dedicate their lives to serving Weaver, suffering all kinds of mistreatment and persecution, you and your people don't seem to know a lot about the being you serve. Sunny was afraid that Ananke would be offended by his remark, but she simply shook her head. We might not know a lot, but we know all we need. We know that when the gods and the daemons started their cursed war, Weaver was the only one who refused to participate. Her weathered face turned somber. And when the flames of that war spread, bringing doom and destruction to all, Weaver was the only one who offered us all a path to salvation. Sunny glanced at Nephis, who could certainly hear what they were talking about. Wondering what she thought about all that, he asked, "That path to salvation is the nightmare spell?" Ananke nodded. Indeed. The nightmare spell was created by Weaver and entrusted to us in order to save us all from the doom that demons brought upon. And there it was, a proclamation of a hidden truth that Sunny had tentatively considered before, but was never really sure of. That the purpose of the spell was not cruel and sinister in nature, but instead fundamentally benevolent, albeit still cruel. However, if that was what Weaver had told people like Ananke, could that truth really be trusted? She had just described the demon of fate as a master of lies, after all, and said that everything about Weaver should be taken with a grain of salt. Nevertheless, Ananke seemed to believe in the benevolence of the nightmare spell wholeheartedly. That was rather strange. How should I put it? The old woman, despite her age and wisdom, seemed a little bit naive. Sunny and Nephis were not the worst people from the waking world by far, but even they had briefly contemplated attacking and killing her after discovering the catch. Yet she had never been on guard against them, instead treating them with utmost sincerity. Her unwavering trust in Weaver was just the same. He hesitated for a long time before speaking again. "Grandmother, I don't mean to offend you, but hasn't that doom come already? Where is the salvation you were promised?" Holding the steering oar, Ananke smiled softly. "Why, it is right here, my lord. It is you, the children of Weaver." Sunny stared at her for a few moments, his expression incredulous. The old woman chuckled. "You might have misunderstood me a little. When I spoke of salvation, I did not mean that my elders, who had accepted the mission of caring for the nightmare spell from Weaver, hoped to save themselves. The Doom War. It threatened to destroy all life, all humans and all beings, everywhere, forever. So what they really wanted to save was the future." She paused for a few moments, took a shaky breath, and added, "It might be strange to say this while sailing into the past, but the future, it is still ahead. And so, it can still be saved." Sunny pursed his lips. The dream realm was already a dead world, with only nightmare creatures populating its hellish expanse. And now, the spell had even infected Earth with the same plague that had destroyed it, forcibly pulling more humans there. In an attempt to do what? He sighed. "How exactly are we supposed to save the future? We can't even save ourselves." The old woman shook her head. "That is for you to know, my lord. Although I am a caretaker of the nightmare spell, I am not a person it was meant for. All I can do is help those chosen, like you, brave the thorny path, as much as I can, with what little power I have." She smiled. "Even if it's just for a short while, that is enough for me." Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then rubbed his face. "Well, isn't that convenient?" Chapter 1296. Doom War. Sunny was not sure that he was buying what Ananke believed, but at the same time, he couldn't completely discard it. Damn Weaver. Just why did the creator of the spell have to be a nebulous and elusive creature, not only surrounded in mystery, but also obsessed with lies. Could there be anyone more untrustworthy? Even though Sunny had inherited Weaver's forbidden lineage, wore Weaver's mask, and had a high affinity to fate, which was Weaver's domain, he still knew close to nothing about the demon of fate. Where had Weaver come from? Who hid behind the fearsome black mask? What motives had guided them? What goals had they pursued? He shook his head with resignation and looked at Ananki, frowning. Whatever. If I can't learn about Weaver, I should at least learn everything else. Sunny collected his thoughts before asking the next question. Grandmother, you said that the purpose of the nightmare spell is to save the future from the doom of the great war between the demons and the gods. To be honest, I am not entirely sure what that really means. What exactly is that doom? What made the war so terrible? The old woman gazed at the flowing expanse of the great river, lingered for a moment, and sighed. It was indeed terrible. Of course, I have not experienced the horror of those days myself. What I do know was passed down to me from my elders who had. Granted, they escaped the war before the end came, so even they didn't know how and why the true devastation happened. She paused to catch her breath, then continued in her creaky voice. No one really knows what resentment pushed the demons to rise against the gods. It happened soon after the demon of desire escaped her chains. The youngest among them, the demon of destiny, called upon his siblings to wage war against the heavens. 5 answered his call, and only the demon of fate refused. Ananki moved the steering oar a little, her frail hand as dark as the polished wood. Many blamed the demons for everything terrible that happened, but truly things weren't going well long before their rebellion. Most of the gods had grown distant, and people quarreled with each other, forgetting the days when everything stood. Her cloudy eyes were distant, as if the old woman was imagining the wide world that she had never seen or known. She slowly shook her head. Together against the corruption. Humans fought against humans, and against other noble creatures. Followers of war burned the temples of shadow. And their empire spread, consuming many weaker realms. Her cloudy eyes were distant, as if the old woman was imagining the wide world that she had never seen or known. She slowly shook her head. So maybe the Great War was merely the result, and not the cause of the end. In any case, the 6 demons assembled vast armies and led them against the gods. What was different about that war was that they were not immediately defeated. After all, there were many lesser deities, but none of them were as feared as the demons. Let alone if 6 of them united. Others joined their cause, and even the great gods couldn't defeat such an enemy with ease. The old woman trembled. The war was furious and merciless. Many realms had become battlefields and were devoured by flames, but the worst was still to come. Because instead of coming to a conclusion, the war only continued to grow fiercer. Those loyal to the gods took up arms, and in response the demons recruited more allies, mortal champions who had suffered the tyranny of the empire, ancient creatures that had been banished into the darkest corners of the underworld, and everyone else who bore deep grudges against the divine, even the harrowing Nephilim. Utter madness was unleashed, and soon there was no place untouched by the war. Everywhere turned into the battlefield. Ananki glanced at the flowing waters of the great river and remained silent for a while. Eventually, she said, "Nowhere was safe. The forests burned, the fields turned to deserts, the rivers dried up. A passing blow from the fighting deities could destroy entire cities. Over time, countless humans were displaced or lost their lives. That was when we started calling it the Doom War, believing that it would become the end of everything. It was also when Weaver created the nightmare spell and gifted it to us mortals." Sunny suddenly remembered the forgotten shore and the ruin that had befallen that land when the shining figure fell from the sky. Was that radiant creature one of the soldiers in the dreadful war between the 6 daemons and the 6 gods? Was it perhaps one of the Nephilim? Or an actual angel? If what had happened on the Forgotten Shore was happening all across the dream realm, then it was no surprise that the ancient humans there saw it as the end of the world. Ananke sighed. Weaver offered us a path to salvation, but back then, the demon of fate was despised by all. The followers of the gods, the followers of the demons, and even those who did not want anything to do with the war. We, the priests of the nightmare spell, were despised as well. Few listened to us. Still, some did. The nightmare spell was alluring, after all, even in its infant state. Sonny tilted his head. Alluring? The old woman nodded. Of course, it gave its carriers so many abilities. The ability to possess memories and echoes. The ability to instantly be able to enter your soul sea, awaken your aspect, be guided on the path of ascension. The nightmare spell promised people who desperately wished for power means to defend themselves. So, Weaver was not only the most insidious demon, but also a devious salesman. The nightmare spell was packed with all kinds of boons that desperate people would find irresistible. Boons that the humans of the waking world took for granted, since they had nothing to compare them to. No wonder the spell spread like a plague despite the contemptible reputation of its creator. So, what happened then? Ananke lingered for a moment. The priests of the nightmare spell helped it spread, trying their best to bestow its gifts on new carriers. That was when my elders entered the tomb of Ariel. We never learned what happened after we left. The war must have turned even more harrowing somehow, and neither side emerged victorious. Instead, everyone was destroyed. Even the gods perished. She hesitated. I heard that more outsiders appeared after the voices of the gods grew silent. Maybe they brought news to the tomb of Ariel. But by then, we were already chased far upstream, so we never met them. The old woman's voice grew wistful as she said, "By now, most of them must have been consumed by the defilement. My lord, perhaps you can learn more if you speak to Dusk of Fallen Grace. She is one of the Sibyls after all. She must know more than a humble exile like me does." Chapter 1297, Where Nightmares Come From. Sonny remained silent for a while, thinking. There was a lot to think about. Although Neff's eyes were closed, he could tell that she was thoughtful as well. The history of the dream realm, which they could only guess before, was revealed in front of them with stark clarity. Of course, Ananke had not witnessed all these events herself, but the tales she relayed were passed down to her from people who actually had. No wonder Mordred had told him that the knowledge and experience awakened brought back from their nightmares were perhaps more important than the power and abilities they gained, and that legacy clans, especially those ruled by the sovereigns, were very particular about which seeds their scions challenged. Both valor and song must have accumulated a great deal of knowledge. However, that knowledge was not something just anyone could access. Even Nephis, who had been adopted into the great clan, did not seem privy to most of their secrets yet. That was only natural. After all, knowledge was the origin of power, according to Weaver, and Anvil would not trust her with power until she had proven herself. He lingered for a few moments, then looked to his right, where Ananke's mask still lay on the wooden deck. Stretching his hand, he picked it up and stared at the fearsome, demonic face. Sonny could not glimpse anything about the mask. He did not even know whether it was a memory or a simple piece of carved wood. Glancing at Ananke, he pointed to the mask and asked, "Is this a divine memory?" She remained silent for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. "No, my lord, this one is merely sacred, a lesser facsimile of the true mask of Weaver. It is a part of the ceremonial garb that we, priests and priestesses of the nightmare spell, wear, both to escape the gaze of our pursuers and to follow in the footsteps of our benefactor, the demon of fate. The more accomplished a priest was, the higher rank memory they would be bestowed." Ananke looked away with a faint smile. My mother, whom I inherited this memory from, was one of the few who received a mask of the sacred rank, which was the highest of honors. As for divine memories of the Mask of Weaver, I've never seen these holy relics. There were only ever two of them, entrusted personally to the first two who were chosen by the demon of fate, the high priest and the high priestess of the nightmare spell. Sonny studied the surface of the mask some more. After a short stretch of silence, he followed his whim and asked, "Does it have the 'Where is my eye' enchantment?" He was curious if Ananke, as the priestess of the spell, could teach him how to gaze at the tapestry of fate without dying. The old woman looked at him with a surprised expression. "Where is my eye? No, it doesn't. But, if I may be so bold as to ask, how do you know the name of that enchantment, my lord? This sacred memory of mine only possesses two. It was only the two holy masks that possessed a third. And even then, very few ever learned about it." Sonny hesitated for a long time, then sighed and summoned Weaver's mask. Soon, a fearsome mask of polished black wood appeared in his left hand, identical to the one he was holding in his right. Ananke's eyes widened slightly. My lord, is that?" He nodded. "Yes. Before you start assuming things, I am not a priest of the nightmare spell, nor am I a chosen of the demon of fate. It's just that I found this thing a few years ago in a god-forsaken pit of a cursed city. I've been stumbling on various traces of Weaver while traveling the dream realm, so I guess I am curious about him. Or her. Or whatever Weaver was." Sonny considered telling her about Bloodweave and the phalanx of the demon in question, which he had swallowed in the Ebony Tower, but decided against it. He didn't want to give the old woman a heart attack, or put strange thoughts in her head. Her reverent attitude was already rather uncomfortable. Ananke remained silent for a few moments, looking at the mask. And Sonny, with that same reverence. Then she sighed softly. "My lord, was this memory helpful to you on your journey?" He raised an eyebrow. "Helpful? Well, I guess it was. It saved my life a few times. But it also almost killed me a few times. In any case, I probably wouldn't be standing here without it." The old woman smiled. "Then it was fate that guided you to it, and me to you. By Weaver's grace." Sonny looked at her somberly. He didn't like being reminded of just how helpless he was against fate. Neither did he like the idea of being a marionette for a long-dead demon. But he couldn't really dispute what Ananke had said. First, because it was pointless to argue faith with logic. Second, because he wasn't sure that his logic was sound. Who was to say that the damned demon of fate had not really arranged for various things to happen in the distant future? "This is distressing." He let out a heavy sigh, then dismissed his weaver's mask and put the other one on the bench near Ananke. "You shouldn't leave it lying on the deck. It is a gift from your mother, after all." The old woman gently took the wooden mask and placed it on her lap. "Thank you, my lord. You are wise." Sonny furtively glanced at her and hid a smile. "Ha! I got one too." Then, he looked at the beautiful vista of the great river and said, "So, when your elders entered the tomb of Ariel, most of the priesthood of the nightmare spell remained outside, splintered in order to convert more carriers during the Doom War." Ananke simply nodded. "Yes." She seemed down, so Sonny suddenly wanted to encourage her. He thought for a few moments and then shrugged. "Well, they've done a great job. The nightmare spell outlived both the demons and the gods. In the future, it is nearly all-powerful. By the way, you said that it was very alluring to people even at the start. But what about the price? Weren't they afraid of dying in the nightmares?" The old woman looked at him with a hint of confusion. "Nightmares, my lord? What do you mean? Why would people be afraid of dying in their dreams?" At that moment, Nephis opened her eyes and turned her head, looking at Ananke silently. Sonny turned too, his gaze becoming sharp. "Does she not know what a nightmare is?" He lingered for a moment, then asked, "Did the spell not put people through trials? Way back then?" Ananki touched her white hair, then shook her head. "Trials? No. I've never heard of anything like that." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "Now that's new. Why would nightmares only exist in our time? That doesn't make any sense." Nephis seemed to share his thoughts. She remained silent for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and asked, "Grandmother, I have a question then. Where exactly does the nightmare in the nightmare spell come from?" Sunny blinked. What a strange question. The old woman stared at them in bewilderment. After a while she said, "That is what Weaver named it. The demon of fate must have had a reason, but it is not for us to know what that reason was. The nightmare spell. It is just what it has always been called." Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. The spell was always very particular with its words, and Weaver must have been the same. There was no way that the grand creation of the nebulous demon had been named without much thought. But what was the meaning of that name? Neither of them knew, and Ananki didn't seem to know either. Damn Weaver. Chapter 1298. Noble Cause. Sunny left the old woman alone and returned to where Nephis was resting, full of thought. He had not received all the answers he wanted from Ananki, but at the same time, he learned a lot. Maybe even too much. I don't know. There was too much information, all of it fragmented, ambiguous, and confusing. Not only that, but he was not even sure that it could be trusted. In any case, many mysteries he had never hoped to solve were resolved now. Like the destruction of the Forgotten Shore, it had become collateral damage in the war between the demons and the gods, or the identity of the nameless prisoner of the ruined cathedral. It was one of the first two apostles chosen by Weaver to tend to and spread the nightmare spell, whoever these apostles had been. Sunny even had more context for why the followers of War God had been destroying the temples of Shadow God in his first nightmare, and what empire Auro of the Nine was a soldier of. Still, he had even more questions now. Like always. "My head hurts." He was saying these words a lot in this nightmare. Sunny sighed, then looked at Nephis. "What do you think?" With how obsessed she was with destroying the spell, the revelations about its origin and presumed purpose had to have shaken her, and maybe even her conviction, but Nephis simply shrugged. "Makes sense." He raised an eyebrow. "Huh?" She looked at him and remained silent for a moment. That the nightmare spell has a purpose, and that its purpose is tied somehow to the destruction of the dream realm. However, that doesn't change anything. Sunny leaned back and studied her calm face. She seemed as composed as ever. "So knowing that doesn't change anything for you?" Nephis looked at the sky. "Why would it? It is still hateful. It is still the cause of indescribable misery, that of countless people and my own. Salvation, future. To me it sounds like the spell was designed to destroy countless futures for the sake of a future that Weaver envisioned, and fuel it with the lives of those like us, who have never asked to be a part of Weaver's schemes." Sunny frowned, then glanced at the frail figure of Ananki. Luckily, it didn't seem like she had heard them. Nephis gritted her teeth. "If a burglar comes into your home, kills your family, and takes everything you have from you, does it really matter if the burglar intends to use the spoils for a noble cause? Would you hate him less?" Sunny sighed. He could see her point, too. "I guess it depends." Nephis looked at him darkly. "Depends? On what?" He lingered for a few moments, collecting his thoughts. On the nature of the relationship between the dream realm and our world. How separate are they exactly? Would corruption have spread to the waking world eventually, even without the spell? Or not? Things like that. Sorry. I seem to have lost track of the metaphor. She stared at him for a while, then turned away with a scowl. Sunny winced. His argument was reasonable, but humans weren't. That included him, as well. If someone murdered Rain to save an entire neighborhood, he would have hated them all the same. He did not say anything else, looking somberly at the great river. Eventually, it was Nephis who broke the silence. Her voice was even. "I am curious about something else, though." Sunny glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. "What?" She frowned slightly. "What happened after Ananke's elders entered the tomb of Ariel and lost contact with the outside world? How did the war escalate even further? What could have happened to cause both sides to be destroyed?" Neff's eyes glinted with white radiance. "And what role did the spell play in the conclusion of the war? How has it grown to its current state?" Sunny felt a sudden chill as he remembered the description of Bone Weave. Despised and hunted by both sides, Weaver disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did, until it was too late. With white light burning in her eyes, Nephis looked at him and asked, "Did you ever think that maybe the nightmare spell is not only responsible for the devastation of our world, but also for the destruction of the dream realm?" He remained silent for a while, his expression troubled. Then Sunny rolled his eyes. "Damn it, Neff. You do remember what flaw I have, right? Please don't subject me to avalanches of questions like that. To answer all of them. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue. There's no way to tell." Nephis blinked a couple of times, then opened her eyes wide and covered her mouth with a hand. "Oh, sorry," Sunny continued nonchalantly. "That is a mystery to me. Who knows? And yes, I did consider it before. There. All done." In the awkward silence that followed, he smiled and said, "Anyway, all this talking made me hungry. Let's eat." Sunny felt spoiled eating Ananke's home-cooked food, so much so that the weight he had lost on the dark island was slowly returning. The old woman herself still ate like a bird, but she seemed to be in a better state than before. Her hands were shaking less, and she remained lucid for longer periods of time before having to rest. The ketch continued to move downstream, devouring distance with great speed. Nothing had attacked them yet, perhaps because they had left the most dangerous region of the great river, perhaps because Ananke knew how to navigate the flowing waters to avoid danger. It was probably both. The day came to an end, followed by a peaceful night. Sunny spent most of that time quietly working on mastering the fourth step of shadow dance. The dire enlightenment he had gained in the battle against the Azure Serpent was steadily leading him to success. In the morning, they enjoyed a scrumptious breakfast, and then nothing changed. The journey continued, and the waters of the great river remained the same. The old ketch continued to travel into the past. Chapter 1299, Nameless Things. A few more days passed in blissful idleness. Sunny continued concentrating on shadow dance, not ready yet to learn more from Ananke. The information she had shared with them was already vexing enough, and he was struggling to parse through all of its many implications. He also resumed his habit of studying the weave of the estuary key, even though it still remained a complete mystery to him. After hesitating for a while, Sunny turned to the old woman for help, but there was no result. Although she was a priestess of the nightmare spell and a follower of the demon of fate, she was not a weaver herself. Sunny knew more about weaver's sorcery than Ananke did, which was not to say that she did not know anything about sorcery at all. After spending several days in the ketch, Sunny and Nephis noticed two strange things about the swift vessel and its owner. The first one concerned the ketch itself. Its sails were always full of wind, pushing the boat across the shining surface of the great river with enviable speed, which was not too strange in and of itself, if not for the fact that this speed was too constant and stable. It also did not seem as though the direction and strength of the wind ever changed, or rather, they never changed around the ketch. They did, however, change some distance away from it, creating an eerie situation where the waters where the wooden sailboat passed were different from the rest of the world. Not only that, but Ananke also never manipulated the sails in any way to help them catch the wind, and nothing ever attacked them. Both Sunny and Nephis knew, of course, that the ketch was not a mundane boat. It was obviously enchanted in some way. They just did not know how. There were no runes carved into its surface and no sophisticated runic patterns like on the chain breaker. There was no spellweave hidden within the old wood either. Eventually, they were defeated by curiosity and asked Ananke directly. That was how Sunny learned that, while the old woman was not a weaver, she was still a sorceress. However, the sorcery she used did not belong to the demon of fate, nor was it the runic sorcery created by Hope. Instead, it was the ancient sorcery upon which Hope's runic magic was based, the sorcery of names. Noticing their bewilderment, the old woman chuckled. "My lord and lady, don't look too surprised. I am not some kind of powerful shaper. I was just taught a few simple names and phrases by my mother, enough to sail the great river and provide for myself." Sunny and Nephis were still stunned. It was not every day that they met a practitioner of an entirely new system of sorcery. In fact, Sunny had only ever met two sorcerers, himself and Noctis. Noctis had known a great deal about true names of things and how to invoke them. But his was a more sophisticated kind of magic, which relied on inscribing the names with runes instead of speaking them directly. Nephis had met a few more, considering that she was acquainted with the forge masters of Clan Valor. She had told him that the members of the Valor family often received aspects tied to crafting, which was how they were able to create powerful memories. However, the family had accumulated plenty of knowledge of runic sorcery as well. The cage that Sunny and Cassie had almost died in during their imprisonment in the Night Temple was proof. Ananke tilted her head curiously. "Are there no shapers in the future?" "Well, makes sense. We were a dying breed even before the war, and with the gifts of the nightmare spell, no one would need to seek power in such an antiquated and obsolete art." She lingered for a few moments, and then pointed to the sails. "It is rather simple, really. I just invoked the name of the wind, the name of moving forward across water, and the name of the sail, then put them together into a verse. I also used the name of concealment and the name of being hidden from predators. Of course, most of that was only possible because this old ketch of mine is imbued with a true name of its own, which served as an anchor for the entire verse." Ananke sighed. "It is also most of my repertoire. True names were never meant to be spoken by mortals, so one has to possess innate talent in order to master even the easiest of them. My talent is not too good." Sunny looked at her intently and asked, "Is it very important for the ketch to have a true name of its own?" The old woman nodded with a smile. "Of course. Without a true name, a thing does not have pull. It is tenuous and slippery, so sorcery can't stick to it that well. Oh, at least that was how it was explained to me when I was a child. A nameless thing won't be influenced as much, but it will also be unable to exert much influence in turn. That is a rule that goes beyond sorcery as well." Sunny grew silent, contemplating her words. Ananke, meanwhile, looked at them with a strangely wistful emotion in her cloudy eyes. "Actually, I was going to teach you how to control the ketch, my lord and lady. If you are willing, of course. Since even I was able to master these few names, at least one of you will surely succeed." Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. Her expression was thoughtful, while his was full of greed. Ah, damn it. He was burning with curiosity and insatiable avarice. Learn a few sorceress words? Of course he was willing. However, Sunny had to reluctantly pull himself back. He would indeed love to learn a tiny bit of the word sorcery, but his resources were already spread thin. Apart from shadow dance, he also had to study weaving. His combat skills and aspect powers all required attention, too. Becoming distracted by a shiny new toy was only going to slow down his progress. Plus, if Nephis learned these names from Ananke, he could always ask her to teach him in the future. Sunny sighed, then forced himself to say, "I'll decline, for now." His heart was in pain. Nephis looked at him silently, then turned to Ananke and bowed slightly. Please teach me, grandmother. The old woman nodded with satisfaction. It will be an honor, my lady. And that was how the first strange thing they noticed was resolved. The second, though. The second had to do with Ananke herself. It seemed that the further downstream they traveled, the more the old woman changed. Chapter 1, 1300 Riverborn. When Sunny and Nephis first met Ananke, both were concerned about the frail old woman. She just looked too ancient and weak, ready to snap like a twig. Her tan skin was thin and transparent like oil paper, her cloudy eyes teary and dull, her gaunt figure so small that it seemed to be drowning in the black folds of her dark mantle. They were not sure that the old woman could survive another peaceful day, let alone a long and perilous journey across the great river. However, as the days went by, their worries were proven wrong. Old Ananke continued to cling to life. In fact, her condition seemed to be improving little by little. She had more energy now, could remain fully lucid for longer periods of time, and even regained some of her appetite. At first, Sunny thought that it was simply the result of finally having hope again after waiting for the two of them for gods knew how long, as well as eating better. But as more time passed, the difference became too obvious to be explained by mere inspiration. Ananke was definitely changing. Her hands gradually stopped shaking, and her grip on the steering oar became firmer. Her cloudy eyes regained some of their former sharpness. She wasn't hunching as much anymore, and her voice was not as weak and creaky as before. She did not grow tired as quickly as she had at the start, and the long periods of silence where she seemed to doze off with her eyes open happened less and less frequently, until ceasing altogether. It was as though Ananke was slowly growing younger. Sunny had to admit that he was not just imagining things when he opened his eyes one day to notice that there were suddenly a few black strands in her long snow-white hair. What is going on? He looked at Ananke for a few moments, then lowered his gaze to the powerful current of the great river, which flowed into the past. Nephis, who had been practicing the names the old woman taught her, to no result for now, noticed that he was awake and carefully pulled on the sleeve of his tunic. Then she silently glanced at Ananke and back. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Me? Why do I have to ask? Asking a woman about her age, does she think I like courting death? Well, to be honest, his track record indeed suggested that he did. He sighed, threw an indignant glance at Nephis, and approached the old woman while secretly studying her face and thin frame. There was no denying it. Ananke looked much more hale than she had before. She could not be called young by any means, still, but neither could she be called decrepit or ancient. Sunny lingered for a second or two, then asked politely, "Grandmother, can I ask you something?" The old woman smiled at him kindly. "Of course, my lord. Now what am I supposed to say?" Sunny took a deep breath, then just came clean with it. "It might sound weird, but are you, by any chance, getting younger?" Ananke looked at him with a startled expression. Sunny coughed in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, it's just that I noticed that you look better." "Ah, I don't mean that you didn't look well before." The old woman suddenly chuckled. No, it is me who needs to apologize, my lord. I just have never met someone entirely from outside the tomb of Ariel before. That is why it is not easy for me to account for the fact that you might not know some things that are common sense here." She shook her head and then said gently, "Yes, this body of mine is indeed getting younger. It is because we are moving downstream." Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, perplexed. After a few moments of silence, he furtively studied her slender figure, while she openly studied his. Eventually, Nephis said, "But it doesn't seem like Sunny and I changed. Wouldn't they have become toddlers by now?" Ananke nodded, her expression slightly sad. "Of course not. It is because you are outsiders, while I am river-born. The outsiders are not beholden to the flow of the great river, since they have come from outside it. They are free to roam it as they wish, traveling any distance. That is why they are also called pilgrims." She smiled. But we Riverborn are different. Since we were born inside the tomb of Ariel, we are beholden to the flow of time within it. We can only travel as far as our lifespans allow, and even then, the only direction that is allowed to us is upstream. We are chained to the stretch of the great river where we come from. Sunny looked at her in bewilderment, struggling to imagine what such a life would look like. Wait, how does it even work? At the same time, Nephis asked, So, you grow older when you move upstream and grow younger when you move downstream. That is, in relation to the place where you were born? Ananke looked between the two of them helplessly, then finally decided to answer Nef's question first, and nodded. Indeed. Sunny blinked a couple of times, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Wait, does that mean that as long as you stay in place you are immortal? Ananke sighed softly. Our bodies will not age, my lord. That is not the same as being immortal. She looked at the sparkling expanse of the great river wistfully. Actually, we Riverborn don't usually live that long. At least not in Weave. Life here is full of hardship, and the waters are dangerous. Since we live close to the desolate future, there are many corrupted coming from upstream, all of them immune to the flow of time. Things were fine when we had many outsiders among us, our elders, but as their number dwindled, it grew harder and harder to provide for ourselves and defend the city. The old woman's face grew dark. After all, it is not easy to fight an enemy that can attack and retreat freely while you lack the ability to pursue it. Still, we managed. Life in Weave might not have been easy or opulent, but it was blissful. At least mine was. Ananke fell silent, a faint smile on her lips. Now wait a minute. Sunny tilted his head and, unable to control himself, blurted out. Then, grandmother. No, Ananke. How old are you really? Ah, what am I doing? The old woman looked at him and chuckled. Me? Actually, among the river people I am considered to be quite a young woman. He froze. Nephis froze too. Young? Ananke nodded earnestly. Of course, I am barely 200 years old. Chapter 1301. Fourth Mastery. The Outsiders and the Riverborn. The revelation of the difference between them was enough to boggle Sunny's mind. He had already been prepared to encounter all kinds of bizarre situations inside the tomb of Ariel, but what Ananke told them sent him for a loop. It was because Sunny had only considered the odd perils of the great river in relation to himself, not in relation to a whole civilization. The way the river people lived was fundamentally different from anything he had ever known, because the most fundamental truth of the world, time, worked differently for them. The first settlers of the tomb of Ariel had all been outsiders, so how great must their shock have been when their children were born so different from them? How much pain did that division bring? How much sorrow? How much effort did it take for them to create an entirely new kind of society? With time, the number of Riverborn grew, while the number of outsiders dwindled. However, the civilization that Ananke had described could not function without the outsiders, who could travel the great river and served as the connective tissue between various cities established on it. What was it like for them to see their children remain forever young? What was it like for the Riverborn to watch their parents age when they never did, to see them leave when they couldn't? How did Riverborn children even become adults? Suddenly, the story of the followers of Weaver being chased far upstream gained a much darker undertone. Sunny shivered. The civilization of the great river turned out to be much stranger than he had thought. It was so strange, in fact, that he struggled to imagine it, and that was not even mentioning the fact that old Ananke had turned out to not be old at all, while also being 10 times his age. I can't think anymore. It was too much to digest, especially this early in the morning. Sunny summoned the endless spring and washed his face, then opened Ananke's wooden box. There was not much food left inside, which made him sigh. Taking out a teapot and a plate brimming with juicy braised meat, rolled in seaweed leaves, he sat down and stared at the seven suns for a few moments. Dusk of fallen grace is one of the original Sibyls. If Ananke, who was born long after they had entered the tomb of Ariel, is 200 years old, then what about dusk? What about the defilement? For how many centuries had the Sibyls fought against the spreading corruption before losing all their cities except fallen grace? In other words, for how long had the enemy been growing stronger, while their potential allies had been growing weaker? Shaking his hand, he poured the tea into 2 cups and grabbed a seaweed roll. No matter how long it has been, I need to grow stronger, too, and do it quickly. A few more days passed. Nephis had spent them diligently learning how to control the catch with the names, while Sunny mostly sat at the bow, looking at the water silently. Sometimes he would allow himself to get distracted and either think about the tomb of Ariel or study the estuary key. Almost all his time, however, was dedicated to mastering the 4th step of shadow dance. Feeling that he was on the brink of an epiphany, Sunny even abandoned sleep. The 7 suns rose and fell, but he remained motionless, his eyes veiled by deep shadows. And then finally, in the twilight of dusk, Sunny suddenly straightened and opened his eyes wide. This is it. In his mind, countless memories, insights, and experiences clicked together with a deafening thunderclap. The feeling of being embraced by the dark carapace of the shadow shell, the strange state of dissolving into shadows only to manifest himself into a tangible form. The memories of the Red Colosseum, where he slowly learned to fight in the unfamiliar body of the shadow spawn. The harrowing labyrinth of nightmares, the furious battle with the azure serpent. All of it came together. Being able to peer into the essence of the enemy, to mimic them both in thought and action. Training his body to be supremely adaptable and flexible, breaking the rigid constraints of his mind to make it formless and shapeless, akin to a shadow. Those were all necessary steps, without which this evolution would not have been possible. It was all for this moment. It was all to truly become a shadow. I see now. As Sunny gazed into the twilight, the encroaching darkness around him moved and stirred. At the same time, a familiar voice whispered into his ear, "You aspect legacy, mastery has increased. You have received the right to claim a legacy relic. Your shadow has evolved." Sunny let out a soft sigh. Finally, after so long, he finally took another step. Instead of summoning the runes immediately, he closed his eyes and assessed the breakthrough he had made. The 4th step. It was a departure from his previous understanding of shadow dance indeed. It was not about understanding the enemy to absorb their battle style and anticipate their moves. It was not even about peering into their essence to know their feelings and intentions. It was about becoming the enemy, both in thought and in flesh. Just like he had done with Darren of the Twilight Sea. As a result, the previous skills Sunny had cultivated through practicing shadow dance had all grown stronger. His ability to shadow his enemies had been elevated to a new level and would allow him to do it much faster, as well as to a wider extent. More importantly, his ability to learn the structure and function of the bodies of various creatures had been elevated tremendously. Up until now, Sunny had only ever achieved 2 forms except for his own, that of the shadow spawn and that of the river serpent. The former was the result of his many experiences in the 2nd nightmare, while the latter was the result of an entire month of constant and meticulous observation. He wouldn't need a month to learn a new form anymore. Of course, he wouldn't be able to do it instantaneously either, but the amount of time was drastically reduced. Sunny felt that he would have been able to become a river serpent in a week if he had mastered the 4th step before the Dark Island. But that was because the azure serpent had been so much greater than him, and so very different from him. At the same time, the mad beast had been a human once, and thus not entirely alien. Some forms would take less time, while others would take longer. And the more forms he learned, the easier creating the next one would become. but it is also dangerous. The third step of shadow dance was dangerous, but the fourth step was much more so. If Sunny wasn't careful about changing his form too drastically and too often, he could very well lose the connection to his own. "I'll be careful," he sighed, then opened his eyes and finally summoned the runes. Sunny really wanted to check how Soul Serpent had evolved, but the runes of his absent shadow were lifeless and dull. He couldn't summon more information about Serpent while it was away, so he turned to his aspect legacy instead and read, holding his breath. Aspect legacy, shadow dance mastery level, 4 out of 7. First relic, claimed. Second relic, claimed. Third relic, claimed. Fourth relic, clem. Fifth relic, unearned. Sunny lingered for a moment and then whispered quietly, "Claim." Nothing happened for a few seconds. Then, it seemed as though the world turned a little darker, and the spell spoke. "You have claimed an aspect legacy relic." Its words echoed above the flowing water. There was silence for a moment, and then the spell whispered, "You have received a fragment of Shadow's domain." Chapter 1, 1302. Absolute Law. Sunny froze, paralyzed by the whisper of the spell. What? Had he heard right? Had it really said, a fragment of Shadow's domain, of a god's domain? No, wait. What even was a divine domain, and how could there be a fragment of it? How could there be a fragment of any domain, for that matter? Weren't domains more concepts than things? What could a fragment of a concept look like? Sunny took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Slow down. Think. Most importantly, don't fall off the ketch. He was so out of it that he had almost swayed and tumbled over the side of the boat. Sunny was more than fed up with suddenly falling into water, thanks to the spell, so he hurriedly took a step back. A fragment of Shadow's domain. Come to think about it, hadn't he heard something similar once? During the second nightmare, when they assaulted the Ivory City, the moon had been suddenly devoured by an enormous shadow, and the world was plunged into darkness. When that happened, Noctis said that he had not expected Severus to possess a piece of Shadow's domain. Ivory Dragon Severax was a direct descendant of Sun God and an immortal saint, and yet it was strange for him to possess something like that. And now, Sunny received a piece of a god's domain, too? Damn. Sunny needed a few minutes to calm down. During these minutes, his imagination ran wild. He fantasized about all kinds of developments, from immediately becoming a sovereign to instantly ascending to the divine rank. However, his rationality eventually won. It doesn't work like that. Indeed, possessing a fragment of someone else's domain did not mean having one of your own. More than that, the Ivory Lord, who had used his piece of Shadow's domain to seal the moon and rob Noctis of his power, had not shown any ability above what a saint from a divine bloodline should have possessed. So while the fourth aspect relic of Shadow Dance had to be immensely valuable, it was definitely not a broken cheat item that would turn Sunny into a god among men. Yes, but just what the hell is it and what can it do? He threw a sideways glance at Nephis and Ananke, then turned back to the shimmering runes. And where the hell is it? Sunny read the runes from the very first one. Name, Sunless. True name, lost from light. Rank, ascended. Class, tyrant. Shadow cores, 5 out of 7. Shadow fragments, 1,448 out of 5,000. Memories. Silver Bell. The Crown of Twilight was the last memory on the list. The fragment of Shadow's domain was not among the memories. Neither was it among the echoes, shadows, attributes, or abilities. In fact, there was no indication of it anywhere. Wait, no. What is that? A single new rune appeared close to the end of the shimmering field of symbols. Sunny blinked as he stared in that direction. Aspect abilities. Shadow control, shadow step, shadow manifestation, aspect legacy, shadow dance, flaw, clear conscience, dream anchor, tower of longing. What are those question marks? He concentrated on the rune that had no meaning except for the lack of it, and there were suddenly a few more beside it. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. The new runes read, Fragment of the Shadow Realm. Description: when Shadow made death, he has become death. Everything that Shadow swallowed died, and everything that died was swallowed by Shadow. Death was an absolute law, and thus, that which was ever-changing no more. Time was an absolute law, and thus, that which was everlasting no more. Space was an absolute law, and thus, that which was endless no more. Wielding time, space, and death, the gods defeated and bound their enemies. However, there were those who defied even absolute laws. One of these beings broke free of the Shadow Realm after being swallowed by it, and in doing so, splintered several small fragments of it. This is one of the fragments. By calling upon the fragment of Shadow Realm, its owner can summon a piece of Shadow's domain into existence. Sunny stared at the runes, perplexed. Huh. Then he stared at them some more. He stared. Huh? Finally, he dismissed them. Huh. An entire minute passed in complete silence. Well, I'll be damned. It seemed like he had finally encountered something that existed outside the purview of the nightmare spell, which was why the spell was struggling to integrate the Shadow Realm fragment into its generally all-encompassing system. All the question marks and the awkward placement of the fragment in the field of runes showed that much. For some reason, that made Sunny feel dark glee. He was reveling in the image of the spell being stumped and flustered. On second thought, though, he quickly strangled that feeling. Sunny was more than certain that the spell could read his mind, and while it was not exactly alive, most likely, he wouldn't go as far as to say that the spell couldn't hold a grudge. No, it is completely understandable. I also can't make sense of that thing. Yeah, the point was that the fourth relic granted to him by Shadow Dance could make a fragment of the Shadow Realm descend into the world. What that entailed exactly, Sunny was not sure. He had seen it happen once, in the second nightmare, and it caused the moon to be obscured by a giant shadow. Considering that he was a master of shadows and even one himself, something like that would definitely be very beneficial to him. It was just that Sunny had no idea what the summoning would cost him, how it would transpire, or what the actual process was. He didn't even know if it could be done only once, or repeatedly, which was why he was hesitant to experiment and find out. What would he do if the very first experiment turned out to also be the last time he could use the Shadow Realm fragment? As the 7 suns drowned and the waters of the great river started to shine, Sunny sighed and shook his head. Well, at least, if I am surprised by how that thing works, my enemies will definitely be surprised much more. Then he shivered. If a fragment of Shadow's domain was the 4th relic of Shadow Dance, then what the hell would be the 5th? What about the 7th? Chapter 1, 1303, The Great and Terrible Lord. Sunless, eventually they ran out of food. Ananki's wooden box was now completely empty, except for the plates and cups that Sunny had washed and carefully placed back. There was not even wine left, despite the fact that neither he nor Nephi's were fond of alcohol, diluted or not. The old woman seemed stricken by guilt at the lack of things to feed them. Although she was not that old anymore, Ananki looked to be in her 60s now. Her figure remained small and gaunt, but her back was as straight as an arrow. The cataracts disappeared from her eyes, revealing their original piercing blue color. The thin white hair of the elderly priestess turned gray and full, and although her tan skin was still mapped with wrinkles, it was not brittle and transparent anymore. Her frailness and fragility were gone, replaced by wiry tenacity. Overall, she resembled quite a healthy old woman now. That old woman was currently pacing the wooden deck, crushed. Oh no. Oh, what a blunder. I should have prepared more. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other in confusion. After a few moments of silence, Neph cleared her throat and said, "Granam Ananki, you don't have to worry about us. Sunny and I, we are both used to hunger and hardship. This is nothing." The old priestess looked at them silently. "But you are children of Weaver. How can I—" Nephis shook her head. "How do you think children of Weaver live?" Ananki fell silent, then said hesitantly, "I don't know." Sunny sighed and leaned on the side of the ketch with a smile. That one once spent 2 years traveling through desolate hells all alone. I recently led numerous refugees across 3,000 kilometers of abomination-infested mountains in bitter winter. We are used to storming the strongholds of dreadful horrors, clashing with titans and surviving all kinds of unspeakable things. Hell. That one time, Nephis destroyed an entire sun, so believe her when she says that going a few days without food is nothing. The old woman stared at them silently for a while, her eyes wide. Finally, she took a deep breath. "Your glory rivals that of the Serpent King, my lord and lady. No wonder, no wonder." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Serpent King?" Ananki nodded with a distracted expression on her face. "Yes, Daron, the King of Twilight. We never met him or his people, but rumors of his deeds reached even Weave." Sunny scratched the back of his head. "Oh, I met him, though." The old woman froze. "My lord, you met the Serpent King?" He nodded, slightly embarrassed. "Yeah." Then Sunny looked away and added, "I killed him." Ananki's blue eyes widened, prompting him to hurriedly add, But he was already corrupted. It's not like I just killed him for no reason." The old woman remained silent for a while, then quietly sighed. "Fish. I am going to catch some fish. We will be arriving at Weave soon, but still, my lord and lady shouldn't suffer hunger while in my care." With that, she turned away from them with a determined expression, which failed to hide a look of pure amazement. Sunny chuckled quietly and closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the 7 suns on his face. After a few moments, though, he opened them again and glanced at Ananki with curiosity. He still wasn't sure how exactly one went about catching fish in the Great River. As it turned out, Ananki had a very strange idea of what fish was. First, she opened a hatch and produced several items from beneath the storage space beneath the deck. A large ceramic bottle, a bundled rope with a jagged hook attached to it, a set of heavy stone weights, and a scattering of softly shining soul shards, which were all stored in a transparent water skin that seemed to be made from a swim bladder. Then, she grabbed the bottle and climbed onto the helmsman bench, looking at the water from above. When Ananki opened the ceramic vessel, the stench of blood spread through the air. The bottle was, indeed, full of blood. The old woman whispered several words, which Sunny couldn't really make out despite hearing them clearly. At the same time, the ketch suddenly started to slow down, and a subtle, imperceptible change spread through the world. He suddenly did not feel as safe as he had before. "Our concealment is broken." As Sunny tensed, Ananki poured the blood into the water and outstretched one of her hands. A whirlwind of sparks appeared around it, and soon, a long harpoon manifested itself into existence. Rising the harpoon above her head, the old woman inhaled deeply, and then spoke one more word aloud. In the next moment, it was as though an invisible and intangible shockwave spread outward from the ketch. Sunny did not know what its purpose was, but he felt something stir deep within his soul. The thick blood dissolved in the water, causing it to turn red. Then, as if responding to a call, a swift shadow shot toward the ketch from the deep. Crap! Sunny scrambled to his feet, but before he could do anything, Ananki's wiry arm whipped forward, and her harpoon tore through the air with a fierce whistle. It plunged into the water and disappeared from view. A minute later, the old woman dragged the corpse of a fallen nightmare creature onto the deck. The abomination was not too large, with a grotesquely deformed body and flesh that resembled a sponge. Sunny shivered in disgust. We are going to it. That? The old woman shook her head. No, my lord. This is simply the bait. She summoned a curved knife and skillfully sliced the carcass of the creature open. Its blood refilled the ceramic bottle while its soul shard joined the others in the transparent water skin. Finally, Ananke lodged the jagged hook in the abomination's flesh, attached the stone weights to it, and pushed the bladder of soul shards inside. Everything was done neatly, with practiced speed and precision, as if she had performed these actions 1,000 times before. Sunny and Nephis watched her silently. Eventually he rolled his shoulders and asked, if this is the bait, then what exactly are we catching? Chapter 1. 304. Fishing in the Great River. Hearing his question, the old woman smiled. This close to weave? Huh. I hope it's a big maw. Their meat is very tender. Before they could ask what a big maw was, she grunted and threw the dead abomination, as well as the stone weights, over the side of the ketch. As the bundle of rope swiftly unfolded, Ananke swiftly tied its end to a wooden post at the stern of the ketch with a sophisticated knot. Soon, the bleeding carcass of the nightmare creature was being dragged a fair distance behind the boat, slowly sinking into the great river. The old woman took up her harpoon again, this time gripping it with some tension. Her weathered face, however, was calm. After waiting for a few minutes, she sighed. Usually, it would be an entire fishing party challenging the depths. But I am the only one left, so... Ananke remained silent for a moment, and then smiled. Do not worry, my lord and lady. My harpoon has yet to miss. The fishes I catch never manage to swallow me up either, and they won't today. Sunny and Nephis silently looked at each other, then summoned their weapons. However, there was no need. When something massive finally rose from the depths, attracted by the scent of blood and the fragrance of soul essence, Ananke swiftly readied her harpoon, gazed at the water, and sent it flying with one decisive motion. Soon, they were roasting the meat of a corrupted monster over a bronze brazier. The fish the old woman had caught turned out to be a giant shark-like creature whose body was covered in tough bone armor. However, the harpoon had slid past the bone plates in the only spot where it was possible, above the creature's hidden gills. Sunny did not know what enchantments Ananke's weapon possessed, but after striking the abomination in the weak spot, the harpoon killed the big maw in one blow. The monster was then dressed down, its succulent meat filling the wooden box, as well as the much larger storage space of the covetous coffer. As she seasoned the roasting meat with salt, the old woman sighed. In the past, we would have harvested much more. Skin, scales, bones, swim bladder, fangs. Nothing would have gone to waste. There are very few building materials to be found in the vast waters of the great river, so maintaining a city is not an easy task. We river people have learned to use every resource available. She placed a long strip of meat on the grill and shook her head. There's no need to be so frugal now, though. I am already thankful to the river for this sustenance. With it I can feed lord and lady. That is enough. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked, But isn't it very dangerous to hunt the corrupted this way? You never know what will come from the depths after all. This time it was a corrupted monster. Next time it could be a great one, or something even more dreadful. Ananke nodded, still concentrating on preparing a meal for them. Of course. It is very dangerous. Many fishermen die. Remember, though, that we were much stronger before. There were elders leading us as well. The truly harrowing creatures very rarely come down the river, too. When they did, we usually learned in advance, and the whole city assembled to battle them. That is how we've survived. Until it didn't. Sunny sighed, thinking about the dying civilization of the great river. There was presumably only one human city left in the tomb of Ariel. Fallen Grace. How were they supposed to turn the tide of history and save it? His somber thoughts were interrupted by Ananke, who placed a juicy piece of meat on a plate and offered it to him with a smile. Her teeth had turned sturdy and white at some point. "My lord, please enjoy." She seemed to be in a good mood. Looking at the smiling old woman, Sunny couldn't remain sullen either. 2 days later, something finally appeared on the horizon. It was a shining dot at the start, but as the ketch drew closer, the shape of a distant lighthouse could be seen, with sunlight reflecting from its polished bronze spire. This was the first human-made structure that Sunny and Nephis had seen in the nightmare. Looking at it filled their hearts with emotions. Nephis especially looked at the lighthouse with a distant expression, its radiance reflected in her eyes, illuminating their ineffable depths. Sunny shifted and turned to Ananke, who was still holding the steering oar. "Have we reached Weave?" She lingered for a few moments. "A boundary of it, yes." The old woman fell silent after that, and Sunny returned to Nephis. Noticing her distant, almost forlorn expression, he asked, "Are you thinking about your first nightmare?" She nodded slowly. With a sigh, Sunny placed a hand on Neff's shoulder and pulled her closer, allowing her to lean on him slightly. He didn't say anything, and neither did she. Together they watched the lighthouse draw nearer. Soon, the ketch moved close enough for them to see the details. The lighthouse stood on a small island. That island, however, was not a natural one. Instead, it seemed to have been crafted from the carapace of a sea monster and floated on water, supporting a large and solemn hall built of dark stone. The lighthouse rose from the hall, serving as its tower. There was a long wooden pier protruding into the flowing waters of the great river as well. The strangest part, however, was that the island did not seem to be drifting with the current. Instead, it remained firmly in place. Another startling detail was that the dark lighthouse with its shining spire was not a lighthouse at all. Instead, it was a windmill. Its long blades rotated slowly, pushed by the wind, white fabric rippling slightly as it circled between land and sky. The island looked quite surreal, especially after weeks spent seeing nothing but flowing water. But it must have been really beautiful at night, illuminated from below by the opalescent radiance of the river. Ananke finally spoke, her voice a little low. "This is the House of Parting." Chapter 1, Button 305, House of Parting. This is the House of Parting. It is the furthest point of Weave as one travels upstream. Ananke's voice sounded uncharacteristically dispirited. House of Parting. Sunny studied the artificial island and the solemn structure built upon it, then turned to the old woman and asked, "It's a windmill?" She nodded. "Yes, my lord. The tower harvests the wind to maintain the island." Ananke lingered for a second and then added, "The cities of the great river are actually more akin to flotillas, each consisting of many city ships, some small like this one, some spanning dozens of kilometers across. They migrate sometimes, but mostly they have to stay in place. There is nothing to anchor a ship to on the great river, though." Nephis raised an eyebrow. "Is the great river so deep that no anchor can reach its bottom?" Ananke shook her head. "It is not that the floor of the great river is too deep, it's that it doesn't exist. No one has ever managed to reach it, at least. So, we had to find other ways." She pointed to the rotating blades of the towering windmill. "There are various ways to make a city ship resist the current, from mundane ones to magical. The House of Parting. You can't see it from here, but there is a great water wheel at the back of the island, constantly propelling it forward at the same speed as the river pushes it back. Its mechanism is mostly powered by the current itself, but the windmill lightens the burden significantly." She sighed. "The island's mechanism is on the brink of collapse now. I've tried to repair it as well as I could, but my knowledge is insufficient to keep an entire city from breaking apart. There's little point to, anyway." Sunny and Nephis looked at the dark windmill, feeling a sense of awe. The island in front of them was actually the creation of incredible human ingenuity, a floating city district that used the wind and the power of the great river itself to fight against the currents of time. Even now that the people of Weave were gone, it was still pushing forward, refusing to become a thing of the past. The ketch approached the island in solemn silence. As it drew close, Ananke released the wind, filling the sails, skillfully guided the boat to the pier, and moored it to the pier with a piece of rope. The three of them left the small ketch for the first time in a long, long while. Feeling the sturdy wooden planks of the pier under his feet, Sunny enjoyed the fact that the ground was not swaying and took a few steps. He was swaying like a drunk himself for the first couple, but then regained his balance. As he stretched his limbs, Nephis looked around and asked, "The House of Parting, why was this place given such a name?" Ananke smiled faintly as she headed toward the stone hall and gestured for them to follow. "It is the point of Weave that is the furthest upstream. You know that the bodies of Riverborn like me don't age. However, humans are not created to be immortal. If one lives for too long and her soul grows weary, she might want to rest in the embrace of shadow." The old woman turned around and looked at her ketch, tied to the pier of the House of Parting. "When that happens, the one leaving comes to the House of Parting. Those who love them come too, to say farewell. They prepare a feast and celebrate. When all is said and done, the weary Riverborn set sail to go on their last journey. They sail far, far upstream, until they reach the end of their lifespan and pass away, one way or another." Ananke lingered for a while, and then added wistfully, "Actually, I considered going on such a journey too, before receiving a dream of your arrival. Ironically, I ended up repeating all the same steps, stopping just shy of the last one. It feels strange to return to the House of Parting from upstream alive." She chuckled and shook her head. "In truth, there are two of these houses. The other one is situated at the furthest point of Weave downstream. All other human cities on the Great River are the same, I'd imagine. The lower house is meant for those who were not given a choice and died an untimely death. Their bodies, if recovered, are sent downstream to return to the estuary, the origin of everything. Of course, every outsider departs on their last journey from the lower house as well." Sunny tilted his head, thinking, if the bodies of all perished outsiders were sent downstream, and the estuary was the source of the defilement, was that how Dusk of Fallen Grace had ended up becoming a nightmare creature? Or had she succumbed to corruption first, and was given the river burial as a result? She had been wearing a burial shroud when they first met, after all. Is she a friend or an enemy? Ananke sighed. "My lord and lady, we will spend the night here. I will retrieve some of the supplies I stored on this island, and in the morning we will continue on the way to Weave proper. There will be more supplies for you to take downstream there, so I hope you don't mind." Sunny felt that spending the night in a place called the House of Parting was a bit ominous, but he was not going to refuse a night of sleeping on solid ground, with a roof over his head, out of superstition. More than that, while he and Nephis had enjoyed plenty of rest on the way, Ananke had mostly stayed awake, controlling the ketch and preventing anything dangerous from happening to them. She had to take a break too. He nodded. "Of course. Guide the way." The old woman nodded and continued walking toward the great hall. Her steps were light and energetic. By the time the 7 suns fell into the river, the 3 of them were inside the House of Parting. The interior of the grand hall was beautiful and solemn, but at the same time strangely modest. The followers of Weaver had not been a prosperous nation after all. Looking at the decor of the stone hall, Sunny could clearly see which ornaments and decorations had been inherited from the original outsiders, who came from the dream realm, and which were crafted by their river-born descendants. Despite being attentive and earnest artisans, the river-born were clearly much less sophisticated than their ancestors, not to mention extremely limited in terms of resources. In fact, he was surprised by some of the things he had seen already. The wood that Ananke's ketch and the pier of the House of Parting were built of, for example. Where had it come from? The fruits that she had treated them to as well. There was no soil anywhere on the great river, So how could there be trees? How could there be flour to bake pies and tea leaves to brew tea? Curious, he asked the old woman about it. She smiled. The trees? There are some. There are floating gardens and fields in weave. They are not too large, of course, because the surface of the city is limited. So, we can only afford to eat fruit, bread, and rice on special occasions. Most of the year, the river people eat what the river gives. Sunny looked down, suddenly feeling guilty. So the delicious food he and Nephis had been enjoying was something that Ananke herself had not tasted often. They were currently in one of the smaller chambers of the House of Parting, the old woman preparing to cook them a late supper. He had been rather complacent in allowing her to take care of them, mostly because it felt great to be pampered by someone caring and kind, but also because Ananke was strangely adamant about treating Sunny and Nephis with utmost dedication. However, he suddenly wanted something else to happen today. Walking over to the old woman, he gently pushed her away from the table where all the ingredients were waiting to be prepared and cooked. "Go rest, Ananke. I'll take care of everything." She looked at him with big eyes. "But my lord," Sunny resolutely shook his head. "No buts. You don't need to cook. Today, this lord is going to cook for you instead." Throwing an evaluating look at the ingredients, he grinned and added, "Do you know? I am planning to get rich by opening a restaurant in the future." Then he paused for a moment, scratched his head, and pointed at Nephis, who gave him a confused look in response. Sunny smiled brightly. "And that is my star chef. Come and help your boss, chef. You don't want to get fired before the restaurant even opens, do you?" Author's note. Hey guys. I have good news and bad news. The good news is that I've been invited to participate in the Shanghai Online Literature Week. So after close to 2 years of being chained to a laptop in a dark basement, this chapter gremlin, this dignified author is finally going to see sun again. The bad news is that due to traveling and participating in the conference, I won't be able to keep up with the usual writing schedule. So from today and until about December 10th, there will be only 1 chapter published each day. I know that you are suffering from a crippling cliffhanger addiction just like me, but we must stay strong in these challenging times. Cheers. Chapter 1. 1306 Paths of Ascension. Sunny could not really treat Ananke to the staples of the waking world cuisine, since he lacked the ingredients. He couldn't even cook up the few classic military dishes, which were mostly based on using synthetic rations in inventive ways. However, he and Nephis still managed to make a delicious meal. They were awakened, after all, and awakened were supreme masters of turning monster meat into all kinds of delightful dishes. In fact, awakened cuisine was as varied as its basic ingredients were limited. There were some fundamental skills taught to everyone, but each citadel and region of the dream realm added its own flavor to the tradition. So each awakened cook was, in a sense, unique. Take Sunny, for example. His fundamental skills had been taught to him by Teacher Julius. Since Teacher Julius was anchored in Bastion, Sunny's cooking acquired a hint of Bastion's tradition. Later it was influenced by the flavor passed down to Nephis by the Immortal Flame clan, and then assimilated the improvised habits of the sleepers of the Dark City. After that he absorbed the local tradition of the Chained Isles, as well as learning this and that from the government awakened in Antarctica. Since there was no other awakened whose culinary skills were the result of this exact combination of influences, the flavor of Sunny's cooking was unique. Soon, the chamber was filled with a delicious smell. The meal they prepared was not the most visually stunning, but its fragrance was tantalizing. The meat had just the right amount of crust on the outside, while the insides were juicy and moist. It had absorbed the spices and the heat of the coals, becoming tender enough to melt on the tongue. Still, it didn't look too pretty. Awakened did not really care about the presentation, since their meals were usually eaten in a hurry while keeping one eye out for the prowling abominations. There were some side dishes at least. Ananki tasted the dish presented to her with diligently hidden caution, but then her eyes widened slightly. Throwing a quick glance at Sunny and Nephis, she hesitated for a few moments, and then attacked her food like a hungry wolf. Sunny smiled. That's better. It was a far cry from the start of their journey together, when he had to force her to eat even a single small pie. The old woman's appetite was not making him worry anymore. That said, why was she so surprised, huh? Do I not look like a guy who can outcook every damned cook out there? Sunny grimaced. Well, maybe it was because he was going around boasting about how he had eaten nothing but rotten mimic meat for a month. It was only fair for people to doubt his taste after hearing such things. Still, I better get Aiko to do the promotions when I open my restaurant, and, maybe write me a guide on what I should and shouldn't say. He could have the shop and the restaurant in the same building. Customers would come to browse the memories, then have a meal to celebrate the purchase, and he would receive the money for both. Chuckling, Sunny focused on his own portion. Soon, they were done with the supper and were preparing to rest. The house of parting consisted of the main ceremonial hall, several smaller halls, and a scattering of rooms for the departing and their close ones to sleep in before saying the final goodbyes. So Sunny and Nephis were going to enjoy sleeping on actual beds tonight, for the first time since leaving the siege capital to participate in the Battle of the Black Skull. Before that, however, all three of them remained around the table, drinking tea and savoring its refreshing warmth. Despite the solemn nature of their surroundings, the atmosphere was light and uplifting. It was hard not to enjoy the simple comforts after spending months in the wilderness. Maybe it was this relaxed mood that prompted Sunny to ask the question he had been hesitating to ask for a while. Putting down his cup, he glanced at the old woman and asked, "Ananki, can I ask what rank you are?" She looked at him curiously. "My rank? Why, of course. I have reached transcendence not too long ago, my lord." Sunny nodded slowly. He had initially suspected that Ananki was a being of much greater power, but after getting to know her and learning about the fate of Weave, his impression changed. It felt a bit strange to meet an awakened who was 200 years old, but only as powerful as someone like Saint Tyrus, the immortal chain lords notwithstanding. The spell had descended into the waking world only half a century ago, after all, but there were already saints and sovereigns. However, it made sense. The original inhabitants of the great realm had not been cursed with as cruel a teacher as the nightmare spell. They had not benefited from its merciless guidance and the lethal necessity to either ascend or die. Even Ananki, who was a priestess of the spell and bestowed with some of its powers, did not know anything about nightmares. Without the nightmares, how had the ancient humans even awakened? That was something Sunny had been curious about for a long time. In fact, he knew very little about how the ancient awakened did anything without the spell. He leaned forward a little and asked, his voice full of curiosity, "How does one become transcendent?" Ananki looked at him in surprise. "You don't know, my lord?" Sunny shook his head. "I do know, of course, how one might transcend, in the future, where the nightmare spell controls all these matters. But I don't know how people rose to greater power before." Nephis pricked her ears as well. The old woman smiled, lingered for a while, and then said thoughtfully, "Although my knowledge is limited, I will try to explain as best I can. Let's see. The first step is, of course, to awaken. To awaken, one must gain control over their soul essence and use that control to form the soul core." Sunny blinked. In that order? Ananki did not seem to understand the question. Naturally, how would one form the core without being able to control essence? It is like trying to build a building without bricks. There are some powerful creatures who are born with their soul cores already formed, sure, and have to learn to move their essence as they mature. But most are born dormant, like us humans. She paused for a moment. Learning how to control essence is the hardest part. Forming the core takes time and effort, but as long as you have the knowledge, success is all but guaranteed. Well, some still fail, of course, and die after their souls collapse. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other. So, the ancient humans awakened in the reverse order compared to modern humans, who formed their soul core after the first nightmare and gained the ability to control essence after surviving the first journey to the dream realm. That was how the spell arranged things. Interesting. Nephis took a sip of her tea and asked, her voice tinged with a hint of curiosity. Then how does one learn to control their essence? The awakened of the waking world received the ability to sense their essence from the spell. The intuitive knowledge of how to control it was gifted to them too. It just took time and practice to turn that control into a practical skill. Most received these gifts after awakening, while Nephis had to catch up after becoming a master. Ananke thought for a few moments. There is no single way to gain control over your soul essence. In fact, it is a unique experience for many. Some spend long years meditating and perfecting their souls, eventually entering a state of unity between mind and soul. Some attune themselves to the world and gather insights about the nature of living things, traveling from realm to realm. Some follow the teachings of great warriors and train their bodies, testing themselves through hardship and battle. Some even receive sudden epiphanies in a moment of dire crisis with no preparation whatsoever. She hesitated for a bit. However, there is a path that anyone can walk, both the simplest and the most dangerous, as well as the most vile. Sunny raised an eyebrow. And what is that path? Ananke sighed. It is to absorb soul essence that has already awakened, through killing those who have already awakened, and plundering their soul shards. Her face turned grim. The awakened essence already knows how to be controlled, so when it is mixed with the essence of dormant beings, it will change that essence. A little. Absorb enough of it, and your essence will awaken too. Things were simple during the Age of Heroes, when many corrupted prowled the realms, and humans had to battle them to survive. But as the eras changed, and there were fewer monsters to kill, some humans and noble creatures turned to killing each other instead. Chapter 1, 1307. Before the nightmare spell, the old woman fell silent. Sunny and Nephis were somber too. It was too easy to imagine what vile acts those who lusted for power could commit in a world that rewarded murder with strength. In fact, the same vileness could have consumed the waking world, where absorbing the essence of slain humans was easier than hunting down countless nightmare creatures. If not for the government and people like Jet, who maintained order and suppressed the darker side of the awakened society with an iron fist, things would have turned grim long ago. Legacy clans also played their part, preventing human enclaves in the dream realm from spiraling into lawlessness. Eventually, Sunny sighed and shook his head. So, once your soul essence awakens and you can control it, the next step is to patiently work on forming the soul core. What happens then? Ananke smiled and pointed to her chest, where the soul core of a human was usually located. Accumulation of power. Ascension is a step of rising above one's mortal nature by improving the quality of their essence and their body as well. This step can be slow if one refines themselves naturally, or fast, if one improves their essence by absorbing the essence of stronger beings. Once the soul essence reaches a qualitative change, the soul core will reform itself and grow stronger as well. Of course, it won't happen without some conscious refinement either. Sunny tilted his head. How does one refine their essence exactly? Ananke laughed. It's not something I can explain in one conversation. There are methods and techniques, the knowledge of which has been accumulated over countless generations and is taught to disciples over many years. Even then, very few manage to succeed. Of course, all those who do succeed have to find the way into their soul sea first. Without the ability to enter the soul sea, it would take one many lifetimes to ascend even with the best refinement technique. She shook her head with a smile. At least that is how it is for us humans. Some of the noble creatures have their own ways. They can possess multiple soul cores as well, and walk the path of ascension more naturally. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Wait, people have to learn how to enter their soul seas? The old woman nodded matter-of-factly. Of course, that is, without the guidance of the nightmare spell. Weaver gave us mortals a gift that can hasten each step on the path of ascension, including the discovery of one's soul sea. That's unexpected. Everyone just assumed that being able to access the soul sea was a natural ability of all awakened, including sleepers. As it turned out, that was another thing that the spell had simplified for the humans of the waking world. Ruthless, relentless, and immensely effective. That is how the spell is. The more Sunny learned about the nightmare spell, the more he realized how ingenious and cruelly effective it was in helping, forcing people to become stronger and stronger still, until they either rose as high as they could and higher than that, or died. For what purpose, he did not know. Nephis sighed. What about transcendence? Ananke nodded. Transcendence is different. It is not just about accumulation. It is a step of profound transformation, where a mortal assumes the first qualities of the divine. The soul essence has to become much more potent. The soul core has to become much more voluminous. Most importantly, an awakened has to become one with the world and be recognized by it. Their soul has to be expanded beyond the confines of the body and fused, to a small extent, with the world. It is hard to explain with words. Forgive me. Sunny tilted his head, thinking. Ananke's words did indeed sound very vague and esoteric, but he felt that he understood what she was talking about. It was like when St. Tyrus appeared, and the sunlight seemed to shift a little, as if wishing to be close to her. The world itself responded to the transcendent, and even bent to their will sometimes. Then again, it also responded to a few people below the transcendent rank, like Nephis, or Jet, or Sunny himself. That was peculiar. Ananke took a sip of tea and added, her voice bright. Of course, the connection between a transcendent and the world is not all-encompassing. Rather, it is a connection to one or, very rarely, several aspects of the world, be it water, wind, shadow, light, or something else entirely. And therefore, the most important step an ascended human has to take to achieve transcendence is to awaken their aspect. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other in confusion. Awaken their aspect? What do you mean? The old woman coughed. But that is exactly what I mean. That one must possess an aspect to transcend? Sunny massaged his temples. Wait, don't all awakened possess an aspect? Ananke chuckled. Of course not. Every awakened human possesses the potential to realize an aspect, but there are plenty of those who never do, maybe even most. However, the higher you rise on the path of ascension, the harder it becomes to move further without claiming your aspect, as well as your flaw. It is impossible to transcend without them. That information was truly shocking. Neither Sunny nor Nephis could digest it quickly. Awakened without aspects? There was such a thing? Sunny tried to remember every human he had fought in the first and second nightmares. Had all of them shown aspect abilities? He really couldn't remember, or rather he could not tell based on his memories. Nephis, meanwhile, frowned and asked, her voice full of contemplation, why is it that only humans possess aspects? Why don't creatures, noble creatures, have them as well? To the humans of the waking world, everything that was not a human was a nightmare creature. But of course, Sunny had learned a long time ago that this wasn't the case. There were humans, and there were creatures, like the original saint or nightmare. It was only after they succumbed to corruption did the noble creatures, as Ananke called such beings, become abominations. The problem was that there were only humans in the waking world, while every creature in the dream realm was already corrupted. That was why the concept of something that was not human, but also not abominable, was hard to accept. However, in the ancient times, humans and noble creatures lived side by side. Nevertheless, their difference between them was the same. Humans could only rise in rank, but possessed aspects, while noble creatures rose both in rank and class, but had no aspects of their own. So, the question Nephis asked was indeed interesting. Ananke smiled. Why, it is because noble creatures were created by the gods while we humans weren't. Sunny blinked. Huh? He did know that creating living things was an authority exclusive to the gods, which was why Nether's feat of making Saint and her people was so remarkable. Now he learned that all creatures were the result of the gods exercising that authority. But what did Ananke mean when she said that humans weren't made the same way? Noticing their confusion, she chuckled. Humans weren't created by anyone, and instead just appeared from the same stuff the gods were born from. It's just that, if the gods were the flame, then we humans were tiny sparks that shot out as the bonfire was dying out. Nevertheless, we come from the same source, which is why all humans possess the potential to become divine, as well as the ability to awaken an aspect, why the path of ascension is open to us. Sunny frowned. There was an ever-changing void where desire was born. From it came direction, and the gods. He still did not really understand the meaning of these mysterious words, but if Ananke was telling the truth, and not just retelling baseless myths, humans came from the desire and direction as well, just as the gods had. He shook his head. All right, I can understand that. But why did you say that it's not only an aspect that is required to transcend, but also the flaw? The old woman sighed. Because one can't exist without the other. Imperfection is also an absolute law, just like death. And so, nothing is flawless. Even the world itself is flawed. Even the gods who were born flawless are not perfect anymore. And so, we humans are flawed too. She smiled and added, her voice calm. But that is a good thing. Flawless things are perfect, and so they can never improve. They can never grow. They can only remain still and unchanging, which is no different from being dead. Being flawed is the essence of life, my lord and lady. It is also the essence of growth. After all, what is life if not a constant struggle to grow and improve? Chapter 1308. Weave. Sunny almost choked on his tea. He had grown accustomed to Ananke being helpful and accommodating, so he did not expect her to become philosophical all of a sudden. Worse still, because of his own flaw, he had no chance but to answer her philosophical question. What is life, huh? He coughed. Well, I don't know. To me, life is all about being rich and comfortable. Throw a little decadence in the mix, and it's even better. If I ever manage to build such a delightful life for myself, I'll be more than happy to never improve or grow. Apart from growing fatter, that is. The old woman laughed. That is a remarkable dream, my lord. Nephis threw a burning gaze at him at the mention of decadence, then turned to Ananke. Then what about the next step? How does one become supreme? Her voice was tense. The old woman lingered for a while, then shook her head with a sigh. That I don't know, and there is no one left to teach me. I am sorry that I can't be of help. Sunny shook his head. No, you've already been very helpful. We learned a lot from you. Ananke smiled. In that case, thank you for this meal, my lord and lady. I've been blessed by your grace. Rest well tonight. She rose and added, her voice tinged with melancholy. Tomorrow, we sail to the center of the city. After she left, Sunny and Nephis remained silent for a while. Both were thoughtful, pondering the startling truths of how the ancient humans walked the path of ascension before the nightmare spell. Eventually, Sunny sighed. It seems that awakening took a lot longer before, but was not nearly as fatal as it is with the nightmare spell. Nephis nodded silently. He scratched the back of his head and added, "I'm more curious about something else, though. If it is possible to awaken without the help of the spell, then why has no one accomplished just that in the waking world? Why were there no awakened in our history?" She frowned. Maybe it is because the waking world has nothing to do with the dream realm, and functioned according to a different set of laws. Or maybe there were awakened in our history, but their stories have become mere myths. Nephis shook her head and added, her voice uncertain, "It would also not be surprising if the possibility was there, but no one has ever managed to grasp it. After all steps except the first one, gaining the ability to sense your essence, require some kind of knowledge, forming the core, refining essence, expanding the soul. You wouldn't be able to do it blindly. For the ancient humans of the dream realm, it was not too hard to gain that knowledge. All they had to do was observe the awakened creatures or learn directly from one of the deities." Sunny nodded. "But those deities are all long dead. There were only humans in the waking world, and so they had no one to learn from and no one to show them that there was something to be learned. Yes, it is a good theory. The theory that our world is simply different from the dream realm is also good. As well as that, there were actually a few awakened in history. They're all good theories. Which one do you think is the correct one?" Nephis lingered before answering. After a while, she sighed. "There's no way to tell. We still know too little about the dream realm. We also don't know how the nightmare spell infected our world, and why. But, personally, I don't buy that there has always been a connection between the two. If so, then why is the waking world so isolated, so unique, so singular?" She shook her head. "Why are there no similarities in the languages, the myths, the traditions? Why has there never been an awakened creature on Earth before the nightmare spell? No soul shards, no sorcery, no aspects, and no flaws. Why was there no corruption?" Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking. Then he said tentatively, "Maybe it was created as a sanctuary, or an ark. If so, then perhaps it is precisely because there were no awakened, no soul shards, no sorcery, and no aspects, that there was no corruption." He shrugged with a sigh. "As for the languages and myths, I don't know. To be honest, I don't really believe in that sanctuary stuff. I just said what came to mind. You are right. Our world is the only place that was drastically different from the dream realm before the nightmare spell infected it. We don't know anything about anything, so how would we know the reason why?" Sunny shook his head and rose to wash the dishes. "In any case, I am tired, and it is time to rest. Where are you going to sleep?" Nephis gave him a long look. "Is there a particular reason you're asking?" Hearing that, he almost dropped the dirty plates. "What? I just want to know which room you chose, to pick a different one." He huffed, glanced at her, and grinned. But Nephis was already standing up. "Good night." A few moments later, she was gone. Sunny remained standing for a while, alone in the empty chamber. Eventually, he sighed. "How come I'm the only one doing dishes?" "Look!" The ketch was flying across the water, its sails full of wind. Sunny was standing at the bow, staring into the distance curiously. Nephis was a few steps back, sitting on the deck with her eyes closed. Hearing his voice, she opened them and looked ahead. There, a floating city was slowly appearing from beyond the horizon. Weave. It was much larger than Sunny had imagined, with countless artificial islands connected together to form a single whole. There was a network of canals between the various districts that served as roads, and a forest of narrow towers rising into the sky. Most of them were wind catchers, just like the tower of the House of Parting was. Some blades still rotated, some were broken and still. Torn scarlet fabric fluttered in the wind. The architecture of Weave was varied, airy, and beautiful. Some buildings were constructed out of stone, some seemed to be carved of ivory, some were pavilions of sun-bleached bright silk. There were districts with homes and houses, groves of fruit trees, and even entire city ships taken entirely by a single elegant palace or a solemn temple. Some distance away from the residential districts, separated from them by a wide stretch of water, were vast floating fields and gardens. Bathed in the light of the seven suns, the floating city was strange and fantastical. However, neither Sunny nor Nephis were enchanted by its dreamlike beauty. Because, above all else, Weave seemed eerie and forlorn. The tall wind catchers were still or broken. The streets and canals were empty, with no soul in sight. The groves were overgrown and wild, while the fields were desolate and empty. Some city ships were drifting apart, their mechanisms broken, while others were tilted and partially submerged in water. It was a ghost town. Strangely, though, while some buildings bore scars or had collapsed, most were intact. This was not the picture of destruction and devastation that they had imagined. "Welcome to Weave, my lord and lady." Ananki's voice sounded slightly mournful. It also sounded very different from before. There had been a time when her voice was weak and creaky, like dry wood. Now it was bright and melodious like a clear stream. Right. Sunny still felt rather strange when talking to the current Ananki, the old priestess. No, he couldn't even call her that anymore, because Ananki wasn't old anymore. Turning around, he looked at the young woman steering the ketch. She seemed only a few years older than Sunny and Nephis, if any. More than that, she was exquisitely beautiful. With her small stature and glistening ebony hair, dusky skin and piercing blue eyes, Ananki looked like an enchanting river spirit. Her lovely face was lively and captivating, and her disarming smile was bright enough to illuminate the world. Weird. It's weird. Sunny was deeply uncomfortable for the last couple of days because of how young Ananki had become. On top of that, despite being 10 times his age, she seemed too earnest and even slightly naive. That was the person he had been calling grandmother. With a sigh, Sunny tried to shake off the feeling of incongruity and asked in a strange tone, "Haven't you told us that Weave was destroyed, Ananki? It doesn't seem damaged that terribly." The young priestess remained silent for a while, then answered with a sad smile, "There is more than one way to destroy a city, my lord." With that, she moved the steering oar and sent the ketch flying toward the central district of the eerie city of Weave, where only the wind disrupted the ghostly silence and emptiness permeated desolate streets. Chapter 1, 1309. Mad Prince. Soon, they slowed down and entered one of the canals. Ananki whispered a few words, and the sails lowered themselves. Summoning her long harpoon, she stood up and used it as a pole to push the ketch forward. As it traveled deeper into the heart of the city, Sunny and Nephis silently watched the districts that floated past. Indeed, there were no living beings here, at least none that they could see. Nephis shifted slightly. "You said that Weave was devastated by a defiled. Is that DMD3D still here?" Erdiul's note, IDK. Ananki slowly shook her head. "No, but I've been absent for a long time. An abomination or two could have crawled out of the river to make a nest among the ruins. It is better to be careful." Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other and silently summoned their weapons. Just what the hell has happened here? Eventually, the ketch reached an intersection of 2 wide canals. Ananki allowed it to drift for a dozen meters, then stopped at a small platform. There were stone steps leading from the platform to one of the central districts of the city, and after roping the ketch to a post, she lightly jumped down. Together, the 3 of them ascended the stairs and entered a wide plaza. It was desolate and partially submerged in water, with scars on the collapsed buildings hinting at a fearsome battle that must have taken place here a long time ago. Ananki, who had been strangely reluctant to answer their questions before, finally sighed and turned to face them. "The defiled that destroyed Weave visited us almost half a century ago. However, the city did not die until a few decades after that." Both Sunny and Nephis looked at her in confusion. How could a city be destroyed decades after it was attacked? The young priestess remained silent for a while, then gestured to the drowned plaza. This is where the battle ended, and the slaughter started. I've told you before that outsiders are vital to the existence of the river people. They are the oldest and most powerful among us. They are also the only ones who can travel unimpeded across the river. Without them, the cities would become completely isolated from each other. Well, that doesn't really apply to this city of exiles, since we were always on our own. She looked down. But since Weave is located close to the desolate future, we had to constantly defend ourselves from powerful corrupted. The elders were the only ones who could pursue and eradicate them. Otherwise, those horrid creatures could come and go as they pleased, retreating when wounded to attack again. And again, and again, so that was how the defiled destroyed our city. Ananki gazed at the drowned plaza with a grim expression. He simply killed every outsider in Weave. After the elders were gone, the rest of us were slowly driven to extinction. Some died fighting the corrupted. Some succumbed to sorrow and despair. The less of us there were, the harder it was to keep those who remained alive. A blow after blow, a disaster after disaster. Eventually, despite all my efforts, Weave was no more. The young priestess took a deep breath and turned to them with a sad smile. The ships and the buildings remain, but without the people they are just an empty shell. She took a deep breath. My lord, my lady, I told you that we must come here to gather supplies, but that was not entirely true. To be honest, I just wanted you to see Weave, at least once, so that someone would remember it, remember us, even when the ships and the buildings are gone too. Sunny felt his chest becoming heavy, but Nephis seemed to be affected more. Her face was motionless as usual, but there was a hint of darkness in her eyes. Taking a step forward, she placed her hand on Ananki's shoulder and gently squeezed it. She must have seen herself in the young priestess. The priestess of the nightmare spell. In a city built by the followers of Weaver, that title must have carried incredible weight. It was very likely that Ananki had suddenly become the ruler of the decimated Weave after all the elders were slaughtered by the defiled, only to see it wither and die, no matter how hard she fought to save it, just like Nephis had watched the village she built be swallowed by the darkness in the second nightmare, until she was the only one left alive, just like Nephis had been the only one to survive. Ananki patted Neph's hand and smiled. It is all right, my lady. Ah, it happened a long time ago anyway. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Looking away, he asked in a perfectly even tone, that defiled. He must have been strong. If the outsiders were the most powerful among you, then not just any creature could have killed them all. Still, just in case I get a chance to meet him one day, is there a way I can recognize him? I'm going to kill that bastard. The young woman lingered for a while, then sighed. Yes, my lord. It was not just any defiled, indeed. The one who came to Weave is infamous enough that even we had heard of him. It was the Mad Prince. He frowned. The Mad Prince. Ananki nodded. He is called Mad Prince, or the Prince of Madness. That fiend is one of the 6 plagues. She shivered and looked away, as if suddenly uneasy. The 6 plagues are not the most powerful of the defiled, and neither are they the most ancient. However, they are the most feared and loathsome. Mad Prince, Soul Stealer, Undying Slaughter, Torment, Devouring Beast, and the most harrowing of them all, the Dread Lord. Everyone on the Great River has heard their names. They are also called the Heralds of the Estuary. Sometimes. The young priestess frowned. Some even say that the Dread Lord is the true ruler of Verge, and that all defiled submit to his commands. If so, maybe he was the one who sent the Mad Prince to Weave. I doubt it, though. I am not sure if that thing can be controlled by anyone, so he must have come of his own accord. Nephis, who had been listening silently for a while, suddenly asked in a steady tone, The Dread Lord is said to be the ruler of defilement. What about the first seeker? What power do he and the other 5 plagues possess? What rank and class are they? Ananki smiled helplessly. I am sorry, my lady. Weave is far away from the other human cities, so whatever news used to reach us was vague and fragmentary. The first seeker. No one had seen him in a long, long time. Some say that he has turned into a mindless mass of rotting flesh because of the defilement. Some say that he was severely wounded by the Serpent King and is yet to recover. Some say that the Dreadlord has subjugated and imprisoned him. She lingered. As for the 6 plagues, we knew very little of them. The Soul Stealer is said to possess the ability to wear the skin of those he kills. The devouring beast is immensely ferocious and feeds on human flesh. Torment is known for subjecting her victims to harrowing torture. Undying slaughter is eternally consumed by insatiable bloodlust. The Dreadlord. No one has ever survived facing him, so his powers are unknown. The young priestess smiled bitterly. I can tell you about the Mad Prince, though. He is a raving lunatic who seems to be as murderous as he is tormented by his own madness. He looks human, or at least human-shaped. His clothes are tattered, and his face is a mass of scars, which look to have been inflicted by his own nails. He is said to wear a tarnished crown, but I haven't seen it myself. At first glance, he appears rather pitiful. However, beneath that ragged surface hides a vile and hateful monster. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scarred buildings surrounding the plaza. His powers are that of a sword saint, but his swordsmanship is as mad as he is himself. It is violent and utterly chaotic, yet cruel and savagely lethal. He finds joy in tormenting his victims, then grows indifferent to their pain the next moment. The most terrifying thing about him, though, is that his madness spreads like a disease. Other than that, perhaps I did not even get to see his true power. He tore our elders apart with just his blade, as if they were weak children. Nephis glanced at her own sword, then asked somberly, "What about his rank and class?" Ananke lowered her head. It was hard to tell. He is of the corrupted rank, I think. As for his class, I am almost certain that he is a Titan. Chapter Bap 1310. Forsaken 1310. Forsaken, a corrupted Titan. Sonny's face grew dark. The memories of Falcon Scott flashed in his mind, bringing with them a bitter taste. It was another city that had been destroyed by a corrupted Titan, even if the scale and swiftness of destruction was different. He remained silent for a few moments, then asked quietly, "Aren't Titans usually huge?" Ananke hesitated, then shrugged. Her azure eyes were crestfallen. "Most are, but some aren't. More than that, the defiled. They were humans once. Their path to profane power is unique." He nodded, feeling a deep sense of unease. A corrupted Titan. If one of these 6 plagues was indeed as powerful as the winter beast, then just how terrifying the Dreadlord would be. Still, Sunny felt a dark and scathing desire to kill that mad prince. It was strange, really. He had met all kinds of horrid nightmare creatures, but knowing that the mad butcher who destroyed Weave had been a human once filled him with dark wrath. Just how low can a person fall? Odious. The mad prince, whoever he had been before succumbing to corruption, was simply odious. Such a vile creature had no right to exist. Sunny gritted his teeth, thinking about how many of the abominations he had slain in the past were former humans as well. After thousands of years of corruption, the distinction was all but erased, but here in the nightmare, it felt different. Nephis, meanwhile, had another question. Looking at the forlorn vista of Weave with a frown, she hesitated for a few moments, then asked softly, "Ananke, you said that the outsiders were the most powerful warriors of your city. The Mad Prince easily killed them all. Wouldn't that mean that he could have killed all the Riverborn as well? Why did he spare you?" Sunny grimaced. He was asking himself the same questions, but didn't want to speak it aloud in fear of hurting the young priestess more than she had already been hurt. Ananki remained silent for a while, her head lowered. Eventually, she took a breath and said quietly, "Maybe he wanted us to suffer longer. Maybe he needed us to live some more for whatever reason. Maybe he simply did not care. The Riverborn. He did kill some. However then, he stayed his sword and kneeled in front of the girl he spared. She was a child who had just recently arrived from the House of Youth. He asked her a question, then left. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other somberly. She asked, "What did the defiled ask?" The young priestess lingered, then slowly shook her head. He asked her, "Do you wish to live?" She said that she did. Hearing that, the mad prince burst into laughter, wiped his bloody sword on her tunic, and disappeared. He never returned, and since all our elders were dead, we never heard about him again. Insane bastard. Sunny frowned, remembering the piece of flotsam that he had drifted on for the first couple of days in the nightmare. It was a tenuous connection at best, but why had the mad prince asked the girl what she wished? Was he, perhaps, the lunatic who had carved the frantic runes into the ancient wood? If so, then maybe the 6 plagues had already become 5. Considering that the piece of flotsam had seemed like a fragment of a destroyed vessel, the defiled titan might have perished in a battle with one of the harrowing nightmare creatures upstream. That said, there was a very troubling thing about connecting Sunny's improvised raft to one of the defiled from Verge. There were letters of the waking world alphabet among the runes, too. How the hell would Mad Prince know them? Damnation. It was all too eerie and mysterious. Shaking his head, Sunny took one last glance at the drowned square. The fierce battle that had taken place here must have fractured the foundation of the artificial island, which was why it became flooded. He sighed and turned to Ananki. "We still have to gather supplies, right?" She nodded. Sunny pulled the young woman away from the square and said in a soft voice, "Then show us around Weave. We can get them on the way." Ananki smiled a little while Nephis threw him a grateful glance over her shoulder. "If Ananki wants us to remember her city, then it's the least we can do. I'll make sure to write a detailed research paper after returning to NQSC so that everyone in the waking world could learn about it too." Sunny smiled. "You know, Ananki, I am a well-respected professor in the future." She looked at him with a hint of confusion in her azure eyes. "A professor?" He nodded. "A teacher. I teach young awakened how to survive and provide for themselves in the wilderness. At the most famous academy in the world, no less. However, our knowledge of the intricacies of surviving in marine environments is not that extensive. I am sure I will gain a lot from learning about Weave. Then, I'll be able to teach my students about it as well. They'll be thanking me with tears in their eyes." The young priestess seemed more confused than touched. Sunny frowned. "What is it?" She shook her head slightly. "No, it's nothing." "But, my lord, aren't you a food merchant in the future? How can you also be a teacher?" The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. He remained silent for a few moments, then answered stoically, "Learned people also have to eat, don't they? That's just how great I am. Respected academic, renowned warrior, accomplished military commander, thriving entrepreneur. I am the picture of a perfect gentleman." Ananke looked at him, then nodded with bright sparks in her azure eyes. "My lord is amazing." As Sunny grinned, Nephis added under her breath, "And so very modest." His grin dimmed, but only for a moment. Nodding energetically, Sunny agreed. "Indeed, amazing is a word that can be used to describe me." They traveled across Weave to collect everything needed for the long journey ahead. Even after long years of being abandoned, the city still seemed to be in a relatively good shape. However, beneath the beautiful surface, it had already started to crumble. Sunny knew that Weave was not going to exist for much longer. Maybe in a decade or two, the floating city was going to break apart and be swallowed by the currents of the great river, disappearing forever under the waves. Before it did, They gathered fruit from the wild groves and other supplies from various caches that Ananke had established throughout the city. There was food, spices, wine, tea leaves, and necessities that one would need to travel the great river. There were items as well. The weapons and armor that the people of Weave had crafted and used were of inferior quality to the powerful memories that Sunny and Nephis wielded, but they were able to collect a lot of things that would make traversing the tomb of Ariel easier. From simple blankets and cutlery to fishing nets sturdy enough to capture nightmare creatures and sail repair kits, everything went into the covetous coffer. As they moved from one district to another, Ananke also shared stories of Weave and its people with them. How they lived, what rituals they observed, what passions drove them, and what vices they sometimes succumbed to. There were interesting details about the everyday lives of the river people and entertaining anecdotes. Sunny really learned a lot from hearing these stories, and the more he learned, the more amazed he became. Their world was so different from anything he knew, and so they had adapted to its strange circumstances with the tenacious ingenuity inherent to all humans. Their knowledge of how to survive on the great river had been built over many generations of persistent, relentless learning and unceasing improvement. Humans were the most adaptable of species indeed. When Ananke started to tell them about Weave, there was a shadow of sadness in her eyes. However, as she remembered the people from her past, they gradually grew bright and warm. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. But the more the young priestess spoke, the more despondent Sunny became. He hid his expression and stared at the empty streets of the desolate city, his own eyes veiled by somber darkness. It's unfair. Ananke had been nothing but kind to them, so it was unfair. Sunny and Nephis were going to leave Weave to travel into the distant past and challenge the nightmare, but she could never leave. Because she was river-born. After guiding the two of them as far as she could, the young priestess was going to return to the crumbling city and live the rest of her life here, alone and forsaken. Sunny's heart was heavy, and his hatred of the mad prince burned darker. Looking away, he gritted his teeth. Curse that vile bastard. Chapter 1, 1311, Temple of the Nightmare Spell. Correct title. Consumed by despondence, Sunny tried to find solace in anger, but it was of no use. Then, Sunny tried to remind himself that the Ananke he knew was just an apparition conjured by the spell. The real Ananke, the true priestess of the nightmare spell who had lived in the real tomb of Ariel, was long dead, her spirit and bones taken by the great river. She had never met Sunny and Nephis. She had never traveled to the far reaches of the future, or made delicious small pies for two complete strangers. In fact, it was not at all clear if the real Ananke shared the same fate as the one he knew. The Serpent King had brought many challengers into the nightmare after all. Their actions had to have changed the flow of events within this version of the tomb of Ariel. Perhaps the real Weave was never destroyed by one of the 6 plagues, or had been wiped out entirely long before Ananke was born. But telling himself that Ananke was not real did not help either. It never did. Be it the first nightmare, the second, or the third, Sunny could not help but treat the people he met as real. With a heavy sigh, he turned to look at the magnificent structure they were approaching. It was an unusual one. Much larger than most buildings in Weave, it was situated in the very heart of the city, on a solitary island ship that floated some distance away from the rest. The artificial island was connected to the neighboring ones with rope bridges of white silk, resembling a spider sitting at the center of a vast web. The structure itself was tall and imposing, built of roughly cut black stone. Tattered white banners were hanging from its walls, fluttering in the wind. It looked nebulous and sinister, like a temple of some dark deity. Sunny had an idea who that deity was. Looking up, he saw a lonely figure standing on the roof of the numinous temple, looking down at the desolate ruin of Weave. The black silk of its long hair and tunic remained motionless despite the strong wind. He couldn't see the figure's face from the distance, but silhouetted against the azure sky, it seemed strangely grim. There you are. The sin of solace had finally shown himself after hiding somewhere for a long time. And yet the wraith was simply observing the ghost city from above instead of tormenting Sunny with snide remarks. Its behavior had been getting stranger and stranger ever since the start of the nightmare. Well, good. Stay away for as long as you want. You won't be missed. Paying attention to the apparition through one of the shadows, Sunny followed Ananki across one of the rope bridges. As they got closer to the ominous temple, Sunny and Nephis felt a strong sense of unease. However, the young priestess looked unperturbed. If anything, her expression grew calmer. This is the last place we will visit in Weave. Even her voice sounded lighter. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a somewhat stifled tone, "Is this the Temple of Weaver?" Ananki shook her head with a faint smile. "No, my lord. Weaver was elusive and had no desire to be worshipped. It is useless to worship the demon of fate anyway. No matter how virtuous you are and how many offerings you make, fate will always remain uncaring, unchanged, and inevitable." She pointed to this dark temple. "No, this is the temple of the nightmare spell, of the gift Weaver has given us to rely on instead of the gods, the demons, and of fate itself." Of fate itself. Sunny was once again faced with the fact the demon of fate seemed to have created the spell to resist the very thing that was supposed to be the source of their power. Maybe Weaver was bound by the chains of fate, just like I'm bound by them too. The sudden thought was both ominous and chilling. If even the demon of fate had not been able to escape its clutches, then how could Sunny ever hope to succeed where Weaver had failed? Still, despite everything that had happened, he still wanted to be free. That primal desire was rooted deep within his soul, smoldering, too vast and searing to be put out by shallow things like knowledge or wisdom. Even though Sunny had learned that there was no such thing as true freedom, at least not without sacrificing everything one held dear, he still stubbornly clung to the desperate wish of breaking free of his bonds. It was just that the tumultuous twists and turns of his strange life had dampened that fiery hope a little. He sighed, then glanced at Nephis with a guarded expression. She was not going to do something extreme like burning the temple of the spell down, was she? Ananki might have been sincerely devoted to them, but Sunny doubted that the young priestess would just watch silently as her home was destroyed. And although it was sometimes easy to forget because of her gentle temperament, she was still a true saint. Even if she wasn't, Sunny simply did not want to fight Ananki. Luckily, Nephis seemed to be holding back her hatred for the sake of their kind guide. She had been raised by her grandmother, after all. Even though Neph had not shown it, meeting Ananki must have pulled at the strings of her heart, which still existed, no matter how abused, neglected, and ravaged by torment it was. Let's hurry inside. Oblivious to the hidden conflict between her faith and the people she considered to be its apostles, the young priestess headed toward the gates of the sinister temple with a smile on her lips. Sunny and Nephis followed, neither of them saying anything. Soon they passed through the dark entrance and found themselves within a vast hall. Its interior was shrouded in darkness, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. For everyone except Sunny, of course, who could see everything just fine. Narrow beams of stark sunlight were falling from the elaborately carved light wells in the ceiling, intertwined in a complicated pattern. The Temple of the Nightmare spell looked frightening and sinister on the outside, but its interior was quietly beautiful. The intricate tapestry of falling light resembled the breathtaking weave of the inner workings of the spell, while the darkness of the vast hall was like the lightless void between dream and reality where it was hiding. It was strangely peaceful here. What caught Sunny's eye, however, were the white tapestries of enormous spider webs growing freely between the columns and support beams of the hall. He shifted uncomfortably and pointed to them, mentally preparing for battle. "I think an abomination did make a nest in the ruins." Ananki looked at him in confusion for a moment, then chuckled. Her melodious laughter echoed under the roof of the dark hall. "No need to be alarmed, my lord. The spider silk has always been here. No one knows what the demon of fate looks like, you see, which is why they are often depicted as a spider. Because of that, spiders were akin to sacred animals to us followers of Weaver. It was forbidden to harm a spider or its web, and we lived peacefully side by side with many." She swept her gaze across the interior of the temple, her eyes growing wistful. "I spent my youth in this temple, learning the duties of a priestess from my mother. The spiders who lived here were my friends. They are all gone now, of course. Fate wasn't merciful to them either. But their silk remains." Sunny gave the young woman a strange look. "So, little Ananki was friends with spiders. She must have been one hell of a creepy girl. But then again, who was he to judge?" Sunny had never been a well-adjusted child himself. "At least I didn't have to deal with all this sticky web. Gods, living in this temple must have been annoying." As he thought that, his gaze finally settled on a mass of roughly cut stone towering in the center of the hall. It resembled a wide pillar that had been broken by a devastating blow and then damaged by unbearable heat, its upper part deformed like a melted candle. The widest beam of sunlight fell vertically on the stone pillar, bathing it in blinding white radiance. Walking closer, Sunny noticed that the whole mass of stone was covered by engravings. There had been many scenes depicted on it once, it seemed. But now, only one remained. He shivered. Cut into the ancient stone, an enormous gate was depicted, its titanic surface wrapped in unbreakable chains. In front of it, a tall figure stood, the shape and form of its body hidden by a dark mantle. Only the face could be seen, or rather, the mask. The mask of a fearsome demon with ferocious fangs and a crown of 3 twisting horns. Drawn to the stone image, Sunny felt his blood stir. Of course, he knew whose figure was carved into the broken pillar. It was Weaver. Erdiul's note. Chapter 1. 1310 has the wrong title. The title should be Forsaken. Should be fixed by one of the admins soon. I let him know about it. Chapter 1. 1312. Ancient mural. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the broken pillar. Eventually, he turned to Ananki and asked in a hesitant tone, "What is this?" The young priestess approached the mass of dark stone and bowed her head. After a few moments of reverent silence, she straightened and looked at him with a proud smile. "It is one of the greatest relics of Weave, my lord. This column was brought into the tomb of Ariel by my elders, and then carried all the way here after their exile. It depicts the deeds of Weaver, from birth to the bestowal of the nightmare spell, to my people." Her smile dimmed. "However, as you can see, the column has been severely damaged over the ages. Now, only this one image remains." Sunny frowned and stared at chains wrapped around the titanic gate. For whatever reason, just looking at them made him feel deeply uncomfortable. "But what is its meaning?" His voice was full of both curiosity and apprehension. Ananki stepped closer to the broken pillar and studied the ancient engraving for a few moments in solemn silence. Then she said in a melodious tone, "This is a fragment of the mural that tells the story of one of Weaver's greatest deeds. The story of how the wandering daemon braved the eternal abyss." The frown on Sunny's face deepened. He briefly glanced at Nephis and said, "The eternal abyss? Do you mean the primordial void?" The young priestess nodded. "Yes, after the gods sealed the void, Weaver was the only one who managed to enter it. Or rather, the only one of those who had entered it who managed to return alive. At least that is what the legends say." Sunny raised an eyebrow. He knew that the gods had sealed the eternal void from which they were born. He also knew that the unknown were, most likely, the creatures of that void. While the unknown was a specific being that had somehow given life to the 7 demons, and that the reflection of either the former or the latter was forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's eyes. Was that how the demon of fate had ended up carrying the reflection of the unknown within their pupils? By entering the void and witnessing its horror? If so, Sunny wasn't sure if the depiction on the pillar had anything to do with how that event had happened. He doubted that there was an actual gate, no matter how impressive, that barred the way into the eternal void. What kind of gate could seal something that was much greater and more ancient than even the gods? He also was uncertain that Weaver had actually physically entered the void. Of course, it was possible. But there was another probability as well. The strings of fate stretched from the past into the future. The demon of fate had obviously been much more capable of looking at them than Sunny was. What if Weaver had simply traced the great tapestry of fate all the way back to its origin, to the point when this world had not existed yet, and all there was a vast and ever-changing void? If so, then using the "where is my eye" enchantment was much more perilous than Sunny had thought, and he already considered it deadly. In fact, now that he knew that simply knowing certain things could corrupt living beings, he saw the ability to perceive the strings of fate in a new light. Dangerous. Of course, there was still the possibility that Weaver had indeed ventured into the eternal void physically. Maybe that was how they had ended up having to sever their arm in the Ebony Tower, although timing did not really make sense for that to happen. He remained silent for a bit, then asked in a dry tone, "And why exactly did Weaver do such a thing?" Ananke smiled. Weaver believed that knowledge was the origin of power. "Yeah, I heard as much. And that was the reason they had ventured into the eternal abyss, to find the answer to the greatest of secrets." Nephis was looking at the ancient mural. Hearing these words, she frowned slightly and asked, "What secret?" The young priestess laughed. "How would mortals like us know? Some legends say that the demon of fate wanted to gain knowledge of the origin of the gods. Others say that it was Weaver's own origin that they sought to uncover. Perhaps it was both." Sunny stared at her for a moment. "Perhaps the two are one and the same." Ananke shook her head. "Whatever it was that Weaver had learned in the abyss is not that important, really. What matters more is that witnessing the eternal void gave the demon of fate the first reason to create the nightmare spell. That is what we, its priests, believe. So while this mural does not depict the inception of the nightmare spell, it does depict the inception of the idea of it. Which is why the remains of this column is the greatest relic of Weave." Sunny tilted his head. "What? What does the eternal void have to do with the nightmare spell? That's the first time I'm hearing about this." Wasn't Ananke contradicting herself? Before, she had said that the purpose of the nightmare spell was to give living beings a chance to save themselves from the annihilation of the Doom War. But then again, she was a priestess, and religious beliefs were rarely bound by reason. Contradictions were par for the course, and for the same reason, Sunny had to take everything Ananke said with a grain of salt. Still, there could be some truth to what she said. The young priestess bowed to the broken pillar again, then walked away with light steps. "My lord, my lady, come. I will show you the rest of the temple." Sunny and Nephis exchanged a glance, both pondering the meaning of the ancient mural. Neither of them knew what to make of it, so they followed Ananke in silence. Soon, the three of them settled for sleep. Tired after the long journey and the forlorn eeriness of Weave, Sunny fell into the embrace of dreams almost instantly. That night, he saw a nightmare. In the nightmare, Sunny was a spider with one of his 8 legs broken off. He was crawling across the stone floor, consumed by fear. Behind him, broken chains were falling down with a deafening clangor, and a titanic door stood wide open, its dark maw hiding indescribable horror. Sunny crawled and crawled, but no matter how he strained himself, the horrifying gate was only drew closer. Chapter 1313 Nightmare within nightmare. Sunny dreamt of a titanic gate that stood wide open, something boundless and entirely alien hiding in the darkness of its colossal maw. He was a spider with a severed leg, crawling away as broken chains fell to the ground all around him. His mind was consumed by terror, while his heart was full of a cold, bitter feeling of betrayal and regret. Escape. I must escape. Sunny pushed his small body across the stone floor. There were beautiful webs veiling the vast hall of the temple, their silk threads weaved into a grandiose tapestry. A spark flew, and a moment later, the webs were engulfed in fire. They disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only clouds of acrid smoke that obscured the entire world. At least he couldn't see the harrowing gate anymore. Suffocating, he crawled through the smoke, and slowly, torturously, the terror devouring his soul dissipated. Sunny felt as if he had escaped the immediate danger. However, he was hopelessly lost. There was nothing except for searing heat and the dark glow of spreading flame around him. His body was already starting to grow unbearably hot. He froze for a moment, resting and trying to find the way out of the smoldering inferno. Then, for a moment, he felt a breeze caressing his singed carapace from somewhere ahead. There. Sunny rose to his 7 feet and limped forward as fast as he could. Soon, he left the smoke and the fire behind. There was a silent expanse of still water around him now. The smoke was gone, but a thick mist took its place. It swirled and moved, flowing slowly past the shivering figure of the small spider. Where am I? Sunny took a step and discovered that he could somehow walk on the surface of the water, just like he could within the Soul Sea. Advancing hesitantly, he ventured deeper into the fog. Some time passed, perhaps only a few minutes, perhaps an eternity, and he had lost all sense of direction. There was nothing but mist in the world, until something else appeared in the gray void. Sunny trembled. There, ahead of him, something, was sitting on the calm surface of the water, staring down. The figure was dressed in tattered rags, its gaunt body hidden from view. It seemed like a human, or was at least human-shaped. The man's dirty hair was hanging like seaweeds, and his face was hidden from view. A jagged band of dark metal rested on his head like a tarnished crown. Suddenly, Sunny felt cold. The Mad Prince? It was one of the 6 heralds of the estuary, one of the 6 plagues. The creature in front of him looked rather pitiful, but it was still a corrupted titan. He was in dire danger. Luckily, the defiled abomination did not seem to notice the small spider. Mad Prince was sitting motionlessly, staring at his own reflection with an absent expression. It was as though he existed in an entirely different reality. A moment later, Sunny suddenly felt profound relief. A simple realization dispelled his fear and unease. I'm sleeping. It's a dream. Of course it was. Sunny was not a spider. He was currently in the temple of the nightmare spell, near Nephis and Ananke, not in the middle of a boundless sea, lost in the mist. The corrupted titan in front of him was not real, and the danger the creature represented was not real either. Thank the gods. As Sunny thought that, he was not a spider anymore. However, he was also not himself. Instead, Sunny was tall and nebulous. He had 8 nimble arms, one of them crafted out of pristine white porcelain. His slender figure was veiled by a dark mantle, and a mask of black polished wood hid his features. Looking down from his towering height, Sunny studied the pitiful creature in front of him. The Mad Prince did not look that frightening, especially for a titan. However, for some unknown reason, the hunched figure filled Sunny with dread. It was just too familiar. As if sensing a gaze, the tattered man suddenly shifted and slowly raised his head. A dreadful face that seemed like a ghastly mask of countless scars, and 2 dark eyes burning with unfathomable madness revealed themselves, making Sunny take an involuntary step back. Then, a whisper that was like broken glass resounded, scratching at his ears. The Mad Prince whispered, "Who dares dream about me?" And just like that, the relief Sunny felt was destroyed. Well, what? He knows that this is a dream? No, that is not possible. How? The eyes of the defiled slowly gained refocus, becoming sharp and crushing. Pressed down by the unbearable weight of harrowing insanity hidden in their dark depths, Sunny took another step back and held his breath. It's a dream. It's a dream. The creature's lips, meanwhile, twisted in a wicked smile. Ah, it's you. Which one are you? The mad prince suddenly froze, then groaned and struck his head with a fist. I can't remember. Ah, but it is also an answer. His ugly face rippled, as if trying to assume a human expression. You're neither. You are an imposter? The creature's voice suddenly grew dark and vicious. You murderer. An unhinged laugh escaped his lips, and then the mad prince slowly rose. His tattered rags moved, shrouded in mist. As Sunny took another step back, desperately trying to wake up, the defiled took a step forward. How about it, murderer? Come closer. I'll tell you a secret. You deserve that much. There was suddenly nowhere to go. The gray mist became solid, blocking all paths to retreat, and Sunny was indeed curious. Curious against his will. He was a great lover of secrets, after all. As he shuddered, feeling his thoughts spin out of control, there was suddenly a presence between him and the mad prince. Someone else was standing there, blocking the view of the mad creature with his back. It was a young man in a black tunic, with long raven black hair and a grim expression on his pale face. The sin of Solace. What is he doing here? The wraith seemed uncharacteristically serious as he stared the mad prince down. Without turning his head, the apparition said in a voice that was neither snide nor mocking. Instead, it was grave. What are you doing, fool? Summon your horse and get out of here. Hurry! Erdiul's note. We'll be busy in the coming few days. Delayed chapters will be the results of that. 1314 Revelations of Madness, shielded by the sin of Solace. Sunny was suddenly capable of pushing through the mist again. He backed away as the defiled smiled wider. Where are you going, murderer? Don't you want to learn a secret? You won't regret knowing it. Ah, maybe you will. Sunny did not know what was happening, but he was sure of one thing. Whatever it was that the mad prince wanted to tell him was not something he should ever learn, unless he wanted to become as mad and broken as the defiled abomination was. It was already crazy enough to be fighting for his life, or rather for his humanity, within a dream, which he was dreaming inside the third nightmare. Staggering away, Sunny called upon his shadows. Instantly, 3 figures rose from below. Taciturn saint, scrawny imp, and a tenebrous steed shrouded in darkness. The mad prince exploded with laughter. Good, good. Oh, this makes me feel nostalgic. We will. Saint was the first one to fall. Before she could even move, a sword suddenly flashed, followed by a turbulent whirlwind of surging mist. The graceful stone knight froze, a thin crack suddenly appearing on her onyx armor. Then, as silently as she had been born, Saint crumbled into 1,000 shards of black stone. A cloud of ruby dust exploded into the air, painting the still water crimson. Saint! Sunny's eyes widened, but before he could do anything, the sin of Solace pushed him away. Run, you bastard! She's not real! The imp was second. The little fiend hesitated, visibly scared by the tattered figure of the mad titan. However then, it bravely jumped forward, reaching for the flesh of the defiled with his claws. The invisible sword whistled again, and the scrawny figure suddenly staggered. With liquid flames flowing out of Imp's mouth, he looked at Sunny with a frightened expression. Then his eyes grew dim, and his little head slid off his neck, falling into the water with a quiet splash. Ah, Sunny felt as if his own mind was on the verge of breaking. Pressing down the tempest of pain and guilt raging in his heart, he gritted his teeth and turned away. His hand grasped Nightmare's mane, and with a stifled scream he jumped onto the stallion's back. The dark courser was already galloping away. Away through the swirling mist. The mad prince's laugh reached them from behind. Where are you going, murderer? I am not done with you. Sonny did not turn to look back. Gripping the sides of Nightmare with his thighs, he raised both hands and pressed them to his ears. Don't listen. Don't listen. However, he still heard it. The voice of the sin of solace, who said with a hint of resignation in his hateful, familiar voice. Sonny's own voice. Damn lunatic. Are you trying to steal my job? He had never been so happy to have a wraith born from the whisper of the demon of dread stuck in his head before. Nightmare flew through the mist, and soon the veil of it obscured the Mad Prince and the sin of solace, muffling their voices until nothing except silence remained. Sonny had also turned into himself. Finally, he had a human body once again, as well as 2 human hands. The dark mantle was replaced by the soft silk of the Shroud of Dusk. Looking down, he patted the black steed on the shoulder and let out a shaky breath. I think we are safe now. Then he hesitated for a moment and added in a small voice, But do you think that I can wake up now? Nightmare huffed and struck the surface of the still water with his hooves, soaring high into the air. As they rose higher and higher, the mist grew thinner and thinner, until eventually a ray of sunshine broke through its blinding veil. And as soon as it did, Sonny woke up with a start. Ah! He sat up, covered in cold sweat. With his heart beating wildly, Sonny grabbed at his chest and froze, looking around the dark room of the desolate temple. Slowly, his panic started to dissolve. A dream. It was just a dream. Sonny slowly exhaled, then shuddered and shook his head. No, it might have been a dream, but it definitely had not been just a dream. He did not know what kind of power could have allowed the Mad Prince, who was most likely either dead already or far, far away, to appear in his nightmare. However, he was certain that the creature he had met in the dream was not a simple figment of his imagination. Sonny did not know whether the tattered abomination he had faced was the defiled Titan himself or some echo left behind by his passing, but he knew that hearing the secret the abomination wanted to share would have been the end of him. Gods damn it, even the dreams aren't safe here. As his heart calmed down a little, he sat in silence for a while, trying to gather his thoughts. There were a lot of strange things about that dreadful dream. However, before he could consider them carefully, a sudden worry clouded his mind. Sonny hurriedly sent his shadows to check on Nephis and Ananke. Making sure that both were sleeping peacefully in the neighboring rooms, he then shuddered at the memory of his shadows being destroyed and proceeded to summon them one after another. He called upon the Dark Courser first. As the Sin of Solace said, Saint and Imp should not have been real. The Black Steed could be summoned into his dream because that was the nature of Nightmare's powers. But the other 2 were different. So only Nightmare had actually faced the Mad Prince. Most likely. The Black Stallion appeared in the shadows, keeping to his intangible form. He seemed agitated, but otherwise unharmed. Relieved, Sonny let out a long sigh. Thank you, buddy. You really saved my hide there. Dismissing Nightmare, he summoned Saint next. The graceful knight appeared out of the darkness, as stoic and indifferent as ever. She was unharmed. Feeling as if a great burden had been lifted off his heart, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. You're safe. Thank the gods. Saint gave him a strange look, but remained silent. Well, of course she did. Go back now. No, actually, stay here. Keep watch throughout the night, all right? The graceful knight stared at him for a few moments, then turned away and silently left the room to stand guard in the corridor. Sonny took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Now, only Imp remained. He summoned the scrawny goblin, then scratched the back of his head. Ah, right. That little rascal is still stuck digesting the armor of the black turtle. Damn it, when will he stop lazing around and... But before Sonny could finish the thought, a frightening figure suddenly rose from the shadows. towering above him like a demon forged out of dark steel and sharp blades. Ah, what the? Unbeknownst to Sunny, the little rascal had already awakened from his slumber. Only he wasn't so little anymore. After 1315 Steel Devil, Sunny had grown accustomed to calling his youngest shadow an imp. However, now the ravenous fiend was finally worthy of his fearsome name. The creature in front of Sunny could not be called little, nor could it be called scrawny. It was almost as tall as Saint, towering above him like a demonic warrior whose body had been forged out of dark steel in the infernal flames of hell. There were a lot of similarities with how Imp had looked during their last battle in Falcon Scott. But there were also differences. The original ravenous fiend had been tall, but gaunt. His body had been covered in thick plates of black bone armor, and he was as ferocious as he was stealthy, like a vengeful wraith born out of hungry darkness. The new and improved Imp, however, was not gaunt. Instead, he seemed like a knight clad in a suit of plate armor. That armor was not made out of bone either. It was made out of a strange, dark metal. The ravenous shadow had seemed like he was forged out of black steel before, but the look of his metallic body was changed now. It acquired a dark sheen and a glossy quality, as though the transcendent devil had been cast out of black silver or covered in a layer of dull chrome. There were changes in the design of his armor, too. It was as though Fiend had been forged out of countless broken swords. There were curved blades growing from his elbows and knees, as well as ferocious spikes rising here and there from his dark armor. His face was hidden behind the visor of a fearsome helmet, with twisting horns rising from it and a jagged line breaking its surface where the Fiend's terrible mouth was hidden, brimming with dagger-like teeth. His claws were like short swords, and in his ferocious eyes, infernal flames burned with intense heat. Crap! And that demonic monstrosity was currently staring at Sunny with an extremely nasty expression in its glowing orange-red eyes. Sunny awkwardly cleared his throat. Ah, hey there, buddy. Imp's mouth split in a sinister grin, releasing more heat and infernal glow. Sunny forced out a smile. Wow, you look great. I guess all that delicious magical steel I found and fed you, out of nothing but pure kindness, maybe. Really did you some good, huh? He coughed. Say, you wouldn't be remembering all the times I kicked and berated you, would you? Or, thinking about strange things like revenge. Would you? Imp took a step forward, the glow of his demonic eyes and incinerating maw falling on Sunny's face. His grin widened, the sharp steel teeth glinting in the darkness. His voice sounded like a roaring flame. Like revenge. With that, Imp raised his hand. In that moment, Sunny's expression changed, and he added evenly, because if you do, you master will have a good reason to find out just how sturdy this new body of yours is. Imp's grin froze for a moment, and his hand did too. He hesitated for a moment, and then carefully fixed a crease on Sunny's tunic. The steel fiend growled politely. Master, good. Then he backed away, stared at Sunny for a bit, and hurriedly left the room. Sunny let out a relieved sigh, then smiled. Ah, they grow up so fast. One of his shadows followed Imp into the corridor to see what the big guy was up to. Moving too silently for a creature of his size and weight, the steel devil approached Saint and stopped next to her, as if to join her in guarding the rooms. There they stood, Saint and Fiend. Imp was acting as nonchalantly as the taciturn knight was, but Sunny did not miss the fact that the bastard was puffing out his chest and secretly throwing glances at Saint, as if waiting for her reaction. After a while, the stone knight finally turned her head and stared at the steel fiend indifferently. Imp seemed to have secretly held his breath. Saint remained motionless for a while, then raised her hand and casually flicked the fiend's chest with a finger. After hearing a melodious ring, she tilted her head a little. Finally, the graceful knight nodded curtly and turned away. Imp looked beyond himself. Maintaining a stoic facade worthy of his ferocious appearance, he also looked away and returned to silently guarding the corridor. However, the flames in his eyes were dancing jubilantly. Sunny scoffed. "This ugly idiot. Ah, he's seriously cute." He shook his head, then summoned the runes to learn exactly what had changed about Ravenous Fiend except for appearance. The runes read, Shadow, Ravenous Fiend. Shadow rank, Transcendent. Shadow class, Devil. Shadow description. A pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land. Shadow attributes. Lucky. Marvel. Ravenous. Shadow sworn. Complete steel body. The greater steel body had become complete steel body. Its description read, Attribute. Description. This shadow's body is forged out of sublime, blessed steel and is without a flaw. It seemed that consuming the silver armor of the black turtle had not only improved the quality of the alloy from which Imp's body was made, but also removed all the remaining imperfections from it. Granted, Sunny was inclined to take its supposed flawlessness with a grain of salt. After all, he had recently learned that flaws were one of the universal laws of the world. Still, if the spell deemed it necessary to call Imp's newly evolved body flawless, he had to be very close to having no physical vulnerabilities. It seemed that Sunny finally had another powerful shadow to face the most dire enemies side by side with. Imp was now perfectly capable of participating in battles alongside Saint and Nightmare, reaching the fearsome level of power that a transcendent devil was supposed to possess. With his indestructible steel body, which was a weapon in and of itself, as well as his dual affinity for shadows and flame, the ferocious fiend would be a terror on the battlefield. Good. Just in time. Sunny's face grew somber. Things had been calm for a while, ever since Ananke had found them. But he knew that there were plenty of harrowing battles waiting for them in the depths of the tomb of Ariel. Chapter 1. 1316. Limits of Power Imp. Or was Sunny supposed to call him Fiend now? Did not get new abilities. Which was logical, really, since the black turtle was only a monster, and the gluttonous shadow had not even consumed the flesh of the abominations, only its armor. Still, the scrawny goblin had become a fearsome ogre. He was going to significantly increase Sunny's battle power, not the least because of his carefully chosen diet. Sunny had given up on feeding Ravenous Fiend a lot of valuable stuff so that his growth did not become muddled. Imp's main affinities had to be established first, steel and shadows. The flames he had absorbed from the colossal body of the Sun Prince were a pleasant side effect, increasing the power of the Steel Devil's attacks. But what Sunny had really wanted was to make his youngest shadow as indestructible as possible. Saint possessed an incredible level of defense, which was only made greater by her masterful battle prowess. But Imp was different. If not guided cautiously, he could have ended up being vulnerable. Considering the types of situations Sunny often found himself in, that vulnerability was bound to result in him losing his first shadow sooner rather than later. Survivability was king. He had regrettably proven it himself over and over again, clinging to life by the skin of his teeth on many occasions. Which was why Sunny was so impressed by how hard to kill the original scavenger had been. He had experienced the toughness of the spiteful fiend's bone armor personally, after all, and wanted to make Imp at least as durable. If the ravenous shadow managed to approach the level of defense Saint possessed, that would have been even better. In that regard, Sunny seemed to have overshot his initial goal. By a lot. Imp's complete steel body was not only as durable as Saint's graceful body was, but vastly more so. His metal carapace was sturdier than her stone-like armor, and much more importantly, that durability encompassed the entire body of the ravenous devil, not just its surface. Although Saint was hard to wound, she was actually quite vulnerable once her armor and resilient skin were breached. The internals of her miraculous stone body were well protected, but fragile. The ruby dust that flowed out of the wounds like blood was proof of that. Ravenous Fiend, however, was now fully tempered, both outside and inside. There were no vulnerabilities that an enemy could exploit, at least not an enemy using physical attacks, which meant that while Imp could deliver fearsome blows, his true power lay in being nearly impervious to physical harm. He could become the shield of the Shadow cohort. Or a punching bag. Sunny scratched the back of his head and looked in the direction where Imp was standing, hidden from view by a wall, with a guilty expression. The poor guy had not realized what the future held for him. Had he? Sorry, buddy. He shook his head and remained silent for a while, thinking. There were two fully matured transcendent devils serving him now. Sunny himself had become unbelievably strong due to Shadow Dance, at least for an Ascended. If augmented by Nephis, his power was probably comparable to some saints now, enough to give him a fighting chance if for nothing else. If Sunny was assisted by his shadows, most saints would probably be the ones at risk, not him. And that was without Soul Serpent, who should have become the strongest of the shadows by now. But still, that power was not enough. After experiencing the dire perils of the upper reaches of the great river, and knowing that he would have to venture far downstream, into the distant past, Sunny knew that even his current ridiculous level of strength was not enough to slay the kind of adversaries he would be facing. The problem was, I am almost at my limit. There were very few things he could realistically achieve in a short amount of time to increase his power even further. The only feasible one was helping Nightmare evolve into an Ascended Terror and unlock his Dream Curse ability. That was going to happen relatively soon, but after that, Sunny would reach a dead end. With a lot of effort, he could potentially become a Terror. But even that boost was not going to be significant enough to change the odds in his favor. More memories, and stronger ones at that, were not going to cut it either. Sunny had grown a lot, more than any master in history had, perhaps. But now his head was pressed against an indestructible ceiling. The only way for him to leap to a new height was by breaking that ceiling and becoming a saint. Which could only happen after the nightmare, meaning too late. Of course, he had recently learned from Ananke that people could transcend without the assistance of the spell. That path was open to him. But sadly, Sunny did not have 100 spare years or more to slowly learn how to do just that. What was left then? He frowned. Actually, I am thinking about it all wrong. Sunny had been a loner for most of his life, and even after learning how to rely on others and trust his friends, he still put a lot of meaning into personal strength, which was not exactly unwise, but at the same time served as an artificial limit. Although he had not lived through Neph's second nightmare, the lesson she had learned there resonated with his own experiences. Personal strength was important, but it paled in comparison to true power. Take Antarctica, for example. Sunny had achieved incredible things there, but he had not achieved them alone. The evacuation of hundreds of millions of civilians was only possible because the government had mobilized vast resources to send the first and second evacuation armies into the southern quadrant. Without the irregulars, without the mundane soldiers and thousands of awakened who had fought and died to save the people of Antarctica, Sunny would not have achieved anything. His personal strength was nothing when compared to the united determination of all those brave people. It was the same here in the third nightmare. Sunny had to destroy a dire enemy, the forces of defilement populating the corrupted city of Verge and the 6 plagues that ruled it. Dreadlord, Torment, Undying Slaughter, Soul Stealer, Devouring Beast, and Mad Prince. So why was he only thinking about his personal strength? Wasn't the power of his allies also his power? Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, and even Mordred. They were as much a part of his power as Saint, Imp, and Nightmare. Since Sunny had reached the ceiling of what he himself could achieve as a master, wouldn't it be wiser for him to put his efforts into empowering his allies? This is it. Shrouded in darkness, Sunny slowly nodded. That was the path he had to take if he wanted to survive the nightmare. After reaching Fallen Grace, he and Nephis had to find the rest of the cohort. And once they found them, Sunny had to make sure that his friends, and Mordred too, grew as powerful as possible. He had to make them into a force capable of defeating the 6 plagues, for their sake, and also his own. Sunny sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. The future was daunting. Chapter 1, 1317. Difficult questions. Approaching the window, Sunny opened the heavy shutters and looked at the desolate landscape of Weave from the height of one of the Nightmare Spell Temple's bell towers. The sky was veiled in impenetrable darkness. The waters flowing through the canals of the floating city glowed with iridescent radiance, bathing the empty streets in ethereal glow. Usually, the light of the great river at night was dreamlike and beautiful, but contrasted against the forlorn desolation of Weave. It made for an eerie sight. It was like a city of ghosts. He sighed, thinking about the cruel fate that had befallen the followers of Weaver, and the creature that had driven them to extinction. The Mad Prince. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. He was reluctant to think about his meeting with the defiled Titan, or at least some vestige of the abhorrent creature that had found its way into his dreams. It almost felt as though thinking about the abomination would summon it here. Nevertheless, Sunny had to consider what he had seen and heard in the harrowing dream, because it was too ominous. I dreamt of being Weaver. The spider with a broken leg was, without a doubt, a representation of the demon of fate. It was not surprising that Sunny had dreamt of the nebulous demon after witnessing the mural in the grand hall of the temple, and neither was it unexpected that he had assumed the demon's role in his nightmare. Weaver's blood was running through Sunny's veins after all, and he too had an innate affinity to fate. The latter was the reason for the former in the end. It was because of being fated that he had stumbled on the egg of the loathsome thieving bird and received the forbidden lineage of the sinister demon. Sinister. Sunny had actually never thought about Weaver in such terms before, mostly because he had benefited greatly from their tenuous connection, but also because there was no reason to. In all honesty, he had admired the mysterious demon, with no particular reason except for the fact that the demon of fate was an intelligent, cunning, and fearsome deity. But the more Sunny learned about the end of the dream realm and the nightmare spell, the more ominous of a figure Weaver seemed. And how could they not? Who could be more dangerous than a creature that wielded knowledge of fate itself? Sunny and Nephis had argued about the nature of the spell, whether it was a fundamentally benevolent force or not. He was inclined to believe that it had been created for a noble purpose, which was not to say that it was not a vile and terrible curse for the humans of the waking world. But he was also starting to suspect that neither of them really understood the true intention and scope of what Weaver had done at all. The nightmare spell seemed like a tool to make living beings stronger in the face of encroaching corruption. But there were too many discrepancies between what was apparent and what was hidden beneath the surface. The nightmares, the slow but inevitable escalation, the sheer convenience of it all. What was Weaver's true goal? How had the rudimentary version of the Spelunanki wielded grown to become the pervasive and nearly omnipotent power that seemed to be as absolute as the universal laws of reality that the gods established? Come to think of it, how had the Doom War ended? What had actually happened to the daemons, the gods, and Weaver? Where did the corruption that had devoured the dream realm come from? And why? Just like always, Sunny had no answers. More than that, these were not even the questions he had to ponder. The defilement was a form of corruption that had spread from the estuary, and there were 6 champions of it. Dreadlord, devouring beast, undying slaughter, torment, soul stealer, and Mad Prince. The Mad Prince who seemed strangely familiar when Sunny had dreamt of him. He shivered. Why did he feel familiar? The defiled horror seemed like a human. No, like a broken marionette of a human. He was like a flesh puppet worn by a boundless sea of madness, to the point where the madness seemed like the actual being, while the human body just seemed like its ragged shell. Sunny still shuddered when he remembered the creature's eyes. The torment hiding in them was like a chilling storm of insanity born from 1,000 years of horror, agony, and knowledge. Knowledge was the heaviest thing in the world, after all, as well as the origin of power. And that was why he was very uncomfortable with the fact that the Mad Prince seemed so familiar. Sunny had not noticed it at the start, because the abominable creature was too different from him. But when the sin of Solace appeared, he had to admit to himself that the defiled Titan and the Sword Wraith were eerily similar, which meant that Sunny and the Mad Prince were similar too. He stared at the ghostly landscape of Weave for a while. Have I assumed the role of that abomination? Sunny and Nephis had discussed how strange their entry into the nightmare was. Whose roles did they assume? Who could have been present that far upstream at the moment of their arrival? He had also theorized that the Mad Prince might have died there, as evident by the piece of flotsam with deranged runes carved into it. It was strange to think that a corrupted Titan could have become an ascended tyrant, but not impossible. The spell could have decided that it was the best and only option, slightly changing the rules. The third nightmare was different from the previous two to begin with challengers entering it with their own bodies. That was one possibility. The other, more harrowing possibility, was that the abominable madmen could have been the sin of Solace from the future, conjured into the present by some strange quirk of the great river. Ananke had said it herself that the flow of time in the tomb of Ariel was often strange and unpredictable. The Mad Prince could also have been the future version of Sunny, who had either been devoured by the corruption or the sin of Solace itself. No, no way, no way. He suddenly felt incredibly cold, but it was too compelling of a theory to be discarded because of the outrage he felt at the thought of being able to turn into that bastard. The letters of the modern alphabet being mixed with the deranged runes, the ability to spread madness, the physical resemblance. It was not only the Mad Prince either. The description of the rest of the 6 plagues was also extremely ominous. The Soul Stealer, who could wear the skin of those he killed. The Undying Slaughter, who was overcome by insatiable bloodlust. The Devouring Beast, who consumed the bodies of her slain foes. The Dreadlord and Torment. Didn't they sound like corrupted, twisted versions of the members of the cohort? All except Nephis, who was incorruptible. It's too ridiculous of a thought. Sunny could reluctantly acknowledge that some form of time distortion could have happened inside the tomb of Ariel. He could even admit that it was quite possible for them to fail in conquering the nightmare and succumb to corruption. However, what were the chances of all of them surviving that and becoming saints in the process? The 6 plagues were vastly more powerful than the members of the cohort, to the point that an entire civilization of powerful awakened had not managed to slay a single one of them. 2 civilizations even, considering the King of Twilight and his people. No, it was far more likely that Nephis and her cohort were pitted against nightmare creature resembling the perverse versions of themselves because of a little nudge from the spell. The spell had shown itself to be fond of such ghastly but poetic twists of fate, after all. Still, how had the runes of the waking world language ended up on the piece of flotsam? Sunny remained motionless for a long time, looking at the desolate expanse of Weave. Eventually, the glowing waters dimmed, and the 7 suns emerged from the river. Sunny sensed the shadows move in the adjacent rooms, telling him that Ananke and Nephis had woken up. He closed his eyes for a few long moments, trying to chase away the heavy thoughts. He then dismissed Saint and Imp. It was time to meet the new day. Hopefully he would get some answers after reaching Fallen Grace. I need to strengthen Nightmare as soon as possible. The Mad Prince had invaded his dreams once, and there was no guarantee that it would not happen again. Sunny needed to protect himself while he slept, and since helping the Black Stallion evolve was also the only way for him to strengthen himself in the short term, he could achieve both goals at once that way. I'm going to have to craft some memories. Luckily, with the Crown of Twilight supplying him with essence, Weaving strings of it to create memories would not be as taxing and long of a process as it had been before. Thinking about how many soul shards he had and what memories to create, Sunny rubbed his face and went outside to meet his companions. They were going to leave Weave soon. Author's note: I am back from Shanghai. Participating in the Shanghai Online Literature Week was very fun, especially because I got to meet many wonderful web novel authors and complained to Legion 20 about how everyone says that I stole the name of Saint Tyrus from Supreme Magus. I also listened to interesting reports, gave a few interviews, participated in a round table with popular Chinese web novelists, and refused to eat diced jellyfish twice. Oh, and I also received a shiny award, which is now resting on my bookshelf. Overall, it was a very nice trip, and now I can't wait to get to proper writing again. The regular upload schedule will resume starting tomorrow. There will be 2 chapters today, too, but I'll post them a few hours apart. It's back to the basement for me, I guess. But when had it not been so? Chapter 1, 1318. Leaving Weave, Sunny, Nephis, and Ananke spend several days in the Temple of the Nightmare Spell, resting and exploring the forlorn city as they prepared for the last leg of the journey. These days were strangely tranquil and peaceful, but also bittersweet. It was because the 3 of them knew that their time together was coming to an end. The young priestess, who had been their caretaker and guide for the last few weeks, was not going to be able to follow her wards to where they needed to go. Fallen Grace, the city of dusk, lay far beyond the boundary of where she was allowed to exist. Such was the fate of all Riverborn. Sunny and Nephis were both painfully aware of what awaited Ananke in the future. That was why, even though they tried to hide their emotion, a dark shadow was cast over their hearts. The young priestess herself, meanwhile, seemed at peace with her bitter fate. An easy smile often appeared on her lips, and she fully dedicated herself to making preparations to send the 2 of them on their way. Sunny and Nephis were going to have to travel far downstream on their own. They needed supplies and knowledge to reach Fallen Grace without Ananke, so she was busy making sure they would have everything they needed. They gathered various resources from all over the desolate ruins of Weave. The young priestess also taught them how to navigate the great river and recognize various perils hiding in its depths. Nephis continued to learn how to steer the enchanted ketch, while Sunny spent his time weaving threads of shadow essence and studying the estuary key. Eventually, there was nothing left for them in the orphaned city. As the beautiful light of the 7 rising suns suffused the cool morning air, Ananke led them through the empty streets for the last time and jumped lightly onto the deck of the graceful ketch. Come, we will sail downstream today. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, then silently followed her aboard the boat. The young priestess watched them with a smile, then nodded and gestured to the steering oar. My lady, it is best if you practice steering while I am still with you. Remember our lessons. You can surely succeed. Nephis looked at her for a while, her face motionless. She hesitated a little before sitting down on the helmsman's bench and taking the oar. Sunny, meanwhile, frowned. Wait, what about you? If we are going to sail away on the ketch, how are you going to get back to Weave? Ananke shook her head. Weave stretches far downstream, just like it does upstream. There are several island ships we will visit before it is time for me to turn back. I will leave you at the lower house of parting, where there are other vessels for me to use. He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded reluctantly. Sunny had not come to terms with how they would have to leave Ananke behind, still. But there was nothing he could do, and nothing he knew how to say. They had no other choice. But the farewell was not upon them yet. Perhaps he would be able to find the correct words in the days to come. With a sigh, Sunny lowered himself to the deck. Usually Ananke would sit on the bench at the stern of the ketch, while Nephis would be opposite him at the middle point of the deck. Today, however, their familiar positions were reversed. Neph was holding the steering oar, while the priestess sat down near Sunny. He had grown somewhat accustomed to how beautiful the young Ananke was, but looking at her directly still felt strange, especially because of how bright her smile was and how heavy his heart was. "Thank you, my lord." Sunny looked at her somberly, surprised. "Me? For what?" The young priestess sighed lightly, then looked at the desolate landscape of Weave with a wistful expression. "For wanting to learn about my birthplace so much. I am glad to have shared its stories with someone. Very much." He lowered his head and remained silent for a few moments. "Sure, no problem." At that moment, Nephis took a deep breath and then said something in a resolute voice. The word that escaped her lips echoed from the walls of the canal, and a subtle ripple spread across the surface of the flowing water. It was as though the word itself contained an invisible power capable of reshaping the world. Soon, a strong gale rose, filling the sails of the old ketch. It was both similar and different from how Ananke summoned the wind. Neph's shaping was more direct and crude, lacking stability. But at the same time, it contained a wild and fearsome will. As a result, the gale summoned by the true name of the wind was able to propel the boat forward despite not being as strong as what the young priestess had been able to call upon. The word they spoke was the same, but the result differed. It was because of the nature of the sorcery of names. Unlike other types of sorcery which acted through fixed conduits like essence threads and runes, it used the shapers themselves as the conduit. Nephis was of a lower rank than Ananke, so she couldn't channel the power of the word as potently. But at the same time, her body and soul were aflame with the divine lineage of Sun God. And more importantly, she possessed a true name of her own. Those with true names were connected to the mystical side of the world much closer, would be influenced by the hidden powers of the world much more, and be able to exert greater influence in turn. Which was why Nephis was able to control the ketch with a sufficient level of power despite not being a saint like Ananke. "You are doing great, my lady. Speak the names of concealment next." Neph lingered, her face a little pale. The sorcery of names did not come without a cost, just like the other types of sorcery. Channeling a word put a strain on the shaper's body, as while uttering it did not consume essence, controlling the outcome did. Eventually she gritted her teeth and said the rest of the names the priestess had taught her, arranging them into a phrase. The ketch flew through the canals. Soon, it broke free of the city boundaries and sped into the open expanse of the great river, leaving the forlorn city behind. They were once again traveling downstream, deeper into the past. Chapter 1319, House of Youth. The next morning they reached the first of the remote island ships Ananke had told them about. It slowly appeared from beyond the horizon, illuminated by the dreamlike sunlight. This one was different from the House of Parting. The artificial island was much larger, and instead of a solemn and solitary building, it encompassed a whole district. This was it. There were many houses, gardens, and water features, all of them bright and colorful. Despite the same desolation that reigned in Weave, this place seemed strangely festive. It was easy to imagine how full of vitality it had once been. Ananke's eyes glistened with nostalgia. She smiled softly and said, her voice melodious, "This is the House of Youth." Sunny and Nephis looked at the bright island ship, wondering what its purpose was. The sight of it was a little uplifting and a little sad. Contrasted against the beautiful atmosphere, the emptiness seemed even more poignant. The young priestess sighed. This is one of the 7 houses that Riverborn spent their childhood and adolescence at. She lingered for a moment and then explained, "As you can imagine, children grow up differently here on the Great River. From the moment they are born, their bodies are beholden to the currents of its time. If brought upstream, they will swiftly reach adulthood. At the same time, their parents will have to grow older if they wish to remain with their child. In a span of a few generations, families will be torn apart, and a city will be broken into pieces." Ananke shook her head. "Of course, it is also cruel to thrust a child into adulthood while their mind remains immature. So the 7 houses exist. Actually, It is a bit strange for me to explain these things, since that is just how life in the tomb of Ariel is. To me, it is the manner in which outsiders grow up that seems odd. She laughed. I couldn't believe my mother when she told me that kids outside just grow up inevitably, while remaining in the same place, and have no choice on when to become adults. How scary. Can you imagine? Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, befuddled. After a while he cleared his throat. Yeah, I can easily imagine. But wait, what is the exact purpose of these 7 houses? Fallen Grace was most likely built in the same way, so it would be good to know. Plus, he was simply curious. The young priestess smiled. It is simple, really. When a man and a woman decide to have a child, they travel downstream, to the house of birth. The children are born and spend the first months of their lives there. She looked at the waters of the great river and added, her voice wistful. As the mind of the child matures, they and their parents travel upstream to the next house, where the kids become toddlers. After a year or two, the family travels to the 3rd house, and so forth. This way, kids have a chance to have proper childhoods. It is a happy time for the families. And moving on to the next house is a big event for the children, akin to the birthday ceremony you outsiders have. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. The river people did not have the same perception of time as the rest of humans. They still counted time in months and years, but these measurements were simply traditions brought into the tomb of Ariel by those who had come from the outside. Although there were something akin to seasonal changes within the tomb of Ariel, the idea of a solar year was meaningless here. So the children growing up on the great river would put much more meaning into traveling upstream and getting an older body than into an empty thing like getting older by an imaginary year, especially since their lives were not limited by the dwindling number of years that remained before they grew old and died. Ananki noticed his contemplative expression and added, "This last house, the house of youth, is where our bodies reach the stage of the cusp of adulthood. The parents usually leave for the main city and leave the kids with other youths. Yet different kids reach mental maturity at different paces. Some spend just a few years here before moving on to reunite with their families. Some stay longer. Some lazy rascals even refuse to become adults for decades." Her cheeks turned slightly pink. I might have been one of those rascals myself." Sunny smiled, imagining the dignified and wise elderly woman he knew avoiding the responsibilities of adulthood for as long as she could, getting into all kinds of mischief with the other young riverborn. Had Ananki really been such an unruly troublemaker once? He shook her head. But wait, if that is true, then how would these youths have families of their own? They would turn into infants by traveling to the house of birth, no? Ananki nodded. Indeed, that is why the whole city migrates some distance upstream each generation. That gives the young ones a chance to have children of their own. Of course, it also means that their parents grow a little older with each migration. But our lifespans are long. The future is more forgiving than the past. The eldest ones assume guidance roles in the 7 houses as well. She remained silent for a few moments. Nevertheless, a city might reach a point where the older part of its population would not be able to migrate anymore. That never happened to Weave, since many died in the battles against the corrupted, and those who survived too long usually chose to leave from the House of Parting. Our history also does not stretch that far. But downstream, where the great cities of Sibyls used to be, that was how new settlements were created. The young split off to start life anew. Sunny and Nephis remained silent, thinking about how bizarre the civilization of the great river was after all. The way of life of the river people was indeed completely different from the outside world. Even simple things like parenthood, childhood, and growing up were entirely unlike what they knew. Life always finds a way, which was why it was even sadder to see it destroyed, how it had been here in Weave. Ananki sighed. There had been a single migration after I left the House of Youth. So, I will be able to guide you past all the 7 houses to the house of parting far downstream. It should not take us more than a few days." With that, she turned to Nephis and smiled. "In the meantime, my lady, I will help you grow accustomed to controlling the catch." As she and Neph talked, Sunny looked at the bright buildings of the House of Youth, which were drawing closer and closer, and then slowly drifting past. He was thinking about what Ananki's childhood must have looked like, as well as about the bleak and cold childhood of his own. Wasn't it funny? The young priestess, who had been born in a tomb built by the demon of dread from the corpse of an unholy titan, clung desperately to her childhood, not wanting to become an adult. While he, who had been born in the waking world, couldn't wait to leave that bitter page of his life behind. And in the end, they had both ended up in this catch together. Sunny sighed. It would be nice if the kids of the future, the waking world's future, could live like her, and not like me. That was such a strange thought. Chapter 1, 1320, Childhood's End. Eventually, Ananki replaced Nephis at the steering oar. Neph looked drained after commanding the winds for an entire day. Nevertheless, Sunny felt that her eyes were duller than mere exhaustion could explain. Throwing a questioning glance at her, he asked, "Are you all right?" She lingered for a few moments, then nodded silently. Sitting down and leaning her back against the side of the ketch, Nephis then tiredly closed her eyes. She had not slept since they left Weave, and although masters like them could easily remain awake for days, mental fatigue still had a way of catching up to them. "I guess she doesn't want to talk about whatever it is that's troubling her." Sunny studied Neph's pale face, then quietly summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her dreams. The tenebrous steed hid in the shadows at the bow of the boat, formless and watchful. Not satisfied with that, Sunny sent all but one of his shadows to augment him. Memories of meeting the manifestation of the Prince of Madness still haunted his thoughts. Later there was nothing for him to do but continue weaving threads of essence. Sunny sat on the deck of the ketch with his legs crossed, his fingers dancing in the air. By now he was proficient enough in creating essence strings to not pay a lot of attention to the process. It was a far cry from when he had attempted weaving for the first time and constantly cut his hands to the bone. His painfully gained experience and the increased sensitivity that bone weave granted to his fingertips made it easier. Now, Sunny just needed time and essence to create as long a thread as he needed to weave a memory. It still took some time. After a while, Ananki looked at him with curiosity and asked, "My lord, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing?" Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then turned his head slightly. He hesitated before answering, knowing how weird she was about all things involving the demon of fate. Nevertheless, eventually he said, "I am creating essence strings, weaving." Her azure eyes widened slightly. You are a weaver, my lord?" "A weaver." Sunny tilted his head. "If you mean someone who uses weaver's sorcery, then yes, although I am not very proficient with it." The young priestess was staring at him with reverence. He sighed. "Why, were these weavers very rare in your time?" She nodded slowly. "Extremely so, my lord. The sorcery created by the demon of fate was not something mortals could easily learn, or gods even. There were only a few who mastered it. One of the 2 high priests of the nightmare spell was one such sorcerer. My mother told me that he was a shaper of souls and a master of all kinds of magic." "Are there a lot of weavers like you in the future?" Sunny slowly shook his head. "No. There are a few whose aspects allow them to create memories. But as far as I know, I am the only one who truly knows how to weave sorcery, unbound by the limits of my abilities." He sighed. "I never had a teacher, though. Everything I know I've learned myself. That is why I can only create copies of the weaves created by the spell, or modify them at best." The young priestess looked at him silently for a while, then smiled. "But, my lord, Wouldn't that mean that the nightmare spell is your teacher? How can there be a better teacher than that? The corner of his mouth twitched. Suddenly grim, Sunny looked away. I guess. The spell has taught me a great deal of things. Indeed. Ananki's smile widened. You are beloved by fate, then. I feel at ease. He hid his face, not wanting her to see the dark resentment drowning his eyes. Beloved by fate, huh? Sunny was indeed fated. However, that did not mean that fate was especially kind to him. It just meant that he was wrapped in its strings like a helpless puppet, doomed to always be at its mercy. In a sense, it meant that he would never know peace, not until he learned how to rip those strings apart. It's much more like I am cursed by it. But then again, wasn't his fate to become defiled, tear his face with his nails, and turn into a mad abomination? Wasn't that his future? Sunny shuddered, remembering that frightening possibility. No, no way. I would rather die. I will die, if this is the only outcome. That stupid theory of mine has to be wrong. The Mad Prince. I will never become him. Closing his eyes for a moment, he calmed his wildly beating heart and concentrated on weaving essence strings once again. However, his fingers trembled as he did. By the time the 7 suns touched the surface of the flowing water, the swift ketch reached the second of the 7 houses. Mooring the boat to its pier, they camped for the night on the forlorn island. It looked like a place where life had thrived once, but now that vitality was gone. The children were gone. The parents were gone. And soon enough, the 7 houses would be gone too, swallowed by the eternal currents of the great river. In the morning, Sunny was awoken by the creaking of the wind catchers. After giving Ananki some time to take a walk along the shore and remember the days of her childhood, they left the artificial islands and sailed downstream once again. It took them another day to pass the 3rd house. By then, Ananki's appearance had changed once again. She used to look only slightly older than Sunny and Nephis in Weave, but now it was as if she was of the same age as them, or even younger. By the time the swift ketch reached the 4th house, she seemed to be in her late teens. The mood inside the ketch had turned dark. Looking at the endearing adolescent face of the young priestess, it was impossible to deny that they would have to leave her behind. Soon. The house of parting was not that far away anymore. Before they reached it, though, they had to pass by the last 3 of the 7 houses. However, by the time they were supposed to come in view of the 5th, Ananki's expression had turned tense. Because the artificial island was nowhere to be found. Chapter 1, 1321 Drowning Island. Sunny and Nephis had learned a few things about navigating the endlessly flowing waters of the great river, but they were still unsure what distance separated each of the 7 houses from each other. Nevertheless, they quickly understood that something was wrong by looking at Ananki's face. The young priestess was almost always either calm or smiling. At some point, however, a deep frown twisted her soft adolescent face, and a dark shadow was cast onto her vibrant azure eyes. Sunny was the first to notice. He studied the teenage girl in front of them, then asked, "What's wrong?" Ananki lingered for a few moments. "We should have reached the 3rd house by now, my lord." There were 7 artificial islands where the children of Weave spent their childhood, and although the swift ketch was supposed to reach the 5th one, they were actually numbered in reverse order, starting with the House of Birth far downstream and ending with the House of Youth. So the 3rd house would have been the 5th they saw. However, it seemed to have disappeared. The young priestess studied the vast expanse of the great river, then mumbled with uncertainty, "I guess the mechanisms of the island could have broken down, sending it adrift. I haven't visited here in a long while. Still, the deterioration shouldn't have reached that stage already." Sunny and Nephis exchanged glances. Rising to her feet, Nephis looked north. Could it have been destroyed by an abomination? Ananki did not answer for a while. Eventually she sighed. "It's unlikely, but not impossible. Maybe that is what happened, indeed." The ketch continued to fly downstream, but the mood of its 3 passengers had changed. Not only was there a threat of a powerful nightmare creature stalking the waters somewhere nearby, but the disappearance of one of the islands also meant that the rest of them could be gone as well. Damnation. Sunny did not particularly care about the remaining 2 of the 7 houses, but he was concerned about the lower house of parting, the point where Ananke was supposed to say farewell to them. The young priestess was intending to gift them her ketch, so she needed another vessel in order to return to Weave. There were supposed to be other boats moored at the house of parting, but if the island had been destroyed, they were going to have a problem. It's not too bad. The furthest island ship of Weave might not have been destroyed. Even if it was, Sunny could assume the form of the river serpent again, continuing to travel downstream without the ketch. With the crown of twilight, he would be able to sustain that form for longer, but not long enough to reach fallen grace. There were less powerful abominations in the past, though. Perhaps he and Nephis would be able to come up with a method to stay safe while he replenished his essence. There was nothing to do for now. First, they needed to reach the house of parting and see whether it was still in one piece or not. They continued sailing downstream in grim silence. The 7 suns had already plunged into the great river, suffusing it with a soft glow, when Sunny suddenly stirred and peered into the distance. A few moments later, he pointed forward and said, his voice somber, "I see something. There." Ananke silently moved the steering oar, guiding the ketch in that direction. A dozen minutes later, a dark shape became visible in the iridescent glow of the flowing water. It was massive and strangely shaped, rising above the surface of the river like a mountain. Without having to say anything, Nephis and Sunny summoned their weapons. Ananke called upon her harpoon as well. However, they weren't in danger. As the ketch drew closer to the ominous shape, they saw it for what it was. A shattered platform built upon the frame of some leviathan's bones was sticking out of the water, tilted and half-drowned. They first saw one of its sides, overgrown by seaweed and barnacles. It took Sunny some time to realize that he was looking at the bottom of an island ship. Soon, enormous water wheels came into sight, motionless and broken, hanging high in the air. Finally, they went around the edge of the drowning island and saw the side of it that was supposed to be the surface. The bright buildings, those of them that remained above the water, had mostly collapsed into piles of rubble. The gardens had been destroyed, and the tidy streets had turned into a labyrinth of ruins. The tall wind catchers had been shattered, their blades sticking out of the river like torn sails. It was what remained of the 3rd house. Looking at the scene of violent devastation, Sunny felt a cold shiver run down his spine. What could have destroyed it so thoroughly? It seemed as though a frenzied titan had been let loose on the floating island. Nephis gripped the hilt of her sword tighter. Her face was motionless, but white sparks were dancing in her eyes. An abomination? Ananke remained silent, studying the ruins with a dark expression. Eventually, she shook her head. "I don't know, my lady. Let's leave this place as soon as possible." Despite her true age and her youthful appearance, the priestess was not a very good liar. Sunny could tell that she was keeping some suspicion to herself, but since Ananke did not want to speak of it, he decided not to press the issue, for now. He trusted her that much, at least. The young priestess let Nephis take the steering oar and went to the bow of the ketch, still holding her harpoon. The ketch sailed past the ruins of the devastated house, giving them an opportunity to study how utter its destruction had been. None of them said anything, but all 3 looked somber and uneasy. Finally, they left the drowning island behind and continued moving with the current of the great river. An hour passed in tense silence, then another. Despite Sunny's fears, no monstrous dweller of the depths attacked the small ketch. After a while, the first of the 7 suns appeared from beneath the waters. The impenetrable darkness released its hold upon the sky, and a new day came, as bright and beautiful as all the rest of them. However, there was something different about this one. When all 7 suns had risen from the water, Sunny noticed that far ahead of them, in the distance, the darkness still remained. It veiled the northern horizon like a wall, connecting the surface of the great river to the sky. Ananke was staring at the distant wall of darkness too, her youthful face pale. He scowled. What is it? Some ancient abomination manifesting its power? A defiled? The young priestess pursed her lips, then slowly shook her head. No, my lord. It's much worse. It is a storm. Her melodious voice sounded solemn. A time storm. Chapter 1322. Broken Time. The ominous words hung in the air, as foreboding as the wall of darkness veiling the sky far in the distance. Sunny and Nephis looked at Ananke, wary because of her somber expression. This was the first time either of them had seen the young priestess show signs of despondence. The three of them must have made for a funny sight. Two battle-hardened warriors staring at a teenage girl, waiting for her guidance. Sunny frowned. A time storm? Ananke nodded slowly. Yes, my lord. I have told you before that time can be unpredictable on the great river. There are places where it turns stale and unmoving, great whirlpools that nothing can ever escape, clashing currents and deadly tides of all kinds. A time storm is one of the most dangerous anomalies one can encounter. Her youthful face darkened. It is a wandering disaster that twists and rips time apart, containing within itself absolute chaos. These storms originate from the span of the great river that corresponds to the final days of the Doom War, when the last cataclysmic battles between the demons and the gods were fought, and when both sides perished. They usually don't reach that far upstream. I am sorry. Nephis shook her head. You don't need to be sorry, Ananke. It is not your fault. However, how do we escape it? The young priestess lingered for a few moments, then said quietly, I am not sure that we can. She uttered several words, easily overpowering Neph's shaping. The wind that had been filling the sails of the ketch disappeared, and a moment later, a powerful gale crushed into the wooden boat, making it creak. This one was not summoned by anyone. Much worse, it was blowing from downstream, pushing their hair back, which meant that the dark wall devouring the horizon was traveling in their direction. At least a normal storm would. Judging by Ananke's expression, a time storm behaved the same. Sunny uttered a silent curse. Can we outrun it? The young priestess swiftly moved to the side of the ketch and looked down at the clear water flowing past the polished wood. A few moments later, she gritted her teeth. I don't think so, my lord. We are already caught in its outer reaches. It was only then that Sunny noticed that the current of the great river seemed to have grown much stronger. It was hard to tell when the ketch was flying forward at full speed, but now that it slowed down and was about to come to a halt, the changes were apparent even for an outsider like himself. The wind was chasing the storm in their direction, while the current was pulling them into the storm. It was like a trap. Damn it. What do we do then? Ananke stared at the approaching wall of the storm with a dark expression. A few moments later, she took a deep breath and forced out a smile. We will just have to brave it then, my lord and lady. Sunny and Nephis stared at the teenage girl with stumped expressions. Hadn't she said that a time storm was a roving mass of chaotic time, wild and distorted enough to be absolutely deadly? The third house had been much larger and infinitely more robust than their small ketch, but it was utterly destroyed. How the hell were they supposed to survive something like that? The young priestess shook her head. It is not as bad as it sounds. I am a transcendent after all. We, the followers of Weaver, had to pass through the tumultuous region from where these storms originate on our way upstream, so we know a thing or two about how to endure them. Her voice sounded confident, but the look in her eyes was anything but. Noticing their doubt, Ananke sighed. I am reasonably certain that I can keep this small ketch from being torn apart. It is lucky, actually, that our vessel is not too large. However, she stared at the wall of darkness that had already drawn closer in the few minutes they were talking and grew solemn. It is very important that none of us touches the water or becomes separated from the ketch. This storm front we see is only the after effect of the true disaster. The real horror lies beneath the waves, in the depths of water. No one can survive being pulled down by the raging currents of broken time. If you fall into the river, you will never come back. Sunny grimaced. His hope of being able to salvage the situation by turning into the river serpent had just been crushed. Now his only choice was to trust Ananke to see them through the disaster. It was not that he didn't trust her, but Sunny suddenly remembered traversing the dark sea of the forgotten shore on the shoulder of the walking colossus. There had been a storm then, too, and a harrowing creature hiding within the storm. His expression crumbled. There are no ancient abominations hiding in that wall of darkness, are there? Ananke looked at him with surprise, then shook her head with a smile. No, my lord. Even the defiled can't survive the broken time. They avoid these storms just as we do. Sunny sighed and looked downstream with a bleak face. After a while he asked in a dull voice, "We should prepare for a rocky ride, then." The young priestess nodded. "Indeed. My lord is wise." He was not even in the mood to celebrate getting another praise. Shaking his head, Sunny started stretching his body, then froze, realizing how senseless his actions were. They were not preparing for a battle. Sharp swords and sturdy armor were not going to help them survive the storm, and neither would their combat skills. Sighing again, he asked, "What exactly do we need to do?" With no time to waste, Ananke directed them on how to help her prepare the ketch for braving the storm. She tried to sound calm, but hints of urgency found their way into her voice. The preparations did not take long. They lowered the sails, then folded them neatly. As it turned out, both masts of the ketch could be taken down as well. After dismantling them, everything was either stored under the deck of the wooden boat or fastened tightly in place. 10 minutes later, nothing that could be easily torn or broken by the wind remained. The ketch turned from a sailboat into a simple and barren vessel, seemingly too small to survive a terrible storm, but also solid enough to look like it. Maybe could. The three of them stood on the empty deck, looking nothing. The wall of darkness was approaching. After 1,323 times storm. As the winds turned violent and the surface of the great river grew restless, Ananke gave them a few simple instructions. There was not much to say, really. She would be responsible for steering the ketch, protecting it against the ravages of distorted time, and preventing it from turning over, while they had to scoop up the water that would inevitably get inside and throw it back overboard. The three of them also used sturdy ropes to tie themselves to the ketch. If the boat did overturn, hopefully they would not be pulled into the depths of the underwater storm immediately. Sunny was not sure what would happen if Ananke failed to keep their boat above the waves, though, so he didn't feel too hopeful. "Prepare yourselves." The voice of the young priestess was grave, which created a strange dissonance with her adolescent appearance. "Once we enter the storm, we won't be free of it for several days. It will be hard to endure the strain, even for ascended like you, my lord and lady. Conserve your stamina. And essence, too." She lingered for a few moments, and then added quietly, "All kinds of things can happen, but fate will guide us. Have faith." Sunny gritted his teeth. If there was one thing he did not have, and never wished to possess, it was faith. The only thing he believed in was the strength of his arms and the resilience of his spirit. But Ananke was different. If faith in Weaver could help her cope with the cruel truth of the world, then he didn't have the heart to diminish it with his words. So he remained silent. "Let's survive this." Looking at the wooden dipper he had been given, Sunny sighed. Who knew that he would miss traveling inside the giant alloy coffins of the House of Night one day? The wall of darkness, meanwhile, was approaching. The winds were growing more and more violent, their howls drowning out all other sounds. The current of the great river had turned fast and erratic, carrying the ketch forward with frightening speed. Tall waves rose and fell, and the wooden boat rose and fell with them, strong impacts reverberating through his bones. Several days of this, huh? Sunny finally understood why Ananke had said that enduring the storm would not be easy, even for the inhumanly strong and resilient ascended like them. Plus, it was not a mundane storm either. Eventually, the ketch plunged into a thick mist. A few moments before it did, the light of the seven suns suddenly grew strange and distorted, as if someone had covered the sky with a muddy prism. Sunny's hair stood on end. He experienced a very eerie and uncomfortable sensation. A sensation of the laws of the world coming undone around him, maybe. Time, which had always been a constant, did not feel solid and reliable anymore. Instead, it was wild and chaotic, playing strange games with his perception. Even the shadows surrounding him were fragmented and twisted, stretched endlessly or moving in an impossible manner. It was rather maddening. He felt nauseated, and apart from this bizarre sense of wrongness, the ketch was being thrown around like a toy by the waves. His body was being jerked from side to side, up and down, experiencing moments of weightlessness and rough impacts. The winds were battering him, throwing streams of water at his face. The roaring of the storm was deafening. Blinded by the furiously swirling mist and the drops of water flying into his eyes, Sunny instantly felt miserable and afraid. People had always been frightened in the face of raging nature, but here it was not even nature. Instead, the storm surrounding them was entirely unnatural. It was just as harrowing, still, and it was only growing stronger. They were only at the outer boundary of the unnatural disaster. As Sunny wondered how they were going to survive several days of this torture, if the ketch wasn't destroyed sooner, at that, he heard Ananke through the cacophony of the raging storm. The names she had spoken were unfamiliar, and judging by the strain in her voice, they were not something the young priestess could easily use or invoked often. Nevertheless, after she spoke these words, the nauseating distortion of the time storm seemed to have subsided a little. The ketch was still climbing the tall waves and plummeting from them, and the winds were still as violent as they had been a moment before. But the physical hardship of enduring their ruthless assault was at least tolerable. It was as though an invisible bubble of more stable time appeared around the small ketch, keeping the worst of the chaos away. Sunny turned his head to look at the young priestess. Ananke was holding the steering oar with both hands, looking into the mist with a focused expression. Her youthful face was pale, but her azure eyes were full of stalwart determination. She controlled the ketch with a skill born from hundreds of years of living on the great river, somehow guiding it through the towering waves and chaotic currents. Then, he glanced at Nephis. Her eyes were burning with white flame, the light fabric of her tunic fluttering in the wind. Finally, Sunny looked down and let out a heavy breath. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it into the mist. His hand trembled for a moment. Were they really going to live through this? Sunny had lived through a great deal of things, many of which no one had any business surviving. He had often imagined his death as well. In his imagination, that death always came at the hand of a powerful nightmare creature, or a similarly powerful human. Sometimes he imagined dying of old age in a comfortable bed, too. One thing Sunny very rarely imagined, if ever, was being killed by a dumb, mindless force of nature. Perhaps it was vain, considering the kinds of environments he often ended up in, but still, he was unwilling to succumb to something so senseless. I survived a fight with a great beast, damn it. Was he going to die because of a weird storm? Like hell I will. Not to mention that there were the lives of Nephis and Ananke to consider too. Encouraging himself like this, Sunny endured another wave and scooped more water from the wet deck. The mist swirled and boiled around them, and the small ketch was being pulled deeper and deeper into the storm. Chapter 1, 1324 Relentless Battle. The time storm raged all around them. The current of the great river, which had always been calm and constant, turned into a furious tide. Being carried and tossed around by it, the ketch flew forward with terrible speed. Tall waves rose and fell, and hurricane winds howled like frenzied beasts. Everything around them was drowning in a boiling fog. Blinded by it, deafened by the roaring thunderclaps, the three of them had lost all sense of time and direction. There was only the feeling of the wet deck beneath their feet, the soaring and plummeting of the wooden boat, and the physical strain of enduring the cataclysmic fury of the storm. Faced with its inconceivable wrath, Sunny couldn't help but feel how tiny and insignificant he was in the face of the unnatural disaster. And that was with Ananke holding the worst of it at bay, as well. The eerie, deeply distressing feeling of the immutable laws of the world turning vague and volatile was still there, muted but indescribably oppressive. He felt sickened, both physically and mentally. It was as if the solid foundation of his very being had suddenly been replaced by shifting quicksand, leaving him shaking and unstable. Perhaps that was what madness felt like. Damnation! Steeling his heart, Sunny tried to ignore the appalling sensation and concentrated on his task, scooping up the water that had been thrown into the ketch by the storm and tossing it overboard. There was a lot of it, but he and Nephis could still keep up. It was just that this simple task had turned out to be much more demanding than he expected. Simply existing in the wildly rocking boat was already an exercise in endurance. Considering the dire speed of the current and the height of the waves, it felt as though some demented giant was playing catch with their bodies, throwing them high up and then slamming them down with ferocious power. Keeping his balance was not only tiring, but also difficult. Every muscle in his body was under strain, seemingly at all times. The movements of the jerking ketch were chaotic and impossible to predict. However, failing to follow them was tantamount to death. If Sunny was not careful and failed to continuously adjust to the constant changes, he would be thrown down on the deck, or worse yet, tossed overboard into the seething water. And he had to do more than simply exist. He had to move, scoop up water, and throw it back into the raging river. Of course, there were more efficient ways of accomplishing that task. He could do more, and do it better, with the help of shadow manifestation. But their struggle against the storm was going to be an arduous marathon, not a sprint. Currently, he felt only slightly tired. That tiredness was going to turn into a crippling exhaustion sooner rather than later. Then, he was going to have to burn through his essence to keep his battered body moving, hoping against all hope that his reserves were deep enough. Wasting it on frivolous things would have been a short-sighted decision. I was wrong. Before they plunged into the storm, Sunny had noted that it was not a battle. But it was. It was just as physically straining, just as violent, and just as deadly. The difference was that he couldn't remember a battle that had lasted for many days without ever allowing the fighters to rest and breathe for even a minute. How dreadful would that be? At least the enemy was a mindless force of nature. An enemy like that did not require him to think too much, thus draining his mental powers. While arduous and exhausting, his task was not too far from being mechanical. Sunny still had to remain focused and actively pay attention to the motions of the ketch. But he didn't have to think, analyze the situation, and come up with lethal schemes. Same went for Nephis. Ananke, however, her task was much more difficult than theirs. Not only did the priestess have to maintain the mystical protections around the ketch, she was also responsible for steering it. The small boat would have already overturned a dozen times, if not for the swift and precise judgment of their guide. Sunny looked back at the small figure of the young girl who was holding the steering oar firmly, peering into the mist. Her face was pale, but her eyes were brimming with focused resolve. He was worried about her. He was worried about a great deal of things. For example, about the fact that they were barely a few hours into the storm, with multiple days of this hell still remaining before the ketch escaped it. If nothing unexpected happened. One step at a time. One step at a time, one wave at a time, one thunderclap at a time. That was how they were going to survive the time storm. That was how Sunny and Nephis were going to survive the third nightmare as well. And after that, Sunny did not have even the slightest idea what was going to happen after. If he became a saint, not only to him, but also to humanity itself. The great clans were going to continue their war. The waking world would continue to crumble. The nightmare spell would continue to pull them all deeper and deeper into the mysterious machinations of the demon of fate. Let's survive the damned storm first. Cursing under his breath, he bent his knees to lessen the impact of the wooden deck hitting his feet, endured the ketch plummeting from the crest of a tall wave to crash violently into the water, then hurriedly threw several scoops of foaming water over the side of the boat. A few steps away, Nephis was doing the same. The world seemed to be coming undone all around them. Separated from the abyss of broken time only by the thin deck of a wooden boat, they sailed through the raging mist. Chapter 1325, Lawless Abyss. Sunny had long lost the track of time, if it even existed in this furious abyss. The howling of the wind and the roar of harrowing thunderclaps had fused into a deafening cacophony, making his ears ring. His sight had been robbed by the boiling mist and the torrents of water. His lungs were on fire, and his muscles felt like they were on the verge of tearing. It was not easy to bring an ascend to such a sorry state through sheer physical hardship. But here he was, feeling like dying, with each passing hour. Or minute, maybe. Sunny was using more and more essence to supplement his failing strength. The ketch was still being carried by the tumultuous current, dancing between towering waves. The world was veiled by mist and darkness. He was still scooping up water which was now sloshing around his ankles. The wooden dipper Ananke had given him had broken some time ago, replaced by an iron bowl. How much longer? Sunny was not sure what he was trying to ask himself. How much longer before they escaped the storm, or before they drowned? In any case, he longed to drop on something solid, unmoving, and rest, even if that rest would last forever. The deck suddenly lurched upward, and he toppled, hitting it with his head. For a moment, Sunny saw stars, but even the stars were dancing wildly, tossed around by the cursed storm. There was no answer. He had attempted to measure time by how fast his essence replenished, hoping that the crown of twilight would tell him when dawn and dusk came, but even the great memory succumbed to the vagaries of broken time. It activated and fell silent with no rhyme or reason, acting as bizarrely and chaotically as the deadly storm around them. All that Sunny knew was that it had to be a day, 2 days maybe, since they had entered the wall of darkness at least. Even though it felt like an eternity, the only measure of the passage of time that Sunny and Nephis had was Ananke, although that, in and of itself, was one of the most frightening things. The young priestess was still steering the ketch, now slumped and barely holding on to the oar. However, her appearance had changed. If before she looked like an adolescent girl in her late teens, now she seemed more like a child, no more than 12 years old. Ananke had always been a person of small stature, but at the moment her body shrank even more. The dark mantle she wore looked almost comically large for her delicate frame, which seemed to drown in its folds. Nevertheless, she never wavered in her duty, keeping their small boat afloat despite the harrowing fury of the great river. Even knowing that the priestess was a couple of 100 years old, Sunny couldn't help but feel his heart tighten when he saw a child struggling against the same hell he and Nephis were being tortured by. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Picking himself up from the deck, Sunny gritted his teeth and continued to scoop the water up. The slower he was, the heavier the ketch would become, and the heavier it became, the more peril they would be in. It was already a miracle that the old boat continued to withstand the ruthless cruelty of the storm. It couldn't continue for much longer. not only because the wooden hull of the ketch could split apart at any moment, but also because the chaotic nature of the time storm was growing more and more eerie and violent around them. Despite the bubble of stability created around the boat by Ananke, they could feel it. Sunny thought he saw strange shapes in the mist. At other times, he felt his own body and mind changing for a split second before reverting to their previous state. The same was happening to Nephi's. He wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but her figure and face seemed to be changing from time to time. Her silver hair always seemed to be of different lengths. Her beautiful face appeared as usual one moment. Then, it would turn into the pale face of a drowned corpse for a fraction of a second, or become burned and charred beyond recognition. As soon as he blinked, the changes would disappear, and Neph would turn into her usual self. Shuddering, Sunny thought about what she saw when he looked at him. Did she see his face become covered by countless scars, turning into a demented mask of mutilated flesh, his eyes changing to contain boundless madness? But even that was not the scariest part of the time storm. The scariest part was that Sunny could hear the vague echoes whispered by a familiar voice, as if the spell was talking to him. Even they sounded senseless and twisted, broken beyond recognition, as though even the nightmare spell was not above being affected by the harrowing calamity. He had seen it rendered powerless only once before, in the Red Colosseum, which had been created by hope. According to Ananke, the time storms were echoes of the final battle between the demons and the gods. Was it such a surprise, then, that the authority of the nightmare spell was disrupted by them? After all, he had already known that its power was not absolute. Pushing his exhausted body and struggling to withstand the relentless assault of the dreadful disaster, Sunny withstood a powerful blow of the hurricane wind and tossed another portion of water overboard. Absolute. A sudden thought occurred to him in the midst of the infernal tempest. He froze for a moment, desperately trying to catch his breath. Was the nightmare spell weaver's attempt at creating an absolute law of their own? He was so stunned by that idea that it even seemed like the storm disappeared for a moment. It was as though the howling of the wind subsided and a deafening silence surrounded him. No. What? It really did disappear. Bright light suddenly pierced Sunny's eyes, and he hissed, covering them with a hand. The violent rocking of the deck subsided as well. Did we escape? Sunny lowered his hand and looked at the horizon. Then, he tiredly fell onto the deck. In front of them was a vast expanse of perfectly still water. It was not just peaceful. It was actually unmoving. For the first time since they had entered the third nightmare, the great river stood still. Bright sunlight was pouring from the clear azure sky, illuminating the dreamlike vista. Behind them, the time storm rose like a dark wall. In front of them, far away, was the same veil of darkness. It surrounded the vast circle of calm water like an ominous barrier, seething with rage. The circle of calm water itself, meanwhile, was like a flawlessly flat mirror. It shone with reflected sunlight, making it seem as though they were drifting on the surface of a radiant star. Sunny closed his eyes, then covered his face with both hands. No, we didn't escape anything. Instead, they only reached the eye of the storm. Chapter 1, 1326 Eye of the Storm. Drifting across the perfectly still surface of the Ware, the battered ketch slowly gained distance from the swirling wall of the dark mist. The raging winds died down, then disappeared altogether. A strange silence settled upon the world, as if they were caught in a gap between two moments. Only the subtle ripples that spread through the radiant mirror of the frozen river's surface by the bow of the ketch showed that this hidden sanctuary was not entirely and eternally unchanging. Sunny fell back and leaned tiredly on the side of the wooden boat. Breathing heavily, he looked at Nephis, then at Ananke. The silence was too sweet to break it with the sound of human voices. He was too exhausted to speak as well. For a while, all three of them remained motionless, trying to recover from the torturous fury of the howling storm. We'll have to dive back into that hell eventually. The thought alone made Sunny shudder. Refusing to entertain it, he closed his eyes and slumped down, intending to rest for a few minutes. Instead, he fell into the embrace of sleep almost immediately. Perhaps because of nightmare, or perhaps because even the defiled titans could not reach into the depths of the time storm, nothing visited him in his dreams. Sunny woke up with a start when a shadow fell on him. For a split second, he was afraid that they were back in the ruthless grinder of the time cataclysm. But it was only Nephis. She had walked to the bow of the ketch to look ahead, her face pale and her eyes sunken. He stared at her for a few moments, then sighed and pulled himself upright. "How long was I asleep?" She lingered for a while. "There's no way to tell." Sunny frowned, confused by the odd answer. However, then he felt it himself. In the place where the deep discomfort of sensing the broken nature of time had been, there was now a strange emptiness. But it was not the familiar comfort of sensing the natural flow of time either. Instead, it was the absolute lack of it. He frowned, realizing that he could not feel the passage of time at all. It was a truly bizarre sensation, one that could not be properly described with words. His heart was beating, and his chest rose and fell as he breathed. However, he did not know how long each heartbeat took, and how much time passed between each breath. It could have been a moment, a minute, or 1,000 years. It could have been an eternity. Sunny grimaced. Damnation! What was happening now? They were alive, strangely enough. At least it seemed that way. His body ached all over, still reeling from the terrible strain of surviving the storm. Such pain was something that only the living felt. Sunny turned to Ananke, wanting to ask the priestess a few questions, but remained silent in the end. His expression darkened. The priestess looked even younger than she had the last time he saw her. Now, she resembled a girl of 10 years of age at most. Her ebony hair was short and unruly, and her lovely face had become round and immature, with clear blue eyes and cheeks that had yet to lose all of their baby plumpness. Ananke was sitting on the helmsman's bench, her feet dangling above the deck. Noticing his gaze, she picked up the folds of her comically oversized mantle and jumped down. "Greetings, my lord." Her pleasant voice had grown childish and awkward. Sunny hesitated, staring at the young girl. She looked nothing short of adorable. However, he did not feel uplifted by the cute sight. Instead, his heart felt as heavy as a mountain. When they broke free of the storm, would Ananke even be able to return to weave on her own? He glanced at Nephis, who stood with her back to them, then sighed. "We'll think of something." Then Sunny turned to the child priestess and asked, "What is going on exactly?" She smiled sweetly, her azure eyes sparkling, 2 dimples appearing on her plump cheeks. "We are in the eye of the storm, my lord. Time is frozen still here. It is not dangerous I think. It's just that—" He was momentarily distracted from her words by a subtle movement in the water. The strange thing, though, was that he did not sense any shadows shifting. Turning his head, Sunny glanced outside the ketch. The surface of the great river was perfectly clear and flat, turning into a giant mirror. The azure sky reflected in it seamlessly, suffused with bright sunlight. It was as though the entire world was shining with a splendid radiance. The sight of it was like a vision from a beautiful dream. However, there was something beneath the radiance. Sunny heard Ananke end the sentence as he peered through the light. "We shouldn't look at the water." Her warning came a split second too late. The scream died in his throat as he saw a pale figure moving across the surface of the water with calamitous killing intent, shrouded in countless layers of furious darkness. That rippling darkness was boundless and unfathomable, containing within itself an infinite number of choices. The features of the harrowing figure were vague and obscured, and all he could see was a pair of terrible wings, their feathers black like those of a raven. They spread, vast enough to devour the sky and drowned the world in howling mist. Staggering back, Sunny fell to his knees and vomited blood. 2 streams of it burst from his nose, too. Blood weave, which would usually prevent something like this, was reeling in stupor, and so was he. It was as though his mind had suffered a tremendous shock from witnessing the dark figure and sensing the harrowing depth of its obliterating, killing intent. Hurting and disoriented, Sunny wiped the blood off his face and spat. What the hell is that?" Ananki remained silent for a while, uncharacteristically solemn. Then she said in a low voice, "Those are reflections of the gods, my lord, and of the daemons that slayed them." Chapter 1327, Frozen Reflections. Sunny wiped the blood off his lips and remained motionless for a while, staring at the wooden deck. There was an irate expression on his face, and when he threw a furtive glance to the side, his body trembled slightly. "That's great. The reflections of the gods and demons." It made sense, in the senseless kind of way that seemed to be prevalent here in the tomb of Ariel. The time storms were echoes of the final battles between the demons and the gods. They had been created when the aftershocks of those unimaginable clashes reached the great river through the titanic walls of the Black Pyramid. So, it wasn't that unusual that there were reflections of the awesome deities still remaining in the eye of the storm, where time was frozen still. Whose figure had Sunny witnessed just now? Nephis, it seemed, also wanted to know. "What did you see?" Her voice sounded nonchalant, but he could tell that she was curious. Sunny groaned and sat down, then summoned the endless spring to take a sip of water. Washing the taste of blood off his tongue, he lingered for a moment and said in a somber tone, "I think I just saw Nether in full war mode, going all out." The harrowing figure, which was shrouded in darkness. Sunny was not certain, but he felt that it was the prince of the underworld, Nether, the demon of destiny, himself. After all, he was also the demon of choice, and that was what Sunny had sensed within the boundless expanse of rippling darkness, an infinite amount of choices. True darkness also originated from the mists of the Hollow Mountains, where Nether's domain lay. Curse it! Sunny had seen a demon before. However, he had not been reduced to such a sorry state after meeting Hope face to face. Why was gazing upon the prince of the underworld so different? I guess it was not seeing him. It was feeling an echo of his killing intent. Nether's murderous will was so terrifying that simply looking at his reflection almost killed Sunny. And that was considering that he was an ascended tyrant too. If a mundane person had glimpsed the visage of the infuriated demon, they would have probably dropped dead at the spot, simple as that. Scary. Sunny turned to Nephis and smiled weakly. "Neph, remind me to never get on the bad side of a deity." She raised an eyebrow slightly, giving him a dubious look. "What is that supposed to mean?" Ignoring his request, Nephis shook her head and asked, "So what did he look like? The demon of destiny?" She had spent her second nightmare in the underworld, so she must have been dying to know. Sunny remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he shrugged. "I have no idea. I only saw a pair of raven wings and a figure moving within a shroud of terrifying darkness. That was pretty much it, but it was also enough to almost make me pass out, so." He looked at Ananki and asked, "Are all gods and demons reflected in these waters?" The child priestess seemed unsure. "I don't know, my lord. Perhaps they are, all except Weaver, who did not participate in the Doom War. War God, Sun God, Beast God, Storm God, Heart God, and Shadow God. Their reflections should be here. The same goes for the demons. The demon of desire, the demon of dread, the demon of choice, the demon of imagination, and the demon of repose. Oh, and the sixth one, I seem to be forgetting her title." Ananki's childish voice grew quiet with embarrassment, and then ceased completely. Sunny stared at her for a few moments. "Right. The sixth one should be Oblivion." "Oblivion is a she, huh?" Then, he knew the titles of all 7 demons now, didn't he? Weaver, the demon of fate, the oldest of the 7. Hope, the demon of desire. Although she was also often called Desire, the demon of hope, which was not confusing at all. Then there was Ariel, the demon of dread, and the demon of oblivion, whose name had been forgotten by all. Nether, the demon of destiny, or choice, was the youngest. The last 2 he had never heard of before, the demon of imagination and the demon of repose. Weird! Their titles did not sound particularly demonic at all. He had expected something disastrous and terrifying, like the demon of strife or the demon of frenzy. The demons had been feared above all other lesser deities after all, and perhaps even more than the gods. The word for imagination could also be translated as illusion, vision, or sight. The word for repose could also be translated as renewal, rejuvenation, and restoration. What was so frightening about these things? Well, imagination can indeed be scary, I guess. I can also imagine how ceaseless renewal might end up becoming a nightmare, sort of. Nevertheless, the 2 demons were a complete mystery to him. To be honest, all 7 demons were a mystery, as were all 6 gods. If only there was a place where I could learn a bit about each of them, including how they looked and fought. Right? Sunny glanced at the radiant water, suddenly consumed not only by dread, but also by burning curiosity. It was all right here, one look away. Shuddering, Sunny forced himself to turn away. "What are you doing, fool?" He was in the tomb of Ariel, of all places, a titanic pyramid built to bury the truths that even one of these ineffable beings had not been able to bear, and where the knowledge of those truths gave birth to the defilement. If Sunny failed to understand that not all truths were meant to be learned in such a place, then he really did not deserve to be alive. Ah, what a disappointment. Why wasn't there a demon of curiosity? Curiosity was a much more terrifying thing than imagination and repose as far as he was concerned. Looking at the embarrassed Ananke, he sighed and shook his head. The 6th demon is oblivion. Don't worry. It's her nature to be easily forgotten. You already did well by remembering that there was one more of them, really. The child priestess hesitated for a while, then nodded with a smile. Right. Thank you, my lord. Trying not to look too closely at the surface of the water, Sunny turned away and peered into the distance where the dark wall of the time storm towered like a boundary of the world. His expression dulled. The moment of respite in the eye of the storm was welcome and unexpected, but it was also doomed to be brief. Soon, they would have to challenge the fury of the unnatural cataclysm once again. The thought made him shudder. Chapter 1. 1328. Serene Peril. It was peaceful in the eye of the storm, if a little bit eerie. The strange lack of the sensation of time had been uncomfortable at first, but Sunny quickly found himself forgetting that time had ever existed at all. The view of the azure sky reflecting on the perfectly calm water was beautiful and tranquil. The silence was like a lullaby, making him feel at ease. Sunny had not felt such peace in a long, long while. There was no need to hurry, and no possibility to do so anyway. Without telling how long their actions took, they could not know whether they were being slow or swift either. So it was fine to just let go and remain still for a bit, enjoying the serene stillness of the world. Which was why Sunny soon found himself feeling cold dread. This is not good. It was just too easy to be lulled into inaction in this strange and frozen place. At some point, Sunny realized that he did not know how long he had remained sitting with his back against the side of the ketch, without a thought in his head. His eyes widened slightly. If they weren't careful, would they end up frozen forever in the ice storm too, just like everything else was frozen in this tranquil haven? Shuddering, he turned to Ananke and asked, "How long has it been since we reached this place?" She helplessly shook her small head. "I don't know, my lord." He hesitated. "How long before we dive back into the storm, then?" The child priestess peered into the distance. Her large blue eyes darkened somewhat. Nevertheless, she said resolutely, "We'll leave as soon as possible. Time might be frozen here, but it still flows outside. It is better not to linger. Otherwise, fallen grace might already be destroyed when we finally escape the disaster, and I would have failed in my task." Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Right. It is not too bad. They had not been caught in the trap of frozen time yet. Ananke was proof. She had grown a bit younger after they had entered the eye of the storm, meaning that the circle of tranquil water was moving in relation to the unceasing current of the great river. Since she had not turned even younger yet, they couldn't have been idling in the serene silence for too long. She was like their anchor in this beautiful and insidiously dreadful place. Thank the gods! Sunny suddenly wanted to laugh. He could have never imagined that he would be desperate to dive back into the nightmarish havoc of the deathly storm. But here it was, the desire to escape the tranquil circle of frozen time, fast. The future was truly unknowable, and one could never say. Never. Nephis stirred at the bow of the ketch and looked at them, her expression stiff. "I've been keeping an eye on the wall of the storm. We have drawn closer to the outer boundary somewhat, but without the current the ketch is moving too slowly. In fact, it is not moving at all. We will have to raise the sails and summon the wind." It seemed that she had never lost track of their goal. Sunny sighed. The nature of time might have changed, but Neph never did. At least the deepest reaches of her heart did not. She was still just like she had been all those years ago, beneath the branches of the soul-devouring tree. Back then, she had also spent all her time on the shore of the Ashen Barrow, looking west, even if she couldn't quite remember why. Her single-minded determination was something to rely on as well. It was ironic, really. A girl whose fate it was to bring change was the most unchanging thing in Sunny's life. As he was thinking that, Ananke's shoulders fell slightly. "Yes, my lady. Just give me a moment, and I—" Nephis shook her head. "No, I will summon the wind, and I will steer the ketch. I will guide us out of the storm when we enter it as well." The child priestess looked up at her with a startled expression. "But my lady—" Neph stared at her somberly for a few moments, her gaze heavy. Eventually she said bluntly, "You have grown too weak, Ananke. I am sorry. Your body is not strong enough to handle the strain. You can't even reach the deck with your feet while sitting on the helmsman's bench. How are you going to control the oar?" She looked down, then sighed. Walking up to the child priestess, Nephis patted her on the shoulder and forced out a smile. "Don't worry. Isn't that why you taught me? You taught me well. I will steer the ketch while you keep the broken time at bay. Each of the three of us will make sure that we escape the storm alive." With that, she threw a poignant look at Sunny. He felt sorry for Ananke, but knew that Nephis was right. Their guide was not capable of guiding the boat through a raging storm anymore. Even if it hurt her pride and went against her determination, it was time for the two of them to protect Ananke instead of being protected by her. They had to make sure that she survived the storm, and after that, they had to make sure that she had the means of returning to Weave, too. How did everything become so complicated? The damned storm had thoroughly destroyed their plans. Now, all they could do was finish their battle against it, and then come up with new ones. The strain on Sunny was going to increase, considering that he would be draining the water from the ketch alone this time. But he would have to manage somehow. If there was one consolation, it was that half of the journey was already behind them. Knowing that each minute brought them closer to safety, he wouldn't need to preserve his essence as much. Sunny smiled, then clapped his hands. "All right, let's get out of the eye of the storm first. Honestly, this beautiful place is way too creepy. I'll feel better once we're drowning in raging water and being battered by devastating winds. Wouldn't you?" Not to mention that he was still struggling against an overwhelming desire to peer into the reflections frozen in the still water. Consequences be damned. Ananke lowered her head, despondent, but there was nothing she could say. Her small frame was indeed not suitable for steering the ketch through the powerful storm anymore. Transcendent or not, she was still a child now. Feeling a sense of urgency, the three of them struggled against the lulling tranquility of the frozen time and hurried themselves, hoping to return to the crushing embrace of the storm as soon as possible. Chapter 1, 1329. Last Hurdle. As Nephis steered the ketch toward the wall of darkness, Sunny had some time to prepare himself mentally for the arduous struggle that lay ahead of them. He also had time to observe Ananke closer. What he saw did not bode well. Despite being an adult, and someone hundreds of years old at that, the priestess had regained the body of a young child. Looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to remember how ancient, decrepit, and frail she had been once when they met her in the far future. But the change was not exactly a benevolent one. Despite being full of vitality, Ananke had obviously grown much weaker. Her immature body was not as strong and physically capable as it had been before. But worse than that, the differences went deeper than that. As Sunny observed the child priestess, he slowly realized that her mind had been affected by her turning into a child as well. It was as though her head could not contain the mature consciousness of an experienced adult anymore, nor could her heart handle the powerful emotions of one with the same composure. Ananke had not really turned dull or less intelligent, but there was a certain infantile straightforwardness to how she spoke and behaved now. Her eyes, which had always been wise, seemed slightly naive as well. Her mind slowly regressing. Sunny felt cold claws grip his heart. Curse it! He gritted his teeth and looked down, but then forced himself to straighten. Fine. It's fine. She has taken care of us enough. We'll take care of her now. Of course, they still needed the child priestess to protect the ketch from the ravages of broken time. Sunny hoped that she would be able to maintain the bubble of stability around the ketch, both for their sake and her own. Once they were out of the storm, they would find a way to help her return to Weave, even if it meant turning around and sailing back upstream. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by a sudden breeze that threw tiny droplets of water into his face. Sunny looked up, sensing the shadows around them shift. We're here. The wall of darkness was already drawing close. Hurry! Nephis dismissed the winds she had summoned and hurried to the middle of the ketch. Together they swiftly lowered the sails and dismantled the masts, repeating the actions they had performed before entering the storm for the first time. By the time they were done, the water around them was not still anymore. Although weak, there was a hint of a current, pulling them toward the seething wall of dark mist. The light of the seven suns slowly dimmed, and the winds grew more violent. Sunny grimaced, sensing the bizarre transition from the absence of time to the unnerving mess of it being broken and volatile. Come on, Ananke. Despite his worries, the child priestess performed her task just as flawlessly as she had before. Submitting to her will, the feeling of time having gone mad diminished, allowing him to breathe freely. The nauseating feeling of fundamental wrongness in the world was still there, but bearable. Sunny quietly cursed. I have not missed that sensation. The current was growing faster and faster, the still surface of the water becoming restless. Finally, waves appeared, small and weak at first, then chaotic and powerful. Standing at the stern of the ketch, Nephis steered it with an iron hand. Sparks of white flame danced in her eyes, refusing to be devoured by the encroaching darkness. Here we go. The darkness swallowed the world once again. The tranquil silence was torn apart, replaced by the furious howling of the wind. The deck of the ketch jerked, mounting a tall wave. A thunderous thunderclap shook the world. This is it, the last hurdle. Looking into the nightmarish abyss of the storm, Sunny found Ananke's shoulder and pulled her closer to him, so that she wouldn't be thrown overboard by the violent waves. Looking down, he hesitated for a few moments, and then smiled. Don't worry. It will be fine. I once rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, you know? That was way scarier than this. Ananke stared at him with her large azure eyes, and then nodded. "Yes, my lord." Sunny grinned, then picked up the iron bowl and prepared to scoop up as much water as he could. "Granted, I only survived fighting the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace by luck, and now I need to survive this storm somehow, to meet her again." What a ridiculous turn of events, really. It was indeed a bit ridiculous. However, Sunny did not feel like laughing. The storm swallowed them like a giant beast. The ketch flew on the raging current, dwarfed by towering waves. The swirling mist enveloped the world, making it seem as though nothing except for the terrible disaster remained within the tomb of Ariel. The insidious tranquility of the eye of the storm seemed as though it had never existed. They had left its shelter, as well as the reflections of the gods and the demons behind. Sunny would have felt regret at the missed opportunity to learn divine secrets, but he had no time to think about such things. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it back into the mist. His body did not ache. For now. His reserves of essence were not empty. For now. His mind was not numbed by the sickening feeling of time breaking apart. For now. All these torments would come soon, and then, hopefully, he would leave them behind as well, to make space for some new horrors without a doubt. But one day, at the end of it all, a bright future awaited him. Maybe. For now, however, what lay ahead was the past. Sunny had to travel far into the past, meet Dusk of the Fallen Grace, find the members of the cohort, and conquer this damn nightmare. Shielding his face from the devastating blow of the wind, he gritted his teeth. Really now. They were braving a storm of broken time in the company of a 200-year-old child, who was a priestess of the nightmare spell. Sunny chuckled. No one is going to believe this crap. Chapter Q 1330. Floodgates. The time storm seemed even more violent the second time around. The deafening howling of the wind had grown deeper and louder, sounding more like a monstrous roar now. It was as if an enormous beast was struggling to break free of its chains somewhere below the waves, its voice reverberating across the entire world and shaking the heavens. The sky itself seemed like it had been torn asunder and collapsed. A flood of boiling mist poured through its broken dam, devouring the seething surface of the great river. The tiny speck of the wooden ketch flew through the howling abyss, surrounded by frenzied darkness. Sometimes a thunderous crack would drown out the fury of the storm, as if the pillars of the world were fracturing and crumbling apart. Then, a blinding flash of lightning would momentarily illuminate the turbulent expanse of dark water. Hidden by the mist, colossal waves rose and fell like black mountains, carrying with them an obliterating weight. And those were only the outward manifestations of the harrowing storm. Sunny did not know what kind of destructive forces were clashing in the depths of the river below the ketch, but he could feel the nature of time turning more and more twisted around them. Even protected by Ananke, he could feel his body and mind twist and crack with it. He failed to contend with the furious power of the wild current and was sent tumbling, colliding with the side of the ketch. Blinded by pain and ignoring it, Sunny reached out and caught the child priestess before she was washed overboard. The ropes connecting them to the ketch became entangled, but it was the least of his problems right now. The wooden boat was creaking and groaning around them, seemingly on the verge of breaking apart. Nephis had firmly planted herself at the stern, holding on to the steering oar with all her might. White flames were dancing in her eyes, and soft radiance rose from her skin, made vague and unclear by the veil of mist. The ketch was falling from a towering wave, and Sunny felt weightless for a moment. His body was actually separated from the deck, drifting upward. He had to activate the feather of truth and make himself heavier in order to not be tossed into the air. Placing himself between the wooden deck and Ananke, Sunny gritted his teeth. A moment later, the crushing impact of the fall came, knocking the wind out of him. Hurt, suffocating, he whispered a quiet curse. The ketch was filling up with water. How was he supposed to drain it if he couldn't even remain standing? They had done well up until now. It was impossible to tell how long their dreadful journey through the storm had lasted, but judging by how tired and battered his body was, it couldn't have been a small amount of time. Despite that, there was no sign of the furious disaster growing any weaker. In fact, it was only becoming more violent and dire, and now his strength was failing him. I can't resist it with just my body anymore. Sunny knew that he had to conserve his essence as much as possible, yet the situation had become too desperate. Even if it was too soon, there was no other choice but to burn the bridges and open the floodgates, hoping that the storm would subside sooner than his reserves ran dry. If not, "It's going to be all right, Ananki. We'll just have to hold on for a little bit more." His whisper was too quiet for the child priestess to hear through the deafening roaring of the storm, but it made him feel stronger. Pushing himself off the deck, Sunny threw a somber glance at Nephis. Changing Star was standing at the stern of a ketch like a beautiful statue, surrounded by a white halo. Her slender figure, silhouetted by the fluttering fabric of the wind-swept tunic, was the only source of light in the ocean of seething darkness. Her face was pale and motionless, turned into a porcelain mask by the torment of her torturous flaw. Neph's eyes were grim and radiant, burning with furious resolve and cold determination. She was struggling just as much as he was. She was also just as stubborn and relentless as he was. Together, they were going to overcome this terrible storm, despite it all. Sunny pushed air into his burning lungs. And then for a little bit more, and a little bit more, sparks of light ignited in the mist around him, coalescing into several memories. First, a serpentine crown of black metal appeared on his head. Then, a flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hand. Sunny took a deep breath and activated the royal promise enchantment of the Crown of Twilight. Immediately, he felt a subtle connection form between him and the seething waters of the great river. That connection was weak and insignificant, but it was strong enough for his goals. Commanding the water like he did shadows, Sunny willed it to move. The foaming water that filled the insides of the ketch, already reaching above his shins, suddenly stirred. Flowing in reverse, it tentatively crawled up the sides of the boat and spilled into the turbulent darkness beyond. 1 second passed, then another. A few heartbeats later, the remaining water was already not as deep as it had been before. This method was certainly much more convenient than draining at one scoop of the iron bowl at a time. On the downside, he could feel his essence disappearing with a frightening speed, as well as a heavy strain pressing down on his already reeling mind. Heavy. It's heavy. Gritting his teeth, Sunny persisted. At the same time, he brought Bone Singer to his lips and blew into it. The next moment, a dome of blessed silence enveloped the ketch, sparing their ears from the staggering cacophony of the storm. The sudden lack of deafening noise left him stunned. Swaying, Sunny fell heavily to the deck and grabbed onto the side of the ketch, holding himself in place. Outside, the havoc of the time cataclysm was the same. The small boat was still being tossed around by the raging current, flying up the towering waves and then plummeting down. But inside, at least for a little while, there was silence and peace. Taking a shaky breath, Sunny lowered his head and wondered how long he would be able to keep this peace in existence. Not long. It won't be long at all. Chapter 1, 1331. The Well of Wishes. Nephis continued to struggle against the storm, guiding them through the towering waves. But Sunny and Ananki received a moment of respite, if it could even be called that. They were still inside the ketch, which was tossed around like a toy boat by the raging current. Sunny was using one hand and all of his tyrannical strength to keep himself in place while holding Ananki with the other. But without the need to feverishly scoop out water, they at least could catch their breaths and remain motionless for a while. For as long as his essence lasted, that was. Sunny leaned against the wet wood tiredly, consumed by bitter exhaustion. His chest was rising heavily. Not good. Being a supreme memory, the Crown of Twilight was a very powerful tool, but correspondingly, It consumed a lot of essence. It was going to take a few minutes for his tentative authority over water to drain the entire boat. After that, it would be amazed to keep sustaining the effect of the royal promise. He sighed. What was even a minute? In this godforsaken storm, it was impossible to tell. The effects of time being broken were still ravaging them. Sunny had already grown accustomed to seeing ghastly hallucinations impose themselves on the bodies of Nephi's, Ananke, and himself. There were vague, harrowing shapes sometimes appearing from the mist as well. He could never discern their nature, but the glimpses of unknown figures and events filled him with a deep sense of terror. Were they twisted fragments of the past, of the future, or something else entirely that had crawled into the world through the rifts in the broken framework of the absolute law? He did not know, and did not wish to know. Perhaps this is how Cassie feels. There were shadows as well. They were just as twisted and perverse as the rest of things within the time storm. He had already limited the range of his shadow sense as much as it was possible, but he could still feel them, the chilling wrongness of them, and couldn't help but shudder. Sunny felt grim and hopeless. At that moment, a childish voice distracted him from his dark thoughts. My lord?" He stirred and looked down at the small figure of the child priestess. Ananke had grown even younger. Now she looked like a girl of maybe 7 years of age, tired and afraid. Her mind must have regressed further too. She was still maintaining the bubble of stability around the ketch, but it felt weaker. She looked more like an actual child than a wise saint trapped in the body of one as well. Sunny forced out a weak smile and asked, trying to keep his tone soft, "What is it?" Ananke lingered for a while, seemingly embarrassed. Eventually, though, she whispered in a small voice, "I'm scared." Those words, they cut Sunny like a knife. The proud priestess, he knew, would have never allowed herself to say something like that to a person she considered her ward. The fact that she had meant that Ananke was gone further than he thought. His heart grasped by the icy claws of anger and regret. Sunny struggled to keep his bitter emotions away from his face. His smile froze. "There's no need to be afraid, Ananke. We will escape this storm, the three of us. I am sure of it. See?" He pointed to the water which was flowing out of the ketch on its own. What he had said to the child priestess was not a lie. Sunny desperately believed that they would indeed survive the time storm. Or rather, he had fooled himself into believing that. He might not have been able to lie to others, but lying to himself, that was the easiest thing in the world. Ananke grew quiet, seemingly calmed a little by his words. However, her small face was still sick with fear. After a few moments, she asked again, her voice tentative, "My lord?" Sunny pulled her closer to him, struggling against the sudden movements of the ketch. "Yes?" She hesitated a little. "Might you tell me a fairy tale?" He froze, startled by her request. It was natural for a distressed child to want to hear a fairy tale. Probably. Right? The problem was, Sunny couldn't remember any. The only one that he could think of was the strange tale of the wooden boy that Nephis had told him about. But considering its macabre ending, he didn't think it was very suitable to tell that one to Ananke. He shifted slightly, then said softly, "I'm sorry. I don't think I know any fairy tales." The child priestess lowered her head. "Oh," Sunny hesitated for a moment. "How about you tell me one, instead?" Ananke looked at him in surprise, her large azure eyes widening. "Me?" He nodded with an encouraging smile. "Yes. Which one is your favorite?" The child priestess stared at him, sparks slowly igniting in her eyes. She seemed to have forgotten about the terrifying fury of the storm, at least for a moment. A tentative smile brightened her small face. "Oh, it is. It is about the Well of Wishes." Sunny raised an eyebrow, acting as if he was paying rapt attention to her words. The Well of Wishes, huh? Ananke nodded seriously. Yes, they say that the world was born from a wish, and so a Well of Wishes is hidden at the estuary of the river, because it flows back in time, to the moment when the world was born. Anyone who reaches there will have their most dear wish come true. Sunny tilted his head, surprised by the strange logic of the fairy tale, both by how odd it was, and that there strangely was logic to it at all. In the beginning, there was desire. Was it so wrong to say that the world was born from a wish? As the water left the sketch and his essence burned, the child priestess continued with a smile. There was once a brave girl who was separated from her mother by the currents. The girl couldn't meet her mother because she was river-born. But she found a magic ship, which allowed her to sail the river, just like an outsider. As the storm raged around them, Ananke told him about the incredible adventures of the river-born girl in her small, childish voice. By the time the river-born girl found her outsider mother, the mother had grown weak and frail from old age, knowing that time would separate them again soon. Forever. The girl sailed for the estuary. Ananke's voice had grown excited. And finally, she found the Well of Wishes. The girl's wish was to be with her mom, and so the well made her mother river-born as well. She returned upstream on her magic ship, and they lived together happily. Forever. She looked at him expectantly, all worry gone from her face. Sunny held her close, feeling the violent forces of the storm trying to throw the battered ketch down. That is a wonderful fairy tale, Ananke. I liked it a lot. The child priestess smiled. You are an outsider too, my lord. You don't even need a magic ship to reach the estuary. Maybe you can find the Well of Wishes too. He didn't have the heart to tell her that what waited in the estuary was the source of the defilement, and not a magical well that granted everyone their dearest wishes. Instead, Sunny lingered for a while. Eventually, he nodded. Yes, wouldn't that be nice? Maybe I'll really find the Well of Wishes and have my greatest wish come true one day. Who's to say I won't? He smiled. The Well of Wishes. Sunny tensed, feeling the approach of an impact. It was a beautiful fairy tale, indeed. Chapter 1, 1332. Splinters. The ketch was thrown into the air by the powerful current, like it had been 1,000 times already, and then plummeted down. Bruised and battered, Sunny gritted his teeth and prepared to endure the violent shock of the impact, just like he had endured 1,000 of them already. The seething water seemed as hard as stone when the bottom of the wooden boat hit it. He held on to the side of the ketch, feeling a grim sense of fatigue and hopelessness overwhelm his mind. The darkness was as oppressive as it had been before. The mist was as blinding as it had been before, and the fury of the storm was as chillingly dreadful as it had been before. However, this impact was different from all the previous ones. Sunny failed to see the moment the wood split, but he heard it. Even through the howling of the hurricane wind and the roaring of the falling waves, the cracking sound seemed clear and deafening. By the time he turned, Nephis was already falling. She hit the deck with a dull thump, leaving a streak of blood on it, and tumbled forward. A split second later, her back hit the protruding fittings of the dismantled mast, violently arresting her fall. A stifled groan escaped from her lips. What happened? It took Sunny a moment to notice a jagged piece of broken wood that she was gripping with both hands, still, her knuckles white. Then, he hurriedly glanced at the stern of the ketch. His pupils narrowed. The steering oar was gone. There was only the piece Nephis was holding and a scattering of wet splinters on the deck. The rest of it had shattered and was washed away by the raging current. Sunny froze for a moment, both terrified and relieved. Relieved because it was not the deck itself that had cracked. Terrified because the ketch had become completely uncontrollable now. The next wave was already approaching, and with no one to steer the boat to face it directly, it was going to hit them from the side, which meant that the ketch would most likely roll. Even if it didn't immediately, there would be the next wave, and the next, and the next, and 1,000 more after that. Without a helmsman leading the ketch through the storm, they were doomed. Curse it! There was no time to think, so he just acted on instinct. Releasing the enchantments of the Crown of Twilight and the Bone Singer, Sunny called upon the shadows instead. A tide of them poured out of the small stone lantern that hung on his belt, filling the ketch. There had already been shadows there, but all of them were twisted and broken, turned wrong and eerie by the ravages of broken time. Sunny wasn't sure that he could communicate with these shadows, and so he summoned more reliable helpers from within the shadow lantern. The cacophony of the storm returned with a deafening vengeance, hitting Sunny like a physical force. The rolling wave reached their small boat and dove underneath it, sending the ketch rising into the dark vastness of the raging mist. The deck tilted dangerously underneath him, threatening to send Sunny and Ananke overboard. Nephis slid in their direction before grabbing onto the fitting of the mast. As they were being simultaneously thrown into the air and pulled into the water, the shadows surged forward. They flowed over the sides of the wooden boat, enveloping it like a black shroud. Then, the shadows solidified, turning the ketch into an improvised arc. The opening above the deck was closed completely, cutting off the streaming water and the crushing blows of the wind. All that remained inside were wisps of swirling mist in the darkness, pierced by the soft radiance emanating from Neph's skin. However, the ketch was still tilting as it climbed higher and higher. Soon, it was going to crest the wave and either overturn or plummet back down into the raging waters. Sunny let out a low growl, then pushed himself and Ananke off the side of the boat and scaled the tilting deck, grabbing the fittings of the mast next to Nephis. A moment later, shadows wrapped themselves around the three of them like bonds, pressing them into the wet wood. The shadows were like a firm but elastic harness that would prevent them from flying around the dark interior of the ketch when it inevitably rolled, which happened a few seconds later. Sunny experienced a few moments of weightlessness, his body pressing against the harness, then the familiar trauma of the crash. The cold water, what little of it remained after he had drained it with the help of the Crown of Twilight, flowed across the closed interior of the shadow-veiled boat, pouring into his mouth and nose. But at least the cocoon of shadows he had created held. It protected the ketch from being turned into splinters, and them from being thrown overboard or drowned. For now. But how long could Sunny keep shielding their vessel from the rage of the storm? His reserves of essence were already breached, a lot of it spent by the Crown of Twilight. Well, one way or another, they were going to find out. As the arc of shadows was being carried by the raging current, Sunny, Nephis, and Ananke tried desperately to endure the arduous strain of being tossed around by the harrowing cataclysm. Sunny and Nephis were laying on the wet deck, secured to it by the bonds of shadows, keeping Ananke's small body between them. Pressed tightly against each other, the three of them had no other choice but to suffer the painful impacts of the waves and cling to the last, desperate vestiges of hope. The violence of the storm, the bone-chilling cold of the mist, and the muffled roars of the wind filled their hearts with dread. "We will survive this. We will." Sunny kept repeating these words inside his head, as if trying to will them into existence. His reserve of essence was diminishing slightly with each minute, and so were their chances of making it out of the storm alive. Chapter 1. 1333 Farewells, the Storm. As Sunny was struggling to keep both himself and Ananke whole in the furious grinder of the storm, he could feel her small body trembling. His own body was soaked in cold water and chilled to the bone. At the same time, he could feel the Neph's radiance breathing warmth into it. It was more than just warmth, too. Knowing that it was his shadows that were keeping them safe, Nephis sent her flames to engulf Sunny, strengthening both his body and soul. Most of her light was transferred to him, while the last wisp gently caressed the child priestess. As the white flame surrounded Ananke, the numerous scrapes and bruises covering her small figure instantly healed. She seemed to relax a little. Nephis herself, though, was left devoid of any protection. The two of them were very close, their arms wrapped around each other, with only the trembling child between them. Resting his head on the wet wood of the deck, Sunny silently looked into Neph's eyes. They were lightless and tired, numbed by torment and pain. There was nothing to say. There was nothing to do either. The three of them just had to suffer, endure, and pray that Sunny's essence lasted longer than the storm did. It was more easily said than done. The shadow arc was being shaken and tossed around by the raging elements like a ball. Even though the harness he had created held them in place, it was still a torturous experience. Sunny had to strain all his muscles to lessen the shock of the terrible impacts, holding on to the mast fittings with all his might. That task was not in any way easier than the draining and laborious process of scooping up water with an iron bowl. In fact, it was much harder, because he couldn't even stand. He had to protect Ananke as well. Being lost in the depths of a cataclysmic storm was not much different from the few moments of destructive havoc he had experienced when the explosives beneath Falcon Scott were detonated. Only this time, the havoc was going to last much, much longer. Hours, most likely, or even days. Not that these words held any meaning anymore. The volatile currents of broken time that surrounded them were only growing more wild and unstable. Sunny could feel their sickening influence through the protective bubble that Ananke was still maintaining around the ketch. His thoughts had become tangled, and it was hard to maintain focus. But he had to. He had to keep the manifested shadows intact, continuously willing their shapes into existence and repairing any damage done to the improvised ark. If Sunny lost concentration, all three of them were going to die. Come on. We have already reached so far. Just a little bit more, just a little. It was just that he struggled to remain concentrated more and more. The ravages of broken time were growing fiercer, but the protections conjured by Ananke were growing weaker. Soon, Sunny found himself unable to tell when was before and when was after. All that remained was the current moment, the pain in his battered body, the cold mist that stuck to his skin, the warmth of Neph's flame burning softly in the depths of his being, and the tactile sensations of her and Ananke's bodies pressed against his own. All he could do was cling to these sensations, to his connection to the shadows, and find strength in their silent presence. I have to hold on. I have to. But then, slowly, even these feelings grew vague and chaotic. The storm of broken time invaded his mind completely, extinguishing Sunny's ability to be aware of the world. He was left in a torturous state that was not consciousness, but also not the merciful oblivion of losing it. Have to hold. And then the torture dissipated as well. There was no time. There was no world. There was only the storm. A moment passed, or maybe an eternity. He did not know, nor was he able to know. The world was swaying gently. Its swaying was like a lullaby. The world smelled of wet wood and emptiness. The world was dark. Sunny was lost comfortably in a sea of darkness. But then bright sunlight shone through his eyelids, painting the darkness red. Sunlight? Torn from the embrace of comfort by sudden panic, Sunny opened his eyes and sat up with a start. No, no, no. His aching body screamed from the sudden motion. His first thought was that his shadow barrier had dissipated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let sunlight into the ketch, meaning that they were going to be drowned by the storm in a few moments. But then, Sunny froze. Why was there sunlight? How could there be, in the roaring darkness of the storm? It was then that he finally saw the world. The beautiful azure sky was clear, with not a cloud in sight. The 7 suns hung in its vast expanse, shining softly. The surface of the great river was calm and tranquil, its current as steady as it was supposed to be. The flowing water sparkled as it reflected the sunlight. The shadow barrier had indeed disappeared, but the ketch was intact. Sunny took a shaky breath. They had cleared the storm. They escaped. We did it." His whisper was hoarse and quiet. For a moment his heart was drowned by a wave of joy and exhilaration. "We did it!" But then, a nameless emotion enveloped him in a cold embrace. Sunny shivered. "What? Why? Nephis? Ananke?" He rose to his knees and looked around, searching for their familiar figures. Neph was there, sitting tiredly with her back against the side of the ketch. But a dull, tearing pain suddenly pierced his heart. "No." Sunny's shoulders fell. "No." Ananke was nowhere to be seen. The child priestess had disappeared, leaving behind no trace. All that remained was an empty black mantle that lay on the deck, orphaned and forlorn. Crawling a step forward, Sunny clutched the mantle and raised it, staring at the dark fabric with hollow eyes. He remained kneeling for a few moments, unable to move, or think, or feel. Sunny's soul felt cold, colder even than he had felt in the snowy field outside Falcon Scott. As he looked at the black mantle, frozen, two hands wrapped themselves around his shoulders, and Nephis hugged him from behind. "She's gone." The warmth of her body and the softness of her voice were like execution's axe. Sunny trembled. Neph held him tighter, as if unwilling to let go. The storm must have carried us too deep into the past, far beyond where she was born. And so, she's gone. I'm sorry, Sunny. The black mantle slipped from his fingers. Looking down, Sunny gasped for breath. But we survived. We survived the storm. Why? His vision blurred. After a while, consumed by pain, he whispered, I am sorry. 2. Chapter 1, 1334, Dire Promise. Sunny and Nephis remained motionless for a while, carried by the indifferent, inevitable current of the great river. His heart was heavy, too heavy to bear. It was in so much pain that the suffering felt almost physical. Or maybe it was. Eventually, the pain turned dull. But the unbearable weight remained. Slowly raising his hand, Sunny tightly gripped one of Neph's arms. She was still hugging him from behind, so he couldn't see her face. She couldn't see his either, which was perhaps for the best. When Sunny spoke, his even voice was low and full of torment. Neph. He raised his eyes to the distant blue sky. Why can't we protect anyone? There was no answer for a while. Eventually, Nephis let out a quiet sigh. Because that is not the world we were born into. She lingered for a moment, her body still pressed against his. Then she added, You and I, and everyone we know. We were born to destroy things, not save them. Sunny lowered his head, thinking that maybe she was right. The world they lived in, both of the worlds really, needed killers more than it needed builders. That was the sign of the dire times they belonged to. But what was the point of slaying nightmare creatures and conquering the trials of the spell if there was nothing to return to except regret and ruin? A few moments later, he heard Neph's voice again. Holding him, she said in a hesitant tone, I don't know if it helps. But Ananke never intended to return to Weave. She knew that she wouldn't be coming back all along. Sunny's eyes trembled. Shifting slightly, he turned his head and finally looked at Neph. What? She sighed. What kind of future would it have been, to return and spend the rest of her limitless life alone in the graveyard of everything she loved? She had only held out for that long because of a dream about the children of Weaver. Us, needing her help. Once we were gone, her last reason to remain would have been gone too. Nephis looked away. That was why the supplies we gathered in Weave were only meant for 2 people, not 3, and why she wanted to tell us about its past so much. Her voice grew forced and heavy. That was why she took us to the House of Parting as well, where the Riverborn come to leave on their last journey, to have a feast with their loved ones before saying farewell. Neff's usually motionless face contorted slightly. She remained silent for a moment, then said evenly, "We made her food, listened to her tales, and kept her company along the way. The order of things might have been wrong, but at least she wasn't alone at the end. We were there to send her off." Sunny lowered his head, stunned. The supplies. Why didn't he realize that all the things they had gathered in Weave were meant for the two of them, and not Ananke herself? How could he not have noticed something so obvious? Perhaps it was because, deep down, Sunny had always known the hideous truth. He had just closed his eyes to it, not wanting to bear its weight, and found solace in convincing himself that they would think of something later, even though there was nothing they could do to change the bitter outcome. Ananke was gone. He stared at the wooden boards of the deck, trying uselessly to console himself. He told himself that the woman they knew was not the real Ananke. Of course, it didn't help. He told himself that everything had happened according to her wishes, that disappearing in the embrace of the children of Weaver was the best death a priestess of the nightmare spell could have hoped for. Of course, it didn't help either. In the end, there was only one way to lessen the burden crushing his weary heart. It was to turn the pain into anger. Sunny could not bring Ananke back, but he could exact bloody vengeance on those who had doomed her. The Mad Prince. The image of the odious abomination appeared in front of his eyes. Sunny's face hardened, and his hands slowly turned into fists. That bastard might still be out there somewhere. His eyes gleamed with murderous hate. But then Sunny reminded himself who the 6 plagues were, or rather, who he thought they were. He remained silent for a while, and then said in a distant voice, "Neff, you know, I saw the Mad Prince in a dream." She let go of him and shifted back, allowing Sunny to turn around and look at her. His expression was grim. He hesitated for a few moments, then forced himself to say, "I think I know who he is. Who each of the 6 plagues is. They're us. They're us from the future. Cassie, Effie, Kai, Jet, Mordred, and I, all the members of the cohort, except for you." Sunny remembered the dream where the vestige of the defiled madman had attacked him. The deranged voice calling him a murderer over and over again. Murderer. Closing his eyes for a moment, he said quietly, "Because we killed you. You can't be corrupted. And so, we must have killed you. That's why there are only 6 plagues." There it was, the thought he was scared to admit to himself, said aloud. Sunny struggled to keep his emotions suppressed and looked at Nephis, not knowing what her reaction would be. Her face was motionless, and her beautiful gray eyes were calm. Like always. Sunny could usually read the true emotions hiding behind her expressionless mask, but he failed to decipher them this time. Was she confused? Unbelieving? Angry? Frightened? Nephis remained silent for a long time. Then she looked him in the eyes and said calmly, "That's great then." Sunny blinked. That was not the reaction he had expected. Confused, he frowned and asked, making sure that he had heard right, "Great?" Nephis nodded as if confirming something obvious. "Of course, if the 6 plagues are really us from the future, then we know all about them. We know all their strengths and all their weaknesses. We even know their flaws." She smiled slightly out of the corner of her mouth. "I was worried about having to face them before, but if what you said is true, well then it changes things. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If the enemy is yourself, though, everything becomes much simpler, doesn't it?" Sunny stared at her, stunned. Indeed. Indeed, she was right. His eyes widened a little. If the Mad Prince was truly a future version of himself, a vile apparition from a future where Nephis was dead, then all it took to kill the bastard was to speak their true name aloud. If the devouring beast was truly a future version of Effie, then killing her would be as easy as isolating the fearsome plague and denying her access to sustenance. Before too long, the defiled abomination would weaken, and her body would consume itself. If undying slaughter was truly the future version of Jet, then they simply had to engage her in a battle for an extended period of time, not allowing the wretched thing to slay anyone and absorb their essence. Eventually, her soul would collapse by itself. If torment was truly the future version of Cassie, then her strength lay in her prophetic powers and an incredibly high affinity to revelations and fate. She could not be too formidable physically, so Weaver's mask would render her defenseless. There were the other two, of course. Mordred's flaw was unknown, and Sunny doubted that he would share it freely. However, the Prince of Nothing would be able to deal with the Soul Stealer personally without revealing his secrets. Kai's flaw, meanwhile, was not something that could be exploited to bring him down in battle. Still, knowing how to kill 5 out of the 6 plagues was already a brilliant result. It was much better by far than facing 6 harrowing abominations blind. Sunny had been so shaken and revolted by the dreadful possibility of turning into the hateful Mad Prince that he failed to consider its hidden benefits. His eyes gleamed darkly. Looking up, Sunny stared at Nephis silently for a few long, poignant moments. Then he said quietly, "Neph, let's kill the Mad Prince." His voice slowly grew stronger. "Let's kill that wretch, and the rest of the 6 plagues with him. Let's slaughter the defiled. Let's burn Verge to the ground." He gritted his teeth and leaned forward, his eyes burning with dark, murderous intent. "Let's conquer this horrid nightmare." Sunny's words hung in the air for a moment, and were then carried away by the wind. Nephis remained silent for a while. Then she smiled, white flames igniting in her eyes. It's a promise. Chapter 1, 1335. After the storm, the great river was like it had always been, vast, dreamlike, and ceaseless. Its current gently carried the ketch forward, as if the harrowing storm had never happened. The 7 suns slowly traveled across the azure sky, which was painted lilac in the east and vibrant crimson in the west. For a while, Nephis and Sunny remained idle. Their bodies were still reeling from the terrible battle against the raging elements, and so were their minds. The invasive violence of broken time had left them drained and fragile. Their hearts felt hollow, too. Sunny silently lay on the wooden deck staring at the sky. His head was empty, full of nothing but the sensation of a dull ache that radiated from all across his battered body. It was good to hurt. Pain reminded him that he was alive. There was the smell of wet wood, the peaceful sound of waves splashing against the sides of the ketch and the warm sunlight. Most noteworthy of all, there was time. He had never been aware of just how important the sense of time was before experiencing its absence. And why would he? People did not usually pay attention to immutable things, simply taking them for granted. But as it turned out, those things were not as absolute when higher beings were involved. Now that they had escaped the storm, the natural flow of time returned in all its glory. Its reliable presence felt reassuring. Time was at peace once again. Time flowed. Eventually, the dull ache permeating his body subsided. The pain in his heart grew duller as well. New sensations took their place: thirst, hunger, caution, determination. Sunny still felt numb, but his mind was slowly recovering. He lingered for a while longer, then sat up with a quiet sigh. The vista of the great river around them was exactly as before the storm, which posed a bit of a problem. Some time later, Sunny and Nephis were sitting at the bow of the ketch, looking soberly at several strange tools laying on the deck in front of them. One looked like a bronze astrolabe, another was akin to a sextant, and the third resembled a strange compass. All these had been gifted to them by Ananke, and were meant for navigating the great river. Of course, the first one was not really an astrolabe, since there were no stars in the tomb of Ariel. The second one could be considered a sextant, but the set of principles it was supposed to work on was entirely different from the waking world. The third one could indeed show direction, but it was between past, future, dawn, and dusk instead of north, south, east, and west. Sunny and Nephis had learned a fair deal about how to use these tools, but not about why they worked. The Great River was not a sphere, like Earth was, and it didn't revolve around a star. Instead, 7 artificial suns revolved around the river. Nevertheless, there seemed to be some sort of curvature to it, which neither of them could explain. It was all a mystery. Before, Ananke had been their navigator, but now that she was gone, Sunny and Nephis had to chart the course themselves. Hence, the somber expressions. Nephis sighed. It doesn't make sense. According to this, we are much further downstream than we were supposed to be. Weeks' worth of sailing away from the lower house. Sunny scratched the back of his head. There was still a current when we were inside the storm. Sure, it was wild and chaotic, but the water still flowed in a single direction. Much faster than usual at that. So maybe the storm carried us all the way here, she frowned. But we didn't spend weeks inside it. Did we? He hesitated, not knowing what to say. Time had been broken within the storm, so it was impossible to tell how long they had been fighting against it. It could have been days, or hours, or months, especially considering the insidious nature of the frozen time in the eye of the storm. Distance was equally hard to measure. They had to have been not too far from Weave up until the point when Ananke's protections failed. After that, both Sunny and Nephis had been completely out of their minds for spell knew how long, losing all awareness of the world. He grimaced. I have no idea, but the fact remains. We are much further downstream than anticipated. So what? It's good news, really. It means that we are already halfway to Fallen Grace. And it's Sybil, dusk. Fallen Grace was situated in the distant past, not that far from the span of the great river that corresponded to when the Sibyls had entered the tomb of Ariel at the height of the Doom War. A long journey still awaited Sunny and Nephis if they wanted to reach the last human city, but half of it seemed to already be behind them, which was indeed a piece of great news, since the battered ketch did not look like it would be able to survive the perils of the great river for much longer. Nephis lingered for a while, then nodded. You're right. If everything goes well, we might reach our destination in a couple of weeks. Her face darkened. However, what are the chances that it will? Even though this region of the Great River should be safer than the one we come from, it is by no means safe. Without Ananke, they were not going to be able to mask the presence of the ketch from the dwellers of the depths as efficiently. There were battles ahead of them, without a doubt. And while the abominations were supposed to be less powerful downstream, the chances of stumbling onto the defiled increased. Sunny looked at the wooden deck beneath him with a complicated expression. The ketch had endured a lot in the storm. Too much, really. The fact that it was still in one piece spoke volumes about the craftsmanship of the person who had built it. But would it survive a clash with a frenzied nightmare creature? What about one after that and one after that? His face turned grim. I don't think it will. Nephis seemed to be thinking the same. They were both worried. However, there was nothing they could do. Their only choice was to set sail and pray to the dead gods. Full of somber apprehension, Sunny and Nephis got to work without delay. They raised the 2 masts back into position and fastened the sails to them. The steering oar was gone, so they fashioned a new one from the repair materials stored inside the covetous coffer, affixing it at the stern of the ketch with the help of one of Neph's memories, the Dark Shaper. Then, she spoke the names taught to her by Ananke and summoned the winds. The ketch flew downstream once again, cutting the clear waters with its bow. Only now, there were 2 people inside of it instead of 3. Sunny's heart ached. The great river glistened as the 7 suns shone brightly on its vast expanse. Time slowly passed, the interior of the boat full of tense silence. While Nephis struggled to sustain the forward momentum of the ketch, Sunny stood at the bow and peered into the water, hoping to sense a potential attack before it was too late. However, they had not seen any nightmare creatures that day. Instead, they saw something that made both Sunny and Nephi's freeze, paralyzed by shock. Looking at the dark silhouette that appeared in the distance, floating aimlessly on the waves, they felt an eerie sense of rejection, as if the world surrounding them was nothing but a dream. Eventually, Sunny flinched and asked, his voice full of disbelief, What the hell is it doing here?" Chapter 1, 1336. Stench of Fate. The small dot that had appeared in the distance slowly drew closer as the ketch approached it, guided by Neff's firm hand. At some point, however, she silently released the names, allowing the boat to drift forward on its own. Her gaze was directed forward, a rare rattled expression apparent on her face. Sunny was no different. Paralyzed by shock, both of them froze. After a few moments of stunned silence, he flinched and asked in a trembling voice, What the hell is it doing here?" His mind was in turmoil, unable to process the truth of what they saw. In front of them, a battered ship was floating listlessly on the waves. Its silhouette was beautiful and fluid, but there were ugly burn marks and terrible scars littering the graceful wooden hull of the damaged vessel. It looked like it had escaped from the depths of hell after a long and dreadful battle. It also looked completely empty, like a ghost ship abandoned by its crew. But what was truly inconceivable about the drifting ship was the sound of rustling leaves carried from its deck by the wind. Looking up, Sunny saw the mighty branches of a sublime tree that grew around the eerie vessel's mast. He knew this ship. He knew it too well. It was the Chainbreaker. The battered vessel in front of them was the ancient flagship of the Fire Hunters, which Noctis had won from them in a gamble. It was also the ship that Cassie and the Firekeepers had restored to its former glory, and which Sunny named. Chainbreaker looked almost exactly the same as the last time Sunny had seen it, but also unfamiliar. Apart from the harrowing scars covering its hull, there were also other differences. The hull itself seemed different, with bands of dull metal reinforcing its graceful lines. He did not recognize the fearsome shape of the ship's ram either. The vessel looked much fiercer than the one from his memories, resembling an embattled warship more than it did a beautiful yacht. There were many discrepancies, but the most glaring one was the sacred tree itself. It was much, much taller and more robust than the one Cassie had nurtured, drowning the entire middle section of the ship in the shadow of its crown. Still, it was the Chainbreaker. Was it? No, it couldn't be. It was inconceivable that the flying ship had somehow found its way into the tomb of Ariel. Sunny failed to understand how it could have appeared here. Seeing it felt simply too bizarre. Shaken, he tore his gaze away from the battered vessel and looked at Nephis. His mouth felt dry. How could it be here? She hesitated, just as rattled as he was. After a while, she shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it's a different ship. The people who built the Chainbreaker could have created more than one vessel. Maybe. Both of them knew that the probability of that being the case was extremely low. Noctis had owned the flying ship for the better part of 1,000 years and modified it extensively over the centuries. He had been the one who planted a tree from the sacred grove of Heartgod on the ship's deck and created the enchantments that connected the two into a single whole as well. How could there be another ship like that? Nephis took a deep breath. Or maybe Noctis had visited the tomb of Ariel at some point in time. If he did, then his ship would have been carried into the nightmare by the spell, just like Darren of the Twilight Sea was, because the great river flows through time. She frowned. Does it look like how it had been when Noctis commanded it? It's different from how it is now. In the waking world, I mean. Her voice was full of doubt. Sunny frowned, then looked at the battered ship once more. After a while, he said with uncertainty, No, it doesn't look like either the past or the present version of Chainbreaker. It's different from both. After a short pause, he added, Of course, I was with Noctis only at the very end of the 1,000 years he had spent in the Kingdom of Hope. The ship we traveled on might have looked different before. That guy. He surely rebuilt and modified it many times. The version we saw was only the last out of many. Was that the reason then? The copy of the Chainbreaker was here because Noctis had visited the tomb of Ariel once upon a time, leaving an imprint for the spell to conjure back to life. If so, then where was the flamboyant sorcerer himself? Why was his ship drifting in the current of time, damaged and abandoned? That theory was the only one that made any kind of sense. But it was still tenuous at best. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other, both feeling a somber sense of unease. Eventually, he sighed. There's actually a different, more pressing question. She nodded slowly. What are the odds that in the endless vastness of the great river, we would blindly arrive at the exact spot where this ship is located? The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Looking away, he remained silent for a while. His thoughts were grim. This situation smells, and it's a familiar smell. The stench of fate. He looked at the battered ship darkly. It can't be a coincidence. Just like Ananke finding us was not a coincidence. The person who had sent her a message through dreams must have intended for us to find the Chainbreaker. Sunny hesitated for a bit and then added, In fact, I am willing to bet that this is where the dream told her to point us. Both of them remained silent for a while, disturbed. Was it dusk, the Sibyl of fallen grace? Who else could have predicted the future so precisely? Someone who can see the strings of fate far better than I can, that's for sure. Nephis threw one more glance at the battered ship, unnerved, then shook her head. I guess we'll find out soon. For now. We were both worried about the catch enduring the journey to fallen grace, weren't we? Now there's a nearly indestructible ship in front of us, one that was built to endure a sea of divine flames, no less. It looks damaged, but since it hasn't sunk yet, the damage must not be too crippling. Sunny stared at her silently for a moment. You want to climb aboard? Are you sure? She met his gaze and shrugged. Why not? He remained silent for a bit. Then, Sunny chuckled wryly and looked away. Damnation! I must be crazy myself, because I really want to climb into that ship too. Chapter 1, 1337 Ghost Ship bringing the catch to the towering side of the battered ship, the Chainbreaker. Sunny and Nephis lingered for a while, looking up. Both felt more than a little bit of apprehension, but at the same time, they were relieved. Traveling across the perilous expanse of the great river on a mighty ship would be much more reassuring than on a small, damaged sailboat. Eventually, Nephis summoned the familiar golden rope and glanced at Sunny. He nodded, then hesitated for a moment. Bending down, Sunny picked up Ananke's black mantle and looked at it with a forlorn expression. It was the only thing she had left behind. The last reminder of her existence, if one didn't count the catch itself. It was also the vestment of the priests of the nightmare spell. He remained motionless for a while, then silently wrapped the mantle around his shoulders. As soon as his body became shrouded by the dark folds of the nebulous fabric, Sunny felt a strange shiver run down his spine. He had donned the black mantle in honor of Ananke, to have something to remember her by, but the act suddenly seemed deeply symbolic. It was as though he was devoting himself to Weaver, which Sunny had no intention of doing. And there was another, far more chilling detail. This mantle, was he just imagining things, or was it eerily similar to the tattered rags the Mad Prince wore in the nightmare? It was hard to tell due to how faded and sunburnt the rags were, but if he just pictured what they might have looked like decades, or even hundreds of years ago. Sunny frowned, his gaze turning dark. But in the end, he chose to leave the black mantle on. That bastard will not define me. With that, he took a step forward and joined Nephis, who had already thrown the rope up, tightening the loop at its end around the broken railing of the ghost ship. She gave it a couple of tugs, then nimbly, climbed up. Sunny followed. A few moments later, they jumped down on the deck of the chain breaker. An eerie feeling gripped his heart. The deck of the ancient vessel was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was very similar to the one he had spent so much time on, both in the dream realm and the second nightmare. However, there were also glaring differences. The very geometry of the main deck seemed slightly different. However, it was hard to tell what the differences were exactly, because it was severely damaged. Here and there, the wood was splintered and covered in soot, with deep grooves cutting into its surface, as if some enormous beast, or a legion of them, had torn through the ancient wood with monstrous claws. The railings were shattered and broken in many places. The mighty siege engines lay broken and destroyed. Several massive holes had been punched through the deck as well, revealing the devastated interior of the ship. Their jagged edges hinted that something dreadfully powerful had either broken into the cargo hold or had broken free from it. There was not a soul in sight. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, wary. Then, without saying anything, he sent his shadows to scout the interior of the ancient vessel. After a swift and corduroy search, they had not discovered anything except for more signs of a furious battle. He let out a quiet sigh. "It's empty. There's no one here." Nephis nodded, lowering the sword that had appeared in her hand as soon as they climbed aboard. She looked around, seemingly more relaxed, and then said calmly, "Let's explore properly." They spent some time tentatively exploring the abandoned ship. Everywhere they went, they were met with signs of dreadful devastation. Sunny knew for a fact how enduring the enchanted wooden walls of the chain breaker were. He shuddered when imagining what kind of forces could have brought it to such a sorry state. The last time the flying vessel had been damaged so severely, it was because Cassie had thrown it down from the skies and rammed an immortal saint at full speed. This time, however, it seemed the ship had withstood a harrowing and prolonged assault before being breached, at which point the fighting continued inside. Then, it drifted in the currents of the great river for gods knew how long. As a result, there was nothing left to tell them where and when the ghost ship had really come from, and who had fought in the battle that rendered it broken and empty. Sunny did not know what kind of beings could have devastated the ancient vessel to such a degree. Nor did he know what kind of defenders could have resisted their assault. Whoever they were, the aftermath of their cataclysmic clash gave him chills. However, there was good news as well. About an hour later, Sunny and Nephis returned to the main deck and rested in the shade of the sacred tree. Their expressions were thoughtful. Touching the ivory bark, Nephis inhaled deeply. "The damage is severe, but shallow. There are no leaks, and the ship is not taking on water. While the interior is a mess, the support structures are all holding. It is not going to sink anytime soon." She lingered for a moment, studying the sacred tree, and added, "The tree is also alive and healthy. However, the enchantment circuits are broken. The runic circle at the stern is dormant. We won't be able to fly the chain breaker." Sunny nodded. "Does any of us even know how to control it? Cassie is usually the one doing the steering. She learned directly from Noctis." Nephis sighed. "I don't. Regardless, flying is not an option. That said, we don't need the sacred tree and the enchantments to make the ship move. It still has sails, doesn't it? Even though most sails are either burned or torn, we can repair them. We brought enough supplies from Weave." He looked around, thinking. The sails were indeed torn, but there were repair kits just for that purpose among the supplies Ananke had left them with. All in all, it seemed that they had everything necessary to turn the chain breaker back into a seaworthy vessel, even if the repair job would not look pretty. There would be a lot for them to do. Sunny sighed, then gave Nephis a short nod. "Let's get to work then." Chapter 1, 1338. On the importance of needlework and carpentry. There was a lot of work to be done, and not enough time. The night was already approaching. Sunny and Nephis hastily cleared one of the compartments, the one that corresponded to the captain's cabin on the actual chain breaker, intending to use it as shelter. Too tired to cook, they ate a cold supper and went to sleep. Sunny did not forget to summon Saint and Fiend to guard them, while Nightmare protected their dreams. In the morning, both felt more refreshed. Their bodies had mostly recovered from the terrible strain put on them by the storm. Most Ascended would have been rendered weak and helpless by the savage cataclysm for weeks. But Sunny and Nephis each possessed astonishing vitality. He because of Bloodweave, she due to the restorative power of her aspect. They got to work as the 7 suns slowly rose from the gleaming waters. On the first day they planned to clear the main deck of debris. With Sunny, Nephis, Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare all working together, the arduous task of moving terribly heavy pieces of wreckage was not too hard. It took longer to sift through them, separating the things that had to be disposed of from those that could be of use later. Even though neither Sunny nor Nephis knew how to repair the siege engines, there was a weak hope that someone in Fallen Grace would. The pieces of splintered wood seemed useless at first glance, but it was still the mystical wood that the chain breaker had been built of. Simply tossing something like that into the water did not sit right with either of them, not even mentioning how precious of a resource wood was in the tomb of Ariel. There were bent and torn pieces of a strange, supremely durable metal as well. Those were also worth keeping. In the end, they abandoned the upper deck and started clearing the main cargo hold instead. By the time they were done, it was night again, and both were tired. That night, they made a fire under the branches of the sacred tree, and Nephis cooked them food. Her cooking was as delicious as ever, and the quiet rustling of leaves made for a tranquil atmosphere. However, this was the first time since the Dark Island that they shared a proper meal with just the two of them enjoying it. It was so strange. Ananke had not been with them for long, but her absence felt like a gaping hole. Perhaps it was because Sunny and Nephis had witnessed her as a frail old woman, a vigorous matron, a charming young lady, and an innocent child that their time together felt like a lifetime. That lifetime was now behind them, and new hardships awaited ahead. Time was relentless, washing away all things, both inconsequential and those they held dear. On the second day, their efforts to prepare the ship for the voyage were more fruitful. With the cargo hold free of debris, they could neatly store everything that was valuable enough to hold on to there. The main deck was soon cleared. Sunny even washed it, trying to get rid of the soot, grime, and something that resembled dried blood. Or rather, he made Fiend do it while resting in the shade of the sacred tree and sipping on cold water from the endless spring. On the third day, they cleared one of the 2 mess halls. After that, however, Sunny and Nephis stopped. They decided to leave the rest of the inner compartments alone, at least until reaching Fallen Grace. They briefly considered cleaning one of the other cabins to have separate sleeping quarters, but eventually dropped that idea. It was not like they were unaccustomed to spending the nights in close proximity to each other anyway. Plus, it was safer. Neither of them knew when a sudden attack could come, so staying together was a more pragmatic choice, and more familiar. Finally, on the 4th day, they started to work on the sails. Repairing them was much more arduous of a task than Sunny had imagined. But, unexpectedly, he turned out to be excellent at it. Who would have thought? Being good with thread and needle was the last thing Sunny had expected when starting to learn the mysterious sorcery of the Demon of Fate. But that was exactly the side effect he was benefiting from right now. Still, the progress was slow because of just how damaged the sails of the chainbreaker were. Not to mention that they had to take them down, patch them up, and then fasten the sails back up. The masts, booms, and spores required some repairs to be done too. That task was accomplished by Nephis with the help of the materials they had brought from Weave, or salvaged from the debris of the ghost ship and the Dark Shaper. The 7th day, they were done with everything they could accomplish in a short amount of time. The chainbreaker had transformed. There were still burn marks and scars on its hull, and the main deck still gaped with wide holes. However, the largest of them were now covered with wooden boards, and it was clear of debris. Saint was standing on the front of the ship with a bow in her hands, serving as their vanguard. Nightmare was hiding in the shadows nearby, while Fiend was protecting the sacred tree. Nephis stepped into the runic circle at the stern of the ancient vessel. The circle itself was inactive, but it was still the natural position to take if one wanted to hold the two steering oars of the flying ship. Granted, one of those oars would be useless for now since it controlled ascent and descent, and the chainbreaker was unable to fly. Sunny was standing by her side. He looked at Nephis and asked, his voice full of anticipation, which was hard not to feel after a whole week of hard labor to prepare for this moment. "Are you ready?" Placing her hand on the steering oars, she nodded. "Let's go. We wasted enough time in the future already." Turning away, he inhaled deeply and looked at the length of the graceful vessel. When Noctis had owned it, there was a crew of wooden sailor dolls to work the ship. When the firekeepers claimed it, there were awakened to do the same. Now, however, there were only Sunny and Nephis, and Nephis had to remain at the stern to guide the chainbreaker. So, it was his job to work the sails. Since Sunny had no intention of jumping from mast to mast like a monkey, whatever a monkey was, he concentrated and called upon the shadows. A few moments later, tenebrous arms manifested themselves into existence all over the ship, pulling on the ropes. It took some concentration to control them all at once, but after the grueling education of the Antarctic campaign, Sunny was more than proficient in using shadow manifestation. The sails slowly rose and then filled with wind. Coming back to life, the ancient ship turned to face downstream, and then slowly started accelerating. It's moving. They were finally on their way to fallen grace. Chapter 1, 1339. Moving on, the chainbreaker was steadily advancing down the great river. The gale Nephis could summon by uttering its name was not powerful enough to push the ship as fast as it had pushed the ketch, but to their luck, the winds were blowing in the same direction. Carried both by their power and the current of time, the graceful vessel rushed forward at great speed. All around them, there was nothing but sunlight and sparkling water. The vast expanse of the great river was beautiful and exhilarating. Of course, great horrors were hiding behind the deceptive facade of its beauty, but nothing had attacked them yet. Life went on. Sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, Sunny felt strangely indignant about that fact. He had been constantly busy during the week they spent patching up the battered ship, which was a mercy. Now that there was really nothing for him to do, Sunny found himself feeling numb and hollow. His lightless soul seemed even darker than usual these days. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the calming sound of the rustling leaves. Just how much can a person endure? He was tired of loss. He was also tired of losing. Sometimes it feels like I was better off not caring about anyone except myself. Those were the days, weren't they? As he smiled crookedly, a familiar voice suddenly resounded from above. "Do you mean the days of being a frightened, pathetic, miserable little wretch that not a single person in the world cared about in turn? Well, I suppose it's indeed the best you deserve. That's how you'll end up anyway. Eventually." Opening his eyes, Sunny looked up with a dark expression. The sin of Solace was standing above him as if nothing had happened. The loathsome wraith looked like he always had. Exactly like Sunny. The bastard was even wearing a perfect copy of Ananke's mantle. His face was full of cold contempt. Sunny scoffed. "Wow, look who decided to show up. I thought you chose to crawl back into whatever pit that had spawned you and never come back. Where the hell have you been?" The apparition smirked. "Maybe I just got sick of watching you fail, lose, and get people killed all the time. Even imaginary creatures like me have a limit, you know?" "Ah, of course you don't. You don't know anything, the fool that you are." Sunny stared at him for a while, silent. His eyes were cold and somber. Eventually, he shook his head and said evenly, "For someone who hates me so much, you sure are too helpful. Why save me from the Mad Prince if you feel that way? Don't you think that you owe me an explanation?" The Sin of Solace laughed. "Oh, you? And you even have the audacity to call someone mad after spouting such nonsense. I owe you nothing." He shook his head, then said with a derisive smile, "Let's make something clear. I did not save you. I just saved myself from having to endure more misery. Being stuck with a hateful worm like you is already bad enough, but being stuck with you if you become defiled. Gods, that would be truly insufferable." Sonny tilted his head, thinking. So the secret the Mad Prince wanted to tell me was truly dangerous enough to turn me into a defiled. Or was it? Was he supposed to believe anything that the Sin of Solace said? The Sword Wraith acted like an independent being, and in a sense it was, but the source of that being was still Sonny himself. Therefore the bastard could not know anything that he himself did not know. The Sin of Solace was a part of his mind after all. Wasn't he? Sonny frowned. To be honest, I have no idea what that thing is anymore. He had figured out the nature of the Sword Wraith in Antarctica, and had even gotten a good grasp of how to deal with the apparition. But once they entered the tomb of Ariel, that nature seemed to have changed without any explanation. Why had it changed? And how? Was it the influence of the tomb itself? It had been built by the demon of dread, after all, from whose whisper the curse that caused the Sword Wraith to manifest was born. Or was there something more sinister at play? Staring at the Sin of Solace, Sonny asked, "What are you, really? How did you know that the Mad Prince in my dream was dangerous? Why did you try to stop him from subjecting me to corruption?" The apparition grinned. Without saying anything, he lingered for a while, then looked down and touched the sleeve of Ananki's dark mantle. "By the way, what a wonderful mantle. You should really get more people killed and collect a piece of clothing from each one. Then we'll be able to add an apparel section to the brilliant emporium." "Ah, shame you didn't think of that in Antarctica." Sonny growled and swiped at the grinning apparition, but he was already gone. The Sword Wraith had disappeared just as suddenly as he had appeared. "That bastard!" Gritting his teeth, Sonny leaned back and stared at the swaying branches of the sacred tree. He was full of dark anger. But the appearance of the Sin of Solace had distracted him from his melancholy, at least, until those last words plunged him right back into dejection. He sighed. "I'll learn the truth eventually." For now, he had felt better when he was busy, so the best solution for this dark mood would be to make himself busy once again. Controlling the sails did not take much of his attention, so Sonny had to do something else. Luckily, there was a lot for him to do. He had to continue studying the estuary key. He also had to weave a lot of memories to help Nightmare ascend, as well as come up with ways to make the members of the cohort stronger. Let's get to it then. There is a week or two left before we reach Fallen Grace. I can achieve a lot in 2 weeks. Abandoning the shade of the sacred tree, Sonny went to the bow of the chain breaker, where Ananki's ketch was fastened to the deck. He and Nephis had retrieved it from the water before setting sail, planning to use the ketch as a lifeboat if the need arose. Summoning the shadow chair, he placed it near the battered sailboat, sat down, and looked at the glistening expanse of the great river. Then, Sonny sighed and contemplated what task he would tackle first. Chapter 1, 1340, New Perspective. Sonny remained motionless for a while, thinking. After a few moments, he unconsciously began to fiddle with the hems of the black mantle's sleeves. The smooth fabric glided across his fingertips, making them tingle a little. Eventually, his gaze settled on it. Sonny tilted his head. Abandoning his previous plans, he stood up and took off the mantle instead. Then, he sat back down and laid it across his lap. I wonder. He doubted that it was a simple piece of clothing. It was the attire of a nightmare spell priest, after all, most likely passed down to Ananki from her mother, the original priestess who had entered the tomb of Ariel with the first wave of outsiders. The corpse under the cathedral in the Dark City had been wearing the same dark garment. So, it had to have some secrets. Sonny hesitated for a few moments. Unlike Weaver's mask, the black mantle was not a memory. Otherwise, it would have disappeared with Ananki. There were some memories that persisted after the death of their owners, of course, like the dawn shard that Nephis had found on the remains of the first lord of the Bright Castle. But the nebulous mantle was not one of those either. Otherwise, it would have bound itself to Sunny the moment he picked it up. It seemed to be a perfectly mundane robe, albeit sewn from some mystical material. Nevertheless, he shifted his perception and tried to look within the mantle, just in case. He was not disappointed. Huh? There was indeed a spell weave hidden within Ananke's mantle, and it was a strange one. How odd. Sunny studied the weave of ethereal strings with a perplexed expression. There were all the elements that a spell weave was supposed to be made of. A radiant nexus and an intricate tapestry of essence threads. However, the pattern of the ethereal strings was very different from what Sunny was accustomed to. It was elegant and vast. But, how could he put it? The weave of the dark mantle was infinitely less labyrinthine than that of every memory in his possession. It was by no means crude, but also not nearly as complicated as them. He studied the strange spell weave for a few minutes, then leaned back, bewildered. It's not there. When Sunny studied the weave of a new memory, he always searched for the familiar patterns first, to use as a starting point, the universal patterns that all memories shared, and which were the first sorcery he himself had woven. The connection to the soul of the owner, the ability to manifest from and dissipate into soul essence, the ability to self-repair in the soul sea. But the weave of Ananke's mantle lacked these fundamental patterns. He blinked a couple of times. What? Suddenly, Sunny realized a simple fact. Although all the memories he had seen shared these traits, that was simply because they had all come from only two sources. One source was the nightmare spell, and the other source was Sunny himself. More than that, his knowledge of weaving had mostly come from studying the weaves created by the nightmare spell. The memories created by the enchanters of valor weren't different either. That was because while they forged enchanted weapons using unique aspects, the spell served as an intermediary in the process. Crafting memories was an innate ability of the Valor family, not a learned skill like their knowledge of runic sorcery or Sunny's knowledge of weaving. So, in the end, both sources were one and the same. But that was not the only way of going about weaving enchanted items. Only the ultimate way. The weave he was looking at right now, though, had been created by someone else. Perhaps by the high priest of the nightmare spell Ananke had spoken about, or by one of his students, which was why it was a sorceress item enchanted through weaving, but not technically memory. Sunny scratched his head. So something like that can exist, too. Of course it could. The fact seemed so obvious in hindsight, and yet he had never considered such a possibility before. Mostly because it was really hard for a human mind to think outside a familiar framework. Every memory Sunny had known was an item enchanted through weaving, and so he subconsciously assumed that all items enchanted through weaving were memories. But they didn't have to be, like the mantle in front of him. Which was a curious detail, but not exactly useful. Who wouldn't want to turn their weapon or attire into a memory? The traits of memories that everyone took for granted were supremely useful. The ability to carry a whole arsenal inside your soul alone was a boon any warrior would kill for. Swords that sharpened themselves, suits of armor that repaired any damage done to them and adjusted themselves to perfectly fit the body of the wearer. There were too many benefits to memories to count. By all accounts, they were the culmination of weaving. Well, technically, the nightmare spell itself was the culmination of weaving. But for all those who weren't inconceivable deities like the demon of fate, memories were the absolute peak of enchantment. However, Sunny's heart still skipped a beat, and his eyes glistened with dark excitement. Ananke's mantle might not have been superior to the powerful memories he possessed. At a cursory glance, its enchantments were nothing special. Its rank and tier were also not that stunning. But to him, it was a priceless treasure. For a single reason. It was because its weave was different from every weave he knew, and much simpler than them at that. Sunny's whole skill as a sorcerer had come from comparing the patterns of different enchantments to each other and trying to deduce the common logic behind them. But all those enchantments followed the principles set by a single creator, the nightmare spell. Now that he had an enchanted mantle that had come from an entirely different school of weaving, his ability to compare and deduce the fundamental principles of sorcery could take a qualitative leap. It was like witnessing an entirely different framework and gaining a deeper understanding of your own by studying the differences and commonalities between them. It didn't matter how simple the spell weave of Ananke's mantle was. What mattered was that it could not only teach Sunny the unfamiliar ways of its creator, but also help him push his own skill forward, by a lot. Just when he needed it, Sunny gripped the smooth fabric in his fists, staring at it intently. After a while, he said quietly, "Thank you, Ananke." With that, he cut out all distractions and concentrated on studying the odd weave. Chapter 1. 1341, Learning the Hard Way. Sunny was more of a copycat than an actual sorcerer. Most of his repertoire consisted of recreating the weaves of various enchantments he had gleaned from his own memories, not creating those of his own. Of course, even that was already a stunning achievement. Armed with nothing but his intelligence and a bit of intuition granted to him by Bloodweave, as well as the ability to see weaves in the first place, he taught himself the most fundamental principles of sorcery. The wondrous sorcery of the Demon of Fate, which very few beings had ever been able to wield. At this point, Sunny had barely taken the first step away from blindly copying the spell weaves, tentatively trying to disassemble and modify them to serve his whims. The Siege Souvenir, a unique memory he had created to slay the fallen Titan Goliath, was the result of these attempts. But Sunny was still a mere novice, all things considered. He was leagues away from true sorcerers, like the mysterious being who had created the estuary key, for example. That weave was simply beyond his imagination. He couldn't even imagine how long it would take him to reach the same transcendent level of mastery. A few hundred years, perhaps? A millennium? So Sunny had no illusions about his achievements. They were rather astonishing when compared to other modern awakened, but that was only because most of those awakened knew absolutely nothing about sorcery. In the grand scheme of things, his skill was negligible. Or so he thought, before taking a look at the weave of Ananke's mantle. Huh? Wait, what is going on? The tapestry of ethereal strings shone in the darkness, laid bare in front of his altered eyes. It was much simpler than the infinitely complex weaves created by the spell. But still, wasn't he comprehending it a little bit too fast? It was almost like an open book. That part of the pattern is responsible for enhancing durability. That one has something to do with fire. Ah, it's making the mantle inflammable. That one makes it waterproof. Then what do these strings do? Looks familiar. Right. If I scale the size and complexity of this part by a lot, it would be similar to a fragment of living stone. The basic structure is the same, which is also the basic structure of the universal restorative trait of all memories. So it's self-repair then. Sunny opened his eyes wide and leaned back. What the hell? How was he suddenly so good at reading weaves? Before, he could only feel a slight inkling of understanding about the nature of certain enchantments, but now he was somehow able to see the intent behind various sections of the ethereal tapestry almost clearly, despite it being a completely unfamiliar way of weaving. It just looked very understandable. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Don't tell me. A sudden guess appeared in his mind. He gave the black mantle a dubious look, then let out a small laugh. I'll be damned. The weaves the spell created were infinitely ingenious and near perfect, and as a result, they were all unimaginably complex and intricate. It was to such a degree that Sunny had to spend weeks studying the simplest ones, and even that was only due to his better-than-average memory and innate talent. He had been bashing his head against this Daedal wall for about 2 years now, and for every grain of knowledge he gained, there were 100 he failed to decipher and comprehend. The weave of Ananke's mantle was also elaborate enough to make a person dizzy, but it was nowhere near the complexity of the tapestries the spell created. And so, it seemed that after being tempered by the latter, Sunny had grown skilled enough to more or less discern the general flow of the former. It was as though he had been learning to read by perusing an abstruse epic poem without ever even laying eyes on an alphabet book. The weave of the mantle, meanwhile, was not primitive enough to be called an alphabet, but it was something that a middle schooler would be able to read. And after braving the weaves of the spell, Sunny had learned enough to be considered one such middle schooler. He covered his face with his palm and remained motionless for a while. Right. It's just like being sent to the forgotten shore. After returning from there, we were also constantly bewildered by how weak normal awakened seemed. Greater obstacles forge greater strength. As long as you can actually survive them, of course, which most of us didn't. He was both the survivor of the forgotten shore and of learning sorcery by studying the spell at work. As such, the work of actual weavers was strangely accessible. Sunny shook his head, then calmed down and looked back to Ananke's mantle. Right. This is great news then. Not only will I be able to understand its enchantments faster, I will also be able to use them as a replacement for a textbook and propel my weaving forward. Hopefully, it's still not exactly an alphabet book. He spent the rest of the day studying the odd weave. It was not simple by any means, but after suffering the appalling complexity of the immaculate weaves created by the spell, Sunny almost enjoyed the process. In the end, he realized that the black mantle was not that mysterious of an item. The masks the priests wore were the true treasures, while their attire was mostly meant to serve a practical purpose. It was still a precious heirloom, of course. The fabric itself seemed to be a transcendent material, very similar to the night silk from which Noctis had once sewn him a garment. In fact, it might have been the very same silk. It was fashioned in a way that obfuscated the wearer's physical features and enchanted to be supremely durable, stealthy, and enduring. All qualities that the persecuted priests of the nightmare spell would have needed in their perilous journeys. A perfect attire for heretical evangelists who often found themselves being hated and hunted by the people they were trying to convert. Or an ill-fated awakened who often found himself having to deal with all kinds of unspeakable horrors. Sunny hesitated for a while, then summoned Weaver's needle and got to work modifying the weave of the nebulous black mantle. Black threads joined the ethereal strings of soul essence. By the time the 7 suns drowned in the water and the great river shone with iridescent radiance, he lowered his hands and heard the spell whispering into his ear. You have received a memory. Ananke's Mantle. Chapter 1. 1342. Nebulous Mantle. It didn't take a lot of effort to add the basic patterns of a memory to the weave of the black mantle. That was what he had been doing over and over again to supply the brilliant emporium with inventory, after all. By now, weaving them was almost muscle memory. They did not put a lot of pressure on a weave either. Even dormant memories of the first tier could bear the weight. The nexus of the mantle had been fashioned out of a transcendent soul shard, so Sunny did not even have to integrate a second node into the ethereal tapestry. It was a bit tricky to make the 2 different schools of weaving flow into each other, but since Sunny's method was the more intricate one and not the other way around, solving that problem proved to be trivial. Just like that, he gained a new memory at the cost of a few shadow strings. Enjoying the view of the shimmering great river, Sunny smiled tiredly. Studying hard was an exhausting process, but he welcomed the fatigue. It was a sign that he had made progress. He didn't regret turning the mantle into a memory either. Even if it wasn't useful, he would have been reluctant to part with it. All things that weren't stored within his soul would be lost at the end of the nightmare. If he had been cognizant of that fact earlier, he would have had a better memento of Noctis than a luxurious chair. Although he had nothing really to complain about, considering that the shadow chair was actually one of his most valued memories. Sunny summoned the runes. Ananke's mantle was there, at the end of the list. Even though he more or less already knew what the runes would say, he still read them. Memory. Ananke's mantle. Memory rank. Transcendent. Memory. Tier. 1. Memory type. Garment. Sunny smiled faintly. Garments were a rare type of memory, since the better ones were classified as armor by the spell. Those that did not make the cut were generally less useful, but their benefit was that they could be worn in conjunction with an armor-type memory, like the Darkwing, which he had been using ever since the Forgotten Shore. He continued reading, feeling a pinching pain in his heart. Memory description. This mantle once belonged to Ananke of Weave, priestess of the nightmare spell. She met the children of Weaver in a nightmare and guided them across the perilous currents of time. Her wisdom was radiant, and her kindness was a blessing. May she rest in peace. The spell had not written that description. Sunny had written it himself. He had tried to come up with the right words, but they all rang hollow. In the end, he had simply written a few awkward sentences, not knowing what else to do. Unsatisfied, Sunny looked away from the description. No one else is going to see this description anyway. Only Nephis and me. Eventually, he grimaced and concentrated on the enchantments. The runes read, Memory. Enchantments, enduring, concealing, tasteless. Enduring made the mantle durable, resistant against the elements, and capable of repairing itself. Concealing masked the presence of its wearer, the mystical kind of presence powerful, awakened possessed. Tasteless, though, was a rather strange enchantment, if it could even be called that. From what Sunny could see, it didn't do anything. It was just there, containing nothing except for its name and description. The description read, Tasteless enchantment, description. Why did it have to be black? Which was rather perplexing. The people wearing the mantle would not have been able to read the description unless they were sorcerers themselves, which most of the priests of the nightmare spell had not been. So the mysterious creator of the enchanted garment seemed to have left that odd message for no one in particular. Sunny shook his head. That person must have been a bit of a lunatic. Also, what are they talking about? Everything looks better in black. Each rune of the description demanded essence strings to be wasted after all, and weaving them took both effort and time, so only a crazy person would go around weaving unnecessary runes. Sunny coughed, remembering his own track record. Back in the Antarctic Center, he had once sent Nephis a message through a memory called, I am stuck in an endless tunnel full of true darkness. How the hell do I get out? Ask Cassie. Was there really a need to add the hell to the actual question? No. But did it feel good to add it? Hell yes. Looking down in embarrassment, he put on the tasteful black mantle and rose. Leaving the shadow chair by the catch, Sunny rubbed his face and went to find Nephis. He had gained a lot of insights from studying the weave left behind by an unknown sorcerer. It felt like his understanding of sorcery was on the precipice of taking a qualitative leap in the coming days. He would have to do a lot more work, of course, as well as digest all his gains. However, Sunny already had a few ideas on how to proceed. Right now, he lacks the soul shards to do anything significant. There were a few that Ananke had used while fishing to lure the nightmare creatures, but those were of lesser ranks. He was meaning to use them to create memories for Nightmare to consume. That said, he still had the supreme soul shard that they had scavenged from the black turtle, which meant that he could potentially create a supreme memory. Of course, it was not that simple. Scaling an enchantment was not as simple as replacing the nexus of a weave. Most of them could not be scaled at all, and those that could required the weave itself to be vastly modified and improved. After all, strings made out of awakened soul essence could not endure the flow of transcendent energies. The patterns themselves had to be adjusted as well, to account for the increased burden. Not to mention that enchantments were usually limited by their own nature. Infusing them with more potent essence would simply be a waste. It was a proper mess. However, When Sunny asked himself how to empower the members of the cohort and make them capable of facing the perils of the tomb of Ariel better, he couldn't help but think back to the Forgotten Shore, where they had also been forced to fight abominations 1 or even 2 ranks above them. How had they been able to survive that crucible? There were a lot of reasons why they had, but one of the most significant ones was a single memory. A memory that could empower all other memories, and which had been the primary goal of their lethal expedition across the Crimson Labyrinth to the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. The Dawn Shard. So, what if Sunny did not create a supreme memory, but instead elevated the Dawn Shard to the supreme rank? Wouldn't that be the most efficient way of making the cohort stronger? Erdiul's note. Holidays. Yeah, so I won't be available for the coming days. That means no chapters. We'll release them when I'm available again. Merry Christmas. Chapter 1, 1343, Crown of Dawn. The deck of the Chainbreaker was dark, illuminated only by the pale glow of the iridescent water that gleamed below. The radiance of the great river at night was usually beautiful, but today it seemed ghostly. Sunny was not disturbed by the darkness, of course, but he had to think about Nephis as well. We should probably place a few lanterns around the ship. The light of the lanterns could potentially attract nightmare creatures, but that was not really a problem. Not because they were not wary of the abominations, but because gaining their attention was more or less inevitable. Thinking about when their first battle would happen, Sunny approached the stern of the ship. Nephis was still standing in the runic circle, holding the steering oar. There was a luminous memory placed on the deck near her feet, creating a small island of warm orange glow in the ocean of darkness. In that orange light, her beautiful face was pale and lifeless. She had been guiding the ship the entire day, and the accumulated fatigue was taking its toll. He listened to the wind, determining its direction. It's blowing from the future. Stepping into the light, Sunny smiled and gestured to the oar. Go rest. I'll take it from here. He could not use the sorcery of names yet, but since the winds were on their side, the Chainbreaker could do without its support for now. Losing some speed was not going to delay them by much. In fact, both Saint and Fiend were intelligent enough to keep the ship on course. Sunny preferred to let them stand guard for now, though. Studying his face for a few moments, Nephis nodded and let go of the oar. As she stepped out of the runic circle, Sunny entered it. Wait. He caught her hand in his own and lingered for a few moments. She stared at him with an incredulous expression. That memory of yours? The Crown of Dawn. Can you lend it to me for a few days? Nephis raised an eyebrow. Sure, why? Sunny simply shrugged. I want to see if I can improve it a little. Don't get your hopes up, though. Chances are nothing will end up happening. It's worth a try at least. She hesitated for a couple of moments. Then, a spark of energy traveled from her hand into his own. The spell whispered, its voice as enigmatic as ever. You have received a memory, Dawn Shard. Sunny smiled. Thank you. Now go rest. I'll wake you up if some abyssal horror attacks us from below the waves, I promise. Nephis stared at him somberly. You could have just said sweet dreams, you know. He grinned. Oh, I do. But where's the fun in that? Shaking her head, Nephis freed her cool hand from his grasp, picked up the luminous memory, and left. Sunny remained standing in the darkness for a while, staring at the empty space where she had just been. Then, he sighed, glanced at his empty hand, and placed it on the steering oar. Ah, it's so lonesome, sailing across a river of unholy titans' blood in the dark. With that, Sunny summoned the Dawn Shard. A simple band of bright metal appeared in his free hand, decorated with a single gem. The Crown of Dawn did not look that impressive at first glance. It was more austere than opulent. And yet, that simple circlet was the reason Sunny, the members of the cohort, and the firekeepers had been able to return from the Forgotten Shore. Its single enchantment was extraordinarily powerful. The Dawn Shard empowered all memories in a large radius around it. Back on the Forgotten Shore, that empowerment had been strong enough to elevate the awakened weapons of the Dreamer army to resemble ascended ones in terms of lethality, which was an inconceivable boon, considering that there was no limit to the number of memories the Crown of Dawn could enhance. It was a passive enchantment as well. That was how they had been able to slay fallen abominations. Sadly, its usefulness diminished more and more as Nephis and her allies grew stronger and acquired better equipment after escaping the Forgotten Shore. The Dawn Shard could still empower ascended memories to a substantial degree, but nowhere near elevating them to an entire new rank. The effect on transcendent memories was even more modest. Considering the type of enemies Sunny and the members of the cohort would have to face in the third nightmare, that augmentation was all but insignificant. But what if he elevated the Crown of Dawn itself from an ascended memory to a supreme one? Sunny doubted that he would be able to perform a flawless alteration. But even if he managed to make the Dawn Shard as powerful as a transcendent memory, by outfitting it with a supreme soul shard, the result would already increase their chances of prevailing against great nightmare creatures by a lot. Before, he would not have even dared to try. But now, he had two advantages. The first one was the push studying Ananke's mantle had given him. The second one was the nature of the Crown of Dawn itself. The first time Nephis had used it, Sunny saw the weaves of his memories growing more radiant, each nexus and ethereal string shining with brighter light. The augmentation either strengthened the memories by empowering their weaves, or made the weaves stronger to withstand the increased power of the memories. In any case, the result was the same. The essence strings became more robust, and the first memory the Dawn Shard empowered was itself. Its weave was always augmented by its own effect. Perhaps that was the reason why this ascended memory could possess such an unreasonable power. So, it was more or less a perfect memory for Sunny to try and transplant the Supreme Shard into. His major concern was that strings weaved from lesser essence would not be able to withstand the burden of channeling superior energies. But what if they were made more durable by those very same energies? The weave of the Crown of Dawn was much too complex for him to recreate, but modifying it was different. Probably. He wouldn't know until he took a look. Sunny shifted his perception and peered into the bright metal, trying to discern the underlying weave of the shard memory. Soon, an inconceivable tapestry of ethereal strings appeared in front of his eyes, shining in the darkness. Holding the oar, he smiled wistfully and took a deep breath. Let's get to work. Chapter 1344. On course. The weave of a shard memory was subtly different from an ordinary one. They possessed some unique qualities, after all, like the ability to remain in existence after the owner's death, or the hidden purpose of manifesting the oath keys after all 7 had been gathered in one place. Luckily, Sunny possessed 2 shard memories of his own, the Midnight and Moonlight shards, so he already knew how to find and isolate these sections of the tapestry, which was supposed to make the task of deciphering the rest of it easier, in theory. In practice, the spell weave of a shard memory was even more labyrinthine than that of a normal memory. Sunny had managed to gain a sufficient level of understanding of the Midnight Shard, enough so to apply a part of its enchantment to the Siege souvenir, but the Moonlight Shard still remained beyond his grasp, which was a shame because the ghostly stiletto possessed one of the most useful enchantments Sunny had ever seen. It was able to appear instantly, without wasting any time manifesting itself from the sparks of essence. If Sunny could master that single enchantment, all memories he created would gain a lethal edge. The more powerful a memory was, the longer it took to manifest. So, as the awakened reached higher ranks of power, they had to be more and more strategic about when to summon their memories. Considering that he was unable to master the weave of the Moonlight Shard to this day, the Dawn Shard could very well prove to be a similarly tough nut to crack. As Sunny stared at the vast tapestry of ethereal strings hidden within the band of bright metal, the corner of his eye twitched. Yeah, this was not going to be easy. But I can do it. He was certain of it. Recreating the whole weave was out of the question, but modifying it, armed with the insights he had gained and would gain from Ananke's mantle, he felt confident in his chances. It was just going to take a lot of effort and a lot of time. How do I transplant a new nexus without collapsing the whole weave? How do I ensure that superior essence actually produces a superior result? How do I prevent the less resilient sections of the weave from being torn apart by the increased burden on them? All these questions required answers. There were many more problems to solve as well. Sunny had never tried something quite as ambitious as turning a powerful ascended memory into a tremendously more powerful supreme memory. One thing was certain. It would require an inhuman level of finesse and precision. It would also require a lot of additional essence strings. And a lot of ingenuity, of course. The task was daunting, but Sunny did not feel discouraged. Instead, he felt almost excited. It beat patching up sails or drowning in a foul mood, at least. Comfortably resting his back against the bending surface of the tall aplustra, he moved the oar a little and peered into the shimmering spell weave. By the time the 7 suns rose from the water, Sunny felt like his head was on the verge of exploding. However, he also felt satisfied with his progress. Standing in the runic circle at the stern of the graceful vessel, Sunny was holding the dawn shard in one hand. His other hand was resting on the steering oar. His other 4 hands danced in the air and weaved strings from his flowing shadow essence. Those were manifested from the shadows, of course. Sunny had been long accustomed to using an additional pair of shadow arms. It was not too hard for him, considering his experiences in the second nightmare. The most difficult part was actually learning how to manifest sufficiently intricate hands from shadows. But he had mastered that in Antarctica as well. While studying the weave of the Crown of Dawn, though, he understood that the finesse he would need to alter it was not something a human could achieve. 2 hands and 10 fingers were simply not enough, and neither were 4 hands and 20 fingers, at least not at his current level of skill. So, remembering his dream of being Weaver, Sunny tried to manifest not 2 but 6 additional arms. Finally controlling 8 hands at the same time had turned out too much for his mind, however. Even with the help of the Shroud of Dusk, he could not manage that many. It was one thing to pull on the ropes to raise sails, or rip nightmare creatures to shreds. Those were crude actions that did not require a lot of finesse. Weaving, on the other hand, demanded absolute precision. Displacing a string by a hair's breadth could mean the difference between success and failure. In the end, Sunny had to dismiss 2 shadow arms and be satisfied with only having 6 hands. Who walks around with only 6 arms? That's simply unreasonable. Embarrassing, really. At that moment, Nephis emerged from the lower deck, rubbing her face sleepily. She glanced at Sunny and nodded, then froze and looked at him again. After a while, she shook her head slightly, sighed, and continued on her way to examine the ship and practice her swordsmanship. Some time later, the smell of delicious food being cooked reached Sunny's nose. He smiled. Time for breakfast, I guess. Commanding Saint to replace him at the steering oar, Sunny dismissed the dawn shard and went to find Nephis. They ate in the shade of the sacred tree, enjoying the warm sunlight and the refreshing breeze. After a while, she asked, "Aren't you going to rest?" Sunny leaned back, satisfied, then shook his head. "Not yet. I can go without sleep for a couple more days. There's a lot I want to achieve before we reach fallen grace." He had to continue studying Ananke's mantle, alter the spell weave of Dawn Shard, create memories for Nightmare to consume, and more. She frowned a little. "Mental fatigue will slow you down. Your mind needs time to recover, too." He smiled. "I know. I have the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, remember? The same dusk we are on our way to visit. It helps me recover from exhaustion, both physical and mental. Faster. I'll be all right." Time waited for no man, and there was no rest for the wicked. Sunny was not overestimating himself. He just knew exactly how much he could endure. Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. All right, suit yourself. He suddenly remembered something. Ah, after I'm done with the Dawn Shard, I want you to teach me how to use the sorcery of names. I didn't want to split my focus before, but now I feel like it can help me advance faster in my own skills. Probably. All right? She nodded again. After finishing the breakfast, they used the esoteric navigation tools to make sure that the ship had not strayed off course. Then, Nephis took her place in the runic circle again, while Sunny sat on the deck a few meters away and continued studying the Crown of Dawn. Several days passed in that manner. The two of them spent most of their time together and some time apart. They resumed their sword training, involving Saint as well. The deck of the graceful ship was often filled with the sound of clashing steel. When the two of them were not sparring, though, Sunny had a different task for the graceful knight. Now that Fiend had grown into a proper devil, it was time for him to learn combat mastery, too. The Steel Shadow's most fearsome weapons were his claws and teeth, so Sunny instructed Saint to teach him in hand-to-hand combat. Since she was a master of all types of combat, that did not stump her one bit. Hearing Fiend crash into the wooden deck over and over again, Sunny smiled from the corner of his mouth and continued weaving. Memories of his own painful training with Saint, all that time ago in the Dark City, made him feel a bit of compassion for the ravenous steel ogre. Of course, the lucky bastard possessed the marvel attribute, which made him capable of learning new things at astonishing speed. Sunny was actually curious to see which of them would absorb Saint's lessons faster. Granted, Sunny had learned combat mastery from her while hunting down lethal abominations in the Dark City in order to survive. Fiend, in comparison, had all his needs cared for by a kind, generous, and benevolent master. Who wouldn't learn fast with such a benefactor? Everything was peaceful for these first few days. Then, they suffered the first attack. Chapter 1. 345. Monster Herders. You are wasting your time. You will definitely fail. Just give up. You know you're not smart enough to accomplish anything worthwhile. Do you really want to make the woman holding your leash stronger? How foul. Your collection of failures just keeps growing, huh? Ignoring the sin of solace, Sunny leaned against Ananki's catch as he studied the Dawn Shard. His shadow hands continued to weave strings of essence. His concentration remained unbroken. He even welcomed the derisive comments. The more the hateful wraith berated him, the more Sunny felt like he was on the right track. The sin of solace would not have bothered to interfere if there was no chance of success after all. It was not in his nature to bet against Sunny when there were no stakes. What, you are ignoring me now? Or have you forgotten how to speak? Sunny threw a calm glance at the apparition, then turned back to the Crown of Dawn. We'll speak when you tell me how you knew about the Mad Prince. The sin of solace scoffed. Gods, why do I even bother? I am sick of this tired routine. He laughed bitterly, then added in a resigned tone, but there's nothing else to do. How boring. The chain breaker was swaying gently underneath them. Saint was standing guard at the bow. Fiend and Nightmare were guarding the sacred tree, and Nephis was at the stern, steering the ship. The seven suns had already descended into the depths of the great river, and the deck was illuminated by a scattering of lanterns. The water glowed softly, diluting the impenetrable darkness of the night with ghostly opalescence. Sunny smiled faintly. Find a hobby. The sin of solace stared at him, unamused. Then he turned to the bow of the ship and sighed. At least there's spectacle. Sunny paid it no attention. Uh-huh. Then he hurriedly dismissed the Dawn Shard and jumped to his feet. Crap! Lunging forward, he felt the chain breaker shudder as a violent wave hit it from the side. Neph, we are under attack. Out there in front of the graceful ship, about 100 meters away, the water had grown bleak and restless. A vast and ancient shadow was rising from the depths, surrounded by countless smaller ones. Twisting tendrils stretched toward the surface. Go. I'll handle things here. Hearing Neph's response, Sunny ran past Saint and jumped over the railing without ever slowing down. A moment later, he plunged into the cold water, rushing to meet the horror that was rising from the depths. It was there, a massive shape that stretched its giant tentacles toward the moving vessel. Enormous, ancient, and harrowing, Sunny felt hundreds of eyes pierce him with an inhuman gaze, all belonging to the same creature. A tyrant. Sunny's figure grew indistinct, surrounded by countless shadows. Then, the maw of a furious sea serpent emerged from the darkness, bellowing in rage as it shot into the boiling depths. The long serpentine body followed, encased in onyx armor. The great river stirred. Sometime later, Sunny climbed onto the deck of the chainbreaker and huffed, red drops falling from his hair. He was drenched in blood. Of course, that blood was not his. There was a sizable sack in his hands. That sack was actually Ananki's mantle, which was resistant to water, its sleeves tied in a knot. Inside the improvised sack, two sizable transcendent soul shards glimmered softly in the dark. Sunny checked on them, then looked around the deck. Why did I even wash it? Why did I even have Fiend wash it? The deck was littered with corpses, the creatures that had died here, cut, torn apart, and burned to ashes, resembled a weird mix between humans and sea creatures. They had humanoid torsos with pale skin, while their legs were replaced by long, powerful black tentacles. Their bodies were emaciated, with ghastly growths covering them like barnacles. The sight was both repulsive and inspiring. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare earned me a few shadow fragments. Even better, there are plenty of soul shards to be harvested in addition to the ones I brought back. The depth dweller he had killed was not a tyrant in the end. It was just a huge, nasty, corrupted monster. It seemed that these drowned outcasts were not its minions. Instead, the smaller creatures appeared to have herded the enormous monstrosity, using it to attack larger prey. Waste of essence. If Sunny knew that in advance, he would have used the nimble catch and the sin of solace to cut the depth dweller down. He froze for a moment, suddenly stunned by how odd the situation was. Wait, since when am I so dismissive of corrupted monsters? That thing could have easily finished me if I wasn't careful. Damn it. Am I becoming arrogant? Arrogance gets people killed. Sunny was strong and skilled, but he wasn't invulnerable. Even though he could easily slaughter dozens of fallen abominations or face corrupted ones without fear, each of them could very well end his life with one strike, maybe two, considering the defensive properties of the marble shell. I better correct this attitude, fast. Oh my, what a rare moment of self-reflection. You should correct the rest of your nasty personality while you're at it. Maybe then people won't find you as uncomfortable to be around as they do now. Looking up darkly, Sunny saw the sword wrath staring at him with disdain. The sin of solace was still as annoying as he had been before the attack. Nothing much changed, honestly. If there was one thing, though, it was that Sunny had plenty of soul shards to turn into memories now. Standing up and summoning his clothes back, he looked around and noticed Fiend, the fearsome devil, seemed to be hiding from him behind the tree. Sunny smiled. Come here, buddy. Fiend hesitated for a few moments, then reluctantly walked over. Sunny pointed to the gruesome corpses. Harvest the soul shards, then clean this mess up. The devil's shoulders fell. Sunny patted Fiend on one of these shoulders. Well, he wanted to, but the bastard was too tall to do it comfortably. Plus, his body was covered in all kinds of sharp spikes. So, in the end, the gesture ended up being rather reserved. Oh, and you can eat all these guys. Stuff yourself as much as you want. Now that your primary attributes are set, you don't need to maintain a diet anymore. Ravenous sparks ignited in the depths of Fiend's fiery eyes. Chapter 1, 1346. Faltering star. Fiend feasted on the corpses of the drowned outcasts with delight. The sight of the metallic devil gorging himself on the dead abominations was a bit gruesome but mercifully swift. The bodies disappeared into the shadow's incinerating maw as if they had never existed. Before too long, the deck was clear once again. Where does all this meat even go? This time, the infernal ogre had not gained any new attributes or abilities, which was an expected result. If the scavengers were capable of attaining new powers from each creature they devoured, Sunny would have never survived the battle with the original ravenous fiend. It had to be a rare occurrence, especially now that the Shadow's main attributes were set. It did seem like he had grown a little bit stronger, though, just as the other Shadows did when absorbing a fragment. Throwing a dubious glance at the satisfied devil, Sunny shook his head and commanded the glutton to go find a mop. While Fiend was washing the blood off the deck, Sunny and Nephis briefly examined the ship and then gathered at the stern to divide the soul shards. Let's just each take half. He looked at the small pile of shimmering crystals, calmly thinking about how to use them best. All of the shards were transcendent. Considering how nonchalant he was about this unimaginable treasure trove, remembering the awe they had felt when witnessing a pair of transcendent soul shards back on the forgotten shore felt both amusing and nostalgic. Nephis simply shook her head. I'll take a quarter. Your shadows killed twice as many as I did, while you dealt with the depth dweller. That should be fair. Sunny glanced at her, hesitating. She was right. Out of the two of them, he had contributed much more to the victory. That only went to show how powerful he had grown, armed with a developed aspect legacy and 3 powerful shadows. It also meant that Nephis needed to catch up as soon as possible. And yet, 3/4 of their spoils amounted to 17 transcendent soul shards. If made into a memory and fed to Nightmare, each would give him 4 shadow fragments. That meant that the Black Stallion would be most of the way to Ascension by the time Sunny finished weaving all these memories, while Nephis was still far away from becoming a Titan. Strategically, strengthening Nightmare first made more sense. Sunny nodded. All right. Illuminated by the soft glimmer of the soul shards, Neph's face seemed even more reserved than usual. Was she pondering the matter of her faltering progress as well? With a sigh, Nephis took her share of the soul shards and methodically crushed them one after another, absorbing the streams of ethereal light. Then she rose and said, her tone flat, "We've wasted enough time here already. I'll go back to the steering oar." He watched her walk into the runic circle with a complicated expression. Is she still feeling uncertain of herself after the second nightmare? She has been strangely mild ever since coming back. Selfishly, I like this Nephis more, but he also missed the version of Nephis that was like an uncompromising flame, a flame that burned with enough passion and unreasonable resolve to burn down the entire world. Sunny shook his head slightly and gathered the rest of the soul shards. She is still the same. When the time comes, she'll burn brighter than the 7 suns combined. I just hope that I won't be burned with the rest of this cursed tomb when that happens. Not entirely convinced, he stored the shards in the covetous coffer and went back to peering into the complexities of spell weaves. The chainbreaker continued sailing downstream. In the next week it was attacked several more times, for better or worse, by solitary nightmare creatures instead of groups like the drowned outcasts had been. Sunny and Nephis dealt with the grotesque depth dwellers with some effort, but not too much effort. Apart from a few shallow wounds, the biggest hurdle they faced was removing the corpse of an especially large creature from the ram of the ship, which had impaled the abomination after a purposeful and violent collision. None of the nightmare creatures were as powerful as the harrowing foes they had faced in the far reaches of the future. On the positive side, Sunny and Nephis were alive. On the negative side, they had not been able to salvage as many soul shards as they had after the first attack. Sunny didn't really mind. His time was divided between studying the weave of Ananke's mantle and concocting a tentative plan for altering the Dawn shard. At the same time, he was creating memories from the shards in his possession. That last task was moving along slowly, since it took him roughly a whole day to weave one. That pace was only possible because his reserves of essence were fully restored each dawn and dusk thanks to the Crown of Twilight. Still, by the end of the week, Nightmare had absorbed 28 shadow fragments, bringing the counter to 229 over 300. Sunny still had enough soul shards to create 10 rudimentary transcendent memories, each equivalent to 4 fragments. If nothing went wrong, the counter would reach 269 over 300 in 10 days. His loyal steed's ascension was drawing close. By the end of the week, he felt ready to attempt modifying the Dawn Shard. However, because of how important that endeavor was to the conquest of the third nightmare, Sunny decided to go over everything he had learned and envisioned a few more times. Putting the Crown of Dawn away and dismissing the shadow hands, he leaned against the side of the ketch and closed his eyes. I've created a sufficient length of essence thread. I've studied the spell weave of the Dawn Shard extensively. I compared the structure of the pattern surrounding the nexus with all the other memories I possess. I've grown accustomed to weaving with 6 hands. He spent 2 days meditating on his plans and mentally going over everything that could go wrong. Finally, just before dawn of the 3rd day, Sunny opened his eyes and manifested 4 shadow arms once again. It's time to begin. Chapter 1, 1347, Trial of Skill. The hypnotizing tapestry of the spell weave stretched in the darkness in front of him. Countless threads of ethereal light intertwined in a beautiful but seemingly chaotic pattern centered around a radiant nexus. There had been a time when these patterns were a complete mystery to Sunny. But although they still remained mystifying and nebulous, he could discern an elegant underlying structure to their dazzling, dizzying arrays now. He could also feel the purpose of various elements of the weave more clearly. The spell weave of the Dawn Shard was not the most complex he had ever seen, but it was more complex than most. Even after isolating the rudimentary enchantments that all memories possessed and the special properties shared by shard memories, the remaining expanse of ethereal strings was Byzantine and daunting. Luckily, his goal was not to recreate the weave from scratch. He also did not intend to alter its function, only its capacity and resilience, as well as transplanting a new, much more potent nexus than the existing one. With a sigh, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer and produced a large, shining crystal from within it. When put together, the band of bright metal and the supreme soul shard he had harvested from the guts of the black turtle looked comical. The soul shard was much larger than the Crown of Dawn, yet it was supposed to become encompassed by it. But that was not an obstacle. Weaves did not exist in the physical sense anyway. Just like souls, they inhabited an entirely different plane of existence. Sunny pulled on the invisible thread of shadow essence. At the same time, a needle that shone with a faint golden glow appeared in one of his hands. He took a deep breath. Steady. The process had to be steady. But it couldn't be slow. Sunny would have to remove the original nexus first before transplanting a new one. The moment it was removed, the weave was going to start falling apart. So, he had to tie as many of the most important threads back, fast, and then bring the rest back even faster. He had spent years learning sorcery and 2 weeks restlessly preparing for this moment. But the outcome was going to be decided in less than 10 minutes. If Sunny succeeded, the cohort would acquire a powerful tool to help them survive the nightmare. If he failed, the Dawn Shard would be destroyed, and he would have to explain himself to one hell of an angry, changing star. She probably won't kill me, right? But just in case, I'd better not fail. Of course you will. When have you ever not failed? The Sin of Solace was observing the process with a disdainful expression. Sunny was concentrating on the task so much that he had lowered his guard. As a result, the hurtful remark actually cut, for once. Well, to be honest, they always cut a little. But this time, he felt bitter anger swell in his chest. Calm down. Throwing a dark look at the grinning apparition, Sunny wrapped all 5 shadows around himself and summoned the Crown of Twilight. As the first ray of sunshine burst from the horizon, he took a deep breath and thrust one of his shadow hands into the ethereal tapestry of the spell weave. His clawed fingers wrapped themselves around the shining nexus, and then crushed it, destroying the anchor of the countless threads. I wonder how anyone could have been a weaver before me. Sunny was more or less certain that the very ability to not only see but also touch the ethereal strings was granted to him by Bone Weave. His eyes had been altered by consuming a drop of Weaver's blood, while his fingers had been altered by swallowing the alabaster phalanx of the Demon of Fate. On the surface, the alteration simply made them more sensitive, but he felt that it went much deeper than that. Who knew? Maybe he would be able to caress the strings of fate itself one day. Before the radiant weave could fully fall apart, his other hand placed the supreme soul shard in its center. The one that had crushed the original nexus was already retreating, catching the most important thread as it did. 3 more hands flashed forward, doing the same. The last hand, his left human hand, was the most important, since it held Weaver's needle. All the rest were meant to stall the deterioration of the weave, but it was meant to actually mend the damage. Threading the first ethereal string into the radiant needle, Sunny connected it to the nexus. Then, another, and another. Faster! 5 of his hands danced, manipulating the dying weave into following their will, holding it from crumbling and pulling it back from the verge of collapse. At the precise moment when the new nexus became connected to enough strings to hold it in place, the 6th joined them. What madness made me think that having only 5 fingers is enough? Damnation! I should have learned to have more. Time seemed to have slowed down. Sunny felt the same rush of adrenaline he did during furious battles. His perception subtly changed, turning the world stark and clear. Golden sparks glimmered in the depths of his dark eyes. For a few moments, everything was in a fragile balance. One wrong move, one slightest mistake, and the weave would have reached the point of no return. But Sunny did not make any mistakes. He performed every movement flawlessly, focused to such a degree that all his senses except sight and the tactile feeling of intangible threads sliding through his fingers disappeared. Finally, after something that felt both like a second and an eternity, that moment of fragility passed. The main structure of the weave had been connected to the new nexus, ensuring its stability. Good. As Sunny's hands continued to tie the few last threads to the shining ember, his mind already wandered to the next task. The first step of the alteration had been completed, but the result was still uncertain. The next stage was going to decide whether he would succeed or not, and while it gave him more leeway, it was no less difficult. Chapter 1. 1348 Sorcerer Supreme. Now that a supreme soul shard replaced the original nexus of the spellweave, the powerful energy contained within it flowed into the radiant tapestry. The ethereal threads shone much brighter, reinforced by their own enchantment. Most of them held, but some of the more delicate patterns started to glow too intensely, as if a moment away from catching on fire and dissipating into blinding light. He had to reinforce these sections of the weave, and do it in a way that did not contradict the intricate patterns. Threading a string of shadow essence into Weaver's needle, he held himself back from hurrying too much, and started to weave new patterns, these ones black and lightless, on top and through the radiant ones. The needle worked in the most pressing areas of the weave, while his other hands tackled less critical points. No matter how nimble his fingers were, he still couldn't weave as fast without a proper tool. The reverse effect of his unique ability to touch the ethereal strings was that they were sharper than any sword could ever be, and were thus capable of cutting his flesh without any effort. Losing a finger was as easy as applying the slightly wrong amount of pressure or missing the mark by a hair's breadth. That said, while his own fingers were indispensable, those of the shadow hands could be easily sacrificed. They weren't just as responsive as the real ones, but the fact that 1 or 2 could be lost with no consequence made up for the fact. Ouch! No matter how careful Sunny was, the dire need to move fast was bound to cause him some pain. A thin cut appeared on his right thumb, swelling with blood. Luckily, no drop of it fell into the weave to disturb its delicate equilibrium. His blood was tenacious, after all, and knew how to stay inside his body. Most of the time, the shadow hands were faring worse. By the time Sunny put out the most dangerous fires, they were utterly shredded. He was barely keeping the wounded shadows from dissipating back into intangible forms, and had even been forced to dismiss one of the arms and create an entirely new one on the fly. Nevertheless, it felt like he was past the most dangerous part. A shaky breath escaped from Sunny's lips, and a drop of sweat fell from his forehead onto the wooden deck. Without allowing himself to relax, he froze for a split second, gazing at the entirety of the weave. The nexus is holding, there and there. The shadow strings are lessening the burden on the original ones just as planned. That area is a bit frayed. I need to reinforce it more. No, not more. Better. Those areas, though, looked fine at the start, but are starting to worry me now. Calming his wildly beating heart, he resumed his work. Now, Sunny moved at a less breakneck pace, but was more methodical in his approach. Good, good. It's all coming together. It was a wonderful feeling. The collapsing weave had struggled against his attempts to save it at first, to the point that he felt like 3 critical problems appeared for each one he fixed. The more he repaired and reinforced it, though, the more it felt like the weave was assisting him. The ethereal tapestry was starting to look elegant once again. The radiant threads and the lightless ones intertwined in a beautiful harmony. Both were being strengthened by the enchantment of the Dawn Shard and strengthening each other at the same time. A feeling of wondrous harmony permeated the intricate spell weave. Its nexus was replaced, and its pattern was invaded by countless new threads, all of them dark and ghostly. But nevertheless, it was resembling a different but natural version of itself more and more. Continuing his meticulous work, Sunny threw a brief glance at the Sin of Solace. "Hey, you." The sword wraith raised an eyebrow. "Hey, yourself, fool." Sunny was already looking back at the weave, concentrating on finishing the alteration, but the corner of his mouth rose in a small, vindictive smile. "Go drown yourself in the river, you insufferable wretch. Weren't you endlessly going on about how I would inevitably fail? Well, did I? Who's the fool now, huh?" At that moment, he grinned and abruptly lowered all 6 of his hands, then froze, staring intently at the bond of bright metal laying on the deck in front of him. His work was done. The alteration had been finished. Sunny took a deep breath, and as he did, the spell whispered into his ear, "Your memory has been destroyed." His eyes widened. His hands twitched. Ho! Before the shock could even register in his mind, the spell spoke once more. "You have received a supreme memory. Crown of Dawn." W. Sunny remained frozen for a few moments, then slumped against the side of the ketch. An infuriating growl escaped from his lips. "What? What the hell was that? Are you trying to give me a heart attack, you damn spell? Think before you speak, damn it." The spell did not answer. Perhaps for the better. After calming down a little, Sunny dismissed the shadow arms and picked up the Crown of Dawn from the deck. His hands were trembling slightly. The eastern horizon was already painted lilac by the rising suns. Looking at the memory, he had altered with burning eyes. He lingered for a while, and then said tiredly, "So, your name actually changed to the Crown of Dawn. Ah, how fitting." Before, that had simply been what they called the Dawn Shard, the shard memory of the First Lord of the Bright Castle. But it seemed that the spell decided that the alteration he had performed was significant enough to warrant a new name for the newly elevated memory. Was he mistaken, or had the single gemstone adorning the austere band of metal become brighter? Enjoying the view of the bright gem, Sunny inhaled deeply and summoned the runes. The runes read, Memory, Crown of Dawn. Memory, Rank, Supreme. Chapter 1, 1349, Crowning Achievement. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking at the string of shimmering runes. A sense of profound relief and exhilaration washed over him. He suddenly felt refreshed and invigorated, as if his fatigue had receded a little, his mind clearing. No, not suddenly. Touching the smooth silk of the Shroud of Dusk, Sunny belatedly realized that it was already being augmented by the passive enchantment of the empowered Crown of Dawn. It's working. He closed his eyes for a moment, then took a look at the rest of the runes describing the band of bright metal. They were the same as before, only the rank of the memory had changed. Sunny had expected that. In fact, anything else would have been a cause for concern. The goal of the alteration was to strengthen the existing enchantment, after all, not change it. The Crown of Dawn would still be able to enhance all memories in a large area around it, with no limit to their number. It was just that the augmentation it provided had become much more potent. Most miraculous of all, that enchantment somehow remained a passive one. His eyes gleamed darkly. I think, armed with that power, the cohort would be able to challenge enemies far beyond their own level of prowess, which meant that they would have a much higher chance of conquering the nightmare and returning to the waking world alive. Just like they had conquered the Forgotten Shore and returned from its unforgiving expanse alive. He smiled, then dismissed the Crown of Dawn and rose. Heading to the stern of the ship, Sunny tried to contain his emotions. His face remained neutral, with only a faint smile playing on his lips. Soon, he saw Nephis. She threw a glance at him with the same calm expression she usually wore, then asked evenly, "What was the shouting about?" Sunny stumbled. "Right. I did curse the spell out, didn't I?" In hindsight, that was probably not wise. He wouldn't put it past the damn thing to know how to hold a grudge. The descriptions it made of him were already vaguely snide, so Sunny shuddered at the thought of what the next one was going to say. Whatever. That will happen later. Right now, though. Walking over to Nephis, he shrugged. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I just got a bit emotional and let the spell have it." "Why? Have you never yelled at the spell?" She stared at him dubiously. "Can't say that I have." Sunny coughed. "Well, anyway, give me your hand." Without waiting for permission, he grabbed it, lingered for a moment, and sent the Crown of Dawn from his soul into hers. Nephis turned her head slightly and stared into the distance, or rather, it seemed like she did. In truth, she must have been reading the runes. "Oh, its name has changed." Then, she suddenly froze. Sunny studied her face with rapt attention, registering every minute change. Sadly, Changing Star was not the kind of person to openly show emotions. Nevertheless, he noticed her pupils widening slightly, white sparks igniting in their depths. "Huh?" he laughed. "You finally noticed its rank, didn't you? Well, 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 no need to praise me too much. I just took the soul shard we scavenged from inside the black turtle and transplanted it into the dawn shard, strengthening the weave of its enchantment to withstand the burden of channeling supreme power in the process. That's all." Sunny looked down modestly. "I am totally not a peerless genius among peerless geniuses. You absolutely don't need to worship the ground I walk on. There's no ground in the tomb of Ariel anyway." Nephis suddenly gripped his hand tightly and pierced him with a burning gaze. "Sunny, you can elevate memories to higher ranks now?" He smiled, enjoying the intensity of her reaction. However, his smile dimmed a little bit the next moment. "Well, yes, but also no," Sunny sighed. "The case of the Crown of Dawn is unique, because it possesses an enchantment that enhances itself. That is why I was able to outfit it with a supreme soul shard and elevate its power by 2 whole ranks. For other memories, I doubt that they'll endure such a significant alteration. Elevating them by 1 rank, though, that should be possible for some, I think, if time-consuming." Nephis stared at him in silence. He hesitated for a few moments, then said in a somewhat stifled tone, "But, She raised an eyebrow slightly. "Yes?" Sunny coughed. "Can you let go of my hand? You're sort of crushing it." Nephis looked down, blinked a couple of times, then hurriedly released her grip. Oh. Sunny shook his hand in the air. It didn't really hurt, but he had suddenly become painfully aware of how close they were standing. His face felt hot. Letting out an awkward chuckle, he shook his head and pointed to her head. Now summon that thing. I came here right away, so I don't even know how powerful exactly it had become. Nephis nodded, and a whirlwind of radiant sparks appeared around her. Soon, a band of bright metal manifested itself from thin air, its single gem glistening in the light of the rising suns. Let's do this. For the next half an hour, Sunny and Nephis were engrossed in testing the effects of the Crown of Dawn on their memories. The results went beyond his wildest imagination. Sunny had thought that his makeshift alteration would cause a loss of potential, resulting in a memory that was a supreme one in name, but not in power. And there was some loss, inevitably, but so little that it could almost be disregarded. Before, the Dawn Shard had been capable of elevating the power of awakened memories to resemble that of ascended ones. It had also been capable of providing a significant boost to ascended memories, and a slight one to transcendent ones. The meaning of power in this context was an elusive one. The augmentation did not only empower the enchantments of the enhanced memories, but also the quality of the memories themselves. Swords would become sharper, armor would become more durable. There was also something else at play. The intangible, mystical quality that made magical materials different from the mundane ones was enhanced as well, which was why the dreamers of the Dark City had been able to harm and slay enemies of higher ranks with their awakened weapons. The Crown of Dawn functioned in a similar fashion to its predecessor. However, its augmentation was much more powerful. An average awakened weapon was elevated to the level of a peak, ascended one, while the most powerful awakened weapons could almost reach the realm of transcendence. Ascended memories were elevated to the level of transcendent ones, while transcendent memories. Sunny grew still, peering into the depths of the Sin of Solace. Under his gaze, the weave of the Jade Jian shone with blinding brilliance. It's not that different from the Crown of Twilight. It is like a supreme weapon. He threw a glance at the silent apparition that stood a few steps away, wearing a somber expression, and suddenly felt a pang of apprehension. Dismissing the Sin of Solace, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then finally took the Crown of Twilight off his head and studied it. It was benefiting from being in the presence of the Crown of Dawn as well. The boost was not as striking as it was for the memories of lesser ranks, but still tangible. Nephis, meanwhile, was holding her longsword with a hard-to-read expression. Suddenly, though, her beautiful face was illuminated by a radiant smile. "Sunny, this is amazing. With this, we can—" She stumbled over her words, not knowing what to say. Enjoying the rare sight of her smiling brightly, he nodded and looked in the direction where the current was pulling them. His own smile grew a little cold. "Yes," Sunny gritted his teeth. "We can slaughter them all." The winds filled the sails of the chainbreaker, pushing it forward. The past awaited. Chapter 1, 1350. Familiar pattern. By the time Sunny had finished the alteration of the Dawn Shard, they were not that far away from Fallen Grace. Neither he nor Nephis knew the exact distance they had to traverse to find the last city of the Sibyls, but the navigation tools Ananke had left them pointed to its approach. Fallen Grace was situated in the western reaches of the great river, where the sky was almost always painted crimson by the setting sun. As the chainbreaker sailed deeper into the past, it was also leaving behind the pure light of day. Gradually, the color of the sky above their heads changed, from vibrant azure to breathtaking magenta, and finally to the blood-red blaze of perpetual sunset. It was like sailing into a sea of blood. Sunny stared at the burning sky, awed by its fiery beauty and its ominous dread. That's not concerning at all. Why would the Sibyls build one of their cities in such a darkly beautiful but sinister place? Surely living in the warm sunlight of the central region of the great river would have been much more pleasant. Shaking his head, he returned to the shade of the sacred tree and sat down, resting his back against its white bark. He had just finished weaving another memory for Nightmare, and was not in the mood to start on the next one just yet. His study of the spell weave of Ananke's mantle had also been producing fewer and fewer results. It would never stop being useful to him as a learning tool, but Sunny felt like he was nearing a dead end. He would need to gain more skill as a weaver before looking to the nebulous mantle for more lessons. So, what else was there to do? Feeling restless, he summoned the estuary key out of habit. Staring into the weave of the mysterious memory had become like a ritual by now. Even though Sunny could not understand anything about it, the process itself was calming. However, he had not taken a glance at the key since before attempting the alteration of the Crown of Dawn. Who knew? Maybe passing such an important milestone on his path to becoming a proper sorcerer would change something. "Are you playing with our favorite toy again? Why don't you toss it overboard and be done with it?" The sword wraith stared at him disdainfully from the shadows of the tree. Not paying the apparition any attention, Sunny held up the jagged black stone and peered into its weathered surface. The inconceivable weave of ghostly strings was as unattainable as ever. He studied its dark tapestry, following the twists and turns of the black threads, like he had done 100 times before. What a disappointment. I still can't even start to unravel its mysteries. Among all the odd things Sunny had seen and faced in the nightmare, the estuary key was perhaps the most bizarre. He still had no idea how this supreme memory of the 6th tier had ended up in his soul sea, or what it was supposed to do. However, after spending countless hours staring at the staggering weave of ghostly strings, he had gained a vague, tentative feeling about it. Sunny was mostly confident that the single, passive enchantment of the estuary key had 2 distinct effects. He did not know what these effects were, but felt that one was directed outward, while the other was directed inward, affecting the black stone itself, in some manner. The latter was also much more vast and potent than the former. It was unusual that a memory of the 6th tier only possessed a single enchantment. Since it did, that enchantment had to be a powerful one, and most of that power went into ensuring the function of the inward effect. Maybe that's why I wasn't able to discern what exactly the enchantment does. It's only affecting the estuary key itself. Perhaps it was an enchantment that teleported the strange memory into the souls of unsuspecting awakened without their consent. As Sunny was feeling amused with this theory, his gaze suddenly caught on a minuscule part of the inconceivable weave. The lightless tapestry was vast enough that he might have never seen it before, or if he had, Sunny had not paid it any attention. But now, he froze, staring at the inconspicuous pattern. What the hell is that? The pattern looked familiar. Sunny had definitely seen it before, somewhere else, recently, which was not that strange in and of itself. The estuary key was a memory after all, and as such it shared many small parts of its weave with all other memories. The patterns that created the rudimentary enchantments, like the ability to be summoned and dismissed, repair itself, and so on. However, Sunny knew these patterns by heart. He had woven them from scratch many times after all, and this one was not one of them. Where have I seen it? The complicated array of ghostly strings had a certain unique structure to it, which was different from the rest of the spell weave. He recognized its nature after a moment of contemplation. Patterns like these were rare, but present in every memory. It was how runes were expressed through essence strings. Both the runic sorcery and shaping were based on true names, one etching them through a written language, the other invoking them directly. However, weaving was different. It did not rely on words to create enchantments. That said, there was still a place for words in a spell weave, and therefore for the runes inscribing them. These runes, translated from the corresponding string patterns, expressed the name of the memory, its description, and the true name of its master, if the master possessed one. The problem was, that Sunny had long identified the patterns that inscribed the name and description of the estuary key, as well as his own true name. And this particular pattern had nothing to do with them. Why were there additional runes hidden in the weave of the black stone? And why did the pattern of essence strings describing these runes look so familiar? Sunny leaned forward with a frown and concentrated, trying to decipher the meaning of the pattern. It was not at all difficult. In fact, it was even easier than usual, as if he had read this exact pattern of essence strings many times before. His pupils narrowed. Sin. Of. Sunny suddenly straightened, a cold shiver running down his spine. Standing in the shadows, the apparition yawned and covered his mouth with a hand. What's the matter? Solace. The sin of Solace. Written in ghostly strings, the name of his cursed sword, and the sword wraith born from its curse was meticulously woven into the enchantment of the estuary key. Chapter 1, 1351. Beware of future versions of yourself. Bearing gift, the sin of Solace. These words were clearly a part of the ghostly spellweave of the estuary key. Sunny stared at them intently, feeling a strange mix of confusion, curiosity, and dread. What the hell was the meaning of this? Shifting slightly, he looked at the sword wraith. The apparition stood in the shadows, wearing a bored and resentful expression. Sunny had grown so accustomed to the company of the sin of Solace, first in the form of a disembodied voice, then of a vague figure, and finally of a perfect reflection of himself, that he rarely paid it much attention these days. But the sword wraith was not at all benevolent or harmless. In fact, he was a sinister and insidious being, spawned from the whisper of a fearsome daemon and meant to drive the wielder of the sword mad. The fact that Sunny still had his sanity intact, or rather somewhat intact, was only due to his extraordinary mental resilience and resistance to mind attacks. Most humans would have already been turned into raving lunatics by the Jade Jian. Sunny, though, apart from looking like a madman from time to time due to an outwardly strange habit of talking to himself, he only found the presence of the sin of Solace frustrating, nothing more. Is there more to this damned curse? He knew that the apparition would never give an honest answer, but nevertheless asked, There's no reason your name would be etched into the weave of the estuary key, is there? The sword wraith gave him a disdainful look. I don't know. Maybe there is. You're the great sorcerer, so you tell me. Sunny took a deep breath. You are keeping a lot of secrets these days, huh? Makes me wonder if I should just feed you to Nightmare. Better safe than sorry, that is what they say. The sin of Solace laughed. Go ahead, get rid of your most powerful offensive memory. Why not? You're going to die in this nightmare anyway. In fact, I encourage you to destroy me. Oh. Do you think that I want to be here? Gods, no. He grinned. Ah, but there's a problem. Are you sure that destroying the sword will get rid of me? It might. But then again, maybe it won't. Maybe the damage to your mind has already been done, and we are stuck together for the rest of your short, distasteful, pitiful life. What a cruel fate. Sunny gritted his teeth. Indeed, he couldn't afford to destroy the sin of Solace, and neither was he certain that doing so would banish the apparition. They were truly stuck with each other, at least for now, and I won't get any information out of the bastard either. So, there were only two ways to solve the mystery of the estuary key and its connection to the sin of Solace. One was to find the great sorcerer who had created the ominous memory. The other was to deduce the truth, somehow. Sunny looked away with a somber expression. Now that I know that the sin of Solace has something to do with the estuary key, he suddenly felt cold. After entering the nightmare and discovering that he had somehow come into possession of a supreme memory, Sunny made several theories about how it could have ended up in his soul sea. One of them was that the soul serpent had slain a great nightmare creature out there in the real world. The other was that it was Sunny himself who had created the estuary key far in the future, but somehow received it in the present due to the strange nature of the great river. And now that he had learned certain facts and knew that the name of the sin of Solace was etched into the weave of the unexplainable memory, a chilling suspicion was getting harder and harder to deny. Looking down, Sunny slowly clenched his fists. It was him, the Mad Prince. He must be the one who created the estuary key. Simply thinking these words made him shudder, but it was just too compelling of a theory to discard. Sunny had suspected that the mysterious memory had been created by a future version of himself. He also suspected that the Mad Prince was one of his possible futures. So wouldn't it be logical to assume that the future version of himself who had created the estuary key was the Mad Prince? The name of the sin of Solace etched into the weave, the ghostly strings of shadow essence, the unexplainable nature of the key, and the strange words describing it. The answer is oblivion. It had to have been him. How many weavers were there who could create threads out of shadow essence? Sunny was certain of it. Then, what exactly did it mean? If that abomination really created the estuary key, did it prove that Sunny was really inhabiting the body of one of the 6 plagues? That would certainly make things easier for the cohort. One adversary was already gone after all, and it didn't even have to be just one. What if each of the members of the cohort had been sent into the bodies of these powerful defiled? Actually, that was a chilling thought. Because while it would really be wonderful to not have to deal with the 6 plagues, it also meant that the other members had been sent directly to the heart of the defilement, the city of Verge. The Mad Prince was the only one of the defiled champions who had traveled into the far reaches of the future, after all, from what Sunny knew. Surely the nightmare spell wouldn't have been so unjust in setting up its trial. Still, if Sunny had indeed taken the role of the abomination from the future, he could also tentatively explain the sudden change of the sin of Solace. Why had the sword wraith suddenly grown to look so vivid and real at the start of the nightmare, almost indistinguishable from the real thing? Was it, perhaps, because Sunny had actually inherited not one but 2 things from the Mad Prince? One was the estuary key, while the other was the sin of Solace. What if the sword wraith that had greeted him in the nightmare came from the future, just like the estuary key? What if the sin of Solace had been by his side all the way to becoming defiled, and then spending gods knew how much time haunting the great river? Hundreds of years, at least, judging by how superior the madman's weaving was to Sunny's own, and had been then passed down to the younger version of its corrupted master through some bizarre anomaly or dark scheme. The apparition had let it slip that he knew the Mad Prince by interfering with the dream where the abomination's vestige showed up. Was that why? Sunny scowled. Suddenly the idea of feeding the jade sword to his shadows did not seem so crazy anymore. I'll wait and see. Sunny glared at the sin of Solace, distrustful and wary. Glaring at him back, the sword wraith grinned. Look at you, figuring things out. Ah, there's really no sight more comical than a fool who thinks that he's smart. Wouldn't you agree? Sunny grimaced and remained silent. Was that a confirmation, or simple mockery? He gritted his teeth, knowing that there was no way to tell. Chapter 1 1352, Nearing the Edge. In the end, Sunny failed to get the wraith to say anything informative. Just as usual, all the answers he received were either vague and misleading, or outright insults that had nothing to do with the question. Later, in a somber mood, he left the shadow of the sacred tree and walked around the ship, examining its state. Sunny felt odd in light of the things he had learned and suspected to be true. Ah, it's infuriating. He seemed to have stumbled on the truth, or rather, on a big chunk of the truth. However, there were still plenty of missing parts, and those were the parts that contained the most important answers. His mind was spinning, coming up with one baseless theory after another. Sunny was unable to glean the true meaning of it all, but what he did manage to do was completely exhaust himself mentally. Eventually, feeling foul, He threw the manic desire to get to the bottom of things, right here and now, out of his head, and settled near the ketch to start weaving another memory for nightmare. The fiery sunset lasted for the entirety of the day, and was then replaced by the ghostly radiance of the night. Here in the western reaches of the great river, even the opalescence of the water was different. It was shifting between deep carmine, vibrant crimson, and rich maroon, as if they were truly sailing on a river of blood. The nights they had witnessed before were dreamlike, but this one was like a scene from a darkly beautiful nightmare. Sunny and Nephis had not slept for a single moment, too wary to close their eyes. In the morning, the impenetrable darkness of the night was once again replaced by a blazing sunset. It seemed like one of the 7 suns was always within reach, drowning in the currents of time. The further west they sailed, the dimmer the light became. Eventually, they were surrounded by a fiery dusk. "Sunny, isn't the current strange?" Neff's voice sounded tense. Currently, he was holding the steering oar while she was leaning over the railing nearby. Confused, Sunny sent one of his shadows to take a look overboard. It took him a long time to understand what had alarmed Nephis. Strange. The current of the great river was changing. Ever since they entered the tomb of Ariel, it had always flowed in the same direction. But now, it seemed as if the currents were twisting, not only carrying the chain breaker forward, but also slightly pulling it to the side, in the direction of the setting sun. He gripped the oar tighter. We must be nearing the edge. The great river was vast and flowed endlessly, but it was not limitless. That was one of the first things they had asked Ananke, hoping that there was a shore somewhere in this inhospitable world. But there was no shore. Instead, the great river was limited from west and east, from dusk and dawn, as the river people called these directions, but a bottomless, dark abyss. It was as though the river flowed through nothing, suspended in the void by the power of the demon of dread. And so, there was an edge instead of the shore, a colossal and unceasing waterfall where the waters of time spilled into the abyss and disappeared into the boundless darkness. Sailing close to the edge was tantamount to suicide. They had not reached the truly dangerous waters yet. Otherwise, the currents would have already been pulling the chain breaker toward the abyss with ferocious force, but the subtle change in the direction of where the water flowed indicated that the edge was already too far away, which was good news, because it meant that they were even closer to fallen grace. And dusk, the last sibyl of the estuary. Sunny inhaled deeply. Check the navigation tools again. It would be really awful if we overshoot fallen grace and end up deeper into the past than intended. That would have been bad indeed, considering that there was no one except defiled further downstream than the last human city, if the last human city was still standing. Sunny frowned, remembering the time storm. They did not really know how long they had spent fighting against its rage, and especially how long they had spent in the eerily tranquil eye of the roving cataclysm, trying their hardest not to look at the water. Who knew? Fallen grace might have been consumed by the defilement already. Even if it wasn't, there was no telling whether Dusk was friend or foe, let alone whether she was the one who had sent Ananke the message to find them through the dreams. They had to be ready for battle. While Nephis was trying to determine their location with the help of the navigation tools, Sunny silently gave his shadows a series of commands. Standing at the bow of the graceful ship, Saint released her darkness with indifferent poise. Nightmare stirred in the shadows, his crimson eyes igniting with dangerous light. Fiend rose from the deck, infernal flames burning behind the black faceplate of his fearsome helmet. Soon, Nephis put the tools away and looked downstream. Everything seems fine. We should be very near. Of course, the city might have migrated in any direction by now. Still, it couldn't have moved far without sacrificing its entire population a riverborn. Sunny nodded slowly. Indeed. Although the floating cities of the Great River civilization could theoretically travel as far as their inhabitants wished, in reality, they were bound in place by the lifespans of the riverborn. Migrations happened over the span of generations, not months or years. Replace me at the oar. Nephis silently stepped into the runic circle, freeing Sunny. Right now, he was a more efficient fighter between the two of them. More importantly, he had no idea how to berth a ship. If the people of Fallen Grace were indeed friendly, it would be really embarrassing to crash into their pier first thing after arriving. Yeah, I'll handle the fighting if it comes to that. Sunny secretly looked around, checking what the Sin of Solace was doing. Making sure that the sword wraith wasn't up to no good, he let out a mental sigh of relief and extended his shadow sense as far as he could. After that, all they could do was wait. An hour passed in tense silence, then another. The drag of the abyss was still mild, but it was slowly growing faster. Surrounded by eternal sunset, Sunny found it hard to measure time. The chainbreaker sailed through crimson dusk. The waters of the great river reflected the burning sky and seemed to be engulfed in flames themselves in turn. Then, finally, Saint shifted and slightly turned her head. In the distance, Sunny saw a spark of light shining above the horizon. Somewhere out there, a white flame was burning at the top of a tall lighthouse. They had found the last human city in the tomb of Ariel, it seemed. After months of wandering the perilous expanse of the tomb of Ariel, they had reached Fallen Grace. Chapter 1, 1353. Tattered Sails. There had been a time when Kronos possessed a youthful body and an even younger soul. His soul was still young, all things considered, but his body had turned decrepit and frail. It was full of aches, felt stiff in the mornings, and had to be handled with care. Still, there were pleasant things about being old as well. Kronos had burned with all kinds of hopes and desires when he was young, but now that he was in his twilight years, life was calm and peaceful. Or rather, his feelings about life were calm and peaceful. Or was it one and the same? Since one thing he didn't possess was the actual wisdom of old age, it was hard to say. One thing was for certain. Not having to worry about the future, he had much more time to enjoy the trivial delights of life, like the warmth of his cot, the companionship of his friends and neighbors, or the beauty of the world. Since Kronos did not sleep much, old as his body was, he had developed the habit of walking to the piers at the break of night to watch the suns rise from the water. Today, just like always, he left his home carrying a lantern and walked to the edges of the city. Despite the fact that the streets were still dark, there were many early risers just like him out and about. Some greeted him with words, some with smiles. Their faces were just as wrinkly as his, and their bodies were just as stiff as his. That also made being old feel less lonely. Eventually, Kronos crossed a few rope bridges and reached the piers. Several people were already there, waiting in the darkness. Some of them he knew from his days in the House of Youth, some he had met after. Joining them, he extinguished the lantern, sat down, and looked at the water. They chatted as the night lived its last minutes. Shrouded in darkness, the great river glowed with a beautiful red radiance. Then, slowly, its light grew brighter. The chatter quieted down as the old men and women enjoyed the view of the flowing water. Somewhere far away, the black veil covering the sky rippled. Hints of lilac and azure were mixed into its dark expanse. The river seemed to ignite, fiery colors spreading across its surface. Then, finally, the suns rose from the depths, painting the world in a million shades of scarlet. Reflected in the water, their light was like a spreading flame. Kronos sighed lightly. It's a new day. A cool breeze caressed their faces, and the world was at peace. Or maybe it just seemed to be at peace. Of course, it was actually at war, but they did not have to worry about that today. Otherwise, the lady would have already warned the warriors of the city to prepare for battle. The group of old folks remained on the pier for a while, not in a hurry to leave. There was gossip to share and idle conversations to be had. As the youngest of the bunch, Kronos had not grown tired of hearing the same old stories over and over again yet, so he received a lot of attention. He listened and laughed, feeling a comfortable bliss. But then, a note of confusion entered that bliss. Still engrossed in a story told by an old woman who had left the House of Youth a few years before the rest of them fled, he glanced at the river and froze, stunned. There was a black spot on the horizon. It was a ship moving in the direction of fallen Grace. Kronos trembled slightly. A ship, but it's not time yet for the fishermen to return. Has something bad happened? Soon, the other old folks noticed the approaching vessel as well. The conversation died down, and all of them stared into the distance, somber and tense. Then, their expressions changed. The mysterious vessel had drawn close enough for them to discern a few details: its size, the color of its hull and sails, the strange shape of its mast. Kronos was suddenly gripped with fear. It's not. The vessel had a graceful silhouette but looked indescribably menacing as it emerged from the crimson glow of dusk. Its hull was battered and covered in scars, while its tattered sails were like an ill omen. Much more importantly, the ghostly ship was unfamiliar. It was unmistakably alien to their city and its fleet of fishing boats, all of which Kronos knew by heart. He had never seen an unfamiliar ship arrive at Fallen Grace. They had received guests in the past, when his parents were young, but that time had long passed, because Fallen Grace was the last human city on the great river. Defiled! Someone's yell broke the silence, sending the old folks reeling. The Defiled did not have a habit of traversing the great river on ships, but they were also sinister and unpredictable. The ominous ship might very well belong to the abominable monsters. But if it did, why had the lady not warned them of an approaching attack? Why was the light burning at the top of her palace still white? Icy dread grasped Kronos. Has the lady succumbed? No, impossible. His irreverent thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream. The observers staggered back, horrified by a dark shadow that moved below the water. Shocked, Kronos watched as the head of a colossal serpent rose from the waves near the approaching vessel. The beast's scales were onyx black, glistening with dark sanguine glow as they reflected the crimson light of dusk. A corrupted... People of Fallen Grace had all heard legends of the Serpent King as young kids, so seeing a similar abomination rise from the depths was like watching their childhood fears come alive. At that moment, the serpent's lightless eyes turned to the pier. Kronos felt his soul tremble, as if the creature was peering directly at him. And then, something unexplainable happened. The colossal body of the monstrous leviathan suddenly rippled, becoming vague and indistinct. Then it dissipated into a tide of darkness. Instead, a slender human figure appeared on the bow of the approaching ship. The dark figure was contoured against the burning sky, its mantle moving slightly in the wind. It seemed to belong to a young man with porcelain skin and raven-black hair, his eyes as dark as night. The same lightless gaze swept across the pier, and then the sails of the ominous ship lowered themselves, as if by magic. Kronos took a shaky breath, staring at the ghostly vessel. A strange thought appeared in his mind. Is this the end, or a new beginning? Chapter 1, 1354, By Grace of Dusk. With its tattered sails lowered, the ominous vessel slowed down, eventually coming to a semblance of a halt. It drifted on the waves a few hundred meters away from the pier, carried by nothing except the current. Kronos had managed to regain some composure by then. He briefly thought about running away, but decided against it. His body was too old to run with any kind of significant speed anyway. The watchers guarding the city must have noticed the ghostly ship and the terrifying onyx serpent too. If the lady had truly not known about their arrival, warriors would already be on their way. For a few moments, everyone remained motionless. The old men and women gathered on the pier, and the dark figure standing on the bow of the graceful vessel as well. The current was slowly pulling the ship closer. It was only a matter of minutes before it reached the pier. This is strangely exciting. Kronos should have been terrified, but he found himself awed and curious instead. All of them here in fallen grace lived with the knowledge that their lives would soon come to an end. Death was like an old friend, not an odious enemy. The arrival of a mysterious ship, however, was a novelty. How often did he get to experience something entirely unexpected? He had never seen anything like it, and would most likely never get a chance to witness something as wondrous again. So he waited for the moment when the hull of the ship touched the pier with bated breath. Eventually, the graceful vessel drew close enough for them to see every terrible scar and every burn mark covering its battered hull. It seemed like the battered ship had escaped the depths of hell and survived all kinds of untold disasters. What terrible battles had it endured? What harrowing creatures had clawed its hull, unable to break through? What kind of beings dwelled within it, who had been able to survive all these ordeals? Were they, perhaps, more harrowing than the creatures that had left their marks on the ancient hull? Kronos and his fellows saw the deck of the ship as well, stunned by the sight of a beautiful tree growing around the ship's main mast. That tree was vibrant and full of life, not at all like the grim vessel below it. It was much taller and robust than any tree growing in fallen grace. What is this craftsmanship? Kronos had never seen a vessel of such design, nor had he known of any shipbuilder who could have created it. The lines of the ghostly ship were elegant but unfamiliar. The small details of its construction were unlike anything that the river people would have built. They were also entirely different from how the Twilight people had built things, back before they were wiped out by the Defiled. The ghostly ship looked ancient and mysterious, like all things passed down from the outsiders. Suddenly, Kronos felt joyous excitement. Are these people? The ship smoothly approached the pier and halted just beside it, its bow softly touching the mooring berth. As the humans of fallen grace watched in stunned silence, 4 figures jumped from its deck onto the weathered wood. There were 2 humans in front, if they were really humans, and not deities. Kronos suddenly found it hard to breathe. The first one was the slender young man wearing a dark mantle, his porcelain face drowning in the shadows. His lightless eyes were like 2 pools of unfathomable darkness, cold and piercing. There was a crown of black metal resting on his head, shaped to resemble a twisting serpent. The other was a tall young woman with silver hair and calm gray eyes, wearing a white tunic. Her face was like that of a statue, beautiful and distant. She wore a crown, too, this one bright and adorned with a single radiant gem. When she appeared, it was as though the light of the 7 suns had grown a little brighter. Kronos felt something move in his heart, and for a moment his soul was grasped by a deep and unexplainable longing. The 2 were like night and day, mysterious and beautiful. The other 2 were like monsters. One was a towering knight that seemed to have been carved from onyx, her graceful armor both intricate and fearsome. The other was like an own forged from black steel, with hungry flames burning in the depths of his ferocious eyes. There was something hiding in the shadows, too, a dreadful presence that felt both elusive and terrifying. Everyone stared at the strangers, feeling dread, awe, and wonder. After a few moments of silence, the young man wearing the serpent crown took a step forward and spoke in a familiar language, his voice resounding across the pier. "We have come from the far reaches of the future in search of fallen grace, the last bastion of the river people. We mean no harm, unless you do us harm. I am." At that moment, Kronos became sure of his suspicion. They are. They must be. With his heart beating wildly, he stepped forward and asked in a trembling voice, My lord, are you the children of Weaver?" The young man glanced at him, making Kronos shiver under that piercing gaze of his. A hint of surprise appeared in the lightless eyes, but then disappeared, replaced by something that resembled satisfaction. "Indeed, we are Changing Star and Sunless, children of Weaver." His words were like an explosion for the old men and women gathered on the pier. Their fear disappeared, and instead, bright smiles illuminated their wrinkly faces. "Of course, it's them," just like the lady foretold. Praise the lady. Kronos couldn't keep the smile from appearing on his face either. Ah, I must have gone senile. Why haven't I realized sooner? He hesitated for a moment, then bowed deeply and spoke, trying to make his voice sound solemn instead of amazed and excited. It is our honor to meet you. We welcome you to Fallen Grace, esteemed guests. Then he straightened and added reverently, Lady Dusk has been awaiting you for a long, long time. Chapter 1, 1355. Fallen Grace. No, I'm definitely not imagining it. These people are weird. The citizens of Fallen Grace were indeed looking at Sunny funny. The frail old man in front of him was smiling with an odd mix of joy and terror, just like the rest of the elderly folks that had met them on the pier. They were simultaneously far too excited and far too scared, like a bunch of teenagers who met an idol for the first time. He could vaguely understand why they would be delighted. It seemed that Dusk had already been waiting for Sunny and Nephis after all, which was potentially a piece of good news. But where had the awe and terror come from? Maybe I shouldn't have shown up as a serpent. Sunny had thought that the river people would be accustomed to seeing creatures of all kinds, but maybe he was wrong. Still, there was a strange incongruity between the age of these people and how animated their reactions were. This whole city was strange. When Sunny and Nephis had first seen it, both were tense and wary. They had not known what kind of welcome to expect, and kept their guard up. Fallen Grace looked a lot like Weave, but also different. Painted by the crimson radiance of dusk, it floated on the waves, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was much larger than the forlorn city of the followers of Weaver, and also more developed, feeling like a place with much deeper roots. There were more island ships, most paved neatly with cobblestones and carrying graceful, picturesque buildings. The islands were connected by rope bridges, with wide canals below. Slender gondolas with intricate patterns carved into their pale wood moved through them. Unlike Weave, there were no wind catchers here. Instead, there were sails of vibrant scarlet fabric stretched between the taller buildings, making the city look like a grandiose flotilla. The buildings themselves were built from white stone and pale wood, with crimson accents added here and there to liven up their scenic facades. Fallen Grace was like a flower of pure, immaculate white drifting between the ominous crimson sky and the blood-red waters of the great river. However, it was a wilting flower. Although the beautiful buildings had been masterfully constructed, most of them were showing signs of deterioration. The newer ones did not seem nearly as picturesque either. The rope bridges were frayed and poorly maintained. The scarlet sails might have looked magnificent once, but now their fabric had faded, its surface covered in patches and signs of makeshift repairs. Most glaringly of all, the streets of the city were too desolate. From what Sunny could tell, half of the buildings had no inhabitants, standing abandoned and empty. That felt deeply wrong. He had grown up in NQSC after all. In a city surrounded by defensive barriers, space was deeply precious, and since there was not enough of it to go around, people like him were condemned to the outskirts. Even there, emptiness was not tolerated. Plus, the only people in sight were these old men and women. Where were the sailors? Where were the soldiers? Where were the awakened? Why was the chain breaker allowed to approach the city without being met by its guardians? Sunny found the situation very strange. Well, at least they are not attacking us. That was a concern for Nephis and him, which was why he had dove into the water as a serpent. He stared at the old man, trying to understand why the locals seemed to be growing paler and paler with each passing moment. Then, mentally shaking his head, he sighed and said, "That's good then. We've been anticipating meeting Lady Dusk a great deal, too. Maybe they would finally receive some answers from the last Sibyl of the estuary." Sunny hesitated for a moment, then asked bluntly, "Your city defenses seem awfully lacking. Where are the warriors? Why hasn't anyone prevented our ship from entering your waters?" The old man let out a nervous chuckle. Oh, why would they? The lady would have warned us if there was danger. Since she didn't, there must be no danger. So, he paused awkwardly and added, "Please don't worry, though. Someone will arrive shortly to escort you, esteemed guests. I am sure of it." Sunny and Nephis stared at the old man incredulously. Huh. So that was why. Fallen Grace was ruled by an oracle, and therefore its citizens lived by a completely different set of rules. Why post watchmen if any attack could be foretold in advance? It was something like that, perhaps. He wasn't sure he could really comprehend how drastic of a change such a life would be. Makes one wonder how the cities of the Sibyls fell, despite it all. Perhaps it was precisely because these people relied on the Sibyls so much, and the Sibyls, no matter how potent their prophetic powers were, could not have been omniscient, especially when there were more sinister powers at play. As Sunny was pondering these matters, there was a small commotion at the end of the pier. A dozen figures appeared, all wearing armor and wielding weapons. Their armor was white, with red sashes tied around the waist. The weapons, thankfully, were sheathed. The old men and women stepped aside to let the soldiers approach. As they did, Sunny was surprised once again. The warriors, each and every one of them, were as old as the group of people that had met them on the pier. The armor fit their shriveled figures badly, and they seemed to struggle under the weight of their weapons. Nevertheless, the old soldiers tried to maintain dignified expressions. There was fire in their eyes still. The leader of the squad, an ancient woman wearing an open helmet with a red plume, bowed deeply and then saluted with a trembling hand. "Welcome, children of Weaver. It is my honor to witness the day of your arrival. I will take you to the lady. Please." The old woman made a gesture, asking them to follow. Chapter 1356, the last. Sybil Sunny studied the old woman's armor, hesitated for a few moments, then looked at the chain-breaker with doubt. He felt rather impatient to meet Dusk of Fallen Grace, but reminded himself to keep calm and take it one step at a time. "We've yet to moor our ship." The old warrior bowed again. "Everything will be taken care of." How convenient. These ancient soldiers did not seem like much of a threat. The old woman was an awakened, but the rest were mundanes. Sunny had no doubt that he would be able to escape any ambush or trap they could potentially lure him into, and it didn't even seem like there would be a trap. Still, he didn't like the idea of leaving their only means of escaping Fallen Grace behind. That said, if Dusk had really anticipated their arrival, wouldn't she have also anticipated his reluctance? If she knew that he would be wary of a trap, wouldn't she have been able to construct a trap insidious enough to fool Sunny? Suddenly, he was full of apprehension. Damnation! Sunny had mostly been blessed by finding himself on the right side of people with prophetic powers. Now that he was about to meet an unfamiliar oracle, though, he fully realized how terrifying of an enemy one could be. His unease wasn't helped one bit by the fact that he had actually already met Dusk of Fallen Grace once. In a way, there were deep scars left on his psyche by the terror of LO-49. Whatever. What else can we do? Demand that she comes to meet us here on the pier? After exchanging a glance with Nephis, Sunny shrugged and followed the group of soldiers deeper into the city. The old man who had greeted them joined as well, which caused an irritated sigh to escape from the lips of the old woman in charge of the soldiers. "Kronos, why are you tagging along with us, kid?" The old man simply smiled. "Why, I'm the one who greeted the esteemed guests first. Surely they'll feel better having someone familiar escort them." The leader of the soldiers shook her head and didn't say anything else. The old man, Kronos, seemed satisfied and hurried to keep up with them. "Kid? How ancient is this woman to be calling a fossil like him kid?" As Sunny was escorted through Fallen Grace, he couldn't help but look around with a somber expression. Everywhere they went, they were only met by old people. Ranging from elderly to ancient, the inhabitants of Fallen Grace all had white hair, wrinkled faces, and frail bodies of people living out the last of their twilight years. They went about their business with careful steps and looked at Sunny and Nephi's with amazed expressions. He thought that it was because of their status as guests in the city at first, but then realized that it was simply because they were young. Apart from Sunny and Nephis, there was not a single young person in sight. They are all riverborn. Sunny frowned, pondering the implications of this simple realization. Riverborn did not age with the passage of time. Instead, they aged by moving upstream from the place of their birth. The process was supposed to be gradual, happening over the span of generations as the city migrated into the future to allow new families to be formed. Therefore, there had to be a mix of people of different ages on the streets, just like there would be in a normal city. So what did it mean if everyone here looked old? It meant that fallen grace had migrated far upstream for a reason other than ushering in a new generation at some point, killing the older population and thrusting everyone else into decrepit old bodies as a result. Sunny's face grew somber as he looked at Kronos one more time. It might have been that the leader of the soldiers had called him a kid not because she was incredibly ancient, but because the old man was actually a child, or a youth no older than Sunny and Nephi's at least. He hesitated for a few moments, then asked cautiously, "Kronos, was it? Say, how old are you?" The old man smiled, his face turning into a labyrinth of deep wrinkles. "Oh, I am 17, my lord. I'll be 17 in a few days to be precise, but who's counting?" Sunny inhaled deeply, disturbed by the cheerful tone of that answer. Nephis seemed to have figured out the reason for why everyone in fallen grace looked so old as well. Hearing Kronos confirm it, she frowned. "Then why aren't you at the House of Youth?" As the words left her lips, the face of the old woman leading the soldiers darkened. While Kronos lingered, she answered in his stead. "It's because we lost them. We lost the entire downstream half of the city during those dark days, and if it wasn't for the lady, we would have lost the other half as well." At the mention of dusk, an expression of deep reverence and love appeared on the faces of Kronos and the old soldiers. But there was also something else, hiding behind the devotion. A hint of sorrow, fear, guilt. It was at that moment that they reached the point that should have been the center of the city. However, it was its edge instead. There was nothing but empty water where countless island ships should have been. The rope bridges leading to them had been cut, their remnants singed and floating aimlessly in the water. The closest buildings to the edge bore scars and burn marks, some of them tilting sideways or laying in piles of mostly disassembled wreckage. It was as if the whole city had been dissected into two halves, one still drifting on the crimson waves, the other long gone, lost to the unceasing pull of the past. So that's how it is. Fallen grace had indeed migrated upstream, escaping an attack. A large part of it had been lost in the process, both in terms of island ships and people. Sunny looked away with a grim expression. Was it because of the defiled? The old woman chewed on her lips, then nodded with a strange darkness hiding in her eyes. Yes, a defiled, something like that. After that, she remained silent. Soon they reached an island ship that floated a small distance away from the rest of the city. It carried a beautiful palace built of white stone, with tall columns and a spire that rose high into the scarlet sky, crowned by a pyre of pure flame. That was the source of the white spark they had seen from a distance. Crossing the expanse of crimson water, Sunny and Nephis ascended the wide stairs leading to the gates of the palace and were welcomed by rows of soldiers just like the ones who had escorted them here, wearing white armor with red sashes, decrepit and old. All of them bowed deeply as the small procession passed them. Finally, the gates of the temple opened in front of them. Sunny felt an old fear grip his heart. He was finally going to meet dusk face to face. Again. Soon, they were led to a grand hall filled with white marble, flowing water, and tranquil silence. There was a tall dais in the center of it, with an elegant stone throne standing on it. Dusk of fallen grace, the last sibyl of the estuary, was sitting on that throne. Sunny froze. The first thing he registered was that Dusk looked young. Very young. She was the first young woman they saw in fallen grace. She was also enthralling, with a petite figure and an exquisitely beautiful, delicate face. Her hair was like pale gold, and her stunning eyes were pure blue. Those stunning eyes looked upon the world but didn't see anything, because the beautiful young woman was blind. Of course, Sunny knew her well. Stunned, he raised a hand and asked in a trembling voice, "Cassie?" Chapter 1, 1357. Long, long time. In front of them, sitting on the throne of fallen grace, was none other than Cassie, the delicate blind girl who had been their companion since the dire trial of the Forgotten Shore, and whom both Sunny and Nephis knew better than anyone else in the world did. There could be no mistake. Cassie had not changed much since the last time Sunny had seen her. She was still the same, with golden hair and beautiful blue eyes. The soft features of her lovely face were just as he remembered them. But there was something different about her, too. There was an obvious change, of course. Unlike how she was in the nightmare desert, Cassie looked hale and refreshed. Gone were the feverish gauntness, dark bruises, and cracked lips. Instead, her striking beauty had bloomed once more, soft and quiet, yet making it impossible to look away. She was also wearing an unfamiliar red peplos, its thin, flowing fabric draped gracefully around her supple figure and decorated with white accents. But there was also a deeper, less obvious change to her. Sunny just couldn't put his finger on what it was exactly. Most importantly, Cassie was not Dusk of fallen grace. Or was she? He suddenly felt a chill. "Cassie?" At the sound of his voice, the blind girl slowly turned her head and looked down from her throne. Even Nephis, who rarely allowed surprise to show on her face, seemed dazed. She stared at the young woman who was, or at least looked like their friend, silently, a storm of emotions hiding in her usually calm eyes. The next moment, however, tension drained from her gaze, replaced by profound relief. It was because Cassie smiled. Her wide, radiant smile set their hearts at ease. It was a smile they knew. "Sunny, Neph, you are finally here." The familiar sound and cadence of her familiar voice were just as they had been before as well. Sunny slowly exhaled and felt a strong desire to lean on something. He had been both anticipating and dreading meeting Dusk. He had also been worried sick about the members of the cohort, and especially Cassie, since she was not as fierce of a warrior as the rest of them and more vulnerable than most. Even though Sunny had been suppressing these worries, they gnawed at his soul. Now that the moment he had been dreading was replaced by an unexpected and joyous reunion, alleviating the gnawing worry, Sunny momentarily felt unbalanced. Then, a million questions flooded his mind. Wait, why is Cassie here? Where is Dusk? Could Cassie have taken the role of Dusk in the nightmare? Wait, then what about Torment? Why was she sent so much further downstream than Nephis and I were? How long has she been here? Where are the others? How? Sensing that he was on the verge of spiraling, Sunny forcefully put those questions aside. He would be able to ask them all to Cassie anyway, as soon as they were able to talk freely. As if reading his thoughts, the blind girl turned slightly and smiled at the soldiers who had escorted them into the temple. They looked at her with intense devotion, then lowered their gazes and bowed. Cassie lingered for a moment, then spoke softly. "The children of Weaver are here. Please leave. There are important matters I must discuss with them alone." The old woman leading the soldiers looked up in protest. "But my lady, it might not be safe." The blind girl chuckled. "I know, child. I know more than most, remember." The elderly soldier looked away in embarrassment, recalling who she was talking to. She hesitated for a moment, then bowed her head. "Forgive me, my lady. I acted out of line." Cassie shook her head. No need to apologize. You only spoke out of sincere concern for me. Go and feel at ease. I also know these two. They will not harm me. She paused for a moment and added, Oh, and you, Kronos. Don't think I don't know you're hiding behind a column, brat. You go as well. An awkward cough resounded from somewhere behind, and the elderly teenager appeared in sight, scratching the back of his head. Ah, I was just enjoying the splendor of the temple. Sorry, my lady. I seem to have gotten carried away. Under Cassie's unseeing gaze, Kronos and the soldiers backed away and left the three of them alone. Or so it seemed. After the initial shock of the unexpected meeting receded, Sunny noticed two people standing in the shadows of the throne. Both of them ascended. They were an old man and an old woman, dressed in ceremonial robes. The woman wielded an unsheathed greatsword, while the man held a crimson silk cord in his hands. Tracing his gaze, Cassie let out a quiet sigh. These are my guards. Don't mind them. They are deaf and won't hear us. Sunny was strangely disturbed by these words. Why did Cassie have two deaf guards? The whole situation somehow seemed eerie. At that moment, Nephis finally spoke. Is that old woman a teenager as well? Are all your troops composed of children? The blind girl blinked a couple of times, bewildered, then shook her head. No, she is a few 100 years old. Sunny tilted his head, stumped. What? Then why did you call her a child? Cassie remained motionless for a while, then sighed deeply and lowered her head. Her voice sounded strangely hollow when she spoke, the words echoing across the white hall. It is because I've been waiting for you two for a long, long time. In the silence that followed, both Sunny and Nephis froze. The terrible implication of what Cassie had said slowly seeped into their minds, making them realize that, at that moment, the blind girl's shoulders trembled, and she suddenly exploded into bright laughter. Oh gods. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself. I really did wait for a while. About a year, I think. I imagined this day a lot, and so I just couldn't resist making this joke. Sunny and Nephis stared at her, stunned. What the hell? Who makes a joke at a moment like that? His eye twitched. Wait, did she say a year? It had been less than 3 months since Sunny and Nephis entered the nightmare, so the time storm did indeed mess up their perception of time, just not as direly as they had feared. Cassie, meanwhile, had gotten such a good laugh at their expense that tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Her hands had been laying on her knees before. Now she raised them to wipe the tears away, and when she did, Sunny heard a familiar sound. It was the rattling of chains. There were golden shackles wrapped around Cassie's slender wrists, and a golden chain connected them. Wiping off her tears, the blind girl looked up with a smile and blinked. It seemed that she had noticed their confusion. Cassie frowned a little, then touched her shackles and sighed. Oh, you guys don't know much about the Sybils yet. Right. I should explain. She lingered for a moment, then glanced briefly at the two deaf-asters behind her. One held an unsheathed sword, the other a silk cord. Her expression remained calm and relaxed. When I said that these two are my guards, I didn't mean that they guard me against danger. Instead, they are guarding the city against me. Chapter 1, 1358 Beautiful Chains. Nothing about the situation made sense. Sunny and Nephis tentatively came to terms with the fact that Cassie had replaced Dusk of Fallen Grace, but now they were struck by yet another revelation. Sunny did not know why the blind girl was shackled yet, but his mind had already entered a state of battle readiness. Just in case. Not showing any emotions, he briefly glanced at the two deaf guards. The sword and the cord they wielded were suddenly much more sinister. If the guards were meant to protect the city from Cassie, then the sword was meant to cut her down, while the cord was meant to strangle her. How strong can these old masters be? Sunny was mentally calculating the swiftest way to kill them guards, when a sudden thought sent a chill running down his spine. His first impulse had been dictated by the deeply ingrained desire to protect Cassie. But why were the guards there in the first place? Looking at the beautiful young woman sitting on the white throne wearing golden shackles, Sunny had to wonder if he should be thinking of a way to protect himself from her instead. She sighed. "You don't have to worry. I'm not in danger, nor do I represent danger. It's just that, well, it's a long story. I'll explain. But first..." Standing up, Cassie smiled and descended from the dais. "Let me climb off that throne. It feels really odd to be looking down on you from up high." She approached them with light steps. Her delicate figure was accentuated by the vibrant red fabric of the archaic dress, which contrasted starkly against the white marble of the grand hall. Her movements were swift and graceful. Before Sunny could really decide whether he should be on guard or not, Cassie was already near. She raised her shackled hands and gave Nephis a tight hug. "I missed you. I really missed you guys a lot." She held Neph in an embrace for a few moments, then sighed and let go. A bright smile bloomed on Cassie's face. Turning to Sunny, she hesitated a bit, then gently gripped his arm with both hands. The golden chain rattled quietly. "I'm so glad that you're here." He froze, then awkwardly patted her on the hand. "What, I don't get a hug?" But then again, that was not the kind of relationship he had with Cassie. What kind of relationship did they have then? Sunny was really not sure. If he had to describe it with one word, though, it would be complicated. Still, she seemed to be sincerely happy to see him. He felt the same way, too. "We're glad to be here as well, but do you mind explaining what is going on? Starting with why you are chained, please." Cassie's smile dimmed a little. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and turned away. "Sure, but not here. This hall is too oppressive. Follow me." After exchanging a glance, Sunny and Nephis followed the blind girl out of the great hall and into the depths of the White Temple. The two old guards did not seem concerned by the fact that their ward was moving around freely. They simply walked behind them silently. Carrying the sinister sword and the silk cord, the presence was rather ominous. But Cassie did not seem to mind. Together, the five of them entered a grand staircase, which led them to a smaller one. The blind girl was navigating the maze-like interior of the temple with practiced ease, which wasn't that surprising, considering that she must have spent a whole year here. Sometimes she traced the marble walls with her hand, but mostly she simply counted her steps and moved by memory. Eventually, they ascended a tall tower and emerged onto an open platform. There was a massive brazier in its center, with a pyre of white flame rising high into the crimson sky from it. This was the flame they had noticed from afar, and which guided them to fallen grace. Cassie lingered in front of the brazier for a few moments, bathing in its heat. Her expression turned a little distant. After a while, she said quietly, "Right. I don't need to maintain the flame anymore." Turning around with a smile, she gestured to a small table that stood near the airy railing of the platform. "Please, sit down. You must be tired after spending so long on the river." The table was brimming with fresh fruit, crystal pitchers of wine, and savory snacks. Cassie did not have to ask them twice, since Sunny and Nephis were indeed tired after the long journey, hungry and parched. Soon the three of them were sitting around the table, enjoying the refreshments. From the height of the temple's spire, the whole of fallen grace was revealed to them, as well as the fiery expanse of the flowing water painted in a million shades of red by dusk. Looking at the surreal sight of the endless crimson river, Sunny couldn't help but notice how damaged and incomplete the city looked. It was indeed as though it had been cut in half, with many of the island ships either missing or taking a position in the flotilla that was clearly not meant for them. Taking a sip of fragrant red wine, Cassie sighed and turned to face fallen grace as well. She was holding the glass with both hands, careful not to let the golden chain get in the way. Eventually, she said, "I entered the nightmare around a year ago. It was very disorienting, as you must have experienced yourself, especially once I realized that I had taken the place of Dusk, the Sibyl of fallen grace. Dusk. I don't know how powerful she was exactly, but she must have been at least a transcendent, while I am not. Sunny nodded somberly and added in a low voice, "The last Sibyl." The blind girl turned to him with a strange, fragile smile. "Yes, the last. Although, I wasn't so at the start." Nephis frowned, feeling a dark undertone in Cassie's voice. "Wasn't so? What do you mean?" Cassie remained silent for a few moments, her face turning solemn. Then, she said, "The Sibyls were oracles once. The revelations they received came from the gods. But then the gods grew silent, and one after another the Sibyls turned to another source of knowledge, the estuary. What revelations do you think they received from there?" Chapter 1359. See no evil. Sunny suddenly paled. Wait, no way. The runes describing the shroud of graceless dusk resurfaced in his memory. There, they found solace, safety, and shelter. In time, the voices of the gods grew silent one after another, leaving behind only a vast and dreadful silence. That was how the Sibyls embraced the estuary, and that was how they fell. He looked at Cassie somberly and said, his voice slightly hoarse, "The defilement?" The blind girl nodded sadly. "Yes, the defilement spread from the estuary, consuming Verge, the city of the Seekers. And from there, the defiled slowly moved upstream, threatening to devour all other settlements on the great river. The Sibyls and their people waged a war against them for a long time. Eventually, most of their cities fell. Some fell to the defiled, but not all." Her beautiful face looked forlorn for a moment. Cassie sighed. The Sibyls were truly formidable at the height of their power. It was no coincidence that they had managed to guide their people through the horrors of the Doom War and enter the tomb of Ariel unharmed. Even the defiled found it difficult to conquer the cities reigned by the Sibyls. How would they not, if the defenders knew the secrets of the future? She paused for a moment and took a small sip of the wine. But the very thing that gave the Sibyls power ended up becoming their undoing. The most stalwart cities, they fell to the Sibyls themselves, because they were corrupted by the glimpses of the estuary and succumbed to the defilement, letting the rot spread from within. The blind girl sighed again, then shook her head. A year ago, there were 3 Sibyls in fallen grace. One was already defiled and entombed in her temple. Of the other 2, Dusk was the junior, the senior Sibyl. She had hidden the signs of corruption from everyone until it was too late. The day she lost control was the day I took Dusk's place. She lingered for a moment and gestured to the city below. This is what I managed to preserve. I was able to rally the defenders of fallen grace and slay the defiled Sibyl. But by then, much of the city had already been lost. Much worse, the seals containing the other defiled had been broken. And she was a much more terrifying creature than the other one. All I could do was abandon the contested island ships and evacuate the remaining ones as far upstream as I could. Cassie smiled faintly and raised her hands, allowing the golden chain to ring. Hence, these shackles, and the deaf guards. I am the ruler of this city, but at the same time, I am a threat to it. Or so the river people think, since they don't know that I am not truly Dusk. I was afraid that my own affinity to revelations would place me in the same danger the Sibyls had been exposed to. But funnily enough, I turned out to be immune to it. Can you guess why? Sunny and Nephis looked at her silently, not knowing what to answer. Sunny was a bit confused. I get why Nephis is not in danger of becoming defiled. Her soul is incorruptible. But how can Cassie be immune as well? He shook his head. I'm not sure. She chuckled, then pointed to herself. It's because I'm blind. Her beautiful blue eyes gazed upon the world, unseeing. Cassie sighed softly. Whatever it is that the Sybils saw in their visions of the estuary, I can't see. That is why the truth of the estuary can't corrupt me. Or at least can't corrupt me in the same way it corrupted the Sybils. In the visions I had before entering the tomb of Ariel, I usually had sight. But ever since coming here, all I see is darkness. Who knew it would be a blessing? She smiled and moved her hands slightly, allowing the golden chain to fall back onto her lap. Anyway, I knew that you would arrive eventually, but I did not know how long it would take, so I remained in fallen grace and defended the city from the attacks of the defiled. It was a long year. What took you so long? Nephis leaned forward and grasped Cassie's hand. White sparks glinted in her calm gray eyes. You did well, Cass, I'm sorry. We entered the nightmare much further upstream, and it took us a long time to travel into the past. We encountered a time storm on the way, which is why, while a year has passed for you, it was only a few months to us. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then added, But you must have known that already, right? It was thanks to you that Ananke knew to meet us and point us in the direction of fallen grace. A strange expression appeared on Cassie's face. He frowned, confused by her reaction. What? What's wrong? The blind girl hesitated. I'm sorry, but who is Ananke? And what do you mean she knew to guide you to fallen grace? I'm afraid I don't understand. Sunny and Nephis exchanged a somber look. After a moment of silence, she asked carefully, Was it not you who sent a dream message to the priestess of Weave, to warn her of our arrival? Cassie simply shook her head. Send a dream message? I don't even know how to do something like that, let alone who the priestess of Weave is. I also wouldn't have known where you were. Are you saying that there was someone who did? Sunny suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He was somewhat convinced that it was Dusk who had sent Ananke instructions to meet them and guide them to fallen grace. Now that he knew that Cassie had taken the place of the last Sybil, though, and she was not the mysterious being pulling the strings of the nightmare from behind the scenes, there was a small possibility, of course, that Dusk had arranged everything before being erased from existence by Cassie's arrival. But it was infinitely small. Had the last Sybil even existed in the nightmare? Why would the spell extend its timeline beyond the point where the challengers entered? And even if it had, what were the chances that Dusk not only knew of her nature as a phantom conjured by the spell, but also everything about the challengers and their task? Close to zero. However, if not Dusk or Cassie, then who could have possessed both a deep knowledge of the future and enough insight to manipulate it? Sunny gritted his teeth, disturbed. Not only did they know when and where we would enter the nightmare, but also a great deal more. It was how we ended up finding the ship, the chain breaker, and making it all the way here. Cassie seemed stunned. The chain breaker? She remained silent for a while, then shivered and said, her voice glum, Well then, maybe it was torment. Chapter 1, 1360. Marooned. A grim silence settled over the open platform. Even the deaf guard seemed affected by it, shifting uncomfortably and throwing worried glances at Cassie. Knowing what he knew now, Sunny recognized the complicated emotions reflected in their eyes. Love, devotion, loyalty, but also wariness and fear. He sighed, then took a bite out of a succulent fruit and leaned back. So, you guessed who the 6 plagues are, too. Of course she did. Cassie always knew more than them, even if she kept it to herself. The blind girl nodded slowly. I did. Who they are, but not how they are. The Great River is a strange place. Many things that should not be possible anywhere else are possible here. She frowned. The 6 plagues. I had to learn a lot about them, since they are the main threat to fallen grace. It was hard not to draw conclusions in the process. Strangely enough, though, none of them participated in the attacks on the city during the year I've spent here. Nephis looked at her somberly. Were you serious about what you said? That torment might be responsible for us coming here? Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then shook her head. Not really. She strikes me as someone far too wild and damaged to come up with such an intricate scheme. She's dangerous, though. After the Dreadlord, she has to be the most dangerous of the plagues, simply because of her foresight. So there was no answer after all. Sunny was still unable to learn who it was that had been manipulating the nightmare, unseen, showing terrifying knowledge of fate and the future. There was another problem facing them currently, though. Not good. Meeting Dusk might have turned out entirely differently from how Sunny and Nephis had imagined it, but their overall goal remained the same. They had to conquer the nightmare. But first, they had to find the members of the cohort. Their last theory was that each challenger except for Nephis had been sent into the body of a powerful defiled champion, who might or might not have been the future version of themselves. Regardless of the true identity of the 6 plagues, that theory had been proven wrong now. After all, Cassie was right here in front of them, in place of the last Sibyl. Dusk. Not torment, which meant that they had no idea where the other members were, and since it had already been a year since the nightmare started, Sunny felt intense worry gnaw at his heart. No, don't think about it. Looking at Cassie, he hesitated for a while, then composed himself and asked, "You said you knew that would arrive eventually?" The blind girl nodded. "Yes, I saw us meeting in a vision, or rather, felt it." Sunny took a deep breath. "Then what about the others? Do you know where they are?" There was one more question that he had, but couldn't bring himself to ask. "Are they alive?" Cassie suddenly smiled. The melancholy shrouding her features was vanquished, her face illuminated by that smile. "Yes, of course." She froze, then coughed awkwardly. "They're alive, I mean." "Sorry." "Right. I should remember who I'm talking to." The blind girl was more than capable of answering questions that had not been asked yet. Her smile dimmed a little, and Cassie sighed. "I haven't wasted the whole year doing nothing, you know. Apart from making sure that fallen grace is not conquered by the defilement, I also tried to learn as much as I could. About the world, the tomb. I also tried to find the others, of course." Nephis leaned forward, a hint of excitement in her eyes. "And?" The blind girl hesitated. "I managed to determine their locations. Effie and Jet are together." Here it is." Suddenly, a small shadow fell on the platform, and a familiar crow landed on Cassie's shoulder. It stared at Sunny with an aggrieved expression, and then cawed loudly. "Sa-ni! Sa-ni!" It was Jet's crow echo. Staring at the bird with excitement, he asked, "They're here, in fallen grace?" The crow suddenly looked crestfallen. It shook its beak slightly, then cawed sadly. Stuck. Both Sunny and Nephis looked at Cassie, worry apparent in their eyes. She sighed. "They are alive, and together, but they are caught in a dangerous zone of the great river, unable to escape. I spent a lot of time trying to locate the exact coordinates of where they are marooned, but only succeeded after this echo found me. I would have tried to rescue them myself, but Dusk is... I am the only outsider left in fallen grace. I couldn't leave before you arrived." Sunny nodded, both relieved and concerned. It was good that Effie and Jet were together, and it was even better that Cassie had determined their exact location. The existence of the crow echo also proved that at least one of them was still alive, and yet, how could he not worry when he had just learned that they were stuck in some bizarre hazardous zone of the great river? Nephis inhaled deeply, then asked, "What about Kai and Mordred? Anvil's son?" The blind girl frowned. "They are also together. However, their situation is worse." She lingered for a few moments and said darkly, "They are in Twilight." Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, confused. He suppressed the impulse to touch the crown of Twilight and asked, "Twilight? The city of the Serpent King? Wasn't it destroyed?" Cassie remained silent for a while. Eventually, she shrugged with uncertainty. "It is lost. but it is not destroyed. The legends say that it was devoured by time. I am not sure what it means. In fact, I am not sure about anything that has to do with King Darren and his people." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Oh, why is that?" A deep frown appeared on the blind girl's face. She pursed her lips, then said hesitantly, "Everything about them is odd. They were not riverborn, but they weren't refugees from the dream realm either. They appeared within the tomb much, much later than the Sybils and the Seekers, when the river people civilization had already been established and the defilement had already spread." Cassie lingered for a bit and then added, "If not for the fact that they simply can't be from Earth, I would have said that they were challengers just like us, each and every one of them." Chapter 1, 1361, Devoured by Time. Challengers just like us, each and every one of them. Sunny remained silent for a while, a complicated expression on his face. He was remembering the very beginning of the nightmare and the strange words the spell had spoken. 13,700,077 brave ones. Welcome to the nightmare. Back then, he had been understandably stunned and confused. There was no explanation for that number, considering that there were not even 1,000,000 awakened in the waking world. The start of the nightmare had been abnormal in more than one way, though, and so he tentatively attributed these words to an error made by the spell. However, Sunny had never been truly convinced that the spell was even capable of being mistaken. So what if it had been correct? He slowly exhaled. "They are." Cassie turned her head slightly, confused. "How can it be?" Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "I'm not sure. But I know for a fact that the people of Twilight were challengers. It is because we've met King Darren, Nephis and I. It was written in the description of the Crown of Twilight. Thus, the valiant king became a guide who guarded his people in their nightmares. That had been Darren's entire plan, to enter the tomb of Ariel so that a phantom of him would be conjured by the spell to guide his people when they challenged the nightmare. It had already seemed strange when Sunny first read the will. However, back then, he had not met Ananke yet, and therefore had not learned that there were no nightmares in the ancient past of the dream realm. So where had the Serpent King and his people come from? "You've met the Serpent King?" Cassie's voice trembled a little. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, and then briefly described their long journey into the past. With each sentence Sunny spoke, the story sounded more and more implausible. Great nightmare creatures, furious storms of broken time, ghost ships that appeared out of nowhere just when they were needed. It was very much like the fairy tale of astonishing adventures that Ananke had told him. And yet, it was all true, of course, because Sunny was the one telling it. And so, we repaired the ship as best we could and set sail in search of fallen Grace. There were many battles on the way, but as you can see, we are both in one piece. He paused for a moment and then added somberly, "None of the nightmare creatures we faced was as terrible as the Azure Serpent had been, though, as Darren of the Twilight Sea had been." Cassie frowned. "I've heard that Twilight had its own culture and was an independent city, not at all similar to the ones established by the Sybils. I also heard that they were tremendously powerful and even laid siege to Verge at one point, which ended in disaster. Many of the Twilight people were outsiders, maybe even all of them. But challengers. Where could they have come from?" Sunny slumped in his chair, thinking. Eventually, he said with doubt, Maybe they came from the future of the waking world. Either that, or they were the last remnants of the dream realm humans. From the time of extinction after the Doom War had ended, seeds of nightmares should have first appeared sometime between when the Sybils entered the tomb and when the spell infected our world. So, maybe Darren ruled then, during the twilight of human civilization in the aftermath of the war. Wasn't that also what the description of the Crown of Twilight said? There was a king who ruled over a dying land. Nephis sighed. It is strange, though. If these people were indeed challengers, they would have entered the nightmare by taking someone's place. Were there 13 million humans inhabiting the great river even? I doubt it. She lingered for a few moments, then added somberly, "There is one thing that concerns me much more, though. Cassie, you said that Twilight was not destroyed, but lost, devoured by time. None of us knows what it means exactly, but we do know that the Serpent King at least managed to escape. He was a demented beast when we met him, his soul consumed by corruption. So, will we find millions of powerful nightmare creatures when we reach Twilight? Is that lost city an even bigger threat than Verge?" Sunny suddenly felt cold. As he considered her dreadful words, Cassie said in a cautious tone, "There is such a possibility. The inhabitants of Twilight can also be long dead. Lastly, there is also a possibility that we will find millions of powerful awakened warriors, not abominations, when we reach Twilight." He blinked. She's right. Twilight could turn out to be a dire threat, but it could also be hiding an army of allies they sorely needed to destroy Verge and conquer the nightmare. There was no point in guessing either way. Sunny sighed. "We'll find out when we get there. And we do need to get there. We can't leave Kai behind. We also need Mordred and his power to take on Verge, and his knowledge to eliminate the Soul Stealer." He looked at Nephis, then at Cassie. "There are no objections, right?" Nephis shook her head. "Our goal remains the same. Gather the cohort and eliminate the first Seeker, who is far downstream, in the city of Verge, under the protection of the 6 plagues." She frowned slightly. "Although, the task does seem too perilous. There has to be a way to accomplish it, or the spell wouldn't have sent us here. So we must be lacking some key piece of information or an important advantage still. Twilight might very well be the place where that secret is hidden." Sunny nodded. "So we're in agreement then? Let's go fetch Effie and Jet first, then sail to Twilight to retrieve Kai and Mordred. When everyone is gathered and we had learned everything there is to learn, we'll attack Veg." Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly, "I agree. However, we must not forget one crucial detail." Her beautiful face turned solemn. "I doubt that the 6 plagues will just remain idle and allow us to gather forces. If they are truly the future versions of ourselves, they must already know what our next steps will be. It would be easy for them to try and stop us." Sunny didn't even want to think about the paradoxical mess of having his future defiled self hunting him down. However, he wasn't opposed to it. Imagining the vile, scarred face of the Mad Prince, he grinned darkly. "Let them come. I would love to meet the bastards too." Chapter 1362. No Other Choice. Sometime later, the 3 of them were walking across the pier, followed by an excited crowd. The 2 guards were not far behind either. They never left Cassie's side. The golden chain was ringing softly with each step she took. The elderly citizens of Fallen Grace were overflowing with joy at the sight of their young and beautiful priestess, though seemingly oblivious to the ominous meaning behind the golden shackles. The news of the arrival of 2 outsiders had spread throughout the city as well. The mood was festive. Sunny studied their faces through the shadows, then turned to Cassie and said silently, "You seem to be very popular. They absolutely adore you." A faint smile appeared on her face. "It's Dusk, not me. And how could they not? She was a wise and benevolent ruler, not to mention a champion of the city. It was because of the Sibyls that the river people could defend themselves against the defilement. Most importantly, I am both the most powerful awakened and the only outsider left in Fallen Grace. If they lose their faith in me and their love for me, then all they'll have left will be despair." She let out a wistful sigh. "They only love me because they have no other choice." Sunny remained silent for a few moments, somewhat stunned by how cynical that statement sounded. It bothered him a great deal for some reason. Then he shook his head. "Still, you must have done a lot to earn their trust. Surviving a year in the 3rd nightmare could not have been easy, especially alone. He had already seen Fallen Grace and its people. They were not the kind of force he had hoped to find. And while Cassie had not gone into detail when describing her attempts to defend the city against the attacking Defiled, it was easy to surmise that protecting it was more of a burden than a boon. Her days must have been filled with countless battles and narrow victories. It was a miracle that Fallen Grace still stood. She smiled. Ah, well, yes. After the initial chaos, I led the remaining warriors into battle many times, and killed many abominations. It was indeed not easy, but I wasn't really alone. Cassie gestured to the crowd following them at a respectful distance, as well as at the two silent guards. The people of Fallen Grace might have grown weak, but they are valiant and brave. I also had several echoes to assist me. Right. Neff had once brought back a powerful echo from the Nightmare Desert. A fallen demon with 6 arms. That echo had been given to one of the firekeepers before his cohorts challenged a Seed of Nightmare. She would have arranged for a powerful bodyguard or two for Cassie as well. Sonny tilted his head. How strong are your echoes exactly? The blind girl remained silent for a moment. You already know the Quiet Dancer. Her power is augmented by a special memory I received from Valor, albeit not by much. There is also an artificial echo Neff procured for me from the clan as well, equal in power to a fallen monster. And there is an echo I earned here in the tomb of Ariel myself, a transcendent beast of sorts. He raised an eyebrow. Of sorts. Cassie let out a quiet sigh. It's the echo of the senior Sibyl I killed. I try not to summon her where the citizens of Fallen Grace can see. Sunny flinched a little. After a few moments of silence, Nephis suddenly spoke, her voice even. You alone should be enough to deal with 2 masters. With a transcendent echo, those guards of yours stand no chance whatsoever. What is the point of them following you around? Cassie smiled sadly. Yes, there's no real point. I can easily kill them, and I can easily break out of these chains. They know it perfectly well, but they are loyal and devoted to their duty, and so I remain in chains out of respect for their devotion. Isn't it sad? The fact that I am only guarded by 2 masters should tell you everything you need to know about how desperate Fallen Grace's situation is. Unless we act, it will be swallowed by the defilement soon enough. Sunny sighed, trying to imagine what had happened to the real Fallen Grace, and real Dusk. He knew that the last Sibyl had been buried at sea, her body eventually becoming the vessel of a corrupted terror. The existence of the terror of Low 49 was proof that the civilization of the Great River had met a sorrowful end. And it would meet it again if they failed to conquer the nightmare. Just then, they reached the end of the pier and walked across a wooden plank to the deck of the ghostly ship. The crowd stayed back, with only the 2 guards following them aboard the ancient vessel. Cassie froze, lowering her hands and staring into nothingness with her beautiful blue eyes. After a while, he said softly, Sonny, can you look at the sacred tree? He did as he was told, belatedly realizing that the blind girl must have used her ascended ability to share his perception. Although he didn't feel anything, it also felt strangely violating. There was no harm done, but for someone as secretive as Sunny, sharing was an uncomfortable process. I wonder if she sees the bastard. He threw a furtive glance at the Sin of Solace, who stood motionlessly below the tree, and suppressed his discomfort. They walked around the ship for a while, allowing Cassie to study both its exterior and interior. She was the person who knew the true chain breaker best after all, so they needed her judgment to rid themselves of doubt. Eventually, the blind girl stopped near the sacred tree and gently placed her palm on the white bark. After a few moments of silence, she sighed and turned to them. It's the chain breaker, I am certain. Sunny and Nephis grew somber. They had suspected as much, of course, but still, a slight hope that it was merely a similar vessel still lived in their hearts. Now, it was utterly extinguished. Cassie pointed here and there, describing her findings. The essence channels are severely damaged, but their shape is unmistakable. I repaired them myself once, after all, so I know every small detail of how Noctis had carved new enchantments into the older ones created by the fire hunters. It's his ship, our ship. There are many differences, but the core is the same. Sunny grimaced. But how the hell can it be here, and how did we end up finding it? The blind girl hesitated, then somberly shook her head. That, I cannot answer. He closed his eyes, then rubbed his face tiredly. What the hell is going on? What the hell has been going on from the start of this damn nightmare? There are too many unexplainable things. Sunny's tolerance for mysteries was at its limits. Cassie lingered for a few moments, then suddenly spoke. I can tell you one thing, though. Both Sunny and Nephis looked at her, waiting. She pointed to the deck below her feet and smiled. I think I can repair the enchantments again. If you give me some time, the chain breaker will be able to fly once more. Chapter 1363 The Shadow, the Star, and the Oracle. The news that the chain breaker could be restored to its former, future, glory was a welcome one. However, it was going to take time for Cassie to repair it. They were also going to need a lot of materials, as well as plenty of help from the locals of Fallen Grace. There were experienced shipbuilders among them. Sunny and Nephis had only patched up the ancient vessel well enough for it to not sink immediately, but there were a lot of things they weren't able to achieve. Now, the situation was different. Just repairing the hull and the decks was going to take a few weeks. After that part was done, more intricate work would start. Cassie was going to have to restore the runic pathways that made the enchantments of the flying ship work. That sounded like a lot of time. Sunny and Nephis knew that an entire year had already passed within the tomb of Ariel since the start of the nightmare, and yet they felt uneasy wasting even a single day. The members of the cohort were somewhere out there, after all, their situations unknown. Perhaps they were in desperate need of help. In the end, the three of them decided not to postpone their departure too much. Sunny and Nephis needed to rest, and the chain breaker had to receive urgent repairs. But since Cassie would be able to work on the enchantments alone, they were going to leave Fallen Grace as soon as the work on the damaged portions of the hull was finished, which left them with maybe 2 weeks of peaceful time to recover and prepare themselves. Looking at the crimson blaze of dusk from the window of Cassie's private chambers, Sunny sighed. The sky was a painting of beautiful red, and the great river was like a sea of burning blood. The city below them was like a snowflower. Are you going to be all right? Leaving Fallen Grace behind? Turning away from the window, he looked at the blind girl. She was brewing tea, seemingly not at all inconvenienced by her golden shackles. Nephis was nearby too, studying the murals on the wall. Cassie softly shook her head. I did get attached to these people, but what we are doing is for their sake as well. If we don't strike at Verge, there is no future left for the river people. In a few years, or decades at most, they will be gone. If they were the real river people, of course. As far as humans of the waking world knew, the world of the nightmare would cease to exist as soon as the seed was conquered. But it was hard to make the distinction. Sunny had never been able to, at least. He walked over to the table and sat down. Do they understand that? Will they let you go? The 2 guards were standing just outside the door. Even though he could not see them, he could feel their shadows. Cassie lingered for a few moments, pouring the tea into beautiful ceramic cups. They will. I'll explain it well. Don't worry. Come, let's have some tea. Nephis pulled her attention away from the murals and joined them at the table. Her face was calm and composed. Raising her cup, she hesitated for a bit, then said in an even tone, I haven't had a chance to say it, but I missed you too. And I'm glad that we found each other too. She looked at Cassie, then at Sunny. Her gaze lingered on his face for a few extra moments. Then, Nephis took a sip of the fragrant amber liquid and smiled faintly. It's like the good old times. Sunny was considering saying something heartfelt as well. but then surrendered to the embarrassment of showing his true feelings and pretended to choke on his tea instead. Good? Which times exactly are you calling good? The time when I got skewered by a carapace centurion, or when that damned tree mesmerized us, or when we were attacked by that depth dweller while crossing the dark sea at night? Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. Yes, he stared. If that's her idea of a good time, I'll be damned. That actually explains a lot. Sunny felt sorry for the guy who would take Changing Star on a date one day. As he did, the sin of solace laughed derisively. Self-pity, huh? Shut the hell up. He threw an angry glance at the sword wraith, then shook his head. Who was he kidding? Sunny had felt nostalgic about the simple days of surviving on the forgotten shore many times. The hell of it had also been like a dark paradise for him. Looking through a shadow, he studied the three of them, Nephis, Cassie, and himself. Gods, each one of them had changed so much. They were practically unrecognizable. And it wasn't even because of how much their appearance had been transformed by the awakening and the ascension. Back then, Sunny had been a powerless street rat who only cared about himself and how to keep his secret. Cassie had been a sweet but helpless girl, broken by the severity of her crippling flaw. Nephis had been an isolated young woman who didn't know much about the world, except for the fact that she was going to burn it to the ground. Look at us now. The scrawny kid from the outskirts was gone, replaced by a fair young man with eyes so cold and dark that it was easy to cut yourself on their chilling gaze. The helpless girl was now a beautiful young woman whose softness concealed unwavering will and ominous power. Nephis had changed the most, perhaps, learning too many bitter lessons. Their names were known across the world, and they had long lost count of all the powerful abominations cut down by their blades. Fallen, corrupted, even great. Devils, terrors, even titans. There had been humans, too, awakened masters and even saints. Who would have thought that three teenagers that had met in the Crimson Labyrinth would be drinking tea in a hidden world created by a demon one day, resting before setting sail to wage war on an entire city of nightmare creatures? Sunny took a sip of his tea and shook his head. Life is sure funny sometimes. Still, it was damn good tea. He hesitated for a while and then said awkwardly, I might have missed you too. I'm glad that the three of us are once again together. Chapter 1, Bowden 364. Westifora creating new memories together. The great river flowed endlessly. Somewhere in the future, the ruins of Weave drifted empty and silent, with no one left to witness their inevitable march toward destruction. Somewhere in the past, the city of Verge stood, harboring the hidden horrors of the defilement. There was twilight, too, mysterious and dreadful, lost to time. But here in Fallen Grace, the days were peaceful. The work on the chainbreaker started soon after Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie finished their tea. He visited the piers to observe the repairs, but there was really no point. The elderly citizens of the last human city knew how to tend to a ship much better than he did, and even though their bodies were ancient and frail, there were still some awakened among them. Their physical strength solved many problems, so Sunny did not need to help. The best he could do was not get in the way. Knowing that there were many battles ahead, he dedicated his time to preparing as thoroughly as possible. Cassie and Nephis were doing the same. The latter was practicing her swordsmanship without rest, while the former— Actually, Sunny was not entirely sure what their blind oracle was doing. She spent a lot of time arranging measures to keep Fallen Grace safe in her absence, but also made a point of sparing as much of it as possible for him and Nephis. They had meals together, toured the city, and held long strategy meetings. He was happy because the three of them were together again, but it was also a bit strange. Cassie had spent an entire year in the nightmare, which meant that she was older than Sunny by a few months now, making him the youngest in the cohort. He had treated her as a little sister once at the start of it all, so it felt odd to suddenly be the one who was younger. But then again, age was such an abstract thing, especially so for the awakened. Sunny himself had spent an unknown length of time in the dream prison created by nightmare. Even though he had forgotten most of that cruel trial, his soul still remembered its scars. Speaking of nightmare, the dark destrier was his main priority for now. Sunny had been unsure that he would be able to create enough memories to help his steed ascend before departure from fallen grace, but he was pleasantly surprised to have been mistaken. There were two main reasons for that. The first one was that Cassie had opened the treasury of the temple to supply him with the few soul shards he lacked. The second one was the crown of twilight. Its legacy of twilight enchantment greatly enhanced the rate with which Sunny regenerated essence at dawn and dusk. Here in Fallen Grace, though, dusk lasted for nearly the entire day, interrupted only by a brief and fleeting night. As a result, his reserves of essence had become nearly inexhaustible, which was a good thing for more than one reason. The three of them were destined to visit the lost city of the Serpent King after all. Twilight was situated at the opposite edge of the great river, where it was almost always dawn. Sunny was certain that having a boundless amount of essence at his disposal would come in handy, no matter what dangers they were going to face there. For now, he concentrated on weaving memories to feed nightmare above all else. The counter of shadow fragments was rising with each day. So was the counter of nightmares the tenebrous steed had subjugated, at a speed much greater than ever before. Maybe because of the nature of the tomb of Ariel, but much more importantly, because of the river people. In the waking world, his shadow had very few ways of collecting nightmares. It was because the dreams of mundane humans were powerless, while awakened, never dreamed. It was only masters and abominations that could supply his shadow with suitable dreams to subjugate. But awakened of the dream realm, and therefore the river people of the tomb of Ariel, were different from those infected by the spell. Their souls did not travel between worlds when they slept, and so nightmare could invade their dreams and conquer their fears. As a result, the citizens of Fallen Grace enjoyed strangely blissful sleep during these days, while his shadow received plenty of nightmares to add to his swarm. At this rate, Sunny did not know what would happen first, the Black Steed's ascension or return to full power as a terror. He worked tirelessly to weave more rudimentary memories, and do it faster. One after another, they were completed. And then, finally, Sunny weaved the last of them. The date of their departure was already drawing near when he did. Hidden in the spacious chambers Cassie had arranged for him within the temple, Sunny slowly dismissed his four shadow arms and put Weaver's needle down. Left in his human hand was a beautiful nacre ornament. What made it look so tantalizing was not the colorful sheen, though, but the ethereal weave hiding behind it. It's done. Sunny exhaled slowly, then dismissed the ornament and stretched. I did it. He felt both tired and exhilarated. Nightmare only needed one more transcendent memory to reach ascension. And now, that memory was complete. Standing up, Sunny looked at the crimson sky beyond the window. The night had already passed, which meant that his shadow should have returned to its post. These days, the Black Steed was usually hiding in the shadows near where the chain breaker was being repaired, guarding the workers on his orders. I better go visit him right now, then. As Sunny contemplated how much stronger Nightmare would become as an ascended terror, a swift shadow fell from the sky and landed on the windowsill. It was Jet's crow. The small bird jumped a couple of times, then stared at him angrily and cawed. Stuck, stuck, he sighed. I know, Crow Crow. We'll go get your master soon. Hey, I want to see her too. Just wait for a few more days. The echo had been hanging around him a lot, perhaps out of familiarity. Whenever Sunny was tired from weaving, he would study the small avian creature and try to appease its impatience. Suddenly a smile appeared on his lips. But first, do you want to come find Nightmare with me? The bird tilted its head and stared at him with its round eyes. Then, it opened its beak and cawed. Horse! Horse! Sunny chuckled. Yes, the horse. Come on. Let's try it again. With that, he dissolved into darkness and manifested himself back into tangible form. This time, Sunny did not recreate his own appearance, instead shaping himself into an entirely different and smaller creature. A few moments later, two crows, one black, the other even darker, as if made of shadows, flew into the crimson sky. Chapter 1, 365. The Sound of His Wings. Sunny was flying through the crimson sky above fallen Grace. His black feathers were moving slightly in the wind, and his wings rose and fell with a relaxed cadence. His flight was somewhat awkward, but he did not plummet to the ground at least, like the previous time. He had, of course, assumed the form of a crow. After mastering the fourth step of shadow dance, learning a new form had become much easier for him. So he had spent the last 2 weeks doing just that, teaching himself how to become a crow. Sunny was already confident on land and had the sea serpent form to protect himself in the water. Only the skies were left unconquered. Granted, he was not going to win a battle as a small bird, but he had to start somewhere. The idea of trying to assume the form of Jet's echo had entered his mind when he was resting after a long and tedious bout of weaving. Yes, Sunny had plenty of essence and more than enough soul shards to accomplish his goal, but even his patience was not limitless. He needed to take a break from time to time and distract himself from the rote process of creating rudimentary memories. During one such break, the persistent crow visited him once again to caw about how Jet was stuck. Staring at it, Sunny remembered that he had not yet made use of his improved ability to shadow various creatures better. The desire to fly across the vast sky stirred in his heart. Who said that only Kai was allowed to zip around in the air? So that was exactly what he had done. Staring at the talkative bird, he tried to teach himself its form, which ended up being just as hard to achieve as turning himself into a giant sea serpent. The body of the crow itself was much smaller and simpler. The problem was that Crow was an echo, and thus not truly alive. So Sunny met an unexpected obstacle. Shadow dance was not that effective against things that weren't alive. In hindsight, he should have known that it would be like that. Thinking back to how he created the form of the onyx serpent, and even further into the past, to the days of learning battle styles from his adversaries, Sunny realized that there were 2 components to shadow dance. One was purely physical, the other was much deeper and more fundamental, concerning the essence of a being, its mind, its spirit, its very soul. Echoes did not really possess any of these things, so he was left stumped for a while. In the end, though, Sunny still managed to turn himself into a copy of the crow. It had just taken him much more time and effort than he would have expected, and he did not stop having trouble with the new form after mastering it. Possessing the body of a bird was one thing, but actually moving like a bird was an entirely different issue. Since Sunny had never flown without the help of enchantments before, he had to learn everything from scratch. The first time he turned into a crow, he proceeded to fall on his beak after the simplest hop. A few dozen times in a row, all under the perplexed gaze of the befuddled echo. Nevertheless, he was flying right now. It was a rather exhilarating feeling. It was so exhilarating, in fact, that Sunny opened his beak and cawed, "Fly, fly!" Then he got embarrassed and almost lost control of his wings. Now, why the hell did I say it twice? Shaking his head slightly, Sunny looked at the dry dock where the chain breaker stood, being repaired by a large number of craftsmen, and cautiously descended toward it. He did not fall. Until the last second. Jet's echo landed with natural ease and hopped a couple of times in excitement, but Sunny gracelessly sprawled on the cobblestones after rolling a couple of times. Ouch! There's still room for improvement. Sighing internally, he let the form of the crow dissolve into a formless shadow, then emerged from it as his human self. Being a human felt cumbersome and boring, but he was also slightly shocked by the ferocious strength hiding in his slender, pale body. Damn, I've only been a crow for a minute. Looking around, Sunny tried to find the shadow in which Nightmare was hiding. He did not notice his steed immediately, but he did notice a familiar old man staring at him with an open mouth. Lord Sunless? Sunny sighed internally. Oh, hey there, Kronos. The elderly teenager had been following them around when they toured the city, full of endless curiosity. He was a nice kid, no matter how hard it was to call a man who looked as old as Professor Obel a kid. But if there was one thing Sunny had an allergy to, it was curious people. So he felt uncomfortable around the wrinkly, river-born youth. Did you turn into a bird? Sunny stared at Kronos for a moment, then shrugged. Yes, in a manner of speaking, I did. The old man stared at him with amazement. Ah, I see. It's like that time you turned into the river serpent. Is that your aspect ability? Sunny took a deep breath. Questions, questions. He had to remind himself how sad the kid's situation was, not even because Kronos had turned into an old man before becoming an adult, but because he was starved for excitement and interesting things. His whole life was limited to a city that would have been considered tiny in the waking world. And worse than that, that city was the last one there was, with not even news of distant events ever reaching it. Of course, he was endlessly excited by the two unexpected visitors. Sunny remained silent for a moment. To be precise, it's the result of combining all my aspect abilities to create a kind of battle art. Kronos nodded a couple of times, showing that he understood, and said thoughtfully, Oh, I have no idea what you mean, Lord Sunless. Then he smiled. Are you here to check on your ship? The crow echo looked at the young man with disdain and flapped its wings impatiently. Horse! Horse! Sunny nodded. No, I'm here to feed my horse. Chapter 1, 1366, Terror of the Earth. The crow hopped on Sunny's shoulder, and they headed toward where Nightmare was hiding. Kronos, annoyingly, followed them with an excited smile. That said, Sunny couldn't remain annoyed for long because of the worshipful gaze the old man was giving him. Lord Sunless, if I may ask. He rolled his eyes and sighed. What? Kronos hesitated for a moment. What is a horse? That almost caused Sunny to stumble. What the hell? Why does it sound like something I would say? He shrugged. It's a large animal that runs really well. People used to ride them to get around. Of course, my horse is no ordinary horse. He's a real menace, that beast. The old man frowned in contemplation. But why wouldn't they just use a boat? Sunny suppressed the desire to grind his teeth and answered in an even tone. The world outside the tomb is not all water, remember? Most people live on land. Horses are land animals. Kronos looked into the distance, confusion written all over his face. Ah, I see. Are there no land boats? That seems strange. The barrage of questions continued. By the time they reached the deep shadows where Nightmare was hiding, Sunny felt a bit tired. Yes, Earth does sometimes shake, spew fire, and swallow entire towns. Not too often, though. Mostly when a volcano erupts. Oh, a volcano is just a fire-breathing mountain. And a mountain is basically a big, sharp rock, tall enough to reach the clouds. There's ice and snow on top, but not enough air to breathe. Well, rather there's plenty of air, but you can't breathe it without dying. The old man's eyes grew wide. How bizarre. I would never want to live on land. It sounds terrifying. Sunny stared at him wildly. What the hell do you mean, terrifying? You live on an endless river that falls into a bottomless abyss, plagued by roving time storms and defiled monsters from the future. He shook his head, then said in a stifled voice, Nightmare, come out. Two scarlet flames ignited in the darkness, and the shadows surged, forming into the shape of a dreadful black steed. Light glistened on Nightmare's steel fangs and sharp horns, tinted red by the blazing sunset. Kronos yelped, Ah! A horse! His wrinkly face grew pale, and he took a couple of steps back. My lord. You didn't tell me that horses are such terrifying beasts. Do land dwellers really ride them? Sunny looked at the youth vindictively, then felt bad about it. The kid was very old, after all. What if seeing Nightmare gave him a heart attack? He hesitated for a moment, then patted Kronos on the shoulder. Yes, but as I said, Nightmare is not your usual horse. He is an ancient shadow creature that used to serve an immortal transcendent before becoming mine. Now, let's feed him. As Sunny threw an excited glance at the black steed and summoned the nacre ornament, the old man asked in a shaking voice, "But what does this dreadful beast even eat? You don't seem to have any meat with you." Consumed by thoughts of Nightmare's ascension, Sunny smiled absent-mindedly. "Oh, don't worry. I have what I need to satiate his hunger right here, with me." Surprised that Kronos suddenly took a few more steps back, he gave the old man a strange look and offered the ornament to the dark destrier. "Here, buddy. Sorry it took me so long." Nightmare snorted quietly, then brought his snout to his hand and pushed it, throwing the memory to the ground. Then, he crushed it with one strike of his adamantine hoof. A whirlwind of sparks rose from the crushed ornament and separated into 6 streams, each flowing into one of the dark embers burning within the shadow that served Nightmare as a soul. Here we go. Finally. Sunny had always been preoccupied with raising the power of Saint, his primary battle shadow, as much as possible, so he had neglected the black steed a little. It was not without a reason, of course. Nightmare's main purpose was not to be a destructive force in combat. He was a loyal steed first and a fighter second. The utility he offered Sunny was much more valuable than an additional combatant would be. Still, this moment had been a long time coming. As the streams of sparks were absorbed into the darkness hiding inside Nightmare, his silhouette suddenly grew vague. Then, the destrier disappeared. Already expecting that to happen, Sunny dove into his soul sea. Appearing in the lightless silence, he saw his shadow standing on the surface of the still water. Nightmare had lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. Yes, within the shadow, the glow of the 6 dim embers was growing more and more intense. The water suddenly surged, as if assaulted by an invisible wind. Wisps of black flame rose from Nightmare's sable coat, soon shrouding his figure completely. Sunny had already seen a shadow rise to a new rank several times. He knew that the transformation would not take long. Unlike evolving to a new class, this change was only going to take several minutes. He waited patiently, as if feeling the importance of what was happening somewhere near, but away from their eyes. Both Crow and Kronos remained silent. Soon, the transformation was over. The restless waters grew still once again and the black flames receded. Nightmare was revealed from within their veil, as fearsome as ever. His outward appearance did not change much. Only the red glow of his ferocious eyes seemed brighter. Despite that, his tenebrous silhouette brimmed with a new kind of power. Sunny grinned. An ascended terror. His steed was as powerful as the creature that Nephis had slain at the top of the Crimson Spire now. In fact, even Sunny, who possessed an extremely high level of mental resistance, felt a hint of dread grasping his heart when looking at the dark destrier. Wait, doesn't his aura of fear seem too strong? Trying to suppress his excitement, Sunny forced himself to continue looking at Nightmare and summoned the runes. In the next moment, his expression changed. What? When did this happen? The counter of the shadow fragments had been filled and emptied. Sunny knew that, of course. However, what he had not expected to see was that the counter of subjugated nightmares had been filled as well. The dream curse, Nightmare's terror ability, was unlocked. Standing near Sunny, Kronos and the Crow Echo exchanged a confused look. Why did Lord Sunless seem so excited? The small bird tilted its head knowingly and cawed with a sense of superiority. Horse. Chapter 1367. Dream Curse. The runes shimmered in the darkness, surrounded by still silence. Hypnotized by them, Sunny read greedily, Shadow, Nightmare, Shadow Rank, Ascended, Shadow Class, Terror, Shadow Fragments, 0/300. He had known what to expect, but seeing the word Ascended still filled him with excitement. At any other time, Sunny would have lingered, enjoying the view of the changed runes. But he was much more interested in something else right now. His gaze slid lower. Shadow description. This beautiful steed was tamed by the treacherous lost from light in the depths of a harrowing dream. The two shadows battled across countless nightmares, shattering them all apart. Neither was willing to give up. So in the end, the nightmares did. Despite the excitement, memories of his dreadful battle with Nightmare made Sunny shiver. Shadow attributes: Swift, Dark Destrier, Dreadlord, Dreamwalker. The attributes were the same as before. His steed was swift, could travel through dreams, and grew stronger when feared or surrounded by shadows. Sunny's gaze finally settled on the string of runes that interested him the most. Shadow abilities: Flowing Shadow, Mantle of Fear, Nightmare, Dream Curse. His eyes widened slightly. The first two abilities had not changed. Flowing Shadow allowed Nightmare to move through shadows with stunning speed, as well as become one of them. Mantle of Fear was a powerful mental attack that induced terror in those affected by it. The second two abilities, though, the runes describing them were different. It happened faster than I thought. The Nightmare ability shared its name with the Black Stallion. At this moment, its description read: Nightmare ability. Description: This shadow can create and subjugate nightmares. The more nightmares serve it, the more powerful it grows, both inside and outside dreams. Dormant nightmares, 287. Awakened nightmares, 252. Ascended nightmares, 455. Transcendent nightmares, 6. Sunny's eyes glinted darkly. It's 1,000. Not only had Nightmare subjugated enough dreadful dreams to unlock his terror ability, but due to the nature of the carriers of the Nightmare spell, most of these dreams were also much more powerful than expected, to the point where his rise in rank did not make them obsolete. The Black Stallion had even managed to find and defeat 6 nightmares belonging to saints, or maybe corrupted abominations. Each and every one of the subjugated nightmares added a little to his power, just like absorbing shadow fragments did. Much more importantly, the last few runes, which had been lightless before, were finally glowing with ethereal light. After accumulating an army of 1,000 nightmares, his shadow was finally a true terror once again. Trying to calm his wildly beating heart, Sunny concentrated on the newly awakened runes and read the description. Dream Curse. Ability description: This shadow is a master of a lesser dream domain. It is capable of lulling living beings to sleep and imprisoning their souls in a labyrinth of nightmares. The souls destroyed within the nightmare maze feed the shadow. The more powerful the shadow grows, the faster and further the dream curse spreads. Sunny stared at the runes, suddenly chilled to the bone. How curious. He was shaken so much that he uttered those words aloud. Curious? What are you referring to, Lord Sunless? Did your horse not like the food? It smashed it with a hoof. I'm sorry to say this, my lord, but you might not know what beasts like to eat. That was a shell ornament, after all. Who would want to eat a piece of shell? You should try fish next time. Sunny lingered for a moment, then turned his head and stared at Kronos wordlessly. The old man trembled. Right. He's still here. Leaving the soul sea, he concentrated fully on the real world and said evenly, I was referring to how similar an ability of my steed is to some other things. He did like the food. It was much more preferable than fish. Kronos looked at him with doubt, but Sunny ignored the youth and turned away. Maze of Nightmares. It was truly an insidious and dreadful ability, one worthy of a terror. Sunny could easily imagine the dream curse slowly spreading to swallow this entire city. People falling asleep one after another, until there was no one left awake. All of them dying, their souls devoured by the hungry shadow. He could also imagine the horror of their death. Sunny had experienced the dream maze himself, after all. What would have happened if he had broken down and given up? His soul would have been torn apart by the torment of endless nightmares, and his body would have turned into a hollow husk. The most frightening part of it all was the measure of control Nightmare had over the dream labyrinth, and the fact that the more his victims were terrified by it, the stronger he would be. There was a limit to the power of the dream curse, of course. After all, Sunny had broken free of it by destroying each and every one of the dreadful dreams. It had not spread to all the Kingdom of Hope either, because its reach was limited by Nightmare's own strength. As an awakened terror, the dreadful steed could only influence one castle and its surroundings. As an ascended terror, though, that reach would have become greater. Who knew how far the dream curse would be able to spread in the future? But all of that was not why Sunny felt cold. Why would he? The power of his shadow was his own power. Rather, he was shaken by the words the spell used to describe the dream curse. A lesser dream domain. Didn't it sound like something he had encountered before? For example, the dreamscape. A vast illusion maintained by the aspect of a certain saint, where countless people could combat each other without the risk of injury. Awakened used the public arenas for training, but there were private ones established for the government forces and the legacy clans as well. There was even a version for mundane humans to enjoy. Was Dreamscape a type of lesser dream domain as well? That would certainly make sense. There was another similar example, though. Sunny trembled. There was the spell and its nightmares. There was the dream realm itself. If there were lesser dream domains, there had to be greater ones too, as well as those above them. If so, the souls destroyed within his shadow's dream maze were consumed, making the shadow stronger. What happened to the souls of those who died within nightmares, of those who died in the dream realm, of those infected by the spell? Was the spell feeding on the souls of everyone who carried it, and on the souls of everything those who carried it killed? The thought was terrifying, but still, it would make sense. Sunny lowered his gaze and stared at the fabric of Ananki's mantle, when an awakened conjured a memory. The memory was manifested from their soul essence. What were the worlds within nightmares manifested from? He turned his head and observed fallen grace. Finally, his gaze settled on Kronos. And when the nightmare was over, where did all the souls conjured into it by the spell go? Sunny had never seriously considered how the spell operated, simply because it was so powerful as to seem omnipotent. If one assumed something to be omnipotent, they would not question how it worked, simply because its workings were beyond the realms of logic and reason. However, now, for the first time, he was starting to question if the spell was truly free from the laws that governed the rest of mundane things. Perhaps its scale was just so great that mere mortals like him were not capable of perceiving it. Or maybe he was wrong, and there was nothing in common between the principles of the dream curse and the spell. In any case, instead of thinking about things that are beyond my understanding, I should concentrate on what is in front of me. My ascended terror of a steed, and the curse he commands. It will surely be of help in this cursed tomb, especially since there's a mad bastard around who is fond of visiting other people's dreams. Chapter 1368, Setting Sail. Not long after the Black Stallion's ascension, the day of their departure arrived. The weeks they had spent in fallen grace flew by fast. So fast, in fact, that Sunny was sad that they had felt so short. It was nice spending time with Nephis and Cassie again. Back in the waking world, there had always been invisible walls between them. The great clans, the war, the complicated feelings of the past, the dark promises of the future. But nightmares had a way of simplifying things. All of these matters had been made small and insignificant by the dire necessity to conquer the seed, and so Sunny found himself enjoying the feeling of closeness he had not felt in a long time. It was funny, really. Ever since becoming a sleeper, he had been told over and over again how dreadful and deadly third nightmares were. And there was truth to these rumors, of course. After all, Sunny had already been forced to battle a damned great beast to survive here. But strangely, most of his time in the tomb of Ariel had been rather peaceful. He had a feeling that peaceful days would become a thing of the past very soon, though. From today onward, theirs was a straight path. First to the dangerous waters where Effie and Jet were marooned. Then to the mysterious city of Twilight, to find Kai and Mordred. And finally to Verge, the throne of the defilement, to burn it down and conquer the nightmare. Of course, the Chainbreaker was going to return to Fallen Grace between each step to resupply, receive repairs, and give its crew an opportunity to recover. But those stops would be brief and far between. For the remainder of the nightmare, Sunny and his companions would be going from one dire battle to another. Looking at the dreamlike view of the last city of the river people from the height of the temple's tower, Sunny sighed and looked at Cassie and Nephis. The suns had just risen, and the whole world was drowned in countless shades of red. Illuminated by the crimson blaze, both of them looked solemn and ready. He lingered for a moment, then asked, "Is it time?" Cassie nodded slowly. "It's time. Let's go." Together they descended from the tower, passed the grand hall of the temple, and walked outside. The blind girl's guards were following them from behind, just like always. But today, many more people had come to bid their Sibyl farewell. Soldiers, artisans, and citizens of all kinds. Thousands of gaunt old men and women were crowding the streets, looking at the beautiful young woman with golden shackles wrapped around her wrists. Their frail figures and wrinkly faces were like a sea. Their eyes. Sunny did not know how to describe the emotion that shone in them. Was it pride? Sorrow? Fear? Love? Guilt? Or all of it, fused together? Human beings were not that simple after all. They rarely felt only one thing. Most of the time, their hearts were an irrational and contradictory mess of clashing and conflicting emotions. Will we manage to save these people, or are they all doomed? Sunny knew that this was not the real Fallen Grace, and yet he also knew that the shadows of living beings he killed in the nightmares were still within his soul, indistinguishable from the shadows that belonged to the inhabitants of both the dream realm and the waking world. So what exactly was the difference? They passed through the crowded streets and approached the piers. The Chainbreaker rested on the water, freshly repaired and refurbished. Its tattered sails were replaced by new ones, each of a gorgeous, vibrant scarlet color. There wasn't much ceremony. Sunny, Cassie, and Nephis climbed aboard. The two deaf guards remained on the pier. But before they left, Cassie turned to the crowd of elderly riverborn and smiled. Her smile was like a ray of pure sunlight in this land of eternal dusk. "My people," her voice echoed above the water, reaching far and wide. The inhabitants of Fallen Grace, the last humans in the tomb of Ariel, listened with rapt attention, catching every word. Sunny gazed at the crowd and soon noticed a familiar figure. Kronos was also here, looking at the graceful ship with awe and longing. Cassie waited for a moment, then continued. "I have to apologize. Usually I would have taken you all to the House of Parting to celebrate and enjoy a delicious feast. Sadly, the lower house is no more, and so I have no food to offer." A wave of murmurs rose from the crowd as many people chuckled. Someone yelled, "It's all right, my lady. Feed us when you return." The blind girl remained motionless for a few moments. "Still, today is not a day for sadness. It is a day for celebration. This journey I am leaving on is not my last. Instead, it is the beginning of a new era. A better era. An era of grace and freedom." She raised her hands and pulled them apart, easily breaking the golden chain. The shattered links fell into the water. Cassie smiled again. Lady Changing Star, Lord Sunless and I, we are leaving to gather powerful outsiders and vanquish the defilement once and for all. Our victory is assured. I know. It would have been an empty proclamation if anyone else had said it. However, for the people of Fallen Grace, Cassie was Dusk, the last Sibyl, the oracle who had guided their people for many generations and who knew the secrets of both the past and the future. Hearing her, they stared with wide eyes. In the next moment, a joyous roar rose from the crowd. Our Lady knows. She saw it. Victory, our victory is assured. Staring at the celebrating old men, their sorrow gone, Sunny leaned slightly and asked in a whisper, "You know? Did you receive a vision of fate?" Cassie froze, then shuddered slightly. A moment later she turned to him, her smile turning brittle. Her beautiful blue eyes were shining with the reflection of the crimson sky. She lingered for a bit, then answered, "Who cares about fate? If fate is against us, we'll break it." Sunny stared at her, befuddled. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Do you think it's easy to break fate?" The blind girl lowered her head slightly and turned back to the crowd. Her quiet answer was almost drowned out by the joyous cries. "No, it's not easy. It's not easy at all." Soon, the sails of the chain breaker were filled with wind. The graceful vessel moved slowly, leaving the voices of the crowd behind. The people of Fallen Grace watched as it sailed away, waving and wishing their lady good fortune in the days to come. But then they disappeared from view, obscured by the crimson haze. There was nothing but a vast expanse of water left in front of them. The first of the many battles was approaching. Chapter 1, 1369, Lost Library. Their first goal was to find Jet and Effie. Cassie had been able to determine the general area where they were marooned, but not why. She was also not sure what dangers awaited the chain breaker in that hazardous region of the Great River. However, she did have a lead. The problem was that this lead was buried in one of the lost temples of Fallen Grace, the palace where a defiled Sibyl had once been entombed alive. During the battle for the city, the temple had been unsealed, and the island ships that could not be saved were abandoned. Cut free, they had been left to the currents. The rest of the flotilla fled upstream, where it remained to this day. Nevertheless, the chain breaker was moving into the past once more, searching for the lost districts. Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie were going to find the lost temple, slay the defiled Sibyl, if the creature was still dwelling there, and sift through the temple's library in search of information about the place Effie and Jet were trapped in. Breathing heavily, Sunny leaned on the side of the ketch and cursed quietly. The ketch had been patched up and repaired as well. With its masts dismantled and stored, it resembled a proper lifeboat. The craftsmen of Fallen Grace had also constructed an actual nest for it, with ropes and pulleys to lower the ketch into the water and hoist it back up again when needed. Nephis was at the stern, controlling the ship, while Cassie was examining the damaged essence lines of the ancient vessel nearby. Looking at her, he decided to rest for a few minutes and asked somberly, "Why wasn't that Sibyl killed after succumbing to the defilement anyway? Simply sealing the temple does not seem like a reliable solution, especially since it seems to have been done in a hurry, with all the valuables remaining inside. Who just goes and loses an entire library?" The blind girl was distracted from her thoughts and turned to him, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "I'm not really sure. It happened long before we entered the nightmare, so perhaps the people of Fallen Grace simply couldn't bring themselves to kill one of their Sibyls. You saw how conflicted they are about us. Perhaps sealing her inside and turning the temple into a mausoleum was simply safer." She sighed and shook his head. "I agree, though. It was a mistake. When I entered the nightmare, we could have preserved the entire city if not for their misguided ways. There were 2 Sibyls left in Fallen Grace back then, and one of them had just succumbed to the defilement. She was still new to her unholy powers, though. The battle was dreadful. but we could have won." Her face turned dull. It was not until the seal of the old temple came undone that disaster struck. Once that thing got out, there was no stopping it. Sunny raised an eyebrow with a dubious expression. "And yet you want us to seek her out?" Cassie sighed, then smiled lightly. "Well, I alone was not enough to both battle the creature and prevent the city from sinking. But the three of us together, that is a completely different story. I don't think we'll have too much of a problem dealing with her. If we do fail to take down a single defiled, there's no point in even trying to conquer the nightmare. Don't you think?" Sunny smiled crookedly. "I guess." There was another reason why they wanted to slay the defiled Sibyl as well. The conflict of the nightmare seemed to be connected to the fate of fallen Grace and of the river people civilization as a whole. The natural ending of this story was complete extinction, which was why Sunny and Nephis were determined to destroy Verge and save the last human city instead. But simply eliminating the source of the defilement was not enough. Right now, the people of fallen Grace were doomed, for no other reason than that they were all too old and weak to have children. To ensure that a new generation of the river people could be born, the city had to return to its previous position downstream, which was impossible because of the lingering presence of the defiled Sibyl. So, the creature had to go. Sunny looked at the crimson sky, then asked, "How does it work anyway? Why was the entombed Sibyl so much more powerful than the one you killed?" Cassie remained silent for a bit before answering. "Simple, really. All the nightmare creatures we met before entering the tomb had been corrupted countless years ago. There was barely a trace of their previous selves left. Corruption is a gradual process, as it turns out. The Sibyl I killed had not been an abomination for more than a week. She was still mostly human. The other, though, had spent a long time sealed in that temple. The thing that broke free from it could barely be called a human. Its powers were greater, and it was much more used to them as well." Sunny sighed. It made sense. With his curiosity satisfied, he decided that it was time to get back to the arduous practice. He was trying to master the sorcery of names. Sadly, Sunny was making zero progress. Learning the names themselves was not too hard. At least not the simple ones Nephis had done her best to teach him. Even though those names were eerily odd, barely fitting into his mind and constantly fading from his memory, he possessed enough mental discipline to hold on to the knowledge of them. The problem was actually trying to speak them. In that regard, Sunny was failing miserably. Curse it! Perhaps Sunny was being greedy by wishing to learn an entire new system of sorcery, but he still wanted to master the fundamentals of shaping. Today, his attempts to summon the wind were going even worse than usual. He was tired and drained, but there was no result whatsoever. Damned wind! Come on, blow! When Sunny's irritation reached a boiling point, Cassie suddenly straightened and turned her head slightly. There was a frown on her face. Something is wrong. Chapter 1370. Insidious Adversary. Sunny sighed heavily, then subtly studied the world through his shadows. There was no danger around them. Everything seemed fine. That said, his intuition was indeed telling him something. It was not exactly ringing an alarm, but there was an eerie sensation at the back of his mind. He rose to his feet and studied the great river with his own two eyes. After a few moments, Sunny asked, "What is it? I don't see anything." Cassie did not move, her frown deepening. The waves rustled as they brushed against the hull of the ship. The sails rippled in the wind. Raising a hand, she touched her cheek briefly, then said somberly, "I feel strange, as if I'm drunk." Sunny stared at her wordlessly. "Huh?" The blind girl grimaced. "It's like I'm seeing double. Only, of course, it's not my sight that is blurry. Rather, it's my aspect ability, the one that allows me to sense what will happen a few seconds into the future." He remained silent for a few moments. The shadows across the chain breaker moved, stirring. So, what you're saying is that something is wrong with the future. Cassie hesitated a little, or at least with my ability to perceive the future. That was a rather terrifying thing to hear. Sunny looked around once more, noting how peaceful their surroundings looked. The sky was burning beautifully with countless shades of red, with not a cloud in sight. The surface of the flowing river was spotless, with nothing hiding beneath it. And yet, there was something sinister happening to the world, unseen and imperceptible. If not for the keen senses of the oracle, none of them would have known that something was wrong. "Let's go." Taking Cassie by the wrist, Sunny guided her to the stern of the ship, where Nephis was holding the steering oar. He had not had to guide the blind girl in a long, long time, but now that her aspect ability was compromised, she must have been disoriented. Even if she was looking at the world through his eyes, that was not the same as perceiving it with her own senses. What the hell is happening in this damn tomb? Soon they arrived at the runic circle and told Nephis the news. She remained silent for a while, looking forward with a somber expression. After a while, Neph nodded. "I see. I felt that something was wrong too." Sunny tilted his head a little. How? Even his faint premonition had only appeared because of his tenuous affinity to fate, which had been enhanced by Weaver's lineage. Sunny usually called these vague feelings his intuition, but it was not exactly a sixth sense. It was actually a rudimentary ability to feel the tremors of the strings of fate. What allowed Nephis to feel the wrongness then? She pointed to the sky. "It's the suns. I am responsible for steering the ship, so I keep an eye on them for navigation. There's something strange happening, though. For the last hour or so, our course has been changing slightly. It's like we are being pulled toward something, but if we are, I don't know how. I don't think there are any forces exerting pressure on the ship or the current." Sunny suddenly had a very, very bad premonition. His face turned grim. They were on a hunt for a defiled Sibyl, and Cassie's perception of the future was suddenly behaving strangely. More than that, the world itself was not working quite as it was supposed to. No, it can't be, can it? Glancing at the blind girl, he asked evenly, "Say, Cassie, that thing that broke free when the temple was unsealed, what exactly were her powers?" Cassie hesitated for a moment. "I'm not sure. I did not get a proper look at her. All I remember is that all the soldiers I sent to stall her were torn to shreds in an instant, unable to land a single blow on her hide. Arrows and magic projectiles missed, enchantments failed. She was too dreadful of a creature for us to handle, especially while fighting the other Sibyl." Her beautiful blue eyes glistened. "As soon as the second Sibyl died, I ordered everyone to retreat and disconnect the entire section of the city where the creature was raging. That was how we lost half of Fallen Grace." Sunny inhaled deeply. "But all the Sibyls had powers related to revelations, right? And revelations are a manifestation of extreme affinity to fate. That Sibyl was capable of sensing the future before becoming corrupted." He gritted his teeth and shared a wild suspicion that was making him incredibly wary. "So is it possible that the abomination is now capable of affecting the future?" Nephis looked at him strangely. "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "Let's say there's an ancient Sibyl, a transcendent outsider who comes from the time before the Doom War. She becomes defiled and turns into a nightmare creature, then gets buried alive for countless years." Sunny shook his head. "And then we three go searching for her. And just at that moment, Cassie's ability to perceive the future starts behaving weirdly, while our ship is inexplicably moving in a direction that it's not supposed to be moving. Wouldn't you say that it's quite possible that this primordial horror of a defiled abomination is more than likely to possess powers that have to do with affecting the flow of time, or at least the probability of things happening?" Cassie and Nephis paled a little. After a while, the blind girl asked, That sounds too fantastical to be true. A power to change probability? Even if she is a tremendously powerful corrupted abomination of unknown class, That's a bit too much, don't you think? Sunny shrugged. No, I don't. Too fantastical? We are inside a huge pyramid, sailing on an endless river that flows through time, suspended in the middle of a bottomless abyss. Oh, and it's all made from the corpse of an unholy titan. I don't think that there can even be something too fantastical anymore. He grimaced, then added in a stifled tone, as for how unimaginable a power that affects probability would be, aren't you forgetting something? I've been suffering from a similar kind of thing since before I became a sleeper. Only in my case, it's not me who is affecting probability. Rather, improbable things have a way of pulling me toward them. In any case, the result is the same. The three of them remained silent for a few moments. Then, Nephis said calmly, "So what?" Sunny blinked. "So what? You are not wary of an enemy who can literally change the future as they see fit." She leaned back, then shrugged with indifference. There are obviously some limits to that power, if you're even right about its nature. Otherwise, we would have died from heart attacks or been hit by stray lightning already. Why don't we just go and kill that Sybil anyway? Do I need to remind you, too, that we also have the power to change the future? Sunny and Cassie were confused. The blind girl tilted her head a little and asked, "We do?" Nephis nodded. "Of course, if we go there and kill the abomination, that will be the future. We would have made it. Every action performed by every person in the world changes the future. That power is really not that unique. In fact, it's pretty universal." He stared at her for a moment, then chuckled wryly. "It's hard to argue. The power to change the future, huh? All right, let's go and make a future where the abomination is dead and we're alive. It's not like we know how to escape anyway." Chapter 1, 1371, Dark Garden. The chainbreaker was sailing across the blood-red expanse of flowing water. Under the blazing crimson sky, no mystical force seemed to be influencing it, and yet its course was being set by someone other than the person holding the steering oar. The ship was being pulled toward the lost temple of fallen grace. On its deck, three masters were preparing for battle. Sunny was stretching, his expression calm and focused. Not that Cassie and Nephis could see it. He had summoned Weaver's mask a long time ago. In the battle against a corrupted oracle, it was both his best weapon and shield. Cassie had summoned her armor and half-mask. The quiet dancer and the long dagger were resting in twin scabbards on her hips. Nephis was still wearing her white tunic, but there was a beautiful longsword in her hands now. Its hilt was black, with the symbol of a scarlet anvil being pierced by a sword etched into the pommel. How do we even fight an enemy who can influence the future? After Sunny asked the question, both he and Nephis turned to Cassie. The blind girl frowned slightly. How should I know? Who else would know but her? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then said awkwardly, "Wouldn't a person who can perceive the future know how to kill one of her kind best?" The blind girl shifted, then turned to face him. After a short pause, she smiled faintly and asked, "What? Haven't you thought about how to kill someone like me before? A lot?" He coughed. "Never crossed my mind." Hearing him, Cassie laughed. "It's like Nephis said, her power has to have a limit. Say she can alter the path of one arrow, then hit her with 2. If she can alter the path of 100 arrows, hit her with 101. Sunny nodded. Indeed, this was the method he had come up with when pondering how to deal with Cassie. Purely out of academic curiosity, of course. Since she could perceive a few seconds into the future, the only way to defeat her was to either exhaust her essence or create a future that was inescapable. Then, knowing it would be of no help. The same principle worked against someone with the power to alter the future. In theory, assuming that the defiled Sybil could raise the probability of certain events happening, the key to defeating her would be creating a situation where all possible outcomes led to her death. He sighed. So, the brute force approach. I hate it. Nephis stared at him incredulously. Meaning that you like it? Sunny shook his head earnestly. No. She hesitated for a few moments, then let out a quiet sigh. This mask is confusing. Was it? Sunny did not think that it was that confusing. All it did was reverse his flaw, making it so that he could only tell lies. As it turned out, always lying was much more liberating than always telling the truth. That was because there were countless lies, but only one truth. That said, he wouldn't want to live while always wearing Weaver's mask. Lies might be liberating, but he did not think that a person who only deceived could be a part of a community. At least not in any kind of meaningful way, and no one survived in the dream realm alone. But, much more importantly, being cursed to always tell the truth had landed him in hot water more than once. But looking back at his life up until now, Sunny clearly saw how it had benefited him as well. Without the flaw, he would have continued to lie and deceive, remaining isolated and untrusting. The mindset that had saved his life countless times in the outskirts would have become the end of him in the perilous world of the spell. He would not have grown close to anyone and would not have made precious friends. And that, most likely, would have led to him dying in some ditch, miserable and alone. Sunny still had plenty of chances to die in a ditch, but at least his death was not going to be quite as bitter. That's personal growth right there. Chuckling under his breath, he looked at the crimson sky. Perhaps Ananki had been right. Only flawed things had a reason to improve. And thus, being flawed was the greatest source of growth. What did it mean for the gods and the demons then? Did the gods who had been born flawless create the universal law of imperfection to fuel their own rise to power? If so, which god was it that had created such a cunning thing? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and shook his head. Who cared about these things? The gods were dead anyway, and he was going to be dead too if the three of them failed to kill the defiled Sibyl. I don't see anything. Nephis raised an eyebrow, then suddenly tensed. Meaning you do see something. She turned and peered at the horizon. There, a dark shape was slowly appearing from the scarlet glow. A crooked temple was rising from the water, most of it hidden from view and drowned. Its walls, once white and beautiful, were covered by cracks and overgrown with moss. Dark vines were crawling up the broken facade like a burial shroud, blooming with beautiful black flowers. The artificial island the temple had once stood upon was broken and partially submerged. What little of it remained above the waves was like a wild garden, its dark expanse brimming with thorns. The sky itself seemed to dim as the chainbreaker drew closer to the drifting derelict. The eerie sensation at the back of Sunny's mind grew stronger. Just relax. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. He threw a grim look at the Sin of Solace, then commanded the manifested shadows to lower the sails. At the same time, his own shadows moved, gliding across the deck toward their master. Cassie unsheathed her rapier and dagger. Nephis silently raised her sword and rested its blade against her shoulder. She remained silent for a while, then suddenly let out a long sigh and covered her face with a palm. Sunny gave her a glance. Huh? Wait, don't tell me that you're actually worried. Neph avoided looking at him, lingered for a bit, and shook her head. No, I'm just realizing the meaning of everything Lord Mongrel said. Her voice sounded strangely aggrieved. Was Sunny seeing things, or had her cheeks become slightly pink? He stared for a bit, then coughed awkwardly. Ah, well, I meant every single word. With that, he headed to the bow of the chainbreaker. Soon, the ship slowed down. Reaching the drowning island, it scraped gently against its surface and came to a halt. Just like before, everything seemed calm. There was no movement in the wild garden of black flowers, and no abominations lunging at them from inside the temple. The breached walls stood precariously, gaping with ominous darkness. It was as if something was inviting them to come inside. Summoning his cursed sword, Sunny grimaced and jumped down onto the sinister shore. Since we're invited, let's not make the host wait too long. 1 chapter today, 3. Tomorrow. Chapter 1372. Clearing a path, a moment later, Cassie and Nephis landed behind him. The water splashed quietly as it licked the shore of the drowned island, the black vines glistening with crimson luster in the blaze of dusk. Apart from that gentle sound and the whispers of the wind, the dark garden was silent. Sunny lingered for a few moments, extending his shadow sense outward. Eventually, he shook his head and said warily, "There's movement," which meant that there was none. The dark vines also did not seem to exude poisonous mist, and neither were their black flowers full of parasitic pollen. As far as Sunny could tell, the Garden of Thorns was entirely safe. They were not taking any chances, though. Taking a step forward, Nephis silently raised a hand. Wisps of white flame rose from her skin, and then suddenly shot forward in a rain of incandescent drops. As her eyes shone with incinerating radiance, the white drops fell on the vines and suddenly exploded into a roaring blaze. Nephis stared at the dark garden with grim determination, and following her will, the flames spread with astonishing speed. Soon, the entire place was engulfed in fire. It crawled up the walls of the crooked temple, turning the magnificent edifice into a towering pyre. Soon, the three of them found themselves standing in front of a sea of flames. The black flowers dissolved into the white inferno. The slithering vines were obliterated from existence. The ancient stones cracked and melted, revealing more of the dark interior of the lost temple. Still, no abomination revealed itself from the depths of the burning garden. Nephis let out a long sigh and closed her eyes for a moment. The furious radiance illuminating them from within dimmed, and then disappeared to reveal her pale complexion. At the same time, the raging flames were left without the will that had been pushing them forward. With no more fuel to burn, they grew smaller and were gradually extinguished. The black garden had been turned into cinders and ash, while the walls of the drowned temple were cracked and blackened by soot. The path was clear. Sunny had expected an ambush to spring until the last moment, but it seemed that there was indeed no danger here, at least on the surface. What waited in the depths of the temple, though? No one could tell. He considered sending his shadows underground to explore, but decided against it. The more powerful enemies he faced, the more of them possessed means of sensing and harming intangible beings. The shadows were no different from parts of his soul, but lacked the protection of his ascended body. So keeping them close when dealing with a powerful opponent was a wiser choice. "Let's go." Shielding her face from the heat, Cassie took a hesitant step forward. Sunny observed her for a moment, then followed. Catching up to the blind girl, he asked, "How are you feeling?" She held tighter to the hilt of the quiet dancer and forced out a smile. "Better. It's just that I sense varied futures instead of a definite one here. I was disorienting at first, but not too difficult to get used to. I am long accustomed to perceiving the world from multiple points of view, after all. Still, I think I'm going to have a huge headache when we're done." He nodded slowly. Sunny was no stranger to looking upon the world from several points of view. That was a natural state for him, considering the growing number of shadows he possessed. However, perceiving several seconds into not one, but a multitude of varied futures had to be terribly confusing. He had always struggled to understand how it was exactly that Cassie managed to handle the mental strain of perceiving two different moments simultaneously, especially to such a degree that it aided her in combat instead of becoming a hindrance. Not to mention that she remained blind in both of these different moments of time. Humans were supremely adaptable creatures, but everything had a limit. Maybe it was because Sunny had been slow to realize how abnormal his own talents were, that he rarely considered how exceptional his companions were as well. Cassie was usually quiet and unassuming, so it was easy to overlook her inconspicuous but exceptional mental prowess. In truth, it was rather astounding. Sunny glanced at the blind girl again and frowned slightly. It's all right for everyone else to overlook her, but why do I always make the same mistake? I should really know better. Perhaps it was because deep inside, he still saw Cassie as the helpless girl that had desperately needed his assistance on the forgotten shore. Both of them had changed drastically since then, but that first impression was so deeply ingrained that erasing it was simply too difficult. If so, Sunny wondered what image of him was ingrained deep inside Cassie's heart. However, he only allowed his thoughts to wander for a brief moment. They were in the enemy territory after all. It was no time for idle thoughts. Do you even have to ask the question? The image of a deceitful, selfish scumbag who outright told Nephis that she was a fool for dragging dead weight around and that it would be better for the two of you to leave the useless blind girl for dead. Oh, what? You think that Cassie really did not hear that conversation? Sunny threw a hateful glance at the sin of Solace, who was walking a step behind with a contemptuous grin on his face. Did Cassie's shoulders tremble a little at the sound of the sword wraith's voice? He wasn't sure. Sunny hesitated for a moment, but remained silent in the end. He didn't really want to answer, and didn't really know what to say. There had indeed been a conversation like that, soon after their first meeting on the forgotten shore. The blind girl had been fast asleep back then, though. Most likely, she had never indicated otherwise. Stop. At the sound of Cassie's voice, Sunny tensed up. What is it? Had she really heard the sin o' Solace? The blind girl remained motionless for a moment, then took a step forward and leaned down. Her hand disappeared into the ash and pulled out the singed remains of a crude spear from beneath it. Her face turned somber. Dropping the spear back to the ground, she sighed and said darkly, It's the Drind. Chapters 1373, Counting Echoes. The word hung in the air, both ominous and strangely familiar. Sunny frowned and studied the remains of the crude weapon. Finally, he asked, The drowned? We have never met abominations like that. Which, of course, meant that they had. Nephis nodded. Yes, a group of them attacked the Chainbreaker once, drowned outcasts. That was what the spell called them. They weren't too powerful, apart from the depth dweller that arrived with them. Cassie shook her head somberly. The outcasts are the dregs of their kind. Most drowned are much more dangerous. They are a special tribe of nightmare creatures here in Ariel's tomb. No one really knows where they come from, but many believe that the drowned were humans once. They hunt in groups and herd true horrors of the depths to use as war beasts. Most troublesome of all of them possess at least a rudimentary level of sentience. They follow strange rituals, too. Nephis frowned. I'm sure we will manage. Unless there are titans or great ones among them, the three of us should be enough to deal with these drowned. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments. That is true. Although the trace of the drowned is bad news, they're nothing we can't handle. I am concerned about what their presence here represents, though. She turned to face the ruined temple and gritted her teeth. These abominations are very territorial. They constantly battle with other nightmare creatures and leave signs to avoid the waters where truly powerful foes dwell. The fact that the drowned are here, on the island, means that they have accepted the Sibyl as their ruler. Cassie paused, then added with a dark expression. Which means that she has become a tyrant, at least. Only those have enough authority to make the drowned submit to them. Sunny let out a sigh. So, a corrupted tyrant then. He had faced more powerful nightmare creatures, but only a handful. While a corrupted tyrant was not beyond their ability to slay, it was certainly not an easy foe to face, especially on the creature's terms. His voice sounded glum. How did she become a tyrant anyway? Wasn't she a corrupted beast first? Then again, Dusk of Fallen Grace had met him as a terror. It was obvious that nightmare creatures could reach a greater class than what they had started from, just like Saint could. That was a trait that all noble creatures, those that succumbed to corruption and those who did not, shared. And it seemed that corrupted humans shared that ability as well. Not unlike how he, Nephis, and Mordred did, Cassie shrugged. She was defiled a long, long time ago. She also fed on the powerful warriors of fallen grace and gods know what else since then. In any case, she won't be waiting for us alone. We must be prepared to fight her entourage as well. Sunny smiled behind his mask. Too bad we don't have an entourage of our own. As he said those words, two menacing figures stepped out from the shadows to stand by his side. One was a graceful knight in a suit of intricate onyx armor. The other was an infernal fiend forged out of black steel and broken blades. A terrifying black steed rose from the ground behind them, crimson light reflecting from his adamantine horns and wolf-like fangs. Cassie let out a quiet sigh, then summoned her echoes as well. A whirlwind of white sparks formed into two humanoid figures. One was a woman wearing a red dress not unlike the one the blind girl wore, her face hidden by a veil. Sunny suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the silent figure. Why did it seem like there was something entirely inhuman hiding beneath the flowing red fabric? When the echo of the defiled Sibyl moved, it was eerily too smooth, as though she was hovering above the ground or slithering like an eel instead of taking steps. He thought he saw a glimpse of a glistening black tentacle appearing for a split second from beneath the hem of her crimson skirt. The most unnerving part, however, was her empty gaze. Sunny had never felt comfortable around human echoes, and he did not feel comfortable around an echo of a former human either. Cassie's second echo was less disturbing, but just as curious. It was a tall steel mannequin with 4 arms, each holding a sharp blade. The artificial echo, an ascended monster, looked like a clockwork man. His movements were somewhat awkward, but possessed the distinctive sharpness of a trained fighter. Sunny was reminded of something when looking at the mannequin as well. The creature was vaguely similar in appearance to the steel mount that Morgan rode sometimes. So, that echo must have been created by the enchanters of valor, too. I wonder how they do it. The complexity must be on an entirely different level. He was distracted from his thoughts by a disdainful grunt. Turning his head, Sunny glanced at Fiend with surprise. The steel ogre was staring down the clockwork swordsman with an obvious air of superiority. Was the fool sticking his chest out? Under Sunny's dubious gaze, Fiend threw a furtive glance at Saint and then stuck his chest out even further. His chin rose cockily. The taciturn knight, of course, remained utterly indifferent. Realizing that she was not impressed, the infernal ogre deflated a little. Then, he stared at the steel echo vindictively. His fiery eyes were burning with hunger. Don't even think about it. Hearing Sunny's hiss, Fiend flinched and turned away from the clockwork swordsman with an innocent look, as if the thought of gobbling up Cassie's echo out of spite never crossed his gluttonous mind. I can't believe it. This fool is really getting out of hand. Shaking his head, Sunny turned to Nephis. She was the only one of them who did have anything to summon. Of course, that was only because Changing Star had always given the echoes she earned away to someone else. Even now, 2 of Cassie's 3 had come from Neph. It was a bit sad, though, for her to look like an impoverished noble when compared to Sunny and Cassie. Feeling his gaze, Nephis shifted slightly and stared back. What? Sunny shook his head. No, nothing. At that moment, the sword wraith laughed. Doesn't have anything to summon? Fool. Why would she need to? She already has a mighty shadow following her around, ready to satisfy her every whim. That's you. You're her echo. So, in a way, Nephis has 4, while Cassie has 3. You, on the other hand, don't even qualify to be compared to them. The Sin of Solace paused, then added with a smile. Ah, don't forget that it was the blind traitor who turned you into an echo to begin with. Sunny's face twitched. Cassie, meanwhile, scowled and started walking toward the temple. Come on, we should finish her off before night comes. He gritted his teeth and followed, furious at the fact that the apparition's words had gotten to him. Approaching the breach in the wall of the crooked temple, the small but extremely powerful cohort of masters, shadows, and echoes dove into the sinister darkness. Chapter 1. 1374 Drowned Temple. Damned Sword. Making his way into the ruined interior of the temple, Sunny was seething with dark emotions. What did the sin of solace even want? One moment, he was fanning the flames of guilt Sunny might have felt about how he treated Cassie in the past. The next moment, the Wraith was reminding him of what had happened, and of how cruelly she had betrayed his trust. Well, it was perfectly clear what the apparition wanted. The bastard wanted to drive him mad. And Sunny was mad. No matter how much he understood why Cassie had done what she did, and no matter how many times he told himself that her actions had ended up saving Rain from being killed by nightmare creatures, and him from dying in the nightmare desert, or becoming Mordred's slave. No matter how many things they had gone through together after the Forgotten Shore, and how much their relationship had improved and deepened. At the bottom of it all, Sunny was still hurt, resentful, and angry at Cassie, while at the same time caring deeply about her. It was a proper mess. What else is new? It had been for a while. This place is not creepy at all. Jumping down from a pile of rubble, Sunny landed in shallow water. The interior of the lost temple was drowned both by stale water and darkness. Since the island ship was tilted and partially submerged beneath the waves, the long corridors with high ceilings were tilted as well. The three of them had to walk awkwardly, stepping on the walls with one foot and the cracked floor with the other. Not to mention that there was rubble everywhere, forcing them to jump or climb over the natural barricades obstructing their path. If there was one good thing about the situation, it was that none of them was oppressed by the darkness. Sunny could see in it perfectly fine. Cassie did not need sight at all, while Nephis was capable of lighting her own path. I think he's trying to say that this place is really creepy. Nephis looked at him and smiled with satisfaction, proud to have understood his meaning. Sunny stared at her incredulously. What? Why does she look so smug? It's really not that hard to understand. Neph was such a weirdo sometimes. Shaking his head, he turned away and continued to make his way deeper into the temple. Cassie was walking at the front, protected by her echoes. Nephis and Sunny were in the middle, with his shadows following them from behind. The layout of the temple seemed different from the one the blind girl had lived in, but she seemed to know the way. They were moving deeper and deeper into the labyrinth of half-collapsed corridors. Sunny felt that they had descended far enough to be underwater by now. Nevertheless, the ancient temple must have retained some structural integrity, considering that it was not fully flooded. Their surroundings, however, were rather ominous. It was not even because of the darkness, the stale water sloshing at their knees, and the eerie feeling of something influencing the future. It was because this place had served as a prison for the defiled Sibyl for a long, long time before being cut from the rest of the city and ending up half-drowned. From time to time, Sunny noticed strange marks on the cracked walls, as if someone had clawed at them in fury. Other times there was dried blood smeared across the old stone. The whole temple seemed strange and sinister, like a ruin haunted by an unspeakable evil. Of course, Sunny was not afraid of ghosts. He had slain enough ghosts to treat them with indifference. What he was afraid of, however, were the Sibyls. Even though Sunny did not want to admit it to himself, he still shuddered when remembering the cold despair of LO-49 and the horror of facing its butcher in the depths of the ocean. He had been with Naive and Bloodwave back then. Today, he was with Nephis and Cassie. Even though the two of them were weaker than the champions of the House of Night on paper, Sunny somehow felt more reassured in the company of these two young women. The three of them had survived far worse odds together. It's all right to be afraid. He was sure that he'll feel better after putting down another one of these defiled oracles with his own two hands. We are getting closer. Cassie's words were sobering. Soon they arrived in front of a huge, intricately engraved door. Its wood was wet and rotten, with illegible runes covering the dark surface. Sunny suspected that these runes were a part of a sorceress seal once. Now, however, They were damaged beyond recognition and lifeless, devoid of any kind of power. For a moment, he considered turning around and leaving the sinister temple the way he had come. But of course, he wouldn't. The defiled Sybil had to die, both for the future of fallen Grace and for the sake of Effie and Jet. Sonny took a deep breath and wondered if his resolve to slay the abomination was the result of the creature manipulating the future as well. Had she pulled forward only those of the possible futures where the three humans were adamant on arriving in front of the ancient door, with not a slither of hesitation in their minds? The thought made him shiver. To hell with this. Gritting his teeth, Sonny glared at the door and then delivered a devastating kick to it. Turning into a rain of rotten debris, the massive gate flew off its hinges and cluttered down into the dark expanse of a partially flooded hall. It was then that he felt it, a massive shadow stirring underwater, its slumber broken by the sound of the breaking door. There were countless smaller shadows hiding in the darkness of the drowned hall, too, and at the far end of it, an especially elusive one, a harrowing specter that made his hair stood on end. Sonny's entire attention was drawn to the enormous creature that had been sleeping in the heart of the lost temple, though. Belatedly, he remembered Cassie's words. They hunt in groups, and herd true horrors of the depths to use as war beasts. One such horror, it seemed, had somehow found its way into the inner sanctum of the defiled Sybil's tainted stronghold. Erdiul's note. I won't be able to upload for like 1 to 3 days. Swapping broadband, so won't have network for some time.